Chapter 101. 7 eels stepped aside, revealing the instrument behind them. The numbers on the silver-white instrument kept changing, and there was a black hole in the middle, just enough for a hand to pass through. 7 eels was the first to demonstrate, and she put her hand into the hole without hesitation. The numbers on the display screen kept jumping, and when the sound of the machine stopped, the numbers on the display screen also froze at 28, and the unit behind it was days. There was also a line of small words below, accurate to seconds. 7 eels' expression did not change, and she pulled her hand out of the hole. There was a thin silver bracelet on her wrist, which fit her skin, and there was also a finger-wide display screen on it, and the numbers on it were the same as those displayed by the machine just now. She raised her hand, showed the bracelet around, and said, "This is a biological timer specially customized by ARC Biology. It can display the remaining time of life. It also has the function of wireless communication, and can send and receive messages, accept tasks, etc. Please step forward to equip yourself." 28 days. Everyone was shocked when they saw the number above. Everyone knew the strength of the lamprey in front of them, at least above the level of most people, and her remaining lifespan was less than a month. If they had not yet grasped the information of the crystal core, they might not even know how they died. Some people's faces turned pale at this time. After a while of silence, someone finally stepped forward. Xianli looked up and saw that it was the hedgehog-headed girl. She looked fearless and directly reached out and put her hand into the black hole. The numbers on the display screen began to jump again and finally stopped at 203 days, more than twice that of the lamprey. Hedgehog Head was a little surprised, but also breathed a sigh of relief. No one can see their own death date and remain calm. The lamprey said, "The early or late awakening time has no direct relationship with the remaining lifespan. It is also possible that the later awakening people will have a longer lifespan than those who awaken earlier." At this time, the restless people below finally couldn't help but line up spontaneously, and Xianli also quietly lined up in the middle of the queue. It doesn't take too long for 20 awakeners to equip the timer, and the numbers on the machine keep changing. 158 days. 68 days. 312 days. 31 days. The one with the shortest time, 12 days, was the thin young man with glasses in the meeting room. He looked at the number on the bracelet, his lips trembling. How could this happen? "I just awakened the day before yesterday. Be content. At least now we have a chance to extend our lifespan, and we can still take the initiative." The burly man slapped the thin man with glasses. The number on his bracelet was 116 days, which was only considered medium. The hedgehog head also comforted, "It's okay, Chinemo, we still have time. Didn't the 7 eels say that each person can receive 10 crystal cores per month? In 20 days, it's not difficult to get 30 crystal cores in a few missions." Although she is also a newly awakened person, she has already gone on a mission with her predecessors. There will be 5 to 10 people in a team. There are at least hundreds of zombies to be cleared in one trip. Even if they are evenly distributed, they can get about 10. Doing 3 missions like this will just make up for a month's lifespan. Moreover, they can trade crystal cores with other people. As long as they ignore the sense of crisis brought by the death date, the time is enough. The thin man with glasses, that is, Chinemo, looked a little better after hearing her words. Yes, as long as he can be diligent in completing the mission, it is much better than being chased for debt before the end of the world. Calculating the time, it is exactly the graduation season. His family is not well off. His father died early. His mother raised him, and his sister with that little pension. It was his own fault that he was not motivated, and could only barely pass the 3-year college entrance examination. His mother gritted her teeth and sent him to college. As a result, when he arrived at the university, one of his roommates was a rich second generation whose family was doing business. One had several buildings in the city, and another was the principal's nephew. He realized that the world of rich people was so colorful. So in order to better integrate with his roommates, Chinemo also pretended to be rich. If he couldn't get money from his mother, he would borrow money online. Just eat, drink and have fun with the 3 roommates in the dormitory. By the sophomore year, he was deeply in debt and could no longer borrow money. He thought that he usually paid a lot of bills, so it shouldn't be difficult to ask his roommates for money to repay the loan, but the 3 roommates were originally drinking and eating friends. When they heard that he was in a bad situation, they only ridiculed and laughed at him. Chinmo had no choice but to go out to work and earn money to repay his debts, and he had no time to attend classes. As a result, he failed the final exams for 2 consecutive years, and was forced to drop out of school. He couldn't get his diploma and was in debt. The debt collectors called his home, which made his mother and sister very troubled and refused to recognize him as a brother and son. He was in great pain and wanted to die to end it all, but the end of the world came like this. It was a crisis for others, but it was an opportunity for him. He thanked this global disaster in his heart more than once. Not only could the debt collectors no longer find him, but even his mother and sister were nowhere to be found. He no longer had to face their disappointed eyes, and now he has awakened his talent again and has already walked ahead of others. Wait, this time, he will definitely become the best and trample those who look down on him. Before he could finish thinking about how to beat up those who looked down on him before, he heard exclamations from the crowd. He looked up in confusion and saw an astonishing number displayed on the instrument. 3 days. The small words below were 15 hours 43 seconds. Xi calmly pulled her hand out of the hole, and the bright red 3 was displayed on her bracelet. She couldn't help but twitch her eyes, and almost wanted to smash the instrument in front of her. Are you kidding me? She only has 3 days left to live. If she hadn't followed Gu Feiqi to Nanchar on a whim, wouldn't she be dead on the street one day? Even Chimon couldn't help but be surprised. He took Xianli's hand and looked at it again and again. To make sure he was not seeing things, he looked at her deeply and said, "You are so lucky." Xianli's mouth twitched. Lucky? It's true that she only has 3 days left to live, but she just happened to discover the existence of the crystal core. It's like she stepped into hell and climbed out by herself. With Xianli's earth-shaking 3 days, everyone is not surprised by any numbers displayed later, because no one is more miserable than Xianli. The timer has been installed. Except for those who have special tasks, the rest of the people can accept tasks in the bracelet. And the crystal core compensation for this month can also be exchanged directly in the rare items area of the material trading center with the bracelet. Everyone dispersed. Only Xianli stayed. Seeing Xianli standing alone in the room, Chimon raised his eyebrows. Is there anything? Xianli nodded yes. Command motioned to the star bream next to him to go out first. The latter complained, "What can I listen to?" But he still left obediently. After hearing the footsteps of the star bream going downstairs, Chimon said, "What do you want to ask?" She could guess that the cold-faced girl opposite must not want to ask a simple question. The superior said that this girl was valued by Gu Feiqi, and they could test it if necessary. Xianli looked at her steadily, remaining life. Since there is a way to increase it, can it be reduced? Of course, what she meant was not the reduction due to the passage of time, but whether her lifespan would be deducted due to her other behavior. Otherwise, she really couldn't imagine why she only had 3 days left to live. After all, in her last life, she could live safely until 5 years after the end of the world. Chimon was a little surprised. You can think of this, it's not easy. Ordinary people usually only see how much life they have left and try to supplement it. Few people's first reaction is how to reduce their lifespan. Xianli shrugged, "I'm just afraid of stepping on a landmine. After all, if I do something in these 3 days of life, it won't be enough to deduct it." Then don't worry. The 7 eels seemed to be amused by her. How can lifespan be reduced so easily? However, the Arc Biology is currently conducting experiments on reducing lifespan, and will issue a formal announcement to the awakened when the results come out. Xianli nodded, "Then I'm relieved." After saying that, she was about to turn around and leave, but heard the 7 eels behind her whispering, "But I still want to remind you." What? Although lifespan has nothing to do with awakening time, it is related to talent level. It is possible that the stronger the talent, the people burn more vitality than others, so the remaining lifespan is shorter. 7 eel pushed the curly hair on her chest behind her. "If I remember correctly, your talent level is S level, the same as mine. You have a bright future." Xianli turned around. His expression looked humble and sincere. "Yes, even the consultant said that I am gifted, and it may not be long before I can be on par with Section Chief 7 eel." 7 eel was stunned. "You are?" "What?" But before she finished, Xianli had already walked downstairs quickly. 7 eel behind her took several deep breaths and calmed down. If Bai Jing hadn't told her that Xianli was from Gu Feiqi's side, she would really be fooled by this. No matter how strong she is, it is absolutely impossible to go beyond her and get in touch with the deeper things of the Special Operations Department. After a brief thought, Lamprey pressed the call button on the bracelet Starfish. "Yes. Keep an eye on Xianli and Gu Feiqi, and report to me immediately if there is any movement." "Got it." Xianli arrived at the Material Trading Center almost immediately. Even Shinemo, who had been in the 12-day period, was not in a hurry to come to the Material Center to collect the crystal core after seeing her comparison. The Material Center has 3 floors in total, and a whole warehouse is connected to the back. The rare item area is at the deepest part of the top floor, and you need to swipe your access card to enter. After entering, Lee found that the rare item area seemed to be connected to the laboratory of arc biology. There was no one else in the room at this time. There were 3 glass warehouses against the wall, and instruments similar to bank ATMs were placed inside. Lee hesitated for a moment, but still stepped forward and chose the machine on the far left. After entering the machine's operating range, the glass door behind her made a beep prompt sound and slowly closed behind her. Probably for anti-theft considerations, the material of this glass warehouse is special, which can isolate all sounds, and it is one-way perspective. You can't see inside from the outside, but you can see clearly from the inside. A female electronic voice sounded, "Dear Awakener, good morning. Welcome to the self-service redemption machine. Please follow the prompts. Please place the biological bracelet at the identification point." Lee looked down and saw an area on the platform on her left-hand side. The diagram on it showed that she needed to put her palm up and bring the bracelet close to the identification point to read the chip data. Lee did as she was told. After a beep sound, the circle of light turned from white to green, indicating that the verification was passed. 4 options appeared on the electronic screen in front of her, namely receive, exchange, store, and benefit. But the first 3 options were gray, and only the last one, benefit, could be clicked. Lee clicked it, and a row of text appeared on it. Crystal Core giveaway instructions for receiving. 10 crystal cores can be received every month. View receipt record. Receive this month's crystal core, remaining number of receipts. 10. Lee clicked on the receive button and a window popped up. Please enter the number of crystal cores you need to receive. She thought about it, and clicked receive all to be prepared. The machine in front of her started to work quickly. About 10 seconds later, a palm-sized black box was slowly pushed out from behind the transparent partition at her feet by the connected conveyor belt. Lee picked up the black box and opened the lid. 10 crystal clear glass beads lay quietly inside. Chapter 102. After getting the crystal core, Lee returned to the family building. At first, Lee was still wondering why the Special Operations Department didn't even have an operating instruction. When she got it, she realized that any awakened person could learn to absorb the matrix without any instruction. She put the crystal core in her hand. Although it was peeled from the zombie's brain, it did not have the rancid smell of zombies at all, and even exuded a holy breath. Lee closed her eyes and used her mental power to feel the existence of the crystal core. Soon she found that her mental power could easily penetrate the transparent shell on the surface of the crystal core and directly contact the ice crystal inside. When she touched the ice crystal, it seemed that a warm current was directly input into her body along with her mental power, and her whole body was warm, just like lying in a hot spring, with an indescribable comfort and pleasure. As the matrix was absorbed, Lee suddenly felt refreshed. When she looked at her wrist again, the number 3 on it had turned into 4. To be honest, seeing her life countdown with her own eyes still felt unreal, and she didn't feel any discomfort in her body. The top secret information showed that the first generation of awakeners had no abnormalities in their bodies before the end of their lives, and they died without any signs, as if the vitality of their bodies was extracted by something in an instant. Lee didn't understand, so she simply absorbed the remaining 9 crystal cores one by one. 13 days, 15 hours, 3 minutes and 47 seconds. This is her remaining lifespan. Although the number has increased, Lee still has a sense of urgency. The focus of the next action must be to collect crystal cores. Suddenly, Lee felt a slight vibration from the timer on her wrist. She raised her hand and saw a few words on the display screen above. Go downstairs and gather. The source of the information was Gu Feiqi's name. Gu Feiqi said that he would be his partner on a mission today. Lee didn't have anything special to pack, so she went downstairs directly. When she got downstairs, she saw a jeep parked at the entrance of the corridor. Gu Feiqi rolled down the window and said, "Get in the car." Lee didn't say much, and got in the car quickly. In addition to Gu Feiqi, there were already 3 people in the car, all of whom happened to be acquaintances. They were the hedgehog-haired girl, the nail-faced man, and the thin man with glasses who she met in class. Gu Feiqi said a little depressed, "I said I would take you to familiarize yourself with the mission, but Bai Jing said that it doesn't matter if I take 1 or 3, so I just let you newbies take me with me." "What do you mean? It's your honor to take me with you." The man with nails raised his eyebrows and said unhappily. He painted purple nails today, and almost pointed at Gu Feiqi's head. Before Gu Feiqi got angry, the hedgehog-headed girl scolded first. "Who wants to take you? A dead she-male who is neither male nor female. Who do you say is a dead she-male? Who should say who? The car was instantly in a mess. Cough. The thin young man next to him coughed and said, "My name is Chinemo. I'm Shiro." The hedgehog-headed girl had time to lean over and point at herself in her busy schedule. She grinned and saw a shiny diamond stuck on her teeth. Xianli smiled faintly and replied simply, "Xianli." Shiro looked at the man with nails, who was still cursing. She kicked him on the knee without any hesitation. "You, say something. Just call me Xiaomei." The man with nails lifted his hair charmingly. "Ugh. Shiro, are you worthy of your name? Please act a little more like a girl. Then can you please not be so motherly?" Xianli had a headache. It seemed that there would be no peace on the way. Cough. At this time, Gu Feiqi, who had been silent, coughed lightly. The sound was not loud, but everyone knew that if they continued to quarrel, they would not end well. So Shiro and Xiaomei quieted down. Chinemo did not say anything after introducing himself. In order to make everyone more familiar with the task, today's task is not difficult. It is just the most basic cleaning of zombies and collecting supplies. The location is Yefeng Shopping Mall in Nanshire. Yefeng Shopping Mall is an old shopping mall in Nanshire. It had its glory days in the past, but now there are more and more new shopping malls. Yefeng Shopping Mall can only be regarded as hovering on the edge of bankruptcy. During the typhoon period, the mall was completely submerged by floods, but it was a blessing in disguise. The supplies in the mall were basically stored in the warehouse, and no one looted them. So after the flood receded, the mall was ready to regroup and reopen for business, but it encountered a solar storm. Because there were not many customers, the density of zombies in the mall was much lower than that of ordinary supermarkets, so it was indeed suitable for their team of newcomers to go there. Coincidentally, Yefeng Mall was not far from Xianli's rental house in Nanshire. Before starting the mission, I will first determine the scope of responsibilities for each person. Gu Feiqi said, "The main purpose of this operation is to train you, so I belong to the mobile team. If there is an emergency during the mission, just press the emergency call button on the bracelet to send the location, and I will arrive immediately." Xianli looked at the bracelet and found an orange emergency call button on the side of the screen. Long press for 3 seconds to send the current location to the bracelet of the associated members. Report each of your talents. Sure Judo, my talent is penetration. Penetration is a very practical talent. Not only can it be more flexible when chased by zombies, but it also has the effect of passing through walls with some parts of the body. Imagine that when you are separated from the zombies by a wall, you can directly reach out and penetrate the wall to kill them. You can complete the task without any direct confrontation with the zombies. Xiaomei smiled and said, "I have the talent of petrification. Petrification is actually an elemental talent that can petrify all living things it touches. But zombies are not actually living things. They are between life and death, so they cannot be petrified directly, but can only slow down their movements. However, this talent does have a protective effect, and can erect a hard rock shield around itself. If it can be combined with Shiro's talent, it may play an unexpected role at some point." Chinemo paused and said, "Mine is energy absorption. He can absorb various energies, such as light energy, electrical energy, heat energy, etc., store the energy in the body, and convert it into his own energy, and release the energy to create destruction during battle." Xianli was still concise. Copy? Copy? The three of them were stunned when this talent was mentioned. Obviously, they had never come into contact with non-attribute talents like copying. In short, it means that you can temporarily copy a talent effect for use. "Oh my god, so awesome!" Shiro was surprised. "If you come with me, can we both penetrate the wall together? Follow me, follow me. We will double petrify. Won't the zombies be unable to move?" Xianli said vaguely, "You can say that." Xianli naturally wouldn't tell them that her copying was different from what they imagined. In fact, if you want to achieve the effect they imagined, you need to rely on her other talents. For example, to penetrate the wall, Xianli can clear the wall at the moment of approaching the wall and achieve physical penetration. And to petrify the zombies, you need to rely on her locking effect, which can also fix the zombies in place. Compared to the excited Shiro and Xiaomei, Chinemo was as silent as ever. He sat in the last row of the car and looked at Xianli thoughtfully. "Okay, let me make the assignment. Shiro and Xiaomei are in one group. Chinemo and Xianli, you two are in one group." "Ah? Why? I don't want to be in the same group with this she-male," Shiro said dissatisfiedly. Xiaomei was unhappy. "What do you think I want? Let me be in the same group with Xianli." But no matter how much they quarreled, Gu Feiqi had no intention of changing his mind. In fact, this assignment was the most reasonable, as Shiro and Xiao Mei's talents could just complement each other. Xian Li's copying could copy the same energy when Shinimo released energy, exerting double the power and maximizing the effect of the copying. After coming out of the air raid shelter, a jeep drove along the streets that the previous task force had cleared and came directly to the vicinity of Yafeng Shopping Mall. After sending several people to their destination, Xiao Zhou drove away directly. After Xian Li and others completed the cleaning task, a convoy was sent to transport the materials back to the shelter. Yafeng Shopping Mall was built in the center of an old community in the east of the city. Most of the zombies in the community were cleaned up by the previous task force. Residual blood and meat residues, as well as various traces of burning zombies, can still be seen on the streets. The surroundings are surprisingly quiet, and only the mall in front of them is surrounded by a circle of cordons, indicating that it has not been cleaned up yet. At this time, Xian Li and others had just got off the car, and they heard a few roars coming from the mall. Shinimo, who was beside Xian Li, was frightened and trembled. Gu Feiqi said, "The zombies seem to be a little agitated today." Shiro curled her lips. Maybe they sensed something unclean coming. Who is unclean? Only Xian Li knew that it was probably because they smelled the turbid blood on her body that made the zombies ready to move. Fortunately, the zombies along the way had been cleared in advance. Otherwise, the zombies would have surrounded Xian Li one after another as soon as she entered the city. I have to think of some way to cover up the smell on her body, otherwise it will be exposed sooner or later. Xian Li thought secretly. The mall has a total of 6 floors. Shiro and Xiao Mei are responsible for the 1st to 3rd floors, and Xian Li and Shinimo are responsible for the 4th to 6th floors. Gu Feiqi handed a few bundles of hemp rope to the 4 people. After the zombies are cleared, the supplies can be transported to the hall near the door and tied together with hemp ropes. I will take them down directly at that time. Xian Li guessed that Gu Feiqi's ability was related to gravity. He probably used hemp ropes to fix the supplies, and then removed the gravity of the supplies and transported them downstairs. The awakened people are much better than ordinary people in physique. They can move all the supplies to the hall, but it is too time-consuming and laborious for them to carry them downstairs one by one. Although Xian Li has the black hole, there is no need to be so troublesome, but she does not intend to take the initiative to say this matter. It is better to have less trouble than more. Then, Gu Feiqi handed the 2 bags of blood in his hand to the 2 groups of people respectively. Zombies are sensitive to human blood. If necessary, you can sprinkle blood on unused clothes to lure the zombies away. Xian Li is familiar with this thing. He used this thing when clearing zombies in his previous life. However, for the awakened ones, this is too useless. At best, it is just a backup plan to escape when there are too many zombies. After all, their main goal is to kill zombies and collect crystal cores. Chapter 103. There was no electricity in the mall, so the 2 teams decided to clean up the 1st, 3rd and 5th floors and the 2nd, 4th and 6th floors separately. This way, they were not far apart and could support each other. Before entering the mall, several people smelled the stench of rotting corpses. Fortunately, they were prepared and took out N95 masks from their pockets. Hearing the crazy roar of zombies coming from the depths of the mall, Shiro swallowed her saliva. Why do I feel that they seem to be particularly excited? Xian Li thought to herself, there is turbid blood here, how can they not be excited? According to experience, they will be able to find the source of the turbid blood in about 10 minutes. She came up with a good idea. The 4 people went around to the back of the mall. There was a safe passage next to the freight elevator. They decided to go upstairs from there. Breaking the window of an office on the 1st floor, several people filed in. The door of the office was closed from the inside, and you can go out by twisting it directly. Shiro put her ear to the door and frowned slightly. Hurry up. They seem to have heard the noise here. These zombies have too good hearing. Xiao Mei was a little puzzled. He was not a complete rookie either. He had followed a mission before. At that time, the zombies were wandering in the building, and would only chase after them if they made obvious noises. So when they came in this time, they tried to be as quiet as possible, not to mention that there was a door between them. They didn't expect that they would still hear them. Xian Li felt a little guilty. Don't worry about it. Let's hurry to the safe passage. The door of the safe passage was very heavy, and could barely stop the zombies. She looked at the safe evacuation map on the back of the door. She went out of the office, turned right, and turned left at the end to reach the elevator room. Several people nodded. Shiro put her hand on the door handle and silently chanted, 3, 2, 1. She twisted her hand, and opened the door at once. Xianli rushed forward, holding a dagger in her hand. When she released her mental power earlier, she had sensed that there were 3 zombies in work clothes on the left side of the corridor, sniffing and groping towards this side. So almost the moment she showed her head, the 3 zombies had already locked their eyes on her. A few roars sounded, and the fingers of the female zombie in the front had been broken into pieces. Her skin had rotted, and there were even 2 fat trembling maggots hanging in her eye sockets. Xianli could smell the fishy smell in her mouth from 5 or 6 meters away. Seeing that they were about to rush towards her, the shadow of the zombies could be vaguely seen at the corner in front. If they were attacked from both sides, the corridor would be blocked by zombies before they could reach the safe passage. Fortunately, it was not the first time for Shiro and Xiaomei to fight zombies. They both whispered hack almost at the same time, and then shut up. It was the first time for Chinimo to face zombies, but he was a man of few words. Although he was afraid, he still kept silent. Xianli breathed a sigh of relief. If she was alone, she would not be afraid, but with 3 people, she was more or less restrained. Fortunately, although these 3 people were novices, they at least knew that shouting would attract more zombies. Seeing the fire extinguisher in the corner, Xianli quickly opened the fire extinguisher box, took out the fire extinguisher, and threw it at the face of the female zombie behind him. The full force directly smashed the female zombie's brain to pieces, and black and red liquid and mincemeat splashed all over the floor. Her decayed body flew backwards, crushing the 2 zombies behind her. Xianli didn't have time to dig out the crystal core in her brain, and said to the 3 people who were stunned, "Go to the safe passage." The 3 people woke up as if from a dream and followed Xianli. 5 zombies had gathered at the corner of the corridor, smelling the smell. Shiro and Xiaomei recovered and began to use their talents. Shiro dodged into a room at the corner. The mental perception of ordinary people is about 3 meters. She determined the position of the zombie behind the wall through the wall. The hand holding a dagger glowed white, and it penetrated the wall directly, stabbed into the temple of the zombie behind the wall, and crushed his brain fiercely. Xiaomei followed Xianli and activated her talent the moment she ran to the corner. 4 gray lights shot into the remaining 4 zombies. The zombies' bodies stiffened at the same time, their steps slowed down immediately, and their limbs became stiffer than before. Their skin fluttered down like mottled wall skin, revealing the gray tissue inside. "Ha, you still dare to chase your grandfather?" Xiaomei laughed arrogantly when she saw this. "Don't be so proud, look behind you." Shiro, who came out of the room, said unceremoniously. Xiaomei looked behind and found that there were dozens of zombies behind her. They were almost all middle-aged and elderly people over 40 or 50 years old, probably old customers in the mall. Xiaomei's face turned pale, and she didn't care to argue with Shiro. My god, why are they fighting in a group today? Xianli's face was not very good either. She didn't expect these zombies to gather so quickly. Fortunately, the office was not too far from the safety passage. Shiro threw everything she could see into the zombies. With Xiaomei's petrification talent, they finally slowed down. "Open the door." Xianli rushed to the safety door and pushed it in, but it didn't open. "The door is locked." "I'll do it." Shiro and Xianli exchanged positions. Xianli looked around and saw that everything that could be thrown had been thrown out by Shiro. There was only a potted plant that was 1 person tall and intact. The plant inside had died. It was probably too big and too heavy to move, so Shiro gave up. Xianli stepped forward and pulled out the plant with her bare hands. It was like a huge mallet in her hand. She swung the mallet into the zombies. Her legs and feet were already stiffened by her petrification talent. She was knocked to the ground by Xianli's mallet, and couldn't get up for a long time. "Fuck!" Lu Zhishan uprooted a weeping willow. Xiaomei's eyes widened, and she looked at Xianli with more and more admiration. Meanwhile, Shiro used her talent to penetrate the heavy fire door, and opened it from the inside. "Come in." So, before the zombies occupied the elevator, the 4 of them got in safely, and locked the fire door. There was an emergency light on in the safety passage. Shiro and Xiaomei were both slightly out of breath, but Xianli was no different from before, not even sweating. "Xianli, you're too awesome. You must not be a novice. Tell me, have you ever been on a mission with a consultant before? I feel like you can clear this mall by yourself. We have no chance at all." After saying this, before Xiaomei realized something was wrong, Shiro looked at the corner first. Chinimo stood there quietly. He didn't have any special expression, but his face was a little pale. He raised his head and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I'm useless. I'm the only one who didn't do anything." "Nothing." Shiro said quickly. You performed very well. At least when she first encountered zombies, she was far less calm than he looked. Although Chinmo's talent is destructive, it has a disadvantage. That is, it needs to absorb energy before it can be used. And the absorbed energy cannot be stored in the body all the time, but has a time limit, so the best way is for him and Xianli to go to the top floor, absorb a wave of solar energy first, and then defeat the zombies one by one with Xianli. Xiaomei said carelessly, Brother Chinmo, we always have to have an adaptation process. When I went on a mission for the first time, I almost peed. Just get used to it. This level of zombies is just like this. Chinmo's face was pale. He lowered his head and didn't speak. Only he knew that he was so scared when he saw the zombies just now that his legs went limp. If it weren't for Xianli rushing in front of him, he would not be able to walk. Just to control himself from making any sound, he had already used up all his strength, and he didn't even think of using his talent. Shiro also recovered her breath at this time, looked at Xianli, and then was startled. Your hand. Xianli raised her hand and looked at it. There were bloodstains between her fingers, and even the corners of her clothes were stained with a lot of blood. She screamed "Ah!" and took out the blood bag in her bag, which was dripping with blood. I don't know when the blood bag broke. Xiaomei exclaimed, Fuck, why did those zombies come to chase us in groups just now? It turns out that the blood bag broke. Sorry, I might have accidentally cut it. Xianli apologized. Shiro didn't care. After seeing that Xianli had no wounds, she felt relieved. It's good that he's okay. But I can't change clothes for a while. The zombies must have been attracted by the smell of fresh human blood. This was Xianli's idea. She secretly punctured the blood bag to make them think that the zombies gathered because they smelled fresh human blood. Xianli met her worried eyes and smiled faintly. It's okay, Chinmo and I should be able to handle these zombies. If you can't stand it, you can send a signal directly, and it will be convenient for you to come up. Thinking of Xianli's performance just now, it is obvious that she is not a newcomer who knows nothing. She didn't even use her talent, but she could beat the zombies to pieces. Once she copied Chinmo's talent, her combat power will definitely increase exponentially. Shiro nodded and said nothing more. The four of them just took a breath and went upstairs directly. The two teams separated on the 5th floor, and Xianli and Chinmo went up to the 6th floor. After the two lively people left, the atmosphere suddenly became cold. Xianli was indifferent to strangers, and Chinmo was not a talkative person, so no one spoke for a while. On the 6th floor, Xianli spread out his mental power. This floor was betting and children's amusement facilities, and there were not many zombies. She counted them, and found that there were less than 20 in total, all wearing salesperson's clothes, and there were also a few child zombies scattered around. They were not difficult to deal with. Xianli turned around and said to Chinmo, You go absorb the energy first. Chinmo nodded. Going up from the 6th floor is the rooftop. Xianli used his mental power to survey, and found that there were no zombies on it. About 5 minutes later, Chinmo went downstairs. Chinmo said, I'm ready. Then he hesitated for a moment and said, The consultant said that you can copy the effect of my talent. Xianli saw a faint layer of light yellow light on him. He raised his hand, and a light yellow light ball condensed in his palm. This was probably his energy core. Xianli felt it, and found that the strength of this energy core was enough to explode the brain of a zombie. She said him, and unceremoniously activated her talent to replicate the energy ball in his hand. Afterwards, an identical light ball appeared in her palm. Before Chinmo could react, Xianli pushed the fire door open as casually as if he were pushing open the door of his own home. The middle of the 6th floor shopping mall was fenced off and filled with ocean balls, inflatable castles, children's slides, and other amusement facilities. The doors of the shops on both sides were half open, and scattered zombies were wandering in them. The security door made a squeak sound when it was pushed open. Although the sound was not loud, it was particularly harsh in the quiet environment. The zombies, who were already a little agitated, were stunned when they heard the sound and turned their heads at the same time. The delicious human-shaped meal stood by the door in a big way, and threw a ball of light in his hand at the nearest zombie. The poor zombie in the salesperson's clothes had not reacted yet, and his head turned into a ball of blood mist. Chapter 104. The zombies that were farther away were stunned for a moment, and then they rushed over one after another after they reacted. The 6th floor was very large, and the zombies' foot speed was slower than that of ordinary people. In the end, they were thrown into Xianli's face one after another. Xianli felt like she was playing Plants vs. Zombies. After throwing several energy balls, She realized that Chinemo was standing blankly behind her. Have you taken the training class? Just throw it directly at their heads. Xionli kindly stepped aside and said, I'll clear the left and right sides, and you clear the middle. Chinemo held an energy ball in his hand. Although it was the original body, it always seemed to be less powerful than the one in Xionli's hand. He replied okay in a daze, and Xionli ignored him, and walked to the shop on the left. In the middle of the 6th floor was a large ocean ball inflatable castle, with only 2 zombies, one big and one small, trying to climb over the ocean ball net to chase Xionli. The ocean ball net formed a circle, and no other zombies would approach. It was safer than outside, and it was enough for Chinemo to practice. After seeing Xionli easily kill 2 more, Chinemo turned around, took a deep breath, and walked into the ocean ball castle. 2 zombies, one big and one small, looked like a mother and son. There were large patches of dark red blood on the parent-child clothes they wore. The mother's neck was hanging precariously on her head, with only a little skin and flesh sticking together. The wound had signs of being bitten, and the blood vessels and muscles inside were exposed. The smaller zombie was about 6 or 7 years old, not even as tall as his legs. Only half of his face was left, and the other half was bloody, and the eyeballs on it were missing. His heart beat like a drum, and his calves were shaking. But he still mustered up his courage, and his lower legs were sunk into the ocean ball. As he walked, the ocean ball made a little sound when it collided, but the 2 zombies seemed not to hear it, and they only wanted to pounce on Xionli and stretch the surrounding net tightly into an arc. When he got closer, he heard the ho-ho sound from the zombie's throat, as if there was an old man living in his throat, clearing his throat constantly. Chinemo stopped only when he could clearly smell the rotten stench of the zombie. The 2 zombies had their backs to him, and didn't notice his existence at all. He just had to gently smash the energy ball in his hand onto their heads. Chinemo raised his hand tremblingly, aiming for a long time, but couldn't throw it out. The 2 zombies kept pushing their heads forward, and their hands stretched out from the gap in the fence. With a rip sound, a hole was immediately dug in the fence. Seeing that the 2 zombies were about to pass through the hole, Chinemo was anxious, closed his eyes, and threw the ball at the zombies' heads. Pop! It was the sound of skin and flesh being torn apart. Hit! Chinemo opened his eyes excitedly, but the scene in front of him made him feel disappointed. He just threw the energy ball with his eyes closed, but he missed the target in the end, and the ball hit the shoulder of the big zombie. The energy ball was indeed powerful, and the adult zombie's arm was broken off with just one blow. But the zombie's brain was its weakness. If there was any difference between the zombie with a broken arm and usual, it was that it was even angrier. The big zombie slowly turned his head, and saw Chin Missouri close at hand. He roared angrily, and rushed towards him. Chinemo was so frightened that he could not condense a new energy ball in a hurry. He could only subconsciously swing his left hand, holding the dagger forward. This time he was lucky. The big zombie's neck, which was already shaky, was cut by him. With a snap, the head fell to the ground and rolled a few times. Before Chinemo could breathe a sigh of relief, another small zombie also looked over. Perhaps after becoming a zombie, the mother-child bond still worked. He had a wooden face, and his gray eyes turned down. He saw his mother lying on the ground, and then looked at Chinemo holding the dagger in his hand. The face that was only half left looked even more terrifying. He opened his mouth wide, and roared as he rushed towards Chinemo and bit him. His body was too small, so Chinemo swung his knife again, but missed. He stepped back a few steps in panic, and stepped on the ocean ball, falling to the ground. However, he avoided the attack of the little zombie. But soon, the little zombie came close to Chinemo, and he picked up a children's wooden horse toy and held it in front of him. But although the zombie was small, it was very strong. The wide-open mouth was less than 20 centimeters away from his throat. He could almost see the blood and meat residue left between the little zombie's teeth. Chinemo quickly remembered the wound on the zombie mother's neck just now, and the shape matched. Obviously, when the mother held her son and hid in the ocean ball inflatable castle, the son had already mutated. After the mutation, the son bit his mother's neck fiercely, and turned into the big and small zombies he saw. Thinking of this, Chinmo's hand softened, and the little zombie's mouth moved 10 centimeters closer to him. He seemed to have his neck strangled, and a trembling voice came out of his throat, "Help! Help!" Xionli, who was not far away, noticed the situation on his side. She kept copying energy balls in her hand, and threw them quickly, and one zombie after another fell down, but the zombies had gathered together at this time, making it difficult for her to get away for the time being. She shouted, "Energy ball!" Hearing this, Chinemo seemed to remember his talent. His confused mind was rarely clear for a moment, and he subconsciously mobilized the mental power in his body, and soon a light yellow energy ball condensed in his right hand. With the energy ball in hand, the fear retreated a little. He gritted his teeth and roared, pressing his right hand on the little zombie's head. Almost at the same time when the energy ball touched the little zombie, his little head exploded instantly, as if a small grenade was dropped, blowing his brain into a ball of blood mist, splashing Shinmo's head and face, and the little body also lay weakly on Shinmo's body. Shinmo kicked the little zombie's body away in a hurry, sat back a long distance, and then froze in place for a few seconds, feeling a surge in his stomach, and vomited all the breakfast today with a wow. After he could only vomit acid water, he panted and wiped his mouth, then raised his hand, and stared for a long time. So, this is the feeling of killing zombies. That powerful, bloodthirsty, and flesh-eating zombie could be knocked down so easily by him. The stagnation in his heart finally dissipated with the death of the zombie, and a feeling rose in his heart, the pleasure of finally turning over, and the fascination with power. He almost wanted to laugh out loud. Look. He Zhenyang. No matter how rich you are, what does it matter? In the end times, it is Shinmo who has the final say. Xianli naturally didn't know how excited he was. Seeing that he had finally solved the zombie, he retracted his sight, and copied 5 energy balls at once in a place where Shinmo couldn't see, and cleaned up the remaining zombies. She clapped her hands, and walked into the ocean ball castle. Are you okay? Yeah. Shinmo said lightly, stood up on his own, looked at the blood stains on his clothes with disgust, dig out the crystal core and keep it. Hearing this, Xianli glanced at him, who was looking at her, as a matter of course, and it was obvious that this sentence was said to her. I don't know if it was her illusion. Shinmo gave her a different feeling than before. Perhaps noticing her strange look, Shinmo slightly raised his chin and asked inexplicably, What's wrong? Xianli shook his head, Nothing. Why don't you go? When did this man become so bossy? Was he scared by the zombies? Thinking of Shinmo's frightened look just now, Xianli suppressed his dissatisfaction and said nothing. Just assumed that he was scared and his mind was confused. Looking at Xianli's back as she walked out, Shinmo curled his lips with some success. These dirty and tiring jobs should have been done by her. After all, her talent for copying is based on sucking his blood? Without his energy ball, how could she get rid of so many zombies? Compared to him, she was at best just a little calmer. He admitted that he was a little scared at first, but who didn't start out as a novice? After getting used to it, he didn't know how powerful his talent would be. It's not impossible to be independent in the Special Operations Department. At this moment, he completely forgot how he was frightened by the 2 zombies just now. Xianli walked out of the inflatable castle, and the zombies outside were lying on the ground in all directions. The explosive power of the energy ball was very high, and she smashed it accurately, so there were bloodstains everywhere, which was indescribably terrifying. However, Xianli had long been accustomed to it. She walked to the nearest zombie, and there was a pool of radiating blood on the neck, and some white things were mixed in the middle. Xianli took out a dagger and rummaged through the white things. The blade of the dagger made a slight collision sound. She picked up the dregs outside and saw a bloody crystal core. At this time, Xianli realized the usefulness of Shinmo's talent. When the energy ball exploded, it would not hurt the crystal core, and it could smash the skull outside. If she used a dagger to destroy the zombie's brain, she would have to open the skull with her bare hands to search. She happily took out a palm-sized box and a pair of tweezers from the bag issued by the consultant, picked up the crystal core with the tweezers and put it into the box. Very good, lifespan increased by 1 day. There were 16 zombies outside the store, and it took Xianli only 10 minutes to pick up all the crystal cores. She clapped her hands and stood up, her eyes already wandering around the bedding in the store. The temperature difference between day and night is still 50 or 60 degrees, and you need to cover yourself with a thick quilt when you sleep at night. There are about 20 stores on the 6th floor, 80% of which are bedding stores, and the rest sell pajamas and home clothes. Before Xianli could figure out how to gather the supplies together, she heard Shinmo calling her. While Xianli was working hard to dig the crystal core, he found a comfortable position in the inflatable castle and sat down. Seeing that Xianli was motionless, he spoke. There are 2 more. He raised his chin and pointed to the 2 zombies lying in the ocean ball. Judging from his attitude, he didn't seem to be planning to do it. Xianli suppressed his impatience and pretended to be happy. What? You want to give me these 2 crystal cores? Thank you. I really need them. Who said I gave them to you? Shinmo frowned. Is this guy pretending to be stupid or something? Can't understand what people say. This is your job. After digging them out, we will divide all the crystal cores into 40% and 60%. Afraid that Xian Li wouldn't understand, Chinemo emphasized, you get 40% and I get 60%. Chapter 105. Huh? Xian Li could hardly believe her ears. Chinemo continued, of course, you don't have to feel bad. Although you copied my talent, you killed more zombies than me. I'll just take care of you. Xian Li was so angry that she laughed. She stared at Chinemo for a while, then pointed to her head and said, Are you still normal? Chinemo was stunned, then angrily said, Xian Li, don't be ungrateful. I don't believe you don't know why the consultant put us in the same group. Even if you copied Shiro and Xiao Mei's talents, it would be useless. If you hadn't copied my energy ball, could you have killed so many zombies? Xian Li rolled her eyes. She had thought that he was a newcomer, and they would share the crystal cores equally. It was a good thing for her, but it seems that it's no longer necessary now. She said coldly, whoever killed it, it belongs to him. I'm not your mother. If you want the crystal core, dig it yourself. You? Chinemo was furious, but Xian Li didn't even look at him and walked away, leaving Chinemo standing there with a flickering expression. He looked at Xian Li who was walking away, and then at the two bloody zombies on the ground, feeling angry and annoyed. But he couldn't give up the 2 crystal cores. 2 days of life was a big money for him, who only had a dozen days to live. Chinemo gritted his teeth and finally took out a set of tools for digging crystal cores from his bag. He took a few deep breaths and prepared himself mentally, then he mustered up the courage to walk towards the 2 zombies. He would not admit that he asked Xian Li to dig because he didn't dare to dig. Xian Li didn't plan to care about him at all. She went to the store and sorted all the bedding together. She was only responsible for moving her own part, and she would not touch the half that belonged to Chinemo. Xian Li had prepared bedding before, and she copied several sets of spring, summer, autumn and winter in the home furnishing city, which was enough for her. So she didn't plan to continue copying, but when she saw different styles of pajamas and underwear, she would pick a few good-looking ones and copy them into the black hole. For girls, a few sets of pajamas and underwear are not too many. However, although the bedding is not heavy, it is large in size. Xian Li had to find a few large cartons from the warehouse, and put all the samples placed outside into them one by one. In this way, a store was loaded with 30 or 40 boxes. Looking at the cartons occupying half of the store, with almost no place to stand, Xian Li felt a little headache. There are so many stocks in just one store. Without using talent, the efficiency of moving them one by one is too low. Xian Li turned around and saw Chinemo was still huddled in the inflatable castle of ocean balls, fiddling with something. After making sure that he couldn't see the side, Xian Li closed the door of the shop and collected all the 30 or 40 cartons in the shop into the black hole in 1 second, easily and effortlessly. Of course, she didn't forget to leave a few empty boxes on the cart, which was as tall as 2 of her. She pretended to be struggling to push the cart out of the store. Seeing that Chinemo was still there and had no idea what she was doing, she walked out with confidence, turned a few corners, and pushed the cart to the window on the other side of the 6th floor. Chinemo couldn't see here at all. She put some of the boxes out of the black hole. As long as she didn't count them one by one, she would never feel anything unusual. At best, she would only think that she was efficient and fast in handling. Xian Li followed the consultant's instructions and broke the window, leaving a gap large enough for a box to float out, and then stopped. She leaned out to look, and the consultant downstairs seemed to hear the sound. From a distance, she saw him looking up in her direction, then waved with a smile. Xian Li pretended not to know, put her hands together to fan the air, and then went back to move the next batch. She returned to the mall, and saw Chinemo finally walk out of the inflatable castle, but he stood blankly at the entrance, wondering what he was thinking. Xian Li frowned, and saw that he was holding a box of crystal cores in his hand. It seemed that he had dug out the crystal cores of the 2 zombies. Not everyone has the same psychological endurance as Xian Li. Ordinary people will have some psychological barriers when digging crystal cores. But Xian Li didn't care about him, and passed by him with a cold face. It wasn't until Xian Li walked a few steps away that Chinemo behind him spoke. Xian Li. Sister Xian Li? Sister? Xian Li turned her head inexplicably, and saw Chinemo looking at her with a pale face, obviously not coming back to his senses. He walked over and said hesitantly, I'm sorry, Sister Xian Li, I admit that I spoke a little loudly just now, and the more I thought about it, the more I felt it was wrong. Let's split it 50-50. No, you take all the crystal cores. As Chinemo spoke, he was about to put all the boxes in his hand into her hands. Xianli took a step back and avoided his action. She didn't understand what he was up to. His attitude changed 360 degrees from before, like a split personality. She always felt that something was wrong. Although he spoke human words this time, Xianli didn't intend to let him expose it so easily. This person changed his face very quickly, and was not worth making close friends with. So she said lightly, "No need, you take it yourself and divide it as you want." Chinemo took the box back hesitantly, with a tentative look in his eyes. "I was just scared just now, so I said those nonsense. Sister Xianli, you won't take it to heart?" Xianli pulled the corner of her mouth without commenting, but did not answer. But Chinemo imagined that she was still angry, and hurriedly said, "I will sort out the remaining shops. You have worked hard just now. Now you can rest. When I finish this floor, we will go downstairs together." Strange, too strange. Chinmo's behavior was so different from before that she even felt a little wary. She released her mental power calmly, but did not feel any abnormal breath from Chinemo. She was a little confused, but she did not intend to delve into it. Anyway, they would be strangers in the future. So Xianli said, "No, you are responsible for the 4th floor, and I am responsible for the 2nd floor. How can this be possible?" Chinmo's face changed color, thinking that his goodwill would be exchanged for Xianli's understanding. He never expected that Xianli would be so ruthless, and let him clear a floor alone. Even if his talent was powerful, he was still a rookie, he said anxiously. "It's so dangerous to be alone. Besides, you can't beat it alone. Without me, where can you copy the energy ball?" His voice gradually became smaller, because Xianli's palm directly condensed an energy ball exactly like his. "You mean this?" Xianli smiled slightly. Chinmo's voice changed in shock. Isn't there a limit to your talent duplication?" "I forgot about this, but it's not a big problem," Xianli said, "valid for 24 hours. Chinmo's face was even paler, and his lips trembled. "The consultant assigned us to a group, and we have to help each other. How can you go alone? I'm afraid of uneven distribution of spoils. Besides, the consultant is downstairs. If you are in any danger, just press the emergency button, and he will arrive immediately." After Xianli finished speaking, she turned around and left without waiting for his answer. She had done her best. Whether Chinemo lived or died next had nothing to do with her. Chinemo looked at Xianli with a gloomy face as he left. His eyes flashed with hatred. He unconsciously exerted force on his hands, and almost crushed the box containing the crystal core. He gritted his teeth. "Very good, Xianli." Xianli naturally didn't care about Chinmo's thoughts. Does a lion need to be afraid of a rabbit holding a grudge? She went straight downstairs. When passing by the 5th floor, Xianli slightly probed into it with his mental power. He saw that although Shiro and Xiaomei were still arguing, their hands were not slow at all. They were like competing to see who killed more zombies. The 5th floor sold men's clothing and middle-aged and elderly clothing. There were more zombies than the 6th floor, but there were only about 20. And because Xianli was on the 6th floor, their attention was not focused on Shiro and Xiaomei, which gave them an opportunity to attack the zombies from behind. The zombies' skulls were very fragile, and could be easily broken, not to mention the awakened ones, with enhanced strength. Seeing that the two of them were at ease, Xianli was relieved and went straight down to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor sold women's clothing, including clothes, shoes, accessories, etc. It was much busier than the upper floors. There were as many as 40 zombies visible to the naked eye, and more than a dozen hiding in the corners, which did not escape Xianli's mental detection. Xianli pushed open the fire door, and behind the door stood a long-haired female zombie waiting to attack her. She casually inserted the dagger in her hand into her eye socket, and crushed her brain. The absence of Chinemo was actually a good thing for Xianli, as she no longer had to hide. She was like a nimble little deer, moving quickly in the mall, and attracting all the zombies. Although the zombies coveted Xianli's turbid blood, they were helpless because their speed was too slow, even slower than that of ordinary people. Xianli had to stop and wait from time to time, and when she was free, she would casually cut the zombies hiding in the corner. After the zombies were gathered in the empty rest area, Xianli enlarged the energy ball in her hand to the size of a basketball, copied 5 of them, and blasted them into the zombie group like a cannonball. After the energy ball was enlarged by her, its power increased greatly. But when it was used, it did not produce an explosion sound, which was very low-key, which made Xianli very satisfied. So in the mall on the 2nd floor, There was only the continuous sound of flesh bursting and skulls breaking. In less than 10 minutes, Xian Li had cleaned up all the zombies on the second floor. The rest area became a pool of blood, but other places were clean. Xian Li found the crystal cores in the flesh and blood with some disdain, and put them into boxes one by one. Organizing the supplies was even easier. She classified all the women's clothes and shoes displayed outside, and put them into boxes. Other accessories that were not very useful were put into her bag. After she counted all the supplies, she put them into the black hole at once, walked to the other side near the window, and moved all the boxes out, without even using a cart. She looked at the results of her labor with satisfaction, and then fixed the boxes one by one with ropes. It took less than half an hour to do all these things. Shiro and Xiaomei upstairs were still busy digging crystal cores on the 5th floor, and had not even started to organize the supplies. Chinimo was doing something on the 6th floor. At their speed, it would take at least 3 hours. After finishing her work, Xian Li felt a little bored. She looked out the window, and could see the consultant dozing off in the car. Looking further away, she saw her old rental house. Xian Li's mind moved. She was bored anyway, so she might as well go back to the rental house to have a look. Besides, she had an important thing to do. When she entered South City, Xian Li used her search talent. The white line that led to the reset needle ended not far from the rental house. Chapter 106. Xian Li used his mental power to check the situation on the 4th floor. The 4th floor mainly sells sportswear, which was sold out after the typhoon. Now only a few expensive outdoor sports stores have inventory in their warehouses, but they are also important materials that are currently in great shortage. Because the 4th floor has always been deserted, there are not many zombies. There are only a few zombies wearing salesperson uniforms, sniffing around agitatedly, trying to find Xian Li's location. Even if Chinimo is a newcomer, his talent strength is enough to deal with these crooked melons and cracked dates. But just in case, Xian Li still used a new file to plant an idea in Shiro. The 6th and 2nd floors have been swept. If you have time, take care of the 4th floor. Shiro is the best candidate. If something really happens, her penetrating ability can allow her to rush to the scene as quickly as possible. The reason why she created a new file instead of sending a message was that she didn't want to expose her other abilities. The idea of planting through a new file would allow her to make up her own logic and not be too amazed at her speed of sweeping the building. Secondly, she didn't want others to know that she was absent from work halfway, especially the consultant. Although the bracelet can send messages, the consultant has the highest management authority. As long as he wants, he can see everyone's chat records. After Xian Li made the arrangements, she walked back to the windowsill on the other side, jumped down from the 2nd floor, and landed lightly. This height is a piece of cake for her. Her rental house is not far from here. If she runs at full speed, it will only take 5 minutes, and it will be faster if she drives. The area around the community seemed to have been cleaned up by the previous task force. There were no zombies anywhere, but the streets were very deserted. She walked past the intersection and turned into a small road. There were 2 rows of low residential buildings on both sides of the road. In the past, it was always full of the atmosphere of human fireworks. There were always many small vendors on the street. Now, those food trucks have disappeared. There are sticky and suspicious bloodstains all the way on the building. It has experienced more than one fight. Xian Li went straight to the rental house without looking around. It was only 3 months, but it felt like a lifetime ago. Looking downstairs, her window had disappeared. It was probably broken by someone, and went in to search for supplies. She entered the corridor, and there were signs of flooding inside. Going up to the 3rd floor, the newly installed iron door outside the door was wide open, and the security door inside was ajar. She slowly pushed the door open, and saw a mess inside. Xian Li was not too surprised. Before leaving, she had already transferred the important supplies into the pocket watch space. There was still some water in the kitchen, and she gave the key to Aunt Wang. At this time, the supplies in the kitchen had disappeared. She looked at the door lock and found no signs of damage. Xian Li used her mental power to roughly scan the inflatable boat under the bedroom bed. The inflatable boat was gone, but she saw something under the bed. She walked over, bent down and fumbled under the bed, and finally found an envelope taped with transparent tape on the bed board. She opened it, and saw 1,000 yuan, a gold bracelet, and a note. Because it was sealed with tape, it was not penetrated by water. The handwriting on the note was clearly visible, and the black handwriting read, "Xiao Xian, I'm sorry. Because I don't have your cell phone number, I borrowed food and water from your kitchen without your permission. Please forgive me. I only have this much cash on hand now. Auntie will use the bracelet to pay for the rest. If it's not enough, I'll give it to you when you come back. Auntie one stays. She looked at the bracelet. It was made of pure gold. According to the previous market price, it was at least 10,000 yuan, which was more than enough to buy her food. Xian Li felt a little relieved. This at least proved that Auntie Wang's family survived the typhoon month. After she put the things in the envelope away, she closed her eyes, took out the reset needle from the black hole, and activated the search talent. Looking at the entire Nanshire from a bird's eye view again, a thin white line extended from the end of the reset needle. Then, her expression turned cold, and there were traces of white lines around the house. After she broke up with Suja, he never entered the house again. So this means that Suja had brought, entering her house with the reset needle, ready to correct her at any time. She calmed down, and her consciousness followed the white line through several streets, passing Suja's community and studio. In the tangled thread, she patiently found the beginning. The white line stopped at a store between her and Suja's home. It seemed that this was where the reset needle first appeared. Xian Li looked at it intently. The store was already in tatters, and there were a few words on the sign on the door. Freemasonry Pharmacy. She slowly withdrew from the search state and opened her eyes. There was a deep sea of depression inside. 5 minutes later, Xian Li stood in front of the Freemasonry Pharmacy. The Freemasonry Pharmacy belongs to Freemasonry Pharmaceuticals, which is an industry under ARC Biotechnology. This pharmacy has been open in this area for at least 20 years. Xian Li remembers that it was not called this name originally. It was changed to the store name after it was acquired by Freemasonry Pharmaceuticals. After the emergence of ARC Biotechnology, many pharmaceutical companies went bankrupt and were swallowed up by Freemasonry Pharmaceuticals. The nearby area is a residential area, and this Freemasonry Pharmacy is considered to be one of the larger ones. Even some special medicines can be bought here, so the business has always been booming. At this time, there was a big hole in the glass door of the pharmacy. The lock on the door was probably cut off by the people who robbed the medicine. The medicines inside had been looted, leaving only scattered shelves and counters, and not even a computer left. Xian Li did not believe that this was the production site of the reset needle. At best, it was just a store, which only provided sales services, and did not bear the obligation of production. Did the clue end here? Xian Li frowned, and she entered the search state again. At this time, the Masonic pharmacy on the planetarium had been magnified countless times by her. Her consciousness followed the white line, passed through the glass door, passed through the shelves, passed through the counter, came to the deepest part of the warehouse, and finally disappeared on the ground. Xian Li was a little confused and entered the warehouse according to her memory just now. The warehouse was full of dust, and the ground was also a mess. She came to the place where the white line disappeared and moved the cartons and empty medicine boxes on it one by one. But it was just a tile floor that couldn't be more ordinary. At this time, Xian Li's heart moved, and suddenly remembered the scene in the underground laboratory. At first, it looked like an ordinary office. In fact, it was just a simulation of an office by using light refraction. Xian Li squatted down and touched the tile with her hand. The touch was familiar. Sure enough, the surface of the tile was covered with a layer of paint that could refract light, making it look like an ordinary tile. There should be another world under the ground. She enabled the talent effect of light and shadow adjustment. This effect can adjust the visual brightness and darkness, and can also ignore the refraction of light to show the appearance of things themselves. Xian Li looked at the floor tile again. Although the surrounding scene was still the warehouse, the shape of the floor tile was very different from the previous scene. There was a depression in the center of the floor tile where the pattern was originally, just enough to put a palm. There was a pattern on the palm. Under the boat riding the wind and waves was a lively little fish swimming in the waves. She remembered that before, the lionfish put his hand on the wall. After verifying the palm print, the wall could open automatically. I think it should be the same here. Xian Li thought for a moment, and called out in a low voice, Anemone. Her voice was sent out at a special frequency, and reached the ears of Anemone in the Nanshire shelter, which was dozens of kilometers away. Anemone was staying in the room. He had a special position in the organization. He usually stayed in the office of the Special Operations Department when he had nothing to do. He was responsible for identifying and verifying when new awakeners joined. At this time, he had just closed the door of the office, and was about to go out when he heard Xian Li's call. He paused, stopped closing the door, and apologized to the lamprey in front of him. I remembered that there are still some things I haven't done. I'll come to you later. Okay. Although Chimon felt strange, she was not a nosy person. She simply nodded, and then quickly touched High Anemone's head, which was soft, like a furry little animal. High Anemone shyly dodged for a while, but still failed to dodge, so she had no choice but to say, "Sister Chimon." Qianman then withdrew her hand and said with a smile, "Okay, then I'll go eat first." High Anemone nodded, watched Chimon leave, and then entered the office. A white light slowly appeared on his body, and an invisible soundproof cover rose around him. "Xiao Xian's sister, I'm here. Can you open this door?" Xian Li shared the scene in his eyes with High Anemone. Haikue soon saw the sunken handprint, and the pattern in the center of the handprint. He thought for a moment and said, "Okay, but I'm not enough. This is the encrypted door in the organization. There are special pointing symbols on it, which means that at least 2 people are needed to open it. The Special Operations Department represents Fish, and the other Ark represents it. We need another person from the Ark creatures." Xian Li thought about it, and remembered that when he was in the underground laboratory, the stingray and the lionfish verified the palm prints one after another before opening the door. There is a ready-made person from the Ark creatures right now, but Gu Feiqi obviously won't agree to help her open this door. Okay, I know. Although it's impossible to ask Gu Feiqi to come directly, it's not difficult to get his palm prints, but he still needs a helper. Xian Li temporarily cut off Haikue's line, thought about it, took out a notebook from the black hole, and plugged in Ball's signal relay. Soon, Xian Li's phone signal was restored. Almost at the same time, Ball's message appeared on her phone. "Good afternoon, Xian Li. Do you need help?" Ball could always sense her needs at the first time. Xian Li directly dialed the video call, and a lump of orange meat appeared on Ball's screen. It was Peanut. Peanut seemed to be taking a nap on Ball's lap, making a gurgling sound. Ball's camera was probably installed at the position of his eyes, and she was sharing vision with Ball at this time. Xian Li smiled, called Peanut, and then pointed the camera directly at the tile on the ground. "Bear, I want to open this encrypted door, but one of them may not cooperate. Is there any good way?" Although she didn't mind cutting off Gu Feiqi's palm directly, this door required the palm print of a living creature to be recognized. The image of the encrypted door appeared in Ball's mind. His main brain made crazy calculations in 1 second, and then said, "If you can get the palm print data, just connect me to the data transmission interface and hack into the system to open the door. If the signal relay can be connected to the data transmission interface of the encrypted door, it will bypass the security system from the background and directly upload the palm print data to the data center. Then the door can be opened directly." It is obviously much easier to get Gu Feiqi's palm print than to cut off his palm. But now it is obviously not possible to get it immediately. Fortunately, Xian Li is not in a hurry. She has a lot of time to solve this puzzle. Xian Li pressed the cardboard box and medicine box on the floor again, restored them to their original appearance, and returned to Yafeng Shopping Mall. It took no more than half an hour to go back and forth. Before returning, Xian Li used her mental power to explore. The mall was as peaceful as when she had just left, except for the occasional roars of zombies. She released her mental power, and saw Gu Feiqi in the alley behind the mall. He seemed to have just woken up, and took out a bottle of Coke from somewhere, and started drinking. His mental power was weaker than hers, and he was unaware of her departure and return. Xian Li was relieved, aimed at the second floor of the mall, jumped up and grabbed the windowsill on the second floor, flipped lightly, and returned to the original place silently. Going up further, Shiro and Xiaomei were still on the 5th floor, and had already started to clean up the supplies. The 5th floor was a restaurant, and the work of sweeping the floor was relatively tedious. It was necessary to filter out the rotten food and select edible canned food, cooking bags, spices, etc. After half an hour, their progress was less than 1/3. A blue light flashed in Xian Li's eyes, and she removed the idea planted in Shiro's mind. Shiro, who was opening a bottle of Lao Gan Ma to smell it, was in a trance for a moment, yawned, and quickly shook her head to dispel the sudden sleepiness and continue the work in her hands. Her mental power continued to explore the 6th floor. Chenimo seemed to have finally come down from the 6th floor. He stood at the entrance of the 4th floor in the safety passage, and was reluctant to go in. Chenmo's abnormality attracted Xian Li's attention, and she closely observed his movements. The weather was very hot, but he was wearing a pair of dark nylon gloves, which should have been taken from the warehouse of the store on the 6th floor. Xian Li saw it just now, and just thought he wore it to clean up the remaining supplies on the 6th floor. But at this moment, Xian Li had a strange feeling in her heart. She glanced at his wrist, only to see that he had taken off his bracelet at some point. Chenimo stood in front of the 4th floor for a long time, so long that Xian Li almost lost her patience, and was about to go upstairs to push him into the fourth-floor shopping mall, when Chen Mo finally moved. He seemed to have made up his mind and took a step. But the direction was not the fourth floor, but went down all the way to the second floor, and put his ear against the fire door. At the same time, his weak mental power trembled and stretched in. This mental power was like spider silk to Xian Li, so weak that it almost broke at the touch. Xian Li was much stronger than him. He had no sense of Xian Li's mental power. He thought it was hidden, but in fact, Xian Li saw it clearly. Xian Li felt strange, but still returned to the store calmly. Although the second floor had been cleaned by her, she still pretended to store things in those cartons and deliberately made some ding-dong noises. Xian Li felt that he paused for a moment, as if he had confirmed that she was still on the second floor, so she withdrew her mental power and tiptoed back to the corridor. He looked like he was going to the fifth floor. Chen Mo did as she thought, step by step, climbed up to the fifth floor, and pushed open the fire door of the safety passage. The fire door made a creaking sound. Shiro and Xiaomei had already cleaned up the fifth floor. Without the roar of zombies, the sound of the door opening was particularly obvious. Shiro and Xiaomei had just started their cleaning work. They were not far from the safety door at this time, and they turned their heads when they heard the sound. Shiro was stunned when she saw the figure standing at the entrance of the safety passage, and after seeing that it was Chen Mo, she was a little confused. Chen Mo? Why are you alone? Where's Xian Li? Chen Mo looked at Shiro and made her feel uncomfortable. Then he pulled the corner of his mouth. She went to the second floor by herself. Go by herself? Shiro opened her eyes wide in surprise, and then looked admiring. Xian Li is really amazing. She can clean a floor by herself. Xiaomei on the side was also surprised. You have already cleaned the sixth floor. Seeing Chen Mo nod, Xiaomei immediately showed envy. It's efficient to be with Xian Li. Although Xian Li only showed a little bit of her skills just now, it is not difficult to see that she was straightforward and ruthless, with neat movements, without any dragging, and made the zombies lose their mobility in a few moves, buying them time. Thinking of this, Xiaomei glared at Shiro again, unlike some people, who move slower than a snail. Shiro pulled the corner of her mouth and counterattacked. Yo yo yo. Who lost 13-12? Just now they were competing to kill zombies, and whoever could get the most crystal cores in the end would be the winner. Xiaomei was temporarily behind by 1 point. So he said, wait, we'll fight again on the third floor. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Chen Mo looked a little depressed. Obviously, the development of the matter was not what he imagined. He was obviously condemning Xian Li for acting alone, so why didn't these two fools understand his hidden meaning at all? But his previous timid and honest personality was still there, so he couldn't say it directly, so he had to clear his throat and interrupted their intense communication. Shiro realized that Chen Mo had walked in at some point, and slowly approached her. Xiaomei also reacted and asked, Xian Li went to clean up the second floor, so why are you here? Have you cleaned up the fourth floor? He looked embarrassed, smiled stiffly, and said with some gritted teeth, I'll be there soon. Xiaomei nodded and said indifferently, Oh, the fourth floor is downstairs. If there is anything wrong, ask the wall-piercing man to jump down and help you. Shiro, known as the wall-piercing man, Xiaomei's words were not without reason. Her talent could penetrate walls, so naturally she could also penetrate floors. If Chen Mo encountered danger, she could just pass through the wall and land on the ground, and chop off the zombie's head with a knife. This is the weakest level 1 zombie, slow and with a fragile skull. Even she can deal with 3 or 5 of them alone. So she rolled her eyes, and didn't argue with Xiaomei. She looked at Chen Mo. Well, don't be afraid. If there is danger, press the emergency button to call me. Chen Mo nodded, and the topic finally led to what he wanted. Sister Shiro, can you lend me your bracelet? He pulled his gloves up a little, revealing his bare wrist. When I was chased by zombies just now, I was so nervous that I lost my bracelet. Lost? Shiro frowned and raised her hand. The bracelet had no interface. It was tailor-made for each awakener. To remove it, you must press the 3 buttons on the top, left, and right at the same time, and the mechanism inside the bracelet can be pulled open and removed. Did Chen Mo touch the buttons with all 3 fingers at the same time in a panic? Chen Mo explained, I wanted to press the emergency call, but I accidentally remembered it wrong and then... He didn't care whether his words were full of loopholes at this time, and continued, I was sweeping the 4th floor alone, and I was a little scared. His shoulders shrank as he spoke, and the ferocious appearance of the zombies, just now, was still vivid in his mind. Xiaomei curled her lips and said, What are you afraid of, a grown man? They have 2 arms and 2 legs, but their teeth are sharper. Don't treat them as zombies, just treat them as humanoid monsters in the game, like me. He performed the fighting skills he had just learned from the martial arts training room, holding a dagger and waving a few times, which was quite realistic. When Shinemo heard sharp teeth, his face turned pale, and he didn't say anything, but looked at Shiro with a pleading look. Do you think everyone is as cruel as you? Shiro said rudely. She frowned, but seeing Shinmo's frightened look, she had no choice but to say, okay, then remember to return it to me when you are done. She was in the same group with Xiaomei. If there was any danger, she could just contact Xiaomei's bracelet directly, although it was highly unlikely. However, the main function of the bracelet was to calculate the lifespan. Without the bracelet, she didn't know when the lifespan would expire. Seeing that Shiro believed him, Shinemo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and his face lit up. Thank you, Sister Shiro. Shiro stretched out the thumb, index finger and middle finger of her right hand, and separated the 3 fingers to hold the button. Only a click sound was heard, and a light mechanism sounded. Then the bracelet's special material strap loosened, revealing the silver extension strap inside, which was easy to remove. The emergency button is this orange one. Don't press it wrong again, Shiro warned, fearing that he would press it wrong again and lose his own. Shinemo agreed casually, and took the bracelet handed over by Shiro, but he didn't rush to put it on. He hesitated for a long time, lowered his eyes, hid the unknown look in his eyes, and said, Sister Shiro, there is one more thing. His voice gradually became lower, and Shiro unconsciously leaned forward to listen to him. What's wrong? When he spoke, the airflow slowly passed over her earlobe, and there was a strange smell between his breath, which made her feel very familiar and very unhappy. Before Shiro could figure out why this smell was so familiar, she heard a painful groan from beside her, followed by a loud noise. She looked behind her blankly, and the bottles and jars she had just sorted out behind her were broken all over the floor. Shinemo seemed to be hit by a huge force and flew backwards and sat in her seasoning box. The hot sauce, meat sauce, cumin, and salt grains were scattered all over him, and he looked miserable. Shiro and Xiaomei were both startled by this scene. They turned their heads and saw that Xianli had appeared here at some point. After the shock, Xiaomei was the first to react. She said excitedly, This kick is so cool. Xianli slowly put away her right foot. Just now, she rushed up and kicked Shinemo away in a hurry. At this time, she held Shiro away from Shinemo and retreated to a safe distance. Shiro, who was forcibly taken away, was still a little confused. Xianli, why are you here? Aren't you on the 2nd floor? Then she looked at Shinemo again. Shinemo, what is? Yes, her first reaction was not why Xianli kicked Shinemo. She didn't know when she started to have an inexplicable sense of trust in Xianli. Even if Xianli did something to hurt his teammates, she felt that it must be excusable. At this time, she must not know that this was a side effect of the new idea file. Even if the person who was planted with ideas later withdrew the idea file, he would feel close to the executor. Shinemo had already sat up from the bottles and jars, with a face full of resentment that Shiro had never seen before. Shiro was a little stunned. Shinemo, what's wrong? Hearing her words, Xiaomei beside her looked at Shinemo, not far away, at a loss. Shinemo was born in the countryside. When he was a child, he helped his family with work, and his skin was tanned. But at this moment, his skin was grayish-white, and blue blood vessels spread from his arms to his neck. Xianli stopped Shiro and Xiaomei behind him vigilantly, and said coldly, he is no longer a human being. Not a human being? Shiro and Xiaomei digested this sentence, and looked at Shinemo belatedly, only to find that Shinmo's state had similar characteristics to the zombies they had just killed. At this time, they were far away, so they could not smell the fresh rotten smell that Shinemo had just emitted. Xianli just felt something was wrong at first, and after Shinemo left the 2nd floor and went up to the 5th floor, he secretly followed him. At that time, Shinemo seemed to be restless, and he didn't expect that there was a little tail following him. After going upstairs, Xianli hid in the corner. With her hearing ability, she could clearly hear their conversation. After Shinemo said that his bracelet was lost, Xianli immediately realized that he was lying. Her mental power penetrated into his bag without hindrance. The bracelet was lying quietly inside, and it was obvious that he had taken it off by himself. Just when Shinemo took Shiro's bracelet and put it close to her ear, just when he was about to say something, a familiar breath accidentally leaked from his mouth and nose. Although Shiro and Xiaomei had experience in missions, they were both novices after all, and were not as sensitive to the smell of zombies as she, who had been fighting in the apocalypse for 5 years. Xianli almost instantly determined that Chinimo had become a zombie. From her perspective, Chinimo showed his teeth and his eyes stayed on the artery in Shiro's neck, obviously wanting to bite it, so she jumped from the corner of the wall at an incredible speed and kicked him behind him, taking Shiro away from Chinimo. At this time, Chinimo slowly stood up from the pile of sauces, with sauces and melted white salt grains all over his head and body, not to mention how embarrassed he was. He looked at Xianli, his eyes revealing undisguised hatred, and he shouted, "Xianli, it's you again! If it weren't for you, how could I become like this?" He tore off the nylon gloves on his hands in a state of collapse, and saw that his entire arm had turned gray, and his fingers were purple and black, with a rubber band tightly wrapped around them. The front ends of his fingertips had already died, but a circle of fresh tooth marks could still be seen at the tips, and blood was oozing around them, and the blue veins on his arms were throbbing. Chinimo looked painful, as if he was enduring the pain of corpse transformation. At this time, he had not completely turned into a zombie, and he had the ability to absorb energy, so when the zombie's toxins entered his body, he took a chance and wrapped his fingertips with a rubber band to try to prevent the toxins from spreading throughout his body. But the ability of the toxin to infect was stronger than he imagined. Even if the fingertips were completely necrotic, they could still flow to the whole body through blood vessels. When people are in desperate situations, they always burst out with a kind of potential. Chinimo found that he could use his talent to absorb and transform the energy transmitted by the zombie toxins, and this trick was also effective, and the toxins in the blood became less. Just when he thought he was going to be the first person who would not be transformed into a corpse, he found that because he had just awakened and his mental power was limited, he could not stop the toxins from destroying the cells endlessly. So, Xianli did not find out that Chinimo had begun to transform into a corpse at the first time. At this time, after hearing what Chinimo said, Xianli just said coldly, "You deserve it. It's none of my business." Seeing her so indifferent, Chinimo collapsed even more, and he raised his voice, "It's all because of you, bitch. I was bitten by the zombies." It turned out that after he dealt with the 2 zombies, he became arrogant and instructed Xianli to dig out the crystal cores. Seeing Xianli obediently, he secretly rejoiced, but he didn't expect that Xianli dug out his own crystal cores, but didn't dig out the crystal cores of the 2 zombies he killed. He sat in the inflatable castle in the ocean, because the previous explosion consumed his mental power, and it took a while to recover. He wanted Xianli to dig out the crystal cores of the remaining 2 zombies. He thought Xianli would be obedient like before, but he didn't expect to hit a wall. Whoever killed it, it belongs to him. I'm not your mother. If you want the crystal core, dig it yourself. Xianli left this sentence and turned away. Leaving Chinimo, there was so angry that he was spiraling to the sky. With her talent that can only rely on other awakened people to exist, why did she treat him like this? Chinimo was dissatisfied, but he also knew that Xianli was determined not to help him. So he had to do it himself. The closest to him was the smaller zombie. Although there was only a ball of blood mist left on the ground, Chinmo's fear had faded a lot because of the explosive increase in strength, and more of it was the unstoppable feeling of nausea. He half closed his eyes and picked on the ground with tweezers for a long time, and finally found a crystal core in a bunch of white unknown objects. He breathed a sigh of relief, and threw the core into the box with a crisp ding sound despite the nausea. Looking at the things stuck on the tweezers, he wiped them clean on the clothes of the small zombie with some disgust. Then his eyes turned to the big zombie. The head and body of the big zombie were separated, and the head was cut off by him with a knife and rolled into the depths of the ocean ball. Once is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar. Chinimo no longer counts on Xianli, and secretly swears in his heart that he must give her a good show when he goes downstairs, and stop her from copying his energy ball again, and see how she deals with zombies. As he thought, he walked into the depths of the ocean ball. It took a long time to find the head in the ocean ball. The woman's hair was messy and stuck to her face. The blood on her face had dried. Her cheeks were sunken because she had not eaten for a long time. Her eyes were wide open, revealing gray eyeballs, which looked very creepy. Chinimo, who killed her with his own hands, naturally had goosebumps on his hands. But he didn't care. Instead, he spit on the zombie's face viciously, and cursed a few words in his mouth. He squatted down, holding tweezers, and seemed to have no idea how to start. He didn't hit this zombie with the energy ball, so the skull was intact. The skull of the first-level zombie was very brittle, and could be broken open with bare hands, but he didn't want to dirty his hands. Chinimo thought about it, and decided to condense a new energy group to directly blow up the zombie's head, so that it would be much easier to take the crystal core. He thought so and did so. Chinemo opened the lid of the box containing the crystal core and placed it aside, preparing to put the crystal core in it later. He covered the zombie's face with his hand with some disdain, and he only felt the touch was cold. Because the female zombie's face was covered by him, he didn't see that under his palm, the zombie's eyeballs slightly turned an angle and looked at the crystal core he placed next to it. Just when Chinemo was about to activate his talent and smash the female zombie's head, he felt a chill on his back for no reason. Just when he changed his mind and wanted to take his hand away and crush the zombie's head directly, the zombie's head, which should have been dead, suddenly moved. Click was the sound of the zombie's jawbone when it opened its mouth. She seemed to have spent her last bit of strength and bit one of his fingers. At that moment, the world in Chinmo's eyes became very slow. In the hot weather, a chill seeped out of his heart. Almost at the same time, an energy ball condensed in his hand and directly blew the zombie's head in his hand into pieces. With a pop, blood and brain matter splashed all over him again, but he was no longer in a hurry to wipe off the dirty things. He lowered his head and looked at his fingers. On the fingertips, a bright tooth mark seemed to be mocking him. I don't know if it was a side effect of the invasion of toxins, but those who looked down on him appeared in front of him. The childhood friend who grew up with him blocked him after he borrowed money again and didn't pay it back. The last sentence was, Chinemo, I won't bother you about the previous 5,000 yuan. But people should know what is good and what is bad. You want to borrow money from me even if you are so arrogant. Are you stupid or am I stupid? His second-generation rich roommate, who he thought he had a close relationship with, laughed at him when he saw that he was in dire straits. Ha ha ha. If you call your sister to play with us, I can consider lending you 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan for one night. High-class ladies don't get this treatment. Just be content. The younger sister burst into tears on the phone. Brother, how did you become like this? I went out to work after graduating from high school, just to save money to send you to college. I thought you would make a lot of money in the future so that Mom and I could live a good life. But what happened? You disappointed me so much. And the mother drove him out of the house. With despair in her eyes, Chinemo, I have never seen such a brainless person as you. Others are rich second generations who spend their money on wine and women, and you follow them. Why do you do that? Who do you think you are? I will never have a son like you again. Chinemo seemed to fall into the swamp of pain again. He held his head, closed his eyes tightly, and shouted in his heart, No! It's not my fault. If I am wrong, why did you die first? They. After the typhoon arrived, those who looked down on him died in a natural disaster one after another. In the end, there was only one He Jingyan left. He would never forget the look in his eyes that looked like he was looking at garbage. The reason why he held on until now was to tell him that he would step on him one day, but Chinemo never expected that he would be the final loser. He stared blankly at the tooth marks on his fingertips, and the crystal core on the ground flashed a cold light. At this time, he realized that when he was taking the basic course at the training center, he had said that the weakness of the zombie was its brain. If you just cut off its head, there is a certain chance that it will remain alive for a period of time, and the lower jaw can move once. So when killing a zombie, you have to destroy its brain directly. And this zombie obviously had that tiny chance that could be ignored. After he cut off her head, she did not move for a long time, but disguised herself, keeping the last chance to move, and when he approached, she would kill him with one blow. Why? Why did the whole world have to go against him? He was obviously going to get better soon. He was obviously going to become a superior person, and he was obviously going to make everyone bow down to him. He was immersed in the beautiful dream he had woven, but it was suddenly broken by this accident. Dissatisfied, resentful, angry, resentful. All kinds of bad emotions invaded his mind like a tornado. He could feel the burning pain from his fingertips. The zombie virus was eating away his flesh and blood at a very fast speed, and he was vulnerable. In extreme pain, he saw Xianli. She walked out of a shop in the distance and seemed to look at him. Perhaps because of his guilty conscience, Chinemo hurriedly lowered his head to cover up the strangeness on his face. Seeing Xianli pushing a cart to transport cartons out, he hurried to a random store and rummaged around in the warehouse. Finally, he found a pair of gloves that a porter had accidentally left behind. Chinemo tied his fingers with a rubber band. Just when he had tried everything and found that he would soon be unable to resist the process of corpse transformation, he put on the gloves. The bracelet he had just put on his wrist showed that he had 12 days left to live. After he absorbed 10 crystal cores, he still had 22 days. But at this time, The number on it was rapidly decreasing from 22. Chinemo knew that the data on the bracelet was connected to the shelter system, and it would directly trigger an alarm when it became 0. So he almost hurriedly took off the bracelet, leaving the number on it in the single digit. He looked in the direction where Xianli went out, his eyes revealing deep hatred. If she had been obedient and dug the crystal core of the female zombie, then he would not have been bitten. If the consultant had not put him and Xianli in the same group, he would not have encountered such a thing. If Shiro and Xiaomei were determined to form separate teams, he would not have been harmed by Xianli like this. It's all their fault. If he is destined to become a zombie, he will let them be buried with him even if he pays all the price. Faced with Chinmo's inexplicable hatred, Shiro and Xiaomei could not sit still. Shiro was even more incredulous. In her eyes, Chinemo had always been honest and dutiful. When he first arrived at the shelter, she saw that he was extremely hungry and gave him a pack of instant noodles. Chinemo was so grateful that he almost knelt on the ground. But how could the child before become like this? Looking at his face twisted by hatred, she could hardly connect him with the silent figure in her mind. At this time, without Xianli's explanation, she also reacted. The reason why Chinemo took her bracelet was that he was afraid that she would press the emergency call button. When the consultant came, he would definitely die. Shiro's mind was wooden. She subconsciously said, Chinemo, calm down, maybe you can still be saved. We will send you back to the shelter. Let the consultant think of a way. The consultant is downstairs. Hearing the consultant's name, Chinemo shook his head. Impossible. Once the infection is found, it will be immediately executed. This is the rule of the shelter. Xianli thought that the manual she had received from the Material Center did have such a rule marked in red. Although Gu Feiqi looked like he was smiling and careless, he was no more ruthless than her. If he knew that Chinemo had become a zombie, he would immediately execute him. How could he let him talk about it here? Xianli shook his head secretly at himself. She was still too soft-hearted. Xiaomei was shocked for a long time, and didn't say anything. At this time, the scene became cold, and he couldn't help but say, Chinemo, we don't want things to turn out like this. You should surrender. The subsequent words were not said, because he had seen that a huge energy ball condensed in Chinmo's hand. Xianli could feel that the power was even greater than what she had copied just now. After absorbing the corpse energy, Chinmo could actually transform it into energy in his body. At this time, the huge energy ball was aimed directly at them. Shiro was stunned and said in disbelief, You can actually activate your talent? As we all know, after becoming a corpse, a person will lose their sanity and become a monster walking on a human body. At this time, Chinemo not only retained his sanity and talked to them for so long, but he could even use his talent. This is simply unheard of. Yes. Chinemo laughed a little self-deprecatingly. With his ability, it is unknown if he will become the strongest awakener in time, but now he has become a zombie in such an unclear way. How can he be willing to accept this? Don't worry, I won't kill you. I just want you to accompany me. On the road. Chapter 107. Chinemo consumed the corpse energy that he had just absorbed from the toxin, transforming it into a huge energy ball that Xianli and others saw, and also drained the vitality in his body. The excessive consumption of mental power made him unable to suppress the progress of corpse transformation. His skin became visibly shriveled, and the whole person was like a skeleton, with crazy light flashing in his gray eyes. He couldn't wait to reap their lives. Who gave you the confidence to kill us? What? Chinmo's determined expression paused for a moment. Xianli raised her head slightly, and her face overlapped with the high and mighty figures in Chinmo's mind. She said, You are too weak. Chinmo was immediately furious. He couldn't stand this word at all, as if his self-esteem was being pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly. He roared and rushed towards Xianli with the energy ball. Xianli had already asked Shiro and Xiaomei to retreat to a safe distance. Seeing Chinemo rushing towards her, she did not avoid or give way. The energy ball in his hand was very powerful for zombies. But for Xianli, it was not enough. A blue light flashed in her hand, accompanied by a burst of electric sound, and 5 identical energy balls appeared behind her at the same time. Black and blue flashes appeared around the spheres from time to time, and the energy core was full of suffocating oppression. It was simply a robber. Chinmo's expression was stunned for a moment. His energy ball was like a small witch in front of these 5 energy balls, and was completely forced down. He was full of anger. In his opinion, her talent was simply cheating. Why could she steal his ability without asking? But at this time, he had already put the arrow on the string and had to shoot it. He could only hope that his energy ball would be more powerful than these counterfeits. He roared, opened his 5 fingers and pushed forward, and the huge energy ball rushed towards him with terrifying power. And Xian Li's right hand also swung forward at the same time, and the 5 energy balls behind him were released at the same time. There was no sound when the energy on both sides collided. 2 seconds later, a small mushroom cloud rose from the center of the mall, and the violent explosion swept the entire mall with hot air. The deafening roar made Xiao and Xiaomei, who were hiding aside, feel the pain in their eardrums even if they covered their ears. The dust and ashes produced by the explosion covered the entire 5th floor, and people couldn't open their eyes. When the dust and smoke dissipated, the two opened their eyes. A big hole had been blown out of the ceiling of the 5th floor, and the center of the explosion was charred. Seeing that Xian Li was still standing there unharmed, Xiao was relieved and looked to the other side. When the explosion occurred, Qinmo's body, which was almost a corpse, could not withstand such an impact and had already been thrown backwards, with most of his bones broken. At this time, he was coughing up black blood intermittently, and could no longer move. Xian Li walked forward step by step, and picked up something in the center of the ashes. Xiao looked closely, and found that it was her bracelet. I don't know what special material the bracelet is made of. After such a violent explosion, there was no damage on the surface except for some dust. Xiao ran over gratefully, and took the bracelet. When she looked up again, she saw that Xian Li's face was still as calm as before. It seemed that he didn't care at all that he had just beaten Qinmo without the ability to fight back. Suddenly, she didn't know what to say. When a person is just ordinary and fierce, people will admire her. But when she is particularly fierce, people can only admire her from the bottom of their hearts. Seeing Xiao looking at her without saying anything, Xian Li said, "What are you doing?" Xiao said stupidly. Xian Li had no choice but to say, "Let the consultant come and deal with it." Xiao suddenly realized, picked up the bracelet and pressed the consultant's call button. "Sister, you are my big sister." Xiaomei ran over from a distance, excited and kept expressing her admiration. At this time, Xiao also answered the consultant's call. "Hello?" Gu Feiqi's somewhat lazy voice came from the other side. "Advisor, it's me, Xiao. If you have something to say, just say it. It's like this." Xiao looked at Xian Li cautiously. Qinmo turned into a zombie. Gu Feiqi's voice finally became serious. What happened? Xiao was a little incoherent. He was accidentally bitten by a zombie, and then he turned into a zombie, and he also wanted to cheat my bracelet. Oh, he could also use his talent. What a mess. I'll do it. Xiaomei pushed Xiao aside, and said in an extremely exaggerated voice, "Advisor. I'm Xiaomei. Just now Qinmo turned into a zombie, and wanted to attack us." But Xian Li saw through it at a glance. Then the two of them started fighting. Gu Feiqi pressed his eyebrows. He always followed the principle of letting newcomers go. Although he just heard the huge explosion coming from Yefeng shopping mall, because Xian Li and others did not initiate emergency rescue, he did not rush to check. As a result, when the call came, it was such big news. However, from Xiaomei's words, they were not injured, so he was not in a hurry. What about now? Gu Feiqi's calmness made Xiaomei not know how to respond, so she could only say honestly, "It seems that Qinmo is about to be beaten to death by Xian Li." "Oh." Gu Feiqi returned to his lazy look. "I will have someone deal with the body. You continue to work." Then he hung up the call without waiting for Xiaomei to reply. Xiaomei looked at the bracelet blankly, and then looked at Xian Li, who looked innocent. Xiaomei wondered, is it my illusion? Why do I feel that the consultant is more accepting of the death of an awakened person than I thought? Aren't awakened people important assets of the shelter? Shiju said, "I remember it was said in the manual that there would be a mortality rate standard for newcomers on a mission. As long as the survival rate is higher than 80%, the organization will not hold them accountable. Qinmo is dead, and judging from the remaining number of people, the survival rate is exactly 80%. At this time, Xian Li looked in Qinmo's direction. He was still breathing, and he obviously heard the conversation between them and the consultant just now. The back of his head hit somewhere, and a big hole was broken. He could no longer hold on. After spitting out a large mouthful of black blood, his head tilted and he died. And the electronic sound rang in Xian Li's mind. Talent, control. Effect obtained, extraction E-level. Extraction, E-level. You can extract any energy. How to use. Control plus Alt plus X. Qinmo's talent is energy absorption, which is actually the energy of various elements converted into one, belonging to the elemental system. It is an extremely good means of attack. However, Due to the low level of talent and the fact that it has just awakened, it can only show an E-level effect after Xionly absorbs it. Although it is still a bit useless at present, if a higher level of elemental talent can be obtained in the future, the prospect of upgrading is also quite considerable. And the important thing is that it is always more convenient to use it to blow up the skull and take out the crystal core. Xionly looked at Chinmo's body on the ground. Gu Feiqi just said that he would send someone to recover the body. From a certain point of view, the Special Operations Department does not care much about the life and death of the awakened, but has strict regulations on the ownership of the body. This made her a little puzzled. What can the body be used for after the person dies? Xionly recalled that after Hongli died, Haikue and Xingpi wanted to recover the chip in her body. Is this the key? Will there be a chip in Chinmo's body? At this time, Shiro and Xiaomei were present, and Xionly could not do anything to destroy the body, so he had to verify it with Haikue later. Big sister, we'll help you with half of the 4th floor. Xiaomei looked at her, a little hesitant. Chinmo was dead, which meant that the work that originally belonged to him would fall on the remaining 3 people. However, the 2 of them had not yet finished cleaning the 5th floor. It was already very good that they could take the initiative to share this half of the workload. Xionly reacted, "It's okay, I can do it alone." Cleaning 1 floor was not difficult for her. If she waited for Xiaomei and Shiro to help her share that half, they might have to finish work later. She was also in a hurry to go back to get the handprint to open the encryption door, and time was tight. That's fine. Seeing Xionly taking the initiative, Xiaomei and Shiro also agreed. They just discussed privately to give a part of the last crystal core to Xionly as a thank you. After all, if it weren't for her, they might have become zombies like Chinmo. Xionly finally scanned Chinmo's body with his mental power, and found no trace of the chip. Half an hour later, the Special Operations Department sent people to recover Chinmo's body. Xionly saw that there were several people wearing uniforms on the 4th floor. They seemed to be from other departments of the Special Operations Department. Their movements were very neat. They used a special helmet to cover Chinmo's head, and then tied the whole person to a stretcher and transported him directly downstairs. When they left, they also saluted Gu Feiqi. Xionly saw Gu Feiqi nodding indifferently from a distance, and they quickly carried the body into the car and left. 3 hours later, Xionly and the other 2 had cleaned up the entire Yafeng shopping mall. Shiro and Xiaomei insisted on handing her 10 bags of crystal cores, and she had no choice but to accept them. After all, she really needed this thing now. So today's harvest was exactly 40 crystal cores, and her remaining life was extended by another 40 days. Seeing the number on the bracelet rise, the sense of crisis of death hanging over her head finally subsided a little. The driver also sent a convoy from the shelter to transport supplies when they were done working. Xionly and the other 2 stood by and watched Gu Feiqi move his hands lazily, and saw that the cardboard boxes leaning against the window floated up by themselves, as if they had consciousness. One after another lined up and floated down from the air, and were neatly arranged in several rows on the ground. Chapter 108. The materials collected in this mission are quite abundant for this team with 4 new members. When Gu Feiqi activated his talent, Xionly watched from the side and confirmed that it was related to gravity control, which was a physical talent. Xionly. Gu Feiqi called her out of the blue. She looked over and saw Gu Feiqi looking at her with a smile, saying, "There's a death in the team. Do you know what the leader needs to do according to the regulations?" Xionly. "I don't know." Gu Feiqi was multitasking, and it was obvious that he was already very good at carrying supplies. He approached Xionly and said seriously, "You need to write a report." Then he seemed to be still frightened, as if he had thought of something bad, especially when the awakened died. "You need to write a lot of reports." Xionly was speechless for a moment, then said, "So?" Gu Feiqi smiled brightly, "You killed Chinmo, so you have to write a report too. And I'll leave my part to you as well." Gu Feiqi was actually just saying it to tease Xionly. But what he didn't expect was that Xionly pursed his lips, paused, and said okay. Back at the shelter, Gu Feiqi handed Xionly a dozen pieces of information as thick as a finger, which looked like it would take at least a whole day to write. Gu Feiqi raised his eyebrows. "Leave it to you, my good neighbor." Xionly took the information and flipped to the end, finally finding what she wanted. "Here, please sign first." Gu Feiqi had no objection. He was naturally happy to get rid of this hot potato. Xionly stepped aside and let Gu Feiqi enter the room. She put away all the extra things in the room, leaving only a small table covered with a piece of transparent glass. Xionly apologized. "I broke the chair. Consultant, you have to stand and sign." Gu Feiqi nodded, and his hand subconsciously rested on the glass table. Xian Li put the page of information that needed to be signed in front of him, and he signed his name in a few strokes. After filling out all the information, I will submit it directly to the Special Operations Department. Xian Li smiled. Gu Feiqi sighed that although this newcomer looked a little indifferent, he did things without dragging his feet, and always considered his superiors. He was really not an ordinary person. Go to the training office for advanced training tomorrow. Today you have passed the first test for newcomers. You will be equipped with weapons tomorrow and perform independent tasks. At that time, you will lead 10 ordinary people to search for supplies in more remote areas. After Gu Feiqi left, she took out a soft brush from the black hole, dipped a little graphite powder, flicked the brush handle, and let the powder fall on the place where Gu Feiqi's palm just touched. A clear palm print appeared on the transparent glass. At night, Xian Li's mobile phone has stored Haikue and Gu Feiqi's palm print that had just been extracted. But her expression was a little solemn, and she recalled the conversation with Haikue just now. What does the Special Operations Department want to do with the body of the awakened person? Arc Biology has a study on awakened people, called the Awakening Experiment. They found that after the awakened person dies, a special substance will be secreted in the brain. And that kind of material contains the original power of the spirit, which can be repaired artificially. After the repair is completed, it can be implanted into other people's bodies, and they will inherit the same talent. In addition to talent, will the chip retain the memory of the original owner? I'm not sure about this. This technology is not very mature yet, and is only in the trial stage. Xian Li understood a little. The reason for recovering the body of the awakened is for the spiritual origin in the brain. As long as the original chip is not lost, then theoretically, it is possible to customize awakened people with the same talent infinitely. And if even the memory can be inherited, is it a rebirth? Xian Li felt uneasy. She felt vaguely that Suge's rebirth might be related to this awakening experiment. It's just that his awakening experiment in the previous life must not have happened at this time, but 5 years later, when this technology matured. In 5 years, the development of talent and mental power has exceeded the scope of human common sense. It is possible to break through. The time limit goes back directly to before the end of the world? The night in the Nanshire shelter was strangely quiet. Except for the yellowish lights at the entrances and exits, where the teams on duty stayed, the other buildings were all dark, and both the awakened and ordinary people fell into deep sleep. During the day, Xian Li had already found out that the weakest defense of the shelter was near the cordon connecting the shelter and the city. The most guarding the cordon were not soldiers, but weapons. In order to prevent the invasion of zombies, the cordon was equipped with the most advanced weapons in the shelter, including artillery shells and heavy weapons that could conduct infrared shooting positioning. The guards are mainly sentinels. If there is an enemy, they will directly launch an indiscriminate shooting. Generally speaking, the scattered zombies will die in the first wave of defense. But that is the external alert, and it will be ignored from the inside out. After all, who would take the initiative to go out of the iron barrel-like shelter to seek death? And today Xian Li wants to seek death. Her figure blended into the darkness, like a silent shadow, and came to the vicinity of the cordon without anyone noticing. Xian Li's ignore aura can now be released to a distance of 200 meters. The sentinels stationed in the cordon are mainly ordinary people. At this time, Xian Li is like air in their eyes. So, in the 200-meter-long cordon area in front of the shelter, Xian Li was like entering an empty space, quickly passing through layers of defense, and successfully went to the Freemasonry Pharmacy. 30 minutes later, Xian Li appeared outside the Freemasonry Pharmacy. She used her mental power to investigate, and found no signs of outsiders, so she went straight to the floor of the pharmacy warehouse. After moving the cartons and medicine boxes away, Xian Li took out a military radio signal transmitter from the black hole and connected it to the notebook with the signal relay inserted. After taking over, Ball directly controlled the encryption door system through the radio signal transmitter. Xian Li uploaded the 2 palm prints to the notebook, and Ball verified the palm print data one by one. After a few seconds, the palm print pattern on the ground lit up in the field of vision after light and dark adjustment. The arc pattern flickered, and the fish swimming below seemed to be really swimming. After a slight metallic sound, the encryption door disguised as the floor opened to both sides, revealing the black hole entrance below. There was a slight sound of machinery coming from below, and an automatic induction lifting platform appeared in front of her. Xian Li took a deep breath and stood on it. 5 minutes later, Xian Li's feet finally stepped on the solid ground. In these 5 minutes, she changed 3 lifting platforms. This underground factory was deeper than she had imagined. At this time, she finally walked down from the lifting platform. It was pitch black all around. A thick layer of dust had accumulated on the ground. It seemed that no one had been here for a long time. Lee did not need a flashlight, but directly used light and shadow adjustment to brighten the vision and take in everything underground. She thought she would see a huge underground factory, but what appeared in front of her was actually much simpler than she imagined. This was a space of only more than 100 square meters, but it was extremely deep when looking up. Pipes of varying thicknesses filled every area that Lee could see, and each pipe was connected to a huge conveyor belt, just like the luggage conveyor belt that Lee saw at the airport, but it was much larger than that, almost occupying half of the current space. At this time, there was still a cardboard box on the conveyor belt, which seemed to be abandoned here because it was too tattered. Lee walked over, brushed off the dust on the cardboard box, and saw the words on it clearly. Exclusively for District 8. The bottom line of words caught Lee's attention. Dillon Center Electronic Parts Processing Factory. Lee opened the cardboard box, and there was nothing inside, but there was a crumpled paper ball in the corner. She picked up the paper ball and smoothed it out. It was an A4 size purchase order, and the ordering unit was filled in as Freedom Pharmacy, number 31 Yuechun Road. In the 12th row of the Special Electronic Medical Equipment category, Lee saw the words Reset Needle. She understood a little. The Masonic Pharmacy is just a sales channel for the manufacturer of the Reset Needle. The real factory is not here, perhaps deeper. They produce these instruments underground, then transport them to the sales terminal through conveyor belts, directly transport them to the warehouse through lifting platforms, and finally sell them through pharmacies. No wonder Lee couldn't find any traces of the Dillon Center Electronic Parts Processing Factory. It used the pharmacy as a cover, but actually carried out illegal production behind the scenes. Lee looked at the crisscrossing pipes that led to nowhere, and had a terrible idea. Being able to build such a huge project silently in the underground of Nanshur, does it mean that its terminal is connected to all the Masonic pharmacies in Nanshur? With an underground factory of this scale, a corner of the arc biology has already begun to emerge. Lee looked around. In addition to the conveyor belt, there was also a table around. The machine should have been placed on the table, and it should have been transported away when the employees evacuated. She searched around but didn't find any other useful information. Her eyes stayed on the conveyor belt. There was a control console next to the conveyor belt, and the start of the conveyor belt should be completed through the console. Lee tried to press one of the buttons, but there was no response. The power light on it was dark, perhaps because it was not connected to the power supply. This was not a difficult task for her. She took out a generator from the black hole, filled it with oil, found the power supply of the console, and connected it to the generator. In the quiet space, a dripping sounded. Lee saw that the power light on the console lit up. According to the text prompts above, she saw that the conveyor belt transported the goods here, so could it be reversed and transported the goods back to the factory? Lee tried to press the orange button. After a few seconds, the rusty gears of the conveyor belt squeaked and turned. It worked. Lee was a little excited, but at the same time, she did not forget to stay alert. She took out 3 large cartons and placed them on the conveyor belt, lining them up one by one. The first 2 cartons contained some common medicine she copied from the black hole, and she stepped into the last carton. Chapter 109. Lee followed the conveyor belt into the dark cave. A huge iron cover came down, covering the 3 cartons and fixing them. The speed of the conveyor belt went from slow to fast, and in the end, Lee even felt like she was sitting on a high-speed train. Only the sound of the machine running accompanied her along the way. Lee hid in the carton, and she could feel the conveyor belt moving forward until it completely left the scope of Nanshur. Until Lee felt a little sleepy, she felt that the speed of the conveyor belt gradually slowed down, and the iron cover on her head also lifted up. She looked out from the air vent of the carton, and could barely see a gate in front. It seemed that it should emit rays to scan and inspect the goods, but it was not powered at this time, so it became a decoration. The 2 cartons of medicines in front made a sound, and finally came to the end of the conveyor belt. Because no one responded, they fell to the ground along the conveyor belt with a click. The cardboard box where Lee was hiding soon got stuck behind the 2 boxes in front of her, making a noticeable friction sound. Lee placed her center of gravity on one side of the cardboard box, and with a slight force, she fell to the other side. Her movement was not small, and the sound of the cardboard box falling to the ground even echoed in the room. Lee was not in a hurry to get out. She bent her legs and half sat in the cardboard box, spreading her mental power and making a defensive posture. But she did not find any breath of living people. Just when she was confused, a light sound came from not far ahead. Her heart tightened, and she suppressed the impulse to rise up, and stayed in the cardboard box without moving. The pace of the person who came didn't seem to be human, a little heavy and stuck, and when he moved, he made a sound similar to the friction of a machine. Hearing the voice of the person approaching step by step, Xian Li's mental power also saw its appearance clearly. The cover of the carton on Xian Li's head was opened by a pair of mechanical hands, and a square robot head appeared in her sight. ZZ. Defective products detected and returned. Its head was made into a rectangular shape, with 2 cameras installed in the place of the eyes. The big mechanical arm is 3 times the size of the body, just like the rocker arm of a truck, but it can make fine movements. It looks like a freight robot. It is probably an energy device at the heart. At this time, that place is flashing red light crazily, and it seems that there is not much power left. This kind of robot generally has no attack power. Xian Li stood up and stepped out of the carton. It seemed that it couldn't see it, closed the carton, supported its 2 big arms, and lifted the whole box. Its body is connected to wheels and tracks below, and the stuck sound Xian Li just heard came from here. The freight robot delivered the empty carton to a corner, an area full of carton boxes, and then carried the remaining 2 cartons full of medicines there. Xian Li followed it step by step, and came to a place similar to an operating table. The operating table was not connected to the power supply, but it still entered something on the operating table according to the prescribed procedures. Xian Li stared at its movements without blinking. After it finished all this, its arms dropped, and the energy device on its chest made a long beep sound, and the power was completely cut off. Xian Li walked towards the place full of carton boxes. The ground was separated by yellow lines, and the words recycling area were painted with paint. There were many cartons that Xian Li had just seen in the recycling area, all of which were printed with the words Dillon Center Electronic Parts Processing Plant, and without exception, they were covered with a thick layer of dust. The robot just now should be responsible for guarding this area, and after the solar storm, the world lost power, and its energy device finally maintained this little power that was just enough to start. After detecting that the goods were returned, it still followed the original procedure and recorded the returned goods one by one. Xian Li looked around. This seemed to be a medium-sized unloading area. There was a staircase made of iron frames in the middle. Walking up the stairs, you can see a 5-meter-wide door. There is also a small door on the side of the door. You need to enter a password to enter and exit. Xian Li pressed the screen, and it made a beep sound. This kind of password lock has an independent battery. At this time, the battery still has power. The screen lit up with her action, and displayed a line of words. Please enter your work number. Xian Li thought about the last string of numbers that the freight robot had entered on the keypad just now, and guessed that it should be the robot's work number. So she boldly entered on the keyboard, NF9856. With a click, the door lock opened. She pushed the door open, and the first thing she saw was a walkway that was big enough for 2 cars to pass through. She had her back to the wall, and on the other side of the walkway was a whole section of metal handrails that formed a circle. She looked left and right, and could hardly see the end. Xian Li walked through the walkway, came to the handrail, looked down, and couldn't help holding her breath. A cylindrical metal space that penetrated the sky, and the earth appeared in front of her. Xian Li was not even on the first floor, but in the middle and lower areas. Looking down, she couldn't count the floor she was on, and looking up, it seemed as if there was no boundary. The layers of passages extended all the way to the end of the sky. The tallest building on the entire blue star cannot compare with this place. 3 ladders connect all floors. The door that Xian Li came out of has countless doors on each floor, which are responsible for transporting the produced goods. And the most eye-catching thing is the light source on the top. Xian Li realized belatedly that after entering this area, the light became brighter. And all the light sources come from the huge light ball that flickers slightly above his head. It's like an artificial sun. Although its light is golden, it is as soft as moonlight, allowing Xian Li to see the entire metal world. She looked down, and was even more shocked. She was in a position where she could see an entire processing plant on the ground floor. The area is large enough to accommodate 10 football fields, and there are densely packed dark gray machine tools below. Next to each machine, there stood a square-headed robot. Their body structure was more sophisticated and advanced than that of the freight robots. Even if covered by dust, the cold metallic light on their bodies could still be seen. A rough estimate showed that there were at least tens of thousands of robots underneath. Their movements were unified, and their energy devices were cut off, as if something had pressed the pause button. They were still processing parts in their hands the moment before, but remained stagnant forever the next moment. Lee finally understood at this time that the Dillon Center Electronic Parts Processing Plant was actually a mechanical world buried underground. Chapter 110. At this time, this underground mechanical world seemed to have completely stopped. Apart from these machines, there was no breath of life. Lee walked along the huge circular corridor. She tried to enter other doors. She entered the same work number, but could not enter. She guessed that there were different freight robots behind each door, so the work number to unlock was also different. Finally, Lee stopped at one of the 3 sky-high ladders. It was a transparent suspended elevator. There was a half-person high column on the side of the suspended elevator. On top of it was a crystal ball-sized sphere with a dim blue light. It seemed to be the energy core of each floor of the suspended elevator, just like the energy device at the heart of the robot. Lee put her hand on it. It felt a little cold. She was very familiar with the breath on it. She injected a little of her mental power into the sphere, and the light on the sphere flickered as she moved. Lee increased the amount of mental power he injected, and soon the light of the core ball became brighter and brighter, and finally began to spin rapidly. The sound of the suspension elevator starting up became louder and louder, like wind passing through a narrow pipe, and stopped at the floor where Lee was. The doors of the suspension elevator folded open layer by layer from left to right, and Lee stepped in. The space inside was large, enough for several cars to be parked side by side, and it seemed particularly spacious for one person to stand inside. After detecting Lee's entry, the transparent glass in front of him closed layer by layer. Lee saw an electronic light screen appear on the transparent glass beside him, which showed a 3D view of the electronics factory. There are 100 floors in the bottom blue area alone. The sign next to it shows that the blue area belongs to the Dillon Center Electronic Parts Processing Plant. The blue area above is gray. Lee tried to click it, but it prompted that the corresponding authority could not be detected, so she had to give up. She is now in the scope of the electronics factory, and the floor she is on has a gray robot logo with floor classification attached. B12 area transport channel. Every 10 floors, there will be a transport channel with different partitions. Lee stretched out her hand and made a vague stroke on the light screen. Various floor classifications were displayed layer by layer as Lee moved downward. The bottom layer is mainly electronic components, with many obscure electronic component terms. She can only recognize some ordinary semiconductors, transistors and other scattered devices, and some other nuclear magnetic circuit substrates, core energy sensors, nanocapacitors, etc. that she can't understand. And the higher you go, the more electronic processing products need deep processing, including radio wave detectors, electromagnetic pulses, biochips, etc. Lee even saw the signal relay that Bar gave her. The business scope covers the fields of industry, communication, transportation, and medical treatment. This is completely beyond Lee's cognition. It doesn't seem like a project that humans can build, let alone ARC Biology and the Special Operations Department. Lee swiped down a few times, and finally found a floor of special electronic medical equipment. She tapped it lightly, and the light curtain gradually faded. Then she saw the floor opposite became blurred. It was a suspended ladder that was descending rapidly at a speed that could not be distinguished by the naked eye. Almost in a trance, the suspended ladder stopped at the floor Lee chose. Walking out was still a circular corridor, and countless doors blocked Lee's sight, so she couldn't enter. But Lee soon found that she didn't need to enter those doors. Just now, she was shocked by this underground world, so she didn't realize that there was a huge suspended light ball connected to the center of each floor. The surface of the ball projected the picture of the opposite floor. No matter from which angle you look at it, it seems transparent and can be easily overlooked. Lee approached the edge of the corridor and found an energy device similar to the one that started the suspended ladder on the handrail. After she injected her mental power, the light ball showed detailed information about the floor she was on. B12 Area Special Electronic Medical Device R&D Floor. R&D Manager, Expert in V8555. R&D Team, Z2Q13201. Security Officer, W2005. Logistics, B12 Area Transport Channel Type 2 High-Speed Conveyor Belt. Lee patiently flipped through the pages, and finally found the relevant information about the reset needle. Special Electronic Medical Device Class A, Reset Needle, Disposable. R&D time January 2023. Usage: insert it into the RST hole, and perform an intracranial restart to restore the bionic man to factory settings. Purchase permission show the Bionic Man's identity certificate. Other notes: after use, the Bionic Man will format the self-generated data, and it will be permanently unrecoverable. It is necessary to strictly abide by the measures for the promotion and protection of Bionic Man and operate under the guidance of professionals. In addition to this information, a demonstration animation was playing next to it. It was a randomly generated 3D human model image. At the beginning, it showed emotional reactions such as laughing happily and crying sadly. It also showed specific scenes of family, gatherings, and work, just like every normal human being, and even a little warm. Soon, the human model began to show emotional reactions such as irritability, resistance, and hostility inexplicably. The position of the human model's temple was magnified, and a line of small words was displayed. Confirm that the Bionic Man deviates from the original setting, and the data can be reset through this position. Then a pair of real hands appeared next to it, holding its head, and after slowly pushing the reset needle into the temple, the 3D human model seemed to lose consciousness, and no longer made any movements. 3 seconds later, the human model showed an emotional reaction of laughing cheerfully again. Seeing this, Xian Li felt a chill in his temple. The originally warm daily interaction scene was now creepy. When he saw the column of purchase rights for the reset needle, Xian Li suddenly remembered. During her relationship with Suja, every time they went on a trip, he would ask her to keep her ID card with him, saying that he was afraid that she would be careless and lose the important document. And after returning, he would always return it to her after a few days, saying that he was busy and forgot. She suddenly felt a little scared. Before Suja was about to insert the reset needle into her temple, she had never seen such a thing before, but she seemed to feel a tingling pain of fear in her temple. Could it be that before that, she had experienced countless data resets? Bionic people will format their own data, and they will never be able to recover. Xian Li muttered to herself, recalling the time in the free country, when she was clearly powerless before, but she beat 3 big men to the ground, and her strength changed dramatically. Xian Li always thought that it was the golden finger that came with her rebirth, but now thinking back, those reactions seemed to be engraved in her body, and she formed a conditioned reflex without thinking at all. That was the first time she suspected that her memory had been tampered with. And now, the facts have proved that her guess was not wrong. Xian Li took a deep breath. As early as the first time she saw the relevant information about the bionic people, she had prepared herself mentally for being a bionic person, so now she was surprisingly calm. Thinking of the conversation with Hai Kuei, if mental power and memory can be stored in the chip at the same time, then she has reason to suspect that Suja, who was reborn, inherited the contents of the chip. After checking the relevant information about the reset needle, Xian Li thought of the image of the underground world she saw in the suspended ladder. Above the electronics factory, there is a gray area without permission. If the bottom floor is for the production of mechanical and electronic components, then she has reason to suspect that there will be industries related to biology at a higher level, and perhaps more information about bionic people can be obtained from there. Xian Li then checked some other electronic products, and found that the spherical display device could only list product information on the corresponding floor. She decided to return to the suspended elevator, and go to other floors. Xian Li was full of countless doubts about this underground world that was almost equivalent to a small city. Who is the owner here? Such a huge project has never been heard of before. What energy does such a huge factory use to operate? What is the meaning of this factory? Is it just to produce parts? Who are its target groups? Or what organizations? And what role does the ARC creature play in this? Too many questions filled her brain. When Xian Li came back to her senses, she found that she had walked into the suspension ladder, and stopped at another unfamiliar floor. Every time the suspension ladder is started, a lot of mental energy is consumed. Adhering to the principle of not wasting a drop of mental energy, Xian Li walked out of the suspension ladder, and decided to search for other useful information on this floor. However, after she walked out of the elevator, she felt a sharp light coming towards her. Many battles have already trained her instinctive reaction. The second before the light hit her, she leaned back suddenly, and her waist was almost bent at a right angle of 90 degrees, and the light hit the suspension ladder door behind Xian Li, which was slowly closing, without leaving any trace. She could smell the smell of her hair burning. The tail of her hair had been burned off when she fought with Hung Li. It had finally grown back, but it was burned off by the laser-like rays. Xian Li swiftly supported herself on the ground with her hands, and kicked the man with her right leg. There was a loud clang. Xian Li's body had been tempered and protected by a firewall. She had used 50% of her strength in this kick. If the man was a human, it would be enough to break his skull. But the one who appeared in front of Xian Lee was not a human, but a giant combat robot 2 people tall. It was a metal humanoid with a smooth face and no facial features. It completely withstood Xian Lee's attack. Its body was as hard as gold and stone, and it was truly made of steel and iron. Under the reaction force, Xian Lee felt the pain from the back of her foot. If nothing unexpected happened, her foot bone had been broken. The energy device at the heart of the combat robot was different from all other robots. It flashed green light, and it was obviously fully charged. A cold electronic voice came from its direction. Security guard W0088 detected a strange intruder in the special metal insurance R&D floor of Area B12. The main system has no instructions, and the cleaning procedure is executed by default. As it spoke, the light on the entire floor suddenly turned red, and a shrill air raid alarm sounded. Chapter 111. Competing on the same stage, seeing that the palm that could shoot lasers was raised again, and Xian Lee couldn't dodge at this angle. Xian Lee's eyes sank, and a gun appeared in her hand instantly. Bang, 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 she fired 3 shots at the hole in its palm without hesitation. At such a close distance, each shot hit the bull's eye, as if it had been practiced countless times. The collision between the bullet and the metal made a harsh sound like nails scratching a blackboard. Its palm was not damaged. Before the bullet hit, Xian Lee saw its 5 fingers merge, and the bullet bounced back like hitting a copper wall, leaving holes in the wall. The fist formed by the 5 fingers swung at Xian Lee's head with a huge force. Xian Lee's reaction was also quick. She tilted her head and felt the terrifying fist wind. She had no doubt that if she was hit, her head would be shattered on the spot. She hit the energy device on its chest with an elbow strike. If nothing unexpected happened, this was the weakness of most robots. As long as the energy device could be destroyed, it would be immobile. After the strike, she heard the sound of something breaking, but it was not from the robot opposite, but from herself. Severe pain came from the joints. The previous strike broke her arm. Xian Lee remained calm and read the body state that had been saved before. The broken joints were instantly repaired. However, the security robot was also hit by her, and retreated a few steps before it stabilized its body. It clenched its fists, and took a fighting posture. Xian Lee frowned and looked at its chest. The energy device was still flashing green light, with no signs of damage. With her current strength, it would be no problem for her to break through an ordinary anti-theft door with her bare hands, but the outer layer of this energy device was covered with a layer of transparent material, which seemed to be harder than the metal part of the body, and could not be destroyed at all. Before she could think about it, the robot's attack fell on her like a storm. Xian Lee dodged swiftly, while suddenly using her talent to try to stop her movements. She enabled light and shadow adjustment to try to disrupt its attack rhythm. At first, the robot paused, but soon she found that it had changed the image recognition to infrared recognition, and her movements were still clearly displayed. So Xian Lee activated the locking effect, but this talent seemed to be only useful for living things, and it was completely ineffective when hitting robots. Every time Xian Lee hit it, the corresponding part of her body would be fractured. Unlike the pain of burning her body to block the second-level corpse drive, every punch she punched would actually react on her body. Although she would read her body status in time every time, her whole body still seemed to be crushed by something, and there was no intact part. Until later, Xian Lee was numb to the point where she could not feel the pain. She punched and read her body status at the same time, and at the same time she had to prevent the laser beam in her palm from being released again. She was accidentally hit once before, and the broken shoulder blade was immediately pierced. The piercing pain was accompanied by the pain of burning flesh. If it weren't for her extraordinary willpower, she would have died of pain long ago. As her mental power was rapidly consumed, Xian Lee was also thinking about how to solve it. During this period, she tried various methods, and even thought about directly copying a robot to fight her, but on the one hand, its movements were very fast, and Xian Lee needed to activate her talent to repair her body parts while dodging, so she had no time to perform the copying movements. On the other hand, she found that her copying talent was also ineffective against it. There were only 2 ways to deal with it. One was to find the exit quickly, and leave this underground factory, so it should not chase out. The second was to exhaust its energy. However, both methods were difficult to do at present. At this time, let alone finding the exit, even if Xian Lee wanted to start the suspension ladder, the security robot would not give her time to input mental power. And there was no sign of exhaustion of its power supply. Xian Lee even found that there was a weak current between the artificial sun at the top and its energy device. It could actually be slowly charged through the artificial sun. If you want to exhaust its energy, I am afraid that Xian Li herself will be dragged to death first. Xian Li couldn't help cursing a few perverts in her heart. Even if she had a firewall to protect her, she was still immortal. How could she compete with this Iron Man? Xian Li pressed against the door, carefully controlling her breathing. There was a beeping scanning sound from behind the door. It was the security robot W0052 on the 20th floor scanning her whereabouts. It had been 2 hours, and she had no way to deal with this security robot. Its metal body was extremely strong. Not only was it invulnerable to swords and guns, but it was also impervious to water and fire. Whether it was the flames of the red carp or Chinmo's energy ball, it could not leave a trace on it. The various talents that had been invincible in the past were like ants trying to shake a tree in front of it. Her vast mental power was useless in front of this security robot. Compared to the combat robot in her impression, it was more like a top warrior, fierce and ruthless. Whether in terms of reaction, consciousness, or strength, it was comparable to her. Its moves were also on par with hers, making her feel constrained everywhere, and even felt that it seemed to be able to see through her moves in advance and make corresponding reactions. Although Xian Li had multiple fractures on her body that had been repaired, the pain could not be eliminated. Her fingers, ribs, and leg bones still had the pain of colliding with the strange metal. Xian Li was somewhat glad that she had the habit of regularly saving her physical condition, otherwise she would have become a useless person now. When she realized that she could not get rid of this robot, she adopted the strategy of turning around and running. But the robot pursued her relentlessly, and she was forced into a dead end several times. She had to take a risky move, fighting while approaching the handrail, and finally flipped over and jumped, holding the edge with both hands. She looked down. The height of more than 20 floors made her dizzy. As long as she let go, she would not even be able to read her body status, and would fall to pieces. Xian Li swung in carefully and landed on the 22nd floor. A few seconds after landing, Xian Li waited in place. If the security robot on the 23rd floor also climbed down from the upper floor like her, she would not mind kicking it to the bottom of the building. Apparently the robot was not as stupid as she thought. She heard it stand for a few seconds where she jumped off the building, and the alarm on the upper floor stopped, and it actually left. Before Xian Li could be happy that she had escaped from the clutches of the tiger, she heard the same alarm sound on her floor, as if relaying, and an electronic sound sounded again from a distance. We have received a warning that a strange intruder has appeared on the Energy and Power Research and Development floor of Area B12. Security guards W0099 and W0035, please perform the cleaning procedure. Xian Li was stunned. It turned out that there were security guards on every floor. And this floor was even more exaggerated. There were 2. Security guard W0088, you are really a bastard. Not only did you tell tales, but you also had to fight with her in a round-robin battle. Xian Li felt bitter in her mouth, and had to resign herself to the fate of playing the game of hiding with the other 2 security robots on this floor again. She tried to put herself in the black hole, but as soon as her mental power was activated, no matter where she hid, the 2 robots seemed to have eyes, and instantly a laser beam shot towards her hiding place, aiming at her head and heart. The activation of the black hole will have a delay of 0.5 seconds, and being hit by this laser is a dead end. Xian Li had to dodge, and this dodge revealed her figure and continued to be chased. Once when she was forced into a desperate situation, Xian Li used the same trick to jump to the 21st floor, and before the alarm on the 21st floor could react, she jumped to the 20th floor again. This finally bought her a few dozen seconds. Fortunately, none of the doors on these floors could be opened, except for the floor responsible for logistics and transportation, where there was a half-closed door of the motor room. Xian Li took 2 steps at a time and hid in it. Just as she closed the door, there was also the sound of infrared scanning behind her, as if it was detecting the whereabouts of the intruder. Xian Li did not dare to activate her talent. The security robot seemed to have a device to detect mental power. As long as she used it, her hiding place would undoubtedly be exposed. Besides, the position where she entered the black hole could not be moved, and she could not stay in the black hole for the rest of her life. Fortunately, when she was running away, she was quick-witted and remembered that she had picked up 2 isolation suits from the lionfish and stingray that could block mental detection in the underground laboratory. After putting them on, they were obviously not so sensitive to her detection, which made her feel relieved. At this time in the motor room, she could finally open the black hole and get in, and adjusted the time in the black hole. Her mental power was almost overdrawn, and needed time to recover. At the same time, she also wanted the robots to think that she had left. After taking off the isolation suit, she found that her clothes were soaked with her own blood. If she went out wearing this clothes, I am afraid that the zombies in the whole city would chase her. She sighed, changed the blood-stained clothes, and kept them well. This was precious turbid blood, and had to be kept for emergency use. Xi simply ate something to replenish her energy, and thought about the battle just now, and fell into deep thought. For some reason, these security robots made her feel strangely familiar. If she guessed correctly, this should be the same as the K-82 series robots, but it omitted the systems such as simulated human skin and artificial intelligence, and it was a more pure combat robot. However, even if it lacks many functions, it is still expensive, and ordinary companies do not have the strength to purchase in large quantities. And the Dillon Center Electronic Parts Processing Plant obviously has hundreds of security robots. And from Xi and Lee's preliminary understanding of this place, in this 100-story underground processing plant, there must be relevant research and development floors for robots on the top few floors. The entire underground factory is self-sufficient and has a complete industrial chain, and there is no need to purchase from outside. GPR Technologies' research in the field of artificial intelligence is unique in the industry. Is it just a coincidence that a robot comparable to K-82 is seen here at this time? If the signal was not isolated in the black hole, Xi and Lee would definitely insert the signal repeater into the computer and ask Ball for clarification. Now he had to go out and contact Ball again. After a whole day of rest in the black hole, Xi and Lee came out of the black hole after her mental power was restored to a full state. It was only 2 hours later in the real world, and it was almost 6 o'clock in the morning. She still needed her to attend a training at 10 o'clock today in the shelter. Now Gu Feiqi and Chimon were both watching her. In order not to arouse their suspicion, she had to leave as soon as possible. Xi and Lee carefully observed the situation outside through the transparent glass above the motor room. During several crazy escapes, she had already discovered that the security robots had fixed positions. When there were no special circumstances, they would stay in the vertical machine cabin not far from the suspension ladder. At this time, there were no security robots searching for intruders outside. They should have returned to the machine cabin. But how should she start the suspended ladder and return to the floor she came from without alarming them? Although she can jump directly from the upper floor to the next floor, it is a bit difficult for her to climb up from the lower floor. Moreover, the structure of this building is cylindrical. Once the security robot on the opposite side finds her, it is very likely to use lasers to directly shoot at her while she is climbing the building. In the previous fight with them, Xi and Lee has more or less figured out their behavior logic. Although their force value is off the charts, it may be the disadvantage of all combat robots. They will not upgrade their behavior through thinking like artificial intelligence robots. They will respond appropriately to her attacks, either defending or providing protection. But the disadvantage is that they always respond in the same way. Especially when two robots appear at the same time, they are like twins. Their actions are surprisingly consistent in response to her attacks. So there is no situation of one attacking and one defending. Xi and Lee made up his mind and opened the door a crack. A grenade was thrown accurately from the door and fell into the bottom floor of the underground factory. The special structure of the building made the deafening explosion echo in the building, and the red alarm on the first floor sounded. Warning! Unknown explosion detected in the electronic parts production layer on the first floor. Start the fire linkage control system. The explosion range of the grenade is not large. Only a small range of production robots on the ground on the first floor were affected. Their defense is much weaker than that of security robots, and several robots were blown up. Although the power of the grenade is limited, it is enough to be used as bait. Xi and Lee threw a few more grenades, and this time the range of the explosion was much larger, and a clear gap appeared in the robot production team. Although for some reason the main system in this building was in sleep mode, as expected by Xi and Lee, the systems of these security robots were connected and could initiate a request for assistance. Warning! Warning! There were multiple unknown explosions in the electronic parts production layer on the first floor. Request for assistance in investigation. Xi and Lee saw with his sharp eyes that there was movement in the machine cabin near the suspension ladder. The security robots inside received the order and went downstairs to investigate, including the floor where Xi and Lee was. Xi and Lee silently said in his heart, "Let these robots feel the wisdom of the ancients and learn what it means to make a feint to the east and attack in the west." Just when the security robot reached the first floor, Xi and Lee rushed out of the motor room, rushed to the suspension ladder to inject mental power into the energy device, entered the suspension ladder, and pressed the button. Chapter 112. The suspended ladder goes up. When Xi and Lee entered the underground factory, she remembered that the logistics and transportation floor at the entrance of Nanshire was the 30th floor, so she pressed the button for the 30th floor. It was only 10 floors away, and she could reach it in a blink of an eye. Xianli watched the numbers on the electronic light screen increase rapidly, but it did not stop at the 30th floor, but continued to go up. Xianli was stunned, and pressed the 30th floor on the electronic light screen several times, but the light screen seemed to be out of order, and no matter how she operated it, it did not respond. She frowned, watching the floors in front of her blur into a piece. The suspended ladder went up very fast, and the feeling of overweight made her heart sink deeply. The 3D floor display on the electronic light screen showed that the 99th floor was lit, and someone started the suspended ladder on it. Xianli did not expect that there was someone else on the top floor. Obviously, that person's operating authority was higher than hers, so the suspended ladder responded to his request first. With a ding sound, the suspended ladder door slowly folded. A young man wearing glasses, and looking even a little sloppy, stood in front of the suspension ladder. He had a scruffy beard and obvious dark circles under his eyes. He hadn't had a good sleep for at least several months. When he walked into the suspension ladder, the indicator light of the communicator on his ear just lit up. He reached out and pressed it to answer the call, so he didn't notice a figure on the top of the suspension ladder. The person on the other end spoke, "Dr. Lin, the production department is ready." "I know, just hand it over to GPR Technology." "Yes." The person on the other end of the phone responded, then paused, still a little unwilling. "Dr. Lin, I still don't understand. K-82 is obviously your responsibility for development. Why do you let that villain Alan Xiao Lu?" Dr. Lin interrupted him. "I'll say it one last time. GPR Technology has already contacted the authorities, and is ready to start mass production. The current benefits are all false. I can't control what T2 says or does, but I will be in charge of T3 before the chairman comes back." "But will the chairman come back? He was on the ship at that time." "Xiao Lu." Dr. Lin raised his voice, and the other party immediately shut up. After a long silence, he finally let out a long sigh. "I made a mistake, Dr. Lin." Dr. Lin rubbed his forehead. "Do as I say." He hung up the phone. His eyes unconsciously skipped over the sky displayed on the electronic screen on the top of the suspension ladder. They often live underground, and their inner desire for the sky can only be projected in this small space. But he knew that this was not the best time to walk under the real sky. He just swiped twice on the suspension ladder light screen, and saw that more content appeared in the 3D view that only showed the floor in front of Xianli. The gray floor above was activated, but before Xianli could take a closer look, he had already slid down to the bottom. At this time, the floor display there had turned red, and there was an exclamation mark next to it, indicating that the current area was risky and researchers were not recommended to go there. He ignored the warning and started the suspended ladder to the first floor. What happened? When Dr. Lin rushed to the first floor, he saw a pile of broken copper and iron in the corner, all of which were mechanical arms and legs that had been blown away. The security robot was clearing the scrap production robots aside. At this time, a service robot with a semicircular head slid out from among them. An emoji with a sweaty head appeared on its screen. If it were not for the limitation of its mechanical body, Dr. Lin believed that it might even be able to bow and nod like a human. The service robot made a somewhat funny electronic sound. "I'm very sorry, Dr. Lin." Two retractable arms stretched out from behind it, holding a stainless steel square plate with several pieces of grenade fragments in it. And the two mechanical hands in front of it rubbed each other. The fire caused by the explosion has been extinguished in time. 113 production robots were damaged, and the scrap rate was controlled between 5% and 8%. The specific loss assessment report will be sent to you in half an hour. After investigation, the source of the explosion was 3 Type 92-3 grenades, which were produced in a first-line military factory in the free country. According to the parabola calculation, the intruder threw them on the 20th floor. The security department has launched a comprehensive tracking procedure. Free country? Dr. Lin frowned when he heard this. Since the solar storm, they have completely cut off contact with the free country. Could it be someone sent by GPR Technology? But that batch of parts has not been shipped out yet, so there is no reason for GPR to target them. Dr. Lin couldn't figure out the trick. Fortunately, they had already completed the production of all parts and entered the quality inspection yesterday. The production workshop on the bottom floor was vacant, and the supply was cut off to save energy. Dr. Lin was already very worried about this production, and now he felt even more headache. Hasn't the person been caught yet? The display screen on the robot's head turned a few circles, and finally a sad expression with a flat mouth appeared. Yes, the invader is still fleeing. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin watched the robot anxiously turn around in front of him, and suddenly realized, wait, you said the intruder was on the 20th floor? The service robot said honestly yes. 6 hours ago, an intruder appeared on the 23rd floor, and his activity range was between the 30th and 20th floors, and there was a record of entering and exiting the freight channel on the 30th floor. Dr. Lin was stunned, and suddenly remembered that when he started the suspension elevator just now, the 30th floor above was lit, but he thought that a security guard had come down from the 30th floor to assist in the investigation. Now that I think about it, it is obvious that someone was in the suspension elevator at that time, and was going to the 30th floor. Thinking of this, Dr. Lin felt a chill on his back. When he was riding the suspension elevator, the intruder was obviously in the same space with him. Almost at the same time, he felt a shadow appear behind him without anyone noticing. The person seemed to have been following him from beginning to end, and finally showed his fangs at this time. Don't move. A cold female voice sounded in his ears, and Dr. Lin felt a chill in his temples, and a cold hard object pressed against his forehead. When she found that the suspension ladder was continuing to rise, Xian Li looked for an exit in the suspension ladder. Fortunately, she found that the ceiling of the suspension ladder was made to look like the sky, which was actually an electronic screen. She pried out the screen above, and climbed to the top of the suspension ladder. Fortunately, the space of the suspension ladder was large, and even if there was a piece of sky that was not so flat, it would not be easy to be discovered. After Dr. Lin entered the suspension ladder, she heard the conversation between Dr. Lin and the person opposite clearly. If she understood correctly, the GPR technology that suddenly appeared was actually just a facade, and Alan was a thief who stole the research results. It turns out that the cooperation between GPR technology and the government began shortly after the solar storm. The production preparation mentioned by Dr. Lin should refer to the production parts of the executor based on the K-82 prototype. GPR technology had obviously obtained the parts a long time ago, but why did it not launch the executor until the 4th year of the apocalypse? You should know that the combat power of the executor is not inferior to that of ordinary awakeners. It can be seen from the fact that 100 executors in the previous life could wipe out the zombies in the whole country. If the executor appeared earlier, it would be impossible for Yin country to suffer such a heavy loss of life and property in the apocalypse. Unless GPR technology was originally in the same group with arc biology, this can explain why arc biology used GPR technology's drone to release the virus. And it was also under the instruction of arc biology that GPR technology postponed the production time of the executor, and let the plan of genetic evolution ferment thoroughly. Since then, the last participant has also surfaced. From the gap in the ceiling, she saw the nameplate on Dr. Lin's chest with Lin Dong written on it. A business card appeared out of thin air in Xian Li's hand. Lin Dong. GPR technology. R&D researcher before, on the computer desk in Lu Xiuwen's office in Chichaki Company in Linchuan City. This business card was pressed under the keyboard. She thought it was just an ordinary researcher, but she didn't expect that this person actually had another identity. After Lin Dong left the suspension ladder, Xian Li also jumped down from the top silently. In the suspension ladder, she had confirmed that Lin Dong was not an awakener, so her ignoring aura could also work on her. The mental power detection equipment of the security robot also lost its effect after she put on the isolation suit, so she didn't discover her existence at the first time. At this time, some security guards on the ground were dealing with scrapped robots, while others were taking the suspended ladder to search for her, the intruder, floor by floor. No one expected that she would follow Lin Dong. Lin Dong was pointed at by her with a gun, but he was surprisingly calm. The service robot standing in front of him seemed to have never seen the scene. A bunch of garbled characters appeared on the screen, and a trace of anxiety was heard from the electronic sound. Warning! Warning! Dr. Lin, an intruder appeared on the first floor, holding a weapon, and the danger level is above level 2. Please evacuate immediately. Lin Dong was a little helpless. This service robot was his first-generation research product, and the artificial intelligence at that time was not much different from artificial mental retardation. It was always clumsy in doing things and talking, and its IQ was not very high. But he was a nostalgic person, so he had never been willing to eliminate it, but let it handle some chores in the production workshop on the bottom floor of T3. At this time, it was circling in place. Xian Li held a weapon in his hand, and it didn't dare to get close. The unexpected situation in front of it overloaded its system calculations, and even smoke began to come out of its semicircular head. Lin Dong said, N001 shut down. Are you sure you want to shut down? Please repeat the command. Confirm to shut down. As he spoke, the little robot that had been walking in circles finally stopped moving, and its head half dropped. The security robot behind N001 was not among them, and it made a fighting gesture towards the person behind him. Lin Dong sighed in his heart and said, "You are not from GPR." Xianli raised his eyebrows behind the mask. "Why do you think so? If Alan would send someone, then that person would definitely be K82. Lin Dong's tone was somewhat inexplicably proud. The only thing Alan could show off was K82. No one else could bypass Dylan's security system to get in here. But it was obvious that this person could not be it. Even if K82 was made to look like a human, it would not breathe. Lin Dong's tone was somewhat indifferent, not like a hostage threatened by someone with a gun, but more like a commander who was planning a strategy. "Madam, although I don't know how you bypass the security system to get in here, it's not so easy to leave once you're here." Xianli paused and pressed his temple harder. Seeing that Xianli didn't speak, Lin Dong continued, "Even if you kill me, it's useless. If I die, the main brain system will wake up from sleep and automatically start the alert mode. Look behind you." She didn't look back. At the beginning, she didn't withdraw her mental power, so she naturally knew that the security robots of the entire underground factory had rushed here. At this time, more than 100 security robots had gathered behind her. Judging from the battle just now, 2 robots could chase her and make her flee in a panic. Now there are 100 such strong men. Like a big net, it surrounded her tightly. Chapter 113. The atmosphere was tense, like a string that could break at any time. More than 100 robots took combat postures. Although they were not living things, Xianli could see the military aura in their metal bodies. One of the robots stepped forward and said, "Please lay down your weapons and accept trial. Otherwise, according to Article 5 of the Supreme Management Regulations, criminals who seriously endanger the personal safety of managers will be eradicated at all costs." There were numbers on their chests. Xianli recognized that the one who spoke was W0088, who had first fought with her on the 23rd floor. Xianli's ears were almost calloused after hearing these words so many times. Either cleaning or eradication, but she is still here? Xianli curled her lips, quickly dragged Lin Dong against the corner, let him stand in front of her, and said to the robots that were rushing in like a tide, "Dr. Lin, I don't mean to hurt you." Lin Dong let her tie his hands behind his back, and reminded him tactfully, "Don't you think your actions make your words completely unconvincing? Sorry, but I have to make sure you don't press the emergency switch on the communicator." Lin Dong was stunned after hearing this. He really wanted to press the emergency help button on the communicator on his ear, when Xianli was not paying attention. As long as they connect to the communication station on the 90th floor, they will automatically upgrade the alert mode to the highest state. At that time, the underground factory can only enter but not exit, and even a fly can't escape. Just in case, Xianli took off the communicator on his ear that was like a button on his earlobe and put it away. But at this time, Lin Dong also noticed that the robot in front of them was gradually approaching. His expression became relaxed. "Ms. Intruder, you are doing useless work. The security robot will protect the personal safety of the manager as the highest principle. As long as you have a flaw, you will be cut into pieces by the high-energy laser beam installed in the hand. Just like now." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly lowered his head, completely exposing Xianli behind him. After detecting the face of the intruder, hundreds of security robots in front of them raised their arms at the same time. Seeing that countless rays were about to kill Xianli behind him, but Xianli's reaction was faster than him. When he lowered his head, Xianli's hand quickly turned an angle, and the muzzle against his forehead became a gun handle, and it was unknown when it was erected in front of his nose. Lin Dong cried out in pain. He lowered his head with great force, and it happened to hit the hard gun handle. The force almost knocked his nose crooked, a smell of rust spread in his mouth, and a hot stream flowed down his nose, so he had to raise his head again. The robots who raised their arms put their arms down at the same time. Xianli smiled slightly. "Dr. Lin, I advise you not to use your brain on things you are not good at, otherwise you will suffer." Lin Dong's eyes were filled with tears because of the pain. "Fine, you are so cruel." Lin Dong regretted it very much at this time. After the solar storm, the passage to the underground factory was encrypted, and it required more than 2 internal personnel to authenticate before passing, and each pass would inevitably leave a record in the system. And he stayed in front of the computer all day today, and he would definitely receive a prompt if someone entered or left. But this person seemed to appear here out of thin air, which made him a little confused about the other party's intentions. Lin Dong sighed, as if he had accepted his current situation. "Tell me, what is your purpose?" "Let them withdraw first." Lin Dong said faintly. "They are machines. They don't understand." "I don't want to say it a second time. Lin Dong hesitated for a while, and still said, W0088, the security department is on remote standby. The metal face without facial features faced Lin Dong, warning. The intruder is armed, and the danger level has increased from level 2 to level 1. This command is highly risky. Are you coerced? Lin Dong felt the muzzle of the gun coming from his forehead, and he wanted to travel back in time and kill himself, who decided to cancel the security artificial intelligence system. He said silently, no. Are you sure to execute the remote standby command? Yes. So, a group of robots evacuated to a distance in an orderly manner. Without Lin Dong's order, they would not act rashly. Of course, the premise is that the manager is alive. Xianli pushed Lin Dong away, and he slid down to the ground against the corner. You can tell me now. He half tilted his head back, and wiped the blood from his nose. After a long time, he finally understood. This person really didn't seem to hurt him, otherwise, with her speed, she could have twisted his head off just now. Xianli pondered for a while, then said, I do have something to ask. Do I have the right to refuse to answer? No. Xian thought about it, and still asked what he cared about most. What is your relationship with GPR technology? Lin Dong looked up at the girl leaning against the wall. She was wearing a familiar isolation suit and overalls for easy movement. The exposed forearm was slender, but strong and explosive. A black protective shield on her face made her look even more mysterious. Lin Dong was not too surprised by her question. When he realized that she was also in the suspension ladder, he knew that she had heard the conversation clearly. In theory, GPR technology is our fission subsidiary. This is not something worth hiding, because according to the original plan, they have already participated in the official development project as executors. If it weren't for the sudden disappearance of the chairman, Alan took advantage of the opportunity to replace them and release K-82, then perhaps the situation on the ground would not be the current one. Thinking of this, Lin Dong's expression was a little gloomy. Dylan had already started to build this underground factory as early as the 19th century, and this project was originally instructed by the government. As the population increases, the competition for ground resources becomes more intense. Under the pressure of various countries led by the Free State, the government is also looking for other survival resources. So the Dylan Project team was established. By chance, they found a mysterious meteorite underground. The energy contained in this meteorite exceeds any power resource in the world today, and the only flaw of this meteorite is that it is afraid of light. Therefore, they used this meteorite as a support to build this underground factory that is enough to shock the world. It can produce and process at a very low cost, which is enough to be self-sufficient even if the supply of resources is cut off by various countries. However, under the infiltration of the free country, this meteorite resource is about to be concealed. In order to keep this secret, the original Dylan Project team spontaneously moved into the underground. The 100 underground floors that Xianli saw, that is, T3, are just the tip of the iceberg and belong to Dylan's production area. T2 is mainly a living area, where members of the R&D team, who have been thriving deep underground for hundreds of years, live. The scale of T1 is larger than the sum of T2 and T3, and it is still under construction, which is enough to prove how huge this project is. In the future, all the Yin people will move into T1 and become the only remaining fruit of the Blue Star. Xianli was slightly stunned. Smart underground city? You know? Lin Dong was also stunned, and then asked excitedly, has the official already made this news public? Xianli shook his head. I just heard it by chance and thought it was a rumor. In the last life, the construction of the smart underground city took 10 years. Now that I think about it, how can 10 years be enough to accommodate such a large population? It is probably further developed on the basis of T1. The context of the matter gradually became clear. So K-82 was also created by you? I was indeed responsible for the technical development of K-82. Lin Dong said, I collected thousands of human material samples and spent decades of hard work to get a K-82. But he didn't expect that Alan would steal the results overnight. Alan was born and raised underground like him and joined Dylan's R&D department. They had already planned to move back to the ground from underground, but they just needed a chance. The release of K-82 just happened to raise the technological level of Yin country to the world's leading level. The fully activated K-82 is equivalent to a humanoid nuclear weapon with intelligence. And Alan was also one of the first people to return to the ground after the assessment. GPR technology came into being, bringing the most advanced technology in Dylan's R&D department back to the ground. With the hundreds of years of heritage of Dylan's R&D department, it peaked as soon as it appeared and became a miracle of Yin country's technology. And Alan gradually lost himself in these praises that did not belong to him, and completely lost contact with the underground after the release of K-82. Under the operation of various forces, even the official internal recognized Alan as the spokesperson of Dylan's R&D department. And we became exiled people. Later, there were unexpected changes in the weather: typhoons, floods, solar storms, extreme cold and heat. Until the appearance of zombies, and the evolution of human beings. Although they were underground, they could not stay out of it, so they decided to continue to launch the Executor plan, using K-82 as a prototype to create a human's strongest mechanical army. Exile finally asked the question she wanted to know most. As far as I know, K-82 needs a special material as a carrier to start up. How can it be mass-produced? Lin Dong was a little surprised. This person gave him a strange sense of disharmony. He was sure that she was not one of the three forces. When it came to some deep things, she obviously knew only a little. But she was very good at grasping the key points. Yes, nuclear crystal. Alan did not lie about this matter. It took them 10 years to extract this substance from the meteorite, which was enough to provide a steady stream of energy for the mechanical body. There was only one nuclear crystal. In fact, the Executor did not use the nuclear crystal. It was just an enhanced combat robot, which was enough to wipe out the zombies in the entire city. The nuclear crystal is the soul of K-82. K-82 with the nuclear crystal is the most perfect robot. Is the nuclear crystal in Alan's hands? Exile Lee's tone had a subtle urgency. No. Lin Dong shook his head and said, when I knew that Alan had disclosed K-82 without authorization, I went to GPR Technology and stole the nuclear crystal. Chapter 114. At the launch of K-82, its performance shocked the whole world. The most critical material, the nuclear crystal, was extracted in the 10 years after Alan left, with the wisdom and hard work of hundreds of people in Lin Dong's team. Before that, Lin Dong was cautious and did not tell Alan the most critical technology. In order to gain greater benefits from the K-series robots, Alan was trying every means to obtain the technology from Lin Dong. It was at that time that Lin Dong returned to the ground under the pretext of technical exchange and joined GPR. In order to conceal his identity, Alan only let him act as an ordinary researcher before he was willing to let him participate in the K-82 research project. So Alan had the confidence to propose at the launch conference that the key technology for extracting nuclear crystals has been mastered and will be mass-produced in the future. Shortly after the launch conference, Lin Dong found an opportunity to take out the nuclear crystal of K-82 from the laboratory. At that time, it seemed that God was helping him. Before he could steal the nuclear crystal, natural disasters and man-made disasters followed. Lin Dong also took advantage of the chaos to return to the underground processing plant. At that time, GPR was negotiating cooperation with the government. In order to smoothly advance the Executor project, Alan did not break up with Lin Dong. Exile asked, what exactly is a nuclear crystal? Lin Dong's face was full of enthusiasm. Nuclear crystals are a gift from God, and they belong to another world. Do you see the rising sun above your head? Lin Dong looked up, and Exile followed his gaze. She was attracted by the huge light source above her head as soon as she came in. That was the largest meteorite that fell on the blue planet that year. Lin Dong looked at the rising sun with a look of madness and obsession. We have only developed less than 10% of it, and we have achieved such a huge achievement. Look at everything around here. Exile understood why he called the huge light source above his head the rising sun. Whether it was day or night, the light source was always like a gentle rising sun, with endless energy. Do you think this underground world was built by us? No, it's a miracle. No one knows when this place was formed. When we found the meteorite, it was like a sun buried deep in the Earth's core. Wherever its light source shines, it turns into a physical space. Lin Dong was born and raised underground. Their existence has been concealed by the authorities. He has never said this to anyone. He almost desperately wants all humans to know the existence of this place. This miracle generated deep in the Earth's core of Yen country should not exist in the world in obscurity. The nuclear crystal is extracted from the body of the sunrise. If we must use something to describe it, then the sunrise can be understood as a pearl oyster. The location where it landed on the blue planet already had a microscopic space formed by a meteorite that can only be measured in nanometers. Under the huge impact force, the nano-sized meteorite merged into its body. Under such stimulation, a special substance was secreted from the sunrise's interior, which wrapped the foreign body layer by layer, thus forming the nuclear crystal. Such a coincidence may only happen once in tens of thousands of years. From discovery to extraction, they spent 10 years of hard work. So there is only one. The energy contained in the nuclear crystal is unimaginable to humans. It is only because of our current limited technology that it can only be used to this extent, but it is enough to shock the world. Although Alan knows the importance of nuclear crystals, he will never know that the energy it contains is not as simple as it is now. If its energy is fully stimulated, it is not impossible to shape the soul and reverse time and space. Xianli grasped the key point. So, where is the nuclear crystal now? Lin Dong was a little surprised. This person seemed to attach more importance to nuclear crystals than he thought. But it's no wonder, facing this kind of power beyond imagination, who wouldn't be tempted? He raised a strange arc at the corner of his mouth. I hid it in a place where no one would know. When they went to attend the lecture, I found an opportunity and stole the nuclear crystal. And I also put on double insurance. Even if it was discovered, it couldn't be opened by my own strength, even if it was awakened. Although Lin Dong was an ordinary person without talent, he had long known that Xianli was an awakener. It's just that he has absolute confidence in himself. Except for him, no one knows how to open the nuclear crystal. Lecture? Xianli was stunned. The organizer of the lecture is my only friend on the ground. To be precise, this lecture was also contacted by Lin Dong. He persuaded Alan and other industry giants to participate in the technology lecture. During the demonstration, he took down K-82's nuclear crystal by stealing it, but he naturally couldn't take the nuclear crystal away openly. The nuclear crystal is like a miniature sun. If you hide it on your body, it is like carrying a big light bulb. No matter what, it will not be ignored. So he made a special container, put the nuclear crystal in it, and hid it in the organizer's office. Does he know about the nuclear crystal? Lin Dong thought about it and said, I only mentioned it once when I was drunk. Maybe it can bring people back to life. Of course, Lu Xiaowen should just treat it as a joke after drinking. Lu Xiaowen. Hearing this name, Xianli was struck by lightning. Your friend is called Lu Xiaowen. Do you know him? Lin Dong was slightly stunned, but thinking that the place where the man in front of him first appeared was the 30th floor, where there was a passage connecting to the South City, which was located next to Linchuan City where Lu Xiaowen's company was located, it was normal to have heard of his name. I entrusted him to keep it for me for a period of time. After that, we never met again. For some reason, facing Xianli's question, Lin Dong couldn't help but talk endlessly. When he reacted, he found that he had told all the confidential information. He naturally didn't know that Xianli had given him a mental hint at the beginning, letting him speak freely. But Xianli had never expected that the nuclear crystal he was talking about was actually in her hands. After the lecture, Lin Dong stole the nuclear crystal, used the black magic cube as a container, and entrusted Lu Xiaowen to keep it. After drinking, Lu Xiaowen learned from Lin Dong that the thing he entrusted him to keep had the power to bring people back to life. At that time, he just thought that Lin Dong was talking nonsense after drinking, and didn't take it seriously. But after the end of the world, Lu Xiaowen awakened his talent, and the various things that happened impacted his cognition. He recalled that it was very likely that what Lin Dong said at the beginning was not nonsense, but true. That's why he regarded the black magic cube as the last trump card to resurrect his wife, but he didn't expect that by chance, it was obtained by Xianli. Xianli has always been paying attention to the complete form of Ball. After getting the gene fragments of Hongli, Ball read it and activated 10% of the system. If she remembered correctly, 10 gene fragments can activate the last 2 host modes of Ball. But in fact, the complete form of K-82 has more than 3 modes, and the final complete form must be activated with a nuclear crystal. Xianli naturally wouldn't let Lin Dong know that the nuclear crystal was in her hand, otherwise he would definitely snatch it away, but she didn't know how to open the black magic cube. She asked casually, how did you preserve the nuclear crystal? Lin Dong seemed to be in a trance for a moment, and there seemed to be a thought struggling in his heart, but soon Xianli planted a new mental suggestion, which made him unable to concentrate. He subconsciously said, that is a special material extracted from the rising sun, called obsidian crystal, which has the function of absorbing mental power. The hearts of the combat robots in front of you are made of the same material. No wonder when Jinmu injected mental power into the black magic cube, the black magic cube was like a sponge, absorbing mental power infinitely. Xianli's eyes seemed to flash with a strange light. This was the first time she used the idea file modification for a long time. She felt a little mentally exhausted, a little like the feeling of exhausting her mental power for the first time, but she still kept holding on. She needed to crack the black magic cube and take out the nuclear crystal to make Ball a complete body. Tell me how to open it. Her level of modifying thought files is not high. Although she can modify the thoughts of ordinary people, It takes time for her to digest it by herself before it can be integrated into the deep consciousness without any trace. At this time, Xianli forced Lin Dong to reveal all the information. Under this high pressure, even if Lin Dong is an ordinary person, he has a sense of resistance in his heart. Under his struggle, Xianli, who was constantly consuming his mental power, gave him a brief blank in his mental suggestion, which made his self-consciousness clear for a moment. Lin Dong's eyes finally focused. Thinking of the conversation just now, the expression on his face changed suddenly. What did you do? Maybe because the idea implantation has been used for too long, Lin Dong has become a little desensitized, and Xianli's mental suggestion to him is no longer effective. She knew she couldn't stay any longer, so she didn't answer Lin Dong's words, but turned around and ran towards the floating ladder not far away along the corner. Although the floating ladder couldn't be started at this time, she could get on the floating ladder and climb up to the 30th floor from the passage. That was the fastest route. The man in front of her already knew too much, and she couldn't let her go. He shouted, "Security department!" The security robots that retreated 100 meters away took action at the same time. However, what stunned Lin Dong was that Xianli twisted her body at an inhuman angle and avoided those dazzling laser beams one by one. Such dense beams would have torn ordinary people into pieces. And Xianli not only passed through them vigorously, but also ran towards the floating ladder at a very fast speed. But soon Lin Dong discovered that she was not unscathed, but when she was hit by the beam, she used the talent of repair, and the wounds on her body were instantly healed. He actually underestimated Xianli's ability, but this is far from the upper limit of the security robot. It can serve as the security guarantee of the entire underground space T3. The security robot is not just an ordinary combat robot. Not only can they make the awakened person's talent useless, but they also have weapons that can rival an entire army. Just when Xianli was about to get into the well of the suspended ladder, a dangerous breath came from behind her. She looked back and saw that the security robot number W0088 was standing at the end. There was a passage in front of it. Xianli saw with her sharp eyes that it was carrying a rocket launcher on its shoulder. Xianli had only seen this kind of rocket launcher in military news. It was a disposable weapon, and was not even displayed in the military museum. The fueler bomb loaded inside can spray fuel to a radius of 10 meters near the target and ignite it, forming a big explosion. The power of this explosion will produce a strong shock wave that spreads everywhere and generates high temperatures and heat up to 4,000 degrees. The power is equivalent to Xianli throwing 100 grenades at the same time. Even if Xianli could get into the suspended ladder shaft, she would be killed by the high heat spread into the shaft by the shock wave. Lin Dong obviously spent a lot of money to make Xianli die here on the spot. She had no time to think, and entering the suspended ladder shaft at this time would be a sure death. Seeing that W0088 was about to pull the trigger, at the critical moment, Xianli stopped running into the suspended ladder and rushed back to the security robot group. Her speed was so fast that Lin Dong disappeared from the spot in almost a blink of an eye and appeared in front of W0088 in an instant. She stretched out her palm and grabbed the energy device on W0088's chest. Lin Dong thought he had won the game and laughed mockingly. Energy device made of black brilliance crystal. Even if I want to dismantle it, it will take a while. But before he finished speaking, he saw W0088's movements frozen in place, as if someone had pressed the pause button, and the trigger on the metal finger could no longer be pulled. And the energy device on its chest that originally had a green light was now pitch black, as if there was a big hole in its chest. He looked at the person's hand, and she was holding a fist-sized black brilliance stone in her hand. What else could it be but black brilliance crystal? Lin Dong's heart was shocked, and he shouted uncontrollably, "How could it be?" Xianli's eyes lit up. Just now, she was also quick-witted. Thinking of what Lin Dong said, this kind of black brilliance crystal can absorb mental power, so the mental power she exerted on the security robot will be absorbed by it, just like hitting cotton without any power. But this time she did the opposite, using the extraction effect obtained from Shin-Mo to extract its energy in turn. The result was actually effective. Xianli put the black crystal in her hand into the black hole. This special material cannot be measured by money at all. Her copying ability cannot work on it at all. Of course, she took as many as she could. She flicked her fingers, and the robots around her stopped at the same time. In the midst of her busy schedule, Xianli also put the rocket launcher on W0088's shoulder into the black hole. This added a general to her arsenal. This disposable weapon is truly inexhaustible for her. The effect of this extraction is just like a soul extractor. The security robots that were omnipotent just now fell down like dominoes. Lin Dong seemed to be unable to believe what he saw, and he opened his mouth but couldn't speak. When the last robot fell, the whole venue became extremely quiet. In a trance, Lin Dong felt as if he was placed in the ruins of the mechanical world, and those living robots had now become dead objects. Xian Li walked over the metal remains one by one and walked in front of Lin Dong. She looked down at Lin Dong, who was slumped on the ground with a blank face. How do I open the black cube? Since the black cube and the black crystal are made of the same material, Xian Li tried to use extraction just now to take the core crystal out of the black cube, but the result was no different from before. Hearing this word, Lin Dong's face changed color, and he looked up suddenly. She actually knew the black cube. He didn't forget the conversation just now. He remembered it very clearly. He didn't say what the container with the nuclear crystal looked like. But his shocked face became dazed again. Xian Li's eyes flashed. In order to use the idea modification again, she did not hesitate to use F5 to refresh the body state, and then hypnotize Lin Dong again. The black cube, only K82 can open it. After saying this, Lin Dong felt sleepy, his mind was blank, and he suddenly lost consciousness, his body softened, and fainted. After he wakes up, he will have no memory of what happened today. Xian Li did not hesitate, walked past him to the suspension ladder, and pressed the ascending button. She was not cruel enough to kill an innocent person casually, but just modified his deep memory. After he wakes up, he will have no impression of what happened today. Xian Li glanced at the time displayed on her phone. This delay lasted 2 hours. She had already spent 2 or 3 hours on the road from the conveyor belt. Just when Xian Li thought she would not be able to catch up with the training at 10 o'clock, she suddenly saw something on the opposite floor in the upward suspended ladder. Maybe she would not be late. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Xian Li stepped into the training building of the shelter. In the meeting room on the second floor, except for her, all the new members of the Special Operations Department had arrived. Gu Feiqi was sitting in the last row. When he saw her come in, he just raised his eyes lazily and signaled her to move faster. And the person standing on the stage was not Xingpi, but Xiaohe. After all, in terms of familiarity with weapons, Xiaohe, who had been working in the army for several years, was more suitable to be a trainer than Xingpi. Although the awakened have talents beyond ordinary people, the mental capacity is limited after all. Not everyone is like Xian Li, who can have a huge amount of mental power to support her use of the talent effect. More often, talents need to be saved for critical moments. In ordinary missions, when it is possible to use hot weapons to kill zombies, one would try to avoid using mental power, so as not to waste mental power when life is threatened, thus falling into danger. Xian Li already knew the use of guns and other weapons, so when Xiaohe brought out the weapon rack and demonstrated the operations of loading guns and shooting, she watched his movements intently, but in fact, she had already been lost in thought. Just 2 hours ago, when Xian Li was going up in the elevator, she suddenly saw an exhibit on the 29th floor, which seemed to have just been completed and was placed on the transparent display cabinet in the center. It was a large flapping wing aircraft, a bionic engineering similar to bird wings made by using mechanical and electrical technologies. Under the soft light of the rising sun, the pair of steel wings shone with a metallic texture, smooth lines, and tightly fitting buckles, which could be buckled on the shoulders, like a pair of real wings. If Jinwu was here and saw Xian Li putting on the wings, he would definitely believe that she was his biological mother. The flying speed of this aircraft is not slower than that of a helicopter, and compared with the armed helicopter used by Xian Li, this aircraft is more flexible and convenient, and can even reach a speed of more than 800 kilometers per hour. Now the originally tight schedule has become much more relaxed. Xian Li took the steel wings without hesitation, and just before she was about to leave, in accordance with the principle of a thief not leaving empty-handed, she injected a trace of mental power into the energy device on the edge. The huge translucent sphere once again showed the specific research projects of this floor. The main research direction of this floor seems to be mainly bionic engineering, including the steel wings of the bionic bird that Xian Li just saw, and many projects related to bionic science. Among them, a project Xian Li saw made her breath catch. Application of bionic people, and its research progress. Xian Li clicked it, and found that the information about bionic people she saw in Spinach Daily was not fabricated news. As early as the beginning of the 21st century, the world had already faced a serious crisis of population aging, not just in country. The more advanced the country, the more serious the population problem. Not only the demand for pension, medical care, and social services increased, but also the ethical issues of the elderly became more prominent. At the same time, there was also a serious labor shortage. Under this crisis, social problems emerge endlessly. In order to better continue the reproduction of human beings, the global biological laboratory controlled by the Free State Consortium developed the first bionic man, and first put it into the country. At first, it was deployed on a small scale in the village, but unexpectedly, this experiment was quite successful. First of all, the bionic man is not a body made of machinery. It is selected and cultivated from the best gene chain, but various settings that can be artificially modified are implanted in the gene cells, such as personality, specialties, character, etc., and customized one by one with reference to the opinions of family members. There is no need to go through embryonic breeding, but directly mature the bionic man from the cell into an adult, and implant the relevant memory into the deep consciousness, so that it thinks that it is naturally grown and no different from other humans. After the first batch of bionic men were deployed, not only did the productivity of the village increase, but in the subsequent survey, people's happiness also increased with the addition of bionic men. After all, a human being who is completely customized to one's own wishes is more considerate than a pet. Who wouldn't like it? The emergence of bionic people saved the global economy from going down. Except for the Free State, all other countries participated in the Bionic People project. Under the official instruction, Dylan also secretly participated in this project. After half a century of development, bionic people have become a part of the Blue Planet and integrated into the citizens of various countries. They have become the most diligent bricks in society, moving wherever they are needed, and without complaints. Although they have no self-awareness, the physiological functions of bionic people are no different from those of real people. They can well play the role of human reproduction, so the problem of population aging is solved. Although she only glanced at the project information, Xian Li did not find any relevant information about bionic people have self-awareness. It seems that except for her, other bionic people do not even know that they are not real humans. The data shows that the number of bionic people on Blue Star has exceeded 100 million last year, and almost 1 in every 6 people is a bionic person. Those who really know the truth seem to be abiding by the unwritten rules, and keep it a secret, and feel at ease to convert the social value created by bionic people into countless wealth they squander. Xian Li's expression did not change when her idea came true, but she thought to herself it is true. The explosive amount of information today, coupled with the excessive use of mental power, made her brain a little painful. Xian Li just recalled again what Ball said when she learned that she might be a bionic person. At that time, she seemed to be frozen, and even in the warm air-conditioned room, she felt the cold wind behind her. At that time, Ball was like the cup of warm water that he brought her every time she came home, not too hot, but just the right warmth and comfort. He did not just comfort and persuade her, but let her focus on her true value. Xian Li, your most precious thing is not this human body, but your thoughts as vast as the universe. She was in class, propping her chin with her hand, feeling a little drowsy. Xiao He was demonstrating how to disassemble various types of guns on the stage, while she was repeatedly sketching the way Ball said that sentence in her mind. And the Rubik's Cube lay quietly in her black hole. Lin Dong said that only K-82 could disassemble the black Rubik's Cube. She had never regarded Ball as a cold machine. In her heart, he had long been her partner. But she was not sure whether K-82, after being equipped with the nuclear crystal, would be the original Ball? Today was almost spent in Xiao He's teaching of weapon use. During the practical operation, only Xian Li scored full marks. Okay, today's training ends here. When you go on a mission in the future, you can go to the weapons room of the Material Center to collect weapons. Of course, at your current level, the weapons you can collect are only the most basic pistols. After Xiao He said that the class was over, Xian Li left first, and returned to room 404 of the family area. She took out the black Rubik's Cube from the black hole, and looked at it in her hand for a while. The timer bracelet she put on again vibrated, and the lifespan displayed on it showed that there were still 39 days left. Xian Li saw a few lines of text displayed on it, indicating that it was sent by Gu Feiqi. You will lead the team alone tomorrow, and perform ordinary tasks. The team list will be sent to your phone later. After yesterday's test, Gu Feiqi obviously believed that she had the ability to lead the team alone. In fact, she was indeed the best among the 4 new awakeners yesterday. After Gu Feiqi sent the message, he was still editing the team list when he saw Xian Li reply a message. He clicked it, and saw that the content was just one, without even a word. He could almost imagine how she looked when she typed this message, and she should have looked like she was calm and composed even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. When Xianli saw the remaining life on the bracelet, her desire to go home was immediately diluted. There are many problems facing her now, and the most urgent one is her remaining life. 39 days is not a short time. In comparison, the activation of Ball needs to be postponed for a while. Although Xianli didn't want to admit it, she was indeed a little uncertain about what would happen after activating the complete Ball. Call her selfish, but now she really couldn't imagine whether she could let Ball return to the Dylan Center Research Laboratory as the main body of K-82 if it had other consciousness after activating Ball. Although Lin Dong's description of the nuclear crystal was exaggerated, she knew it was not a lie. Just 10% of the research on the rising sun can make Yin country a superpower on the blue planet since the 20th century. So what kind of powerful power does the nuclear crystal extracted from Asahi's body have? Shaping the soul, reversing time and space. She has no doubt that the nuclear crystal has the ability to reverse time and space. Suju's rebirth proves this point. If there is no accident like Xianli, no matter whether the nuclear crystal falls into the hands of Alan or Lin Dong, the research on the former has naturally risen to a height that cannot be understood by common sense today after 5 years. But what about her? How did she reborn? Whether before or after death, Xianli knew that she had never undergone any experiments to extract or retain gene fragments, and naturally there was no other consciousness that implanted her gene fragments and reborn into this body. Who manipulated her rebirth? Xianli didn't know. The next day, Xianli arrived at the family building early in the morning. Beside the vehicle equipped by the Special Operations Department downstairs, there were a dozen people standing sparsely. Xianli looked at the bracelet and confirmed that there were only 10 people in the list of personnel sent to him by Gu Feiqi. She timed it just right, and the number happened to jump to 8 o'clock when she went downstairs. The dozen people seemed to be familiar with each other. Among them was a short, flat head. He was about the same height as Xianli, with a thin figure. Although he didn't have the awakening talent, he looked like a good fighter. A few young men and women stood behind him, and they seemed to be in a posture of leading him. He held the cigarette between his 2 fingers, took a deep puff, and exhaled. Through the white smoke, Xianli did not ignore the flash of contempt in his eyes. "Brother Xiaowu, should we set off?" A young man, with a cigarette scar on the back of his hand, stood behind him, and asked in a somewhat flattering expression. Next to the man with cigarette scars was a young girl wearing hot pants and a tight vest. She was pretty, and had a small mole on her mouth, which made her very recognizable. The girl said weakly, "But the team leader hasn't arrived yet." Hearing her say that, the man with cigarette scars was a little unhappy. He obviously saw Xianli coming downstairs, but he seemed not to see her. He said loudly, "Xiong, what are you talking about? Who is she? Isn't she just lucky, and has awakened her talent? Can she save you from the zombies, like Xiaowu? Look at the time. What time is it? How dare you make us wait? Xiaowu has been standing here for at least 5 minutes. It's so hot." Although it was only 8 o'clock, the sun was as hot as at noon. The temperature was over 30 degrees, and even Xianli rolled up his sleeves. The young man called Brother Xiaowu glanced at Xianli from the corner of his eyes. Although he didn't reply, it was obvious that he was very pleased with the flattery of the man with the cigarette scar. "Are all the people here?" Hearing her words, the girl named Xiong turned her head first, and was a little surprised to see Xianli, as if she didn't expect such a pretty girl. "Team leader Xianli?" she asked uncertainly. After getting Xianli's affirmation, she smiled, and the small mole at the corner of her mouth looked more vivid. Seeing that Brother Xiaowu and others were silent, and the atmosphere was a little awkward, she took the initiative to introduce Brother Xiaowu, and the man with the cigarette scar named Guizi next to him. It turned out that the 3 of them had come to the shelter a month ago. At that time, the shelter was just a refuge point, and they were considered veterans. Xiaowu was originally a gangster. By chance, he saved Xiong from the zombies. After that, they often went on missions together. Xiaowu used to be a gangster, so he performed well in cleaning zombies. Therefore, before the Awakeners appeared, he often served as a team leader, leading Xiong Guizi and others to clear zombies and earn work points. He was quite famous in the shelter. Today's mission location is a subway station. The station is densely populated, and the difficulty is much greater than Yefeng Shopping Mall. The survival rate of ordinary people is not high, so Gu Feiqi took this into consideration and arranged a group of relatively experienced Xiaowu for Xianli. But Xiaowu is used to being a team leader. Now Xianli is equivalent to airborne, and he is suppressed as soon as he comes, which makes him unhappy. So in order to show his ability, he specially brought everyone, including those who are not on the list. As a result, he arrived earlier than Xianli. Although Xianli had no intention of leaving him alone, he was still exposed to the sun for 5 minutes, which made him somewhat embarrassed in front of these younger brothers. How could he bear this? So at this time, he looked at Xianli with a bad face, and even Guizi behind him became angry. But Xiong Jijia seemed not to see it, and smiled apologetically to Xianli. Team Leader Xian, I have to trouble you to lead the team today. Team Leader Xian, Guizi said sarcastically behind him. I really forgot our old team leader now that we have Team Leader Xian. At this time, Xiao Wu seemed to be angry and didn't say a word. Looking at Xiong Jiejia's eyes, he felt a little aggrieved, and when he looked at Xianli again, there was still some anger in his eyes. Xianli smiled lightly and didn't take Guizi's words to heart. Get in the car when everyone is together. Chapter 115. Because the number of people on this mission exceeded 10, the Special Operations Department arranged a bus. After getting on the bus, Xianli, as the team leader, chose the front seat in the left row. Xiao Wu snorted and sat in the window seat on her right, while Guizi and the dozen people behind him followed him and sat on the right. Xiong Jijia looked at Xiao Wu disapprovingly, and the latter looked out the window without seeing anything. She could only sigh and made a somewhat apologetic expression to Xianli, and then sat next to Xiao Wu, but there was only an aisle and a seat between her and Xianli. Xianli naturally didn't care about their elementary school tricks. At this time, she was playing with the communication bracelet in her hand and swiped on the mission information given by Gu Feiqi. The destination of this mission is the Nan'an Square subway station in the center of Nan City, which is the transfer station for Line 1 and Line 3. Because the station is located in the central commercial district, there is a large flow of people. For safety reasons, they have to get off at the previous station and walk to Nan'an Square station from the subway track. The distance between the two subway stations is not far. Even ordinary people only need to walk for half an hour to reach it. There are survivors at the target location. Please rescue them in time. This task requirement made Xianli a little concerned. Logically speaking, with the density of people in the subway station, it should have been occupied by zombies long ago. Even if there are survivors, they can't survive for more than a week without food and water. Even if they survive by chance, they should have escaped to the ground early. How could there be survivors trapped in the station? Cough. Xianli was immersed in her thoughts, when she was suddenly interrupted by a deliberate cough. She looked to the right, and saw Xiao Wu's hand clenched into a fist at her mouth. Seeing that he finally caught her attention, he put his hand down and glared at her unhappily. Brothers, do you all know today's mission? Ordinary people in the shelter certainly don't have such good treatment as awakened people. They all have bracelets to browse the mission details, and they still need to rely on the explanation of the team leader to understand the mission information. And obviously when Xianli was distracted, Xiao Wu had already introduced the mission details. At this time, he was secretly complaining about the team leader Xian, who had just taken office. He had worked hard to lead the team through life and death 5 or 6 times. It can be said that the team was full of brothers who had fought for their lives. As a result, a team leader Xian who was higher than him was dropped in, and she didn't even explain the most basic mission process, which made him very angry. In fact, he had wronged Xianli. After all, she was also a new awakener. She was a little unfamiliar with the task process. In addition, Gu Feiqi sent her the task details temporarily. For her first time as a team leader, it was inevitable that she did not do some work properly. However, Xiao Wu was willing to take the lead, and Xianli was happy to see it. When he asked this question, the dozen young people behind him responded actively, which made Xiao Wu feel very proud. They looked at Xianli with a little pride. It can be seen that he did have some prestige among these people. Xiao Wu's move was actually to establish Xianli's prestige. In his eyes, even if Xianli was an awakener, so what? If he could not convince the public, this team leader was just a nice title. Rescue the survivors and clean up the zombies. Guizi, who was sitting in the back row, said with a smile, Don't worry, Brother Wu, we are all veterans. Everyone agreed, that's right. No matter how many zombies there are in this subway station, can they be as many as those in the school? Last time, there were thousands of zombies in Diyu High School, but they were all killed by us brothers. As he spoke, he looked at Xianli intentionally or unintentionally. Guizi naturally wanted to tell all the achievements of their team, so as to scare this newly arrived airborne team leader. Even if he was an awakener, no one could have such a record as them. It was a pity that Xianli had his back to him, so he could only see the back of his head. Xiao Wu frowned, and when he wanted to say something, the girl who had been quiet since getting on the bus moved. It's different this time. Lee stood up from her seat and turned to look at the dozen people in the back row. Her voice was a little cold. Before us, a group had already gone to Nannan Square Station, but all the members lost contact, leaving only 2 awakened people trapped in the station. The details of the task given by Gu Feiqi were relatively brief, so Lee just asked Taikui in her mind, and then she knew the key points of this mission. I don't know if it was intentional or accidental, but Gu Feiqi actually forgot to explain the most important thing. Before them, 3 days ago, a group went to Nannan Square Station to perform the task of clearing the zombies in the station. Also because of the difficulty of the task, although the group sent out only had 5 people, there were 2 awakened people as the team leader, and they also carried time bombs, pistols, and other weapons. It should be more than enough to deal with the zombies in the subway station. Generally, the work of a station will be completed within 1 day, and the task force will try to avoid the situation where the task force members spend the night outside. Because zombies have poor eyesight, but their hearing is much better than that of ordinary people. There is no light at night, so it is much more dangerous for humans than during the day. But that day, after the driver arrived at the meeting point 2 hours before sunset as usual, no one came out of the subway passage. For 3 consecutive days, all members of the team lost contact. In fact, it is not uncommon for all members of the team to die during a mission, but it is a big deal to lose 2 awakened people at once. I thought they would be held accountable, but what was unexpected was that during the inspection, the sea anemone with a perception talent sensed that the mental power frequency of the 2 awakened people was still active, which proved that the 2 awakened people who led the team were still alive and trapped in the subway station. After analysis, the 2 surviving awakened people are likely to be trapped between the subway tracks of the previous station Longnan Station and Nannan Square Station. Judging from the current abilities of awakened people, ordinary first-level zombies have no way to trap them. Therefore, the Special Operations Department speculated that a higher level of zombies appeared in the station, and the 2 awakened people had to barely protect themselves. The mission of the team led by Lee this time was to rescue the 2 awakened people and clean up the zombies in the station. As for why Gu Feiqi was so confident in Lee and thought that she could fight against the second-level zombies, it was unknown. She was forced to do something this time. If she was alone, she would naturally be confident that she could retreat unscathed, but now, with these 13 burdens, even Lee couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. So her tone became serious for a rare time, and she glanced at all the members who were silent, and said, "The more confident people are, the faster they die." Xiao Wu was stunned. Although he had originally planned to tell Guizi and the others about this matter, it changed its tone after Lee said it, as if he didn't take the lives of his brothers seriously. So he was angry at the moment. When we were killing zombies, you didn't know where you were hiding. It's your turn to point fingers. Ah! Xiao Wu groaned in pain and hugged his head, but it was Xiong Jiejie, who was beside him, who hit him hard on the back of his head. He was furious, and was about to say something, but he saw the coldness in Lee's eyes looking at him. He felt cold in this summer, and his back was cold, and he couldn't help but keep silent. Seeing that he was silent, Lee retracted her gaze and continued, "No matter what your situation was before, I have only one requirement here, that is, do your best while ensuring your own safety. According to the mission standards of the shelter, the mission only needs to ensure an 80% survival rate. If the ordinary people in the team account for more than half, this standard can be lowered. But for Lee, since these dozen people were handed over to her, she would never allow any mistakes to happen during this mission." Xiao Wu couldn't help but whispered, "What do you mean do your best? Just let us die without helping. It's really irresponsible." Before, he and a dozen brothers always risked their lives, and sometimes they exchanged their lives for theirs. No matter what time, they tried their best and put life and death aside. If it was really like what Lee said, the first thing they couldn't get through was their own level. Lee's eyes were like knives, and he said coldly, "Can you deal with level 2 zombies? Funny, how is it possible?" When Xiao Wu heard this, his first reaction was to disbelieve it. This was not mentioned when he accepted the mission. But seeing Lee's serious expression, he thought of the 2 trapped awakened people in the mission details, and finally reacted. At first, he thought that the 2 awakened people were trapped because of their lack of experience. The fledgling awakened people were no match for ordinary people like them, who had fought their way out of the zombie pile. There was no light in the subway station, so it was normal for them to get lost. But if they were just lost, there would be no need to send another awakened person to be the team leader to pick up the 2 survivors, right? Xiong Jiejie's eyes were filled with fear, and she clutched her clothes tightly in fear. Gwizzy exclaimed, "Level 2 zombies?" There was a rumor in the shelter that zombies, like humans, can evolve. Some people speculated that they might evolve into higher-level zombies within 2 years. Although they just joked that chopping zombies was like cutting vegetables, it was not easy for them to face zombies in actual combat. It was already difficult to deal with level 1 zombies, but they had to face level 2 zombies directly. What was the difference between this and sending them to their deaths? I heard that if you are touched by a level 2 zombie, you will be infected. Is that true? Where are the level 2 zombies? In the subway station? Or Nannan Square? Can we beat the level 2 zombies? For a moment, the atmosphere in the car became a little tense. Xionli actually didn't expect it. She thought that the level 2 baby zombie drive she encountered before was just an accident, but she didn't expect that the level 2 zombies would appear again now. It seems that the zombies evolved much faster than she thought. The reason why they were given a vaccination in advance was to prepare them mentally, so that they would not have an accident in a panic. But this news obviously made everyone in the car pale, as if they were going to die in the next moment. To be honest, you are very lucky. Xionli said lightly, if you hadn't met me, you would have died. At least when I am here, you won't die for the time being. After hearing this, Xiao Wu, who had originally looked ashen, became a little angry again, but he opened his mouth for a long time and refused to refute. Although he can fight a little better than others, he is an ordinary person after all. He doesn't even have confidence in facing a level 2 zombie, let alone the other brothers in the group. At least this Xionli is an awakener recognized by the consultant, and it is good to be able to calm the brothers a little. Xiao Wu's expression changed several times, and finally, he returned to his previous arrogant look. What are you afraid of? If you are infected, I will just give you a knife first, so that you can go more easily. Gwizzy laughed and scolded, damn it, if that day comes, I will bite you to death first, and see if your mouth is still so hard. With the two of them livening up the atmosphere, the stagnant air finally came alive. Although there was still some fear in everyone's eyes, they were finally not so desperate. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the group arrived at Longmen Station, the station before Nannan Square. The area within 1 kilometer around Longmen subway station had been cleared in advance, so Xionli and others did not see any zombies after getting off the train. Xionli slightly released his mental power, and knew that although the ground had been cleaned up, there were still some fish that slipped through the net in the underground track. And there was a dangerous atmosphere coming from the direction leading to Nannan Square. Because Longmen Station was not very dangerous, Xionli asked Xiao Wu and others to form a group of 3 to 4 people. In addition to Xionli, there was only one girl in the group, Xiong Jiejia, so Xiong Jiejia was asked to form a separate group with her. Xionli asked Xiong Jiejia to follow behind her, and she walked at the front of the team, just in case. Team leader Xion. Xiong Jiejia followed Xionli step by step, and from time to time, she would look back to see if Xiao Wu and the others were following behind. Looking at Xionli's slender, but inexplicably safe back, she spoke nervously. Team leader Xion, are there really level 2 zombies here? Xionli didn't even turn her head. She had a small bag on her back and a flashlight in her hand. Although it could only illuminate the distance of 5 meters ahead, she had already adjusted the visual brightness higher and didn't need the flashlight to see the road. When Xiong Jiejia asked this, she just said him. Seeing that Xionli didn't seem to be afraid, Xiong Jiejia admired and envied her. Team leader Xion, have you seen level 2 zombies? Xionli paused, yes. Hearing this, Xiong Jiejia was a little surprised. She was just asking casually, but she didn't expect Xionli to have really seen it, so she became more curious. Are level 2 zombies really that scary? As if she thought of something, Xiong Jiejia's head shrank. Don't look at Xiao Wu so rude, like a gangster, but every time he goes on a mission, he rushes to the front, just to worry that others will be in danger. Before, we were chased by zombies in the entire gymnasium, and it was Xiao Wu who rushed out with bloody clothes to lead the zombies away. So don't take his words to heart. Xionli shook her head. I didn't take it to heart. She turned her head and glanced at Xiao Wu, who was a few steps away from them. When the latter saw her turn back, he turned his head to the side unnaturally. Xionli knew that he was paying attention to their conversation, so she said, level 2 zombies are far from being comparable to level 1 zombies. But they still retain the habits of level 1 zombies, that is, they are also attracted by fresh blood. When you encounter danger, just like you did before to lure the level 1 zombies, take out the spare blood in your bag and throw it far away. You can buy some time to escape. Every time we go on a mission, we will have a share of supplies. Everyone is equipped with a bag containing water and food, as well as some alcohol and gauze. In addition, a bag of blood will be prepared to lure zombies. Before getting off the bus, Xianli had already distributed the bags to everyone. Backup blood. This one? Isn't it too little? Xiong Jiejia carefully took out the test tube-sized blood from the bag. She was a little puzzled. It's not that I haven't been given backup blood on previous missions, but it was stored in transparent blood collection bags. I have never seen a test tube like this. Xianli said calmly, well, because the blood bank's blood bags are insufficient, but it's enough. In fact, Xianli copied the test tube that was used to hold the poisonous mosquitoes and had excellent sealing properties, and put her own turbid blood into it to replace the original blood bag, but she couldn't provide so much blood by herself, so each group was only given one. Otherwise, the blood of ordinary people may not be so attractive to the second-level zombies. Xianli herself put a piece of tinfoil-like stuff in front and behind her clothes. Yesterday, she came out of the underground factory directly, and did not continue to ride the conveyor belt. Instead, she equipped a flapping wing aircraft and flew directly back to Nanshur from the pipeline. When she came to the ground, she encountered a wave of zombies, but strangely, they did not seem to smell the smell of her blood. Xianli returned to the family building and found that she was still wearing the isolation suit. So she guessed that it was the isolation suit that worked and prevented the zombies from smelling the turbid blood. Xianli took the isolation suit apart and found that there was a layer of tinfoil-like stuff inside. It was probably that stuff that worked. So this time when she went on a mission, she put the tinfoil that isolated the smell of turbid blood inside her clothes. From then on, she could travel with confidence without worrying about the turbid blood being seen through by others. Including Xianli, the 14 of them were divided into 4 groups. At this time, they walked along the subway track, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, towards the Nanan Square subway station. Although there were many people, there was almost no sound along the way. It was so quiet that only footsteps could be heard. Relying only on the light of the flashlight, they did not walk very fast, and killed 2 escaped zombies along the way. After walking for 20 minutes, Xianli vaguely felt that the dangerous breath was 1 kilometer ahead. We are almost there, report the number. Xiao Wu said, this is his habit when he goes on a mission. He reports the number when he goes out and returns, just to let them know how many brothers he has lost in this battle. Except for Xianli, starting with Xiong Jiejia, they report the number one by one. 1, 2, 3, 13, 14. Xiao Wu nodded absent-mindedly, his mind still immersed in the second-level zombies that Xianli just mentioned. He wanted to order the team to continue moving forward, but a trembling voice rang out. Fifth brother. He turned around and saw Wu Zi's frightened face. The latter's teeth couldn't help but shiver, and he swallowed. There's one more person. Chapter 116. One more person? Xiao Wu was startled, thinking back to the count just now. There were 14 people. Excluding Xianli, there should be only 13 people. He was a little puzzled, and asked uncertainly, did someone overreport? Seeing the people behind him shaking their heads to deny, Xiao Wu frowned and said, if you do it again, I won't believe it. He glanced at them one by one. I warn you not to play tricks. This time Xiao Wu came first, and the group began to count again. 1, 2. The last one in line was a young boy, nicknamed Mao Mao, because he had a lot of hair on his body. When he read 13, everyone closed their mouths and pricked up their ears. After a 2-second pause, no one spoke. Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief, I said. But before he could finish his breath, everyone heard a voice. 14. Xiao Wu was stunned at first, feeling that the voice sounded familiar. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly realized, isn't this the voice of a newcomer? He had been reluctant to call Xianli, but when Xianli was talking to Xiong Jiejia just now, he listened to the whole conversation without missing a word, so he could naturally recognize Xianli's voice. He definitely didn't hear it wrong. Xiao Wu was furious. It was already this time, and this airborne team leader was still playing tricks here. Before he could get angry, he heard Xianli speak from 2 positions away. I didn't say anything. I testify. Xiong Jiejia's voice was already trembling, but she still insisted. Team leader Xian was standing next to me just now. I didn't hear her speak. For a moment, everyone was a little scared. 5, brother 5. Mao Mao's voice came from the end of the team at the right time. It seemed that because of fear, his teeth were chattering, and he couldn't speak clearly. He only heard him say with some difficulty, there is something behind me. When the voice of counting sounded just now, he could hear that the voice came from behind him. Everyone froze in place because of his words. There could be no other living people in this tunnel except them. At this time, Xian Li shone the flashlight in her hand backwards. The team was a bit long and the light in the tunnel was dim. Looking from her direction, she could only see the boy named Mao Mao standing there, not daring to move at all. And behind him, which should have been empty, Xian Li vaguely saw a shadow that did not belong to humans. The shadow projected on the concrete wall in the subway tunnel was extremely slender, and no one noticed how long it had been following the end of the team. Fuck. It was obvious that someone saw the same thing as her, and couldn't help but scream. At this moment, the flashlight in Xian Li's hand flashed a few times, and the surroundings suddenly fell into darkness. Because there were limited supplies of this kind in the shelter, there were only 4 people on this mission, and each group had a flashlight. Before she asked the other groups with flashlights to shine, screams came. Fuck, my flashlight is broken. What the hell is this? The quality is too poor. I said you can't give Lao Lu a flashlight. He broke it. Turn on the light. It's so dark that I can't see anything. Ah! Who stepped on my foot? The sudden darkness made everyone panic. Xiaowu opened his eyes in vain in the darkness. Without the light source, the boundless darkness was like a long dormant beast, eager to devour them. Strange things happened one after another. Although he did not believe in ghosts and gods, he still couldn't help but feel scared at this time. Don't make noise. Calm down. Maybe the flashlight is broken. Stay where you are. If the crowd is in chaos, anything can happen. While they were in chaos, Xian Li secretly changed a flashlight from the black hole, but the result was the same as before. No matter how she pressed it, she could not see any light. Even her visual adjustment failed. She could only rely on mental power to sense the location of everyone. When they counted just now, Xian Li didn't speak. When she heard the word 14 for the first time, she felt familiar with it. After the second voice came out, she also heard that the voice belonged to her, just like Xiaowu. Is it something unclean? Xian Li denied it in her heart. She has always been an atheist, and does not believe that it is a ghost. If there are ghosts in this world, why can zombies still survive in this world? There are many things in this world that are scarier than ghosts. When darkness fell, the rotten smell that suddenly became strong around her also told her that this is not a ghost, but a second-level corpse drive that is scarier than a ghost. But this place is clearly 1 kilometer away from Nannan Square Station. Xian Li's mental power can also sense that the breath is in front. How can there be a corpse drive behind her? In the darkness, Xian Li's thoughts raced. Her mental power spread out again, and there was indeed a wisp of creepy breath 1 kilometer ahead. Her feeling was not wrong. Then, the only possibility was that a second corpse appeared behind them. Xian Li's heart sank. She should have thought of it earlier. In her impression, although the second-level corpse drive was powerful, the awakened ones did not have an absolute chance of winning, not to mention that there were 2 awakened ones leading the team. So what if they encountered 2 corpse drives? If a corpse drive did not aim to kill them, it would be enough to trap the 2 awakened ones. And they used the 2 awakened ones as bait to attract more humans to come, and the other corpse drive would take action to solve them. Perhaps they had already entered their perception range when they walked into the underground tunnel. The second corpse drive seemed to have a special ability to hide its breath, so she did not notice its existence at all. Not only that, it could also simulate her voice, making them think there was an extra person. At this time, Xian Li had no time to think. When Xiao Wu and others hadn't reacted, she had already felt that the shadow that merged into the darkness moved instantly. The subway tunnel is its best hunting ground. This time, there are so many prey that it can't help but stretch out its narrow tongue and lick forward. And the human in front of it has long been frightened and collapsed on the spot. Its slender body is extremely flexible, and it bent down. When its slender tongue like a venomous snake was about to touch the warm body in front of it, it suddenly felt its body stiffen and couldn't move at all. At that critical moment, Xian Li had already rushed to the end of the queue in 2 steps at an astonishing speed, and activated the lock talent effect, which stopped its movement. In a hurry, she grabbed Mao Mao from the ground with one hand and pushed him back. The latter staggered forward a few steps and walked out of the attack range of the corpse driver. But her locking effect can only last for 1 second. This second was fleeting, and the corpse driver who was finally able to move saw the food in his mouth run away, and he couldn't help but get angry and let out a sharp whistle. Hearing this sound, someone in the chaotic crowd behind him took out a pistol and fired a shot at the source of the sound regardless of anything. The huge gunshot echoed in the narrow and long underground passage, and the bullet almost grazed Xian Li's cheek, leaving a white mark and hitting the concrete stone wall. Although the bullet did not hit it because of the slender shadow, it made its body retreat a step back, and the long curly tongue was retracted, giving Xianli some time to dodge. She hurriedly said, "Spread out. Don't huddle together." The second-level corpse driver in its complete form not only has amazing defense, but also has an incredibly high infection efficiency. As long as it is touched by its limbs, it will turn into a corpse within 10 seconds. If the crowd keeps huddling together, no one can escape. But now they have wolves in front and tigers behind, and they are in a dilemma. If it was just one corpse driver, Xianli would be able to handle it with ease, but the other corpse driver was still lurking in front, and she was unable to split herself and could not guarantee the safety of others. Just when Xianli was at a loss, a calm female voice came from the direction of Nanan Square. "Go behind me." Chapter 117. Xianli dodged the tongue of the slender corpse driver. There was still smelly mucus on the tongue. As it moved, it splashed on the wall and corroded small holes. There was still no light in the cave, but there was a small light spot in the darkness that guided everyone. The darkness also reduced Xianli's mental perception, but she could still sense the mental fluctuations of the visitor. This time it was not a zombie, but an awakened person. Xiao Wu raised his pistol in front of him, facing the source of the sound. It was he who fired the gun just now. At this time, facing the visitor, he was a little suspicious. Are you a human or a ghost?" Everyone was frightened by the fake voice of the zombie just now. When they heard this voice, they were a little alert. "I am the awakened person trapped here. My name is Su Lingyu." The female voice was not annoyed by the doubt. The flashing light flew in front of her, reflecting a white face. Although the light was dim, and I could only see roughly, it was enough to tell that she was not a zombie or something unclean. "Su Lingyu." Xianli turned around suddenly. She would not forget that Suja in the previous life was trying to please Su Lingyu, and then he designed to kill her. Although she was not the main culprit, she also did not have a good impression of her. "I and another teammate have been trapped here for 3 days. Just now, one of the zombies left alone, and I found an opportunity to escape with the help of my teammates and secretly followed it to this exit. I just heard the gunshot, and I was sure that you are the rescue team, right?" Xiao Wu hesitated, looking at Su Lingyu with a half-believing and half-doubting expression. "Don't worry, I'm not a zombie. This zombie has a special feature that it can imitate human voices. We were fooled by it before, and only 2 of the 5 survived." Su Lingyu smiled bitterly, and then quickly adjusted his mood. "You follow me first." Xiao Wu didn't say anything, but turned his head to the other side. That was the direction where Xianli was. Just now when the light dimmed, he felt that someone around him rushed to the end of the team, like a gust of wind, and blocked the zombie's attack. That was a level 2 zombie. Even he himself would hesitate for a moment, but the new team leader reacted faster than him, which made him feel a little complicated. Just now when he met, he knew that this kind of monster was not something that ordinary people like them could deal with. But this does not mean that they will abandon her and run away alone. As if she had guessed what he was thinking, Su Lingyu continued, "There is an evolved corpse driver in front, and it cannot move for the time being. I need your help to rescue my other teammate. As for here..." Su Lingyu looked at the light spot not far away, which could devour all physical light. The light spot was transformed by her mental power, and she could barely see the girl who was still fighting with the corpse driver over there. She should still be able to hold on. If you stay here, it will only restrict her hands and feet. The speed of the corpse driver was not fast, but its figure was very strange. When Su Lingyu faced the corpse driver before, if it were not for her talent, she would have become a meal for the corpse driver like others. But the girl seemed calm and composed, like a flexible little fish. She drilled into the gap behind the slender corpse driver. The corpse driver seemed to be driven by her, getting farther and farther away from Xiao Wu and others. "Do you want to lure the corpses away, so that the group can escape from danger?" Su Lingyu was thoughtful. Xiao Wu was surprised and said, "There is another one ahead?" If there was only one corpse, they might have a chance of survival if they fought hard, but Su Lingyu said there were 2. The danger of this mission was far greater than he imagined. "Brother Wu, stop talking nonsense. It's a hindrance for us to stay here. Now that the people have been found, let's leave here first." Seeing that Xiao Wu didn't say anything, Guzi on the side became anxious. Although they couldn't see the battle situation on Xianli's side, they could hear the footsteps getting farther and farther away, as if Xianli was taking the corpses away. "You go first, I'll come later." Just when Xiao Wu was wavering, Xianli in the distance had already heard their conversation. Although what Su Lingyu said was too cold-blooded, it was actually the best way now. With Xiao Wu and others here, Xianli had concerns in his heart and couldn't let go of his talents. Although there was another corpse driver ahead, the 2 awakened ones in their group should be enough to deal with one corpse driver, so it was the right choice to let them follow her. However, her dislike for Su Lingyu deepened. Team leader Xian, are you really okay? This time, it was Xiong Jiajia who spoke, and there was a hint of worry in her voice. Xian Li felt warm in his heart, and he flattened the snake-like tongue against the wall with the spatula in his hand, and replied briefly, no problem, let's go. The disdain revealed in his words made Xiao Wu a little angry again. This guy. Is he ungrateful? But he was quickly drowned out by the urging of the crowd. Brother Wu, team leader Xian has spoken. Let's go with this girl first. Let's go, Brother Wu. It's too dark here, we can't help. From what he said just now, it felt that Xian Li really had no pressure. Xiao Wu nodded, and the whole team followed Su Lingyu to the Nanan Square station in front. The thick darkness was like a wall, and Xian Li sensed that Xiao Wu and others had left. She looked at the more than 3-meter-long corpse in front of her, with an unclear look in her eyes. Under close-range mental power exploration, she could see the whole picture of the corpse. The reason why the body is so slender is because that is its neck. It looks like a hanged person, with a neck stretched as long as an arm, and the skin presents a brick-red color of excessive decay. This unique structure makes its vocal cords extremely narrow and long, and it can imitate all the sounds it wants to imitate. Before Su Lingyu left, he told Xian Li about the characteristics of this corpse. In addition to being able to fake voices, it can also create darkness and absorb all physical light. Without being able to see, ordinary people can only rely on hearing to detect the surrounding situation, and it was in the darkness that it made the voices of its companions, separated the 5 of them, and defeated them one by one. After Xiao Wu and the others left, its strange ability was obviously not worth mentioning to Xian Li. When the corpse driver realized that the prey behind it was getting farther and farther away from it, it was even more furious, swiping its tongue wildly, trying to get Xian Li to get stained with the mucus on its tongue. Even if there was only a drop, she would become a corpse like it. 20 minutes later, she impatiently shoveled off another section of the tongue that the second-level corpse driver had extended, so that at least a dozen pieces of the palm-length tongue fell on the ground, some of which were as long as calves. Each piece of tongue she cut off was twitching and bouncing on the ground, and the scene was weird and funny. Although the length of the corpse's neck was the same as the tongue, it was much harder than the tongue. Xian Li stabbed the spatula into its neck with all her strength, but it was like colliding with steel, so hard that her palm was numb. She tried to change the long knife and gun, but the skin of this thing was like invulnerable to swords and guns, and there was no way to cut it off completely. And if the neck is not cut off, there is no way to fix the head on the top of its neck. At this time, the corpse whose weak legs were cut off by Xian Li, and crawling helplessly by twisting its neck was also very aggrieved. This human seemed to be different from the previous side dishes. When those meals were there, she just dodged and did not attack. And when those people left, it realized how dangerous she was. When dealing with other people before, its saliva could obviously kill people as soon as it was stuck, and completely transformed into a corpse. The human in front of him was as slippery as a loach. The saliva in his mouth was almost dry. The surrounding concrete was also corroded by him, but the human was unharmed, as if he was playing a game of avoidance with him. Not only that, every time he stretched out his tongue, it would be cut off by the strange weapon in her hand. Although his tongue had the function of self-repair, the severe pain caused by each cut still made him miserable. After a few times, he had already begun to retreat. But this human still refused to let him go, pressing him step by step, as if he had to dig out the things in his brain. The situation at this time was completely opposite to the previous one. He ran away, and she chased him. The reason why Xian Li didn't want to let this zombie go was because of the crystal core in its brain. If an ordinary zombie can increase her lifespan by 1 day, then what about a level 2 zombie? A week? Or a month? In any case, she, who only has more than a month left to live, will never give up this lifespan. And now, she can tell the difference between a level 2 zombie and a level 1 zombie. Compared with a level 1 zombie, a level 2 zombie seems to have some brains, and its IQ should be close to that of a 5 or 6-year-old human child, rather than a simple zombie. In addition, the body defense of a level 2 zombie is also incredibly strong. The skull of an ordinary zombie is like a cardboard walnut, which will break if you pinch it, while the skull of a level 2 zombie is like frozen pork that has been frozen in the freezer for 2 years, which is hard to knock and has a certain self-repair ability. The previous fears all came from the unknown. After finding out the details of the other party, the level 2 zombie was not as strong as they imagined. After the test, Xian Li finally got tired of this game of chasing. She activated the lock talent effect, and the corpse crawling on the ground froze for a second. In that second, Xian Li inserted the enlarged fork that she had prepared into its slender neck. Because she couldn't find the snake fork at the moment, she could only enlarge the ordinary tableware fork to replace it. The corpse was stuck on the ground with the fork, and its neck kept twisting. Its nose had been rubbed on the ground and had been smoothed, revealing 2 black holes. It opened its mouth in vain and said in Xiong Jiajia's voice, "Don't kill me, help. Team leader, save me." Xian Li snorted coldly and ignored it. She opened her 5 fingers and wanted to use the extraction effect directly to extract its crystal core through the air. With the brain of this corpse, it probably didn't know the specific meaning of these words. At this time, seeing that the death was approaching, it didn't care about the conversation it had heard before, using the voice of someone familiar to Xian Li, just hoping that Xian Li would be soft-hearted and let it go. These words were probably heard when it was eating, and it recorded them, and then used a false voice to deceive others. But this trick didn't work on her. Not to mention that she was alone at the moment. Even if it was really Xiong Jiejia herself, if she became a corpse driver one day, she would not be lenient at all. Just before Xian Li activated his talent, the corpse driver said in Xiaowu's voice, "Ling Yu, I know where you got this talent from, help me, I promise not to reveal a word." Chapter 118. Xian Li paused while extracting the crystal core. This sentence didn't sound like something that the corpse driver could make up. The information revealed in this sentence made her startled. She had heard Suzhou mention Su Lingyu's talent in her previous life. It was the ability to teleport. She could move to any place within a radius of 20 meters in an instant, so she could follow the corpse driver here quietly and meet them. Su Lingyu relied on this talent in her previous life, plus her outstanding skills, to become the most famous female leader. That's why Suzhou wanted to lean on the big tree for shade, but he was afraid that Xian Li's presence would anger Su Lingyu and push her off the defense wall to feed the zombies. She had previously thought that Su Lingyu was a self-awakened original awakener, like Suzhou. But judging from this sentence, is there something else wrong with her talent? Xian Li stopped and wanted to hear more about this matter. But the corpse driver seemed to have forgotten that sentence, and kept repeating the same old words. "Help me, I don't want to become a zombie, and don't kill me," which was enough to give us a glimpse of how the other 3 people died tragically at the hands of the corpse driver. Seeing that this thing couldn't say more, Xian Li activated her talent and extracted its crystal core. As a crystal core the size of a ping-pong ball appeared in her hand, the corpse driver stopped moving and completely lost its breath. This ability absorbed from Chen Mo was much more useful than she thought. It was in the underground factory that she got the inspiration from taking out the energy device on the chest of the security robot. The ultimate power source of zombies is the crystal core in the brain, which is actually similar to the security robot. As long as the crystal core is taken out, she can kill the zombie without destroying the zombie's brain. Just when Xian Li was about to burn the remains of the zombies as usual, the zombies on the ground had unexpected changes. In the past, after the zombies' brains were destroyed, the flesh left in place would decay faster over time, and the stench would attract all kinds of mosquitoes and induce other diseases. In this era of apocalyptic drug shortages, even a common cold and fever can kill a person, not to mention the virus brought from the zombies. So before, after they cleared a mission point, someone wearing protective clothing would come to burn the zombies in a centralized manner. But this time, there was no logistics force, so Xian Li had to cremate it himself. At this time, the zombies on the ground decayed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the flesh shrank. The neck, which was nearly 3 meters long, returned to its normal size in an instant. Then she saw some colorful square blocks on the body, which disappeared in the blink of an eye, making her think she was hallucinating. In the end, there was only a pool of smelly blood on the ground. Xian Li pursed her lips. Before she could figure out what had just happened, her bracelet vibrated slightly. The Special Operations Department received a distress signal from the trapped personnel. Xian Li, how is the situation over there? She looked at the source of the message. It was the office where Haikue was. After Su Lingyu escaped, she got the contact information of the Special Operations Department from Xiao Wu and briefly reported the current situation. Haikue, as a liaison, delivered information to both parties. Xian Li pressed the voice recognition button and said, "I have finished cleaning up here. The situation is urgent. Please return to the team immediately." The text sent by Haikue was also very brief. Xian Li put away the crystal core the size of a ping-pong ball and immediately rushed to Nanan Square Station. After cleaning up the corpse drive, the light of the flashlight hanging on Xian Li's waist finally returned to normal, and the visual adjustment also worked. Finally, she could see the environment she was in. There were densely packed holes all around, and even the subway tracks had traces of potholes, all of which were corroded by the saliva of the corpse drive. Just now, in the darkness, in the eyes of the corpse drive, Xian Li's body movements were unpredictable, as if she had dodged all its saliva. In fact, it was Xian Li who entered and exited the black hole in an instant to avoid the saliva sprayed by it, because the speed was too fast for it to distinguish. She moved quickly along the subway track, and along the way, she did not forget to release her mental power to sense the location of Xiao Wu and others. 10 minutes later, she finally found their figures 2 kilometers away. Because of the long distance, she could only judge the general situation. Xiao Wu and the others were all present, all gathered inside a train carriage on the platform. They seemed to have found another awakener, and sealed off the carriage so that the corpses outside could not enter. Xian Li could barely see that the other corpse was also tall, with 4 limbs on the ground, the muscles on its front limbs bulging high, and a tail behind it. As the distance shortened, Xian Li finally saw the appearance of the corpse outside. It was not a corpse evolved from humans, but a zombie dog. Its hair and flesh were mixed together, and it was unclear whether it was human blood or its own blood. In addition to humans, animals can also naturally transform into corpses. Among them, zombie dogs are also a relatively common type of zombie animals. The original bodies of zombie dogs are not pet dogs, but mostly some abused stray dogs that have transformed into corpses. After the natural disaster, they wandered on the streets, and were more likely to be exposed to viruses and mutate. The scary thing about zombie dogs is that they always appear in groups. One may not pose a threat, but a dozen zombie dogs rushing at you at lightning speed can make people weaken their feet. It's just that ordinary zombie dogs usually look like a skeleton, but this zombie dog still has flesh and blood, with fangs exposed. When crawling on the ground, it is as tall as a person. The sharp nails on its front paws are shining. At this time, it is hitting the iron carriage one by one, making a loud noise, and roaring from its mouth. Zombie dog has a very sensitive sense of smell, so Xian Li stopped when he approached 500 meters away, and used his mental power to secretly observe the situation inside the carriage. In the carriage, Guizi asked with a pale face, "Brother Wu, what should we do? We can't get rid of this stinky dog at all." Xiao Wu is a little anxious. "How should I know? The current situation was a bit awkward. They should have come to pick up Su Lingyu and her teammates, but now they were trapped with them." This second corpse driver was a mutated zombie dog. Not only was its speed much faster than theirs, but its claws were so strong that they could even tear the iron sheet of the carriage apart. If there was no water shield inside to protect them, they would have been torn to pieces long ago. Its sense of smell was also extremely sensitive. So just now Su Lingyu suggested that she distract the zombie dog first, and after she led the zombie dog away, they took out another teammate hiding in the carriage. One of his legs was broken, so he could only stay where he was and wait for rescue. But maybe because there were too many of them, and the noise was too loud, the zombie dogs chased them instead. They panicked and were afraid that Xian Li would come and not find anyone, so they had to retreat to the carriage. Xiao regretted it in his heart. The team they were originally scheduled to go on the mission was 10 people. He secretly added 3 people to show off his power. Such a large group of people came in, not to mention dogs, even people would find it difficult not to notice. Now the only hope is placed on Xian Li. At this time, he was a little fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't insist on letting Xian Li come together, otherwise they would be trapped here together. Su Lingyu's expression was much calmer. She looked at Xiao and asked casually, "What is the talent of your team leader Xian? Can you trust her?" Xiao's expression was a little dissatisfied. Just now, she asked them to abandon Xian Li, and now she asked this question again. So she said impatiently, "I don't know, asked Xiong Jijia." Xiong Jijia brought an emergency medical kit. She had received some basic medical training, and was wrapping gauze and a wooden board around the legs of the person lying flat on the subway seat. The man was seriously injured, with his entire leg bone broken. After 3 days of delay, his injury was even more serious. If he couldn't get out, his leg would probably be useless. After hearing Xiao's words, she raised her head and recalled, "I remember the consultant seemed to say something like copy and paste." Copy and paste? Su Lingyu was stunned. What kind of talent is this? Xiao was also a little confused. Copy? How come I have never heard of this kind of talent? Xian Li is a unique talent. As soon as the voice fell, the person lying on the subway seat suddenly half raised himself. He had been resting his eyes just now. He had been tense for 3 days. At this time, he suddenly opened his eyes, and others noticed that one of his pupils was gray. He asked in a somewhat urgent tone, "Xian Li? Which Li?" His movements involved the wound, making him grimace in pain, but his eyes were persistently looking at Xiong Jiejie beside him. Xiong Jiejie shrank back at his sudden burning gaze, and said blankly, "It seems to be the reason of reason. It's the boss. The boss is here too." The injured man had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and he smiled widely after hearing what Xiong Jiejie said, as dazzling as the sun. It was Jiang Ning, who had been away from Linchuan City for a long time. Su Lingyu's expression changed a little. "Do you know him?" "Of course I know him. I've followed the boss all my life." Jiang Ning was very excited, and finally laid down flat under Xiong Jiejie's persuasion. The car shook again, and his fingertips flashed a blue light, and the water shield inside the car was reinforced again. Since the boss left Linchuan City, he lived in the community for a while, until later the rescue department sent people to take the survivors to the resettlement points in the neighboring cities. So he followed the large group to Nanshur. He kept in mind that the boss said that talent needs more practice to grow, so after arriving in Nanshur, he took the initiative to join the rescue team, and later came to the shelter, and was able to lead others to go out to clean up zombies and collect supplies. And this time, he was sent to clean up the subway with Su Lingyu, because he had some experience and his water talent could also play an attack and defense role. But he didn't expect to encounter 2 level 2 zombies as soon as he arrived. The other 3 people died tragically at the hands of the long-necked corpse driver, and the zombie dog's sense of smell was extremely sensitive. He relied on the water shield to isolate the breath, so he survived. Although Su Lingyu's instant movement could avoid the attack of the zombie dog, it was a bit difficult to add a long-necked corpse driver. Fortunately, the breath of the long neck disappeared today, and Su Lingyu escaped with the cover of his water shield, saying that she went out first to call people back. Jiang Ning actually didn't hold out hope that Su Lingyu would come back. In this apocalypse, he had already experienced the fickleness of human nature. Not everyone could be as trustworthy as the boss. But to his surprise, Su Lingyu actually brought people back, which touched him a little, but this feeling was diluted a lot after they were trapped again. Hearing that Xian Li, who had not seen him for several months, appeared as a rescue team, he finally had hope again. With the boss here, all crises will be solved. Chapter 119. When Xian Li sensed that the injured person was Jiang Ning, he was also a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet Jiang Ning again under such circumstances. However, the situation was critical at this time. Jiang Ning's mental power was not much left. Before, when it was only him and Su Lingyu, it was barely enough to take turns to recover. Now he needed to protect these 10 people at once. The range of the water shield was expanded. The mental power that had just recovered was now at the bottom. It could only last for half an hour at most. When everyone was anxious, the communicator on Xiaowu's body rang. After the development of the bracelet, the shelter also equipped the non-awakened people with a task with a communicator, similar to the Big Brother a long time ago, which could connect with the contact person and receive and send basic information. At this time, he received a message from Xian Li. Front locomotive. Guizi also squeezed next to Xiaowu. Seeing this message, he was a little confused. Front locomotive? Do you want us to go to the front locomotive of the subway? The subway train has a total of 6 carriages, with the front locomotives in front and back. The place where everyone is trapped is the rear of the subway, which is separated from the front by 4 cars, about 100 meters. It is not far under normal circumstances, but there are zombie dogs outside, so it is difficult for them to move. Xiaowu was also a little stunned. Why go to the front? Can she drive the subway? What do you mean by driving the subway? Are you stupid? How can you drive it without electricity? You don't understand this. The subway is automatic. Then as long as there is electricity, can't we take the subway directly out? You are really stupid. We are leaving. Will we leave this dead dog here to continue to harm people? Everyone started to discuss. Su Lingyu on the side pondered for a moment and said, the front car is closer to Longmen Station. She means that we can leave from Longmen Station. It seems that she has solved another zombie. She subconsciously looked at the time displayed on her watch. It was only half an hour since they separated. Can a level 2 zombie be solved in such a short time? She estimated in her mind that if she faced the zombie alone, it would take at least an hour. She turned back quickly. Jiang Ning, can you still hold on? Jiang Ning gritted his teeth. I can. After 3 days of getting along, he naturally understood what Su Lingyu meant. She wanted him to open the water shield and move it from the rear car to the front car. Guizi was a little anxious. Do we still have to go back through the tunnel? If we are caught up by the zombie dogs below, then... He didn't say the rest of the words, but he knew what a bloody scene it was just by imagining it. The subway tunnel is relatively narrow, and there is basically no place to hide. In theory, the best way is for someone to cover the back and hold the zombie dog, and they will evacuate the injured from the Nanan Square platform. This is the fastest way. The boss has her reasons for doing this. Facing Wu Zi's questioning of Xian Li, Jiang Ning's face was a little unfriendly. My water shield can last for 10 seconds. Just try your best to run to the front of the train and wait for the boss to pick you up. Jiang Ning's water shield is actually a kind of boundary, which generates a safe area with water attributes at a designated location and cannot be moved directly. He needed to expand the water shield to the entire train carriage, and everyone ran from the inside of the carriage to the front of the train. However, the scope of the boundary was related to the strength of his mental power. The larger the area, the more mental power was consumed. So he could only hold on for 10 seconds at most in a 100-meter-long carriage. After 10 seconds, his water shield would break by itself. If Xian Li could not respond, then when the zombie dogs arrived at the front of the train, they would have no other protection. 10 seconds. Xiao Wu and others were a little stunned. It takes about 13 seconds for a normal person to run 100 meters, and this is still under ideal conditions. Now the passage inside the subway carriage is narrow, and there are erected handrails. For more than 10 people, 10 seconds is indeed a bit tight, not to mention that there is also a wounded Jiang Ning. I can't. Xiong Jiejie trembled. She was not physically strong, so she always played the role of a medical soldier in the team. She was despised by any team. If Xiao Wu hadn't insisted on taking her with her, she could only do odd jobs in the shelter and barely make ends meet. Running 100 meters in 10 seconds was beyond her limit. Just when she thought she would hold everyone back, Su Lingyu spoke up, "My talent can carry one person. The maximum range of her teleportation talent is 20 meters, which will be reduced to 10 meters if she carries one person. Without overdrawing her mental power, her limit in 10 seconds is to teleport 10 times in a row, which is exactly 100 meters. Jiang Ning has difficulty walking, so she must carry him first. As long as Jiang Ning can walk through the last carriage by himself, she can spare 2 times to bring Xiong Jiejie back." Jiang Ning tried to stand up on the ground and walked a few steps carefully. The emergency treatment just now made him feel better. It should be no problem to walk through the last car. So he nodded and approved Su Lingyu's plan. "Really? That's great." Xiong Jiejie felt relieved and was grateful to Su Lingyu. With Su Lingyu's guarantee, Xiao Wu quickly sent the information to the liaison department. In the subway tunnel 500 meters away, the bracelet on Xian Li's wrist lit up. "Start the action in 1 minute." She had naturally heard their conversation. If it weren't for the complicated subway line, starting the subway to lead would be a good choice. But they could also use other forces. In Nanan Square Station, the exterior of the carriage had been scratched by the zombie dog with dozens of scratches. The force directly penetrated the layers of iron sheets. The glass on the door had been shattered, but there was always a soft but tough layer inside to block it. The feeling of seeing but not eating made it very angry. It took a few steps back, and was about to ram the door open when its nose, as big as a bowl, suddenly moved, as if it had smelled something unusual. With 10 seconds left, the humans in the carriage suddenly moved in another direction, ignoring it. It roared, and its body, as hard as steel, suddenly swooped in the direction they were running, shaking the entire carriage and causing it to sink deeply. The connection between the carriages was even more shaky, with huge cracks already appearing, but there was always a layer of water shield connecting them to protect the integrity of the body. With 5 seconds left, the crazy impact of the zombie dogs outside caused the carriage to shake, which was a great test of everyone's psychological quality. But fortunately they had long been accustomed to this life-and-death race, and they tacitly buried their heads and rushed forward desperately. There were 2 figures at the front, flashing in the carriage like a frame-dropping picture, and could move to the next location in an instant. For seconds to the countdown, Su Lingyu supported Jiang Ning to the second carriage. Su Lingyu quickly stepped aside to wait for Xiong Jiejie, while Jiang Ning stretched out his hands to support himself on the horizontal bar and moved forward with the force. 3 seconds to the countdown, Xiao Wu and others arrived at the second carriage one by one. Fortunately, there were mostly young people in their group, and facing the threat of death, they ran faster than rabbits. Although they ran red and thick neck, Xiao Wu and others hurriedly pulled Jiang Ning and dragged him into the front cab with the door open. 1 second to the countdown, the blue water shield inside the carriage began to fade. Xiong Jiejie was out of breath, and felt that her chest was like a balloon about to burst, and her waist and abdomen were throbbing with pain. Her face flushed, and just as she was about to rush through the junction of the second and third carriages, the carriage shook horribly again, The zombie dog outside went wild and attacked the car body. Xiong Jijia accidentally lost her balance and was about to fall to the ground. Su Lingyu, who had been waiting there, accurately supported her arm and teleported to the front of the car in a blink of an eye. The countdown ended, and the water shield on the car body completely disappeared. The seemingly solid car body could not withstand the attack of the zombie dog. A huge hole cut off the entire second carriage. The huge head was about to get into the car. Xiao Wu quickly glanced at the interior of the car, but did not see Xian Li's shadow. His breathing almost froze. Where is she? The moment Su Lingyu and Xiong Jijia appeared in the front cab, the cab door was closed at the same time. When she heard Xiao Wu's words, her expression did not change, but she looked at the roof of the car. Everyone soon heard a voice coming from above. Jiang Ning, water. Jiang Ning, who was pressing the door closing button, clenched his teeth, and a small pool of spring water appeared in his palm. Su Lingyu saw it and hesitated to speak. At this time, what's the use of this small pool of spring water? But what she didn't expect was that it seemed to rain heavily outside the car, hitting the car body with a rustling sound. Everyone was shocked and looked out the window through the glass. Fuck, where does the water come from underground? Nanshire is flooded? I remember. It's team leader Xian's talent. She can copy the awakened person's talent effect. The rolling waves poured down from the roof of the car, knocking the zombie dog flying up to the ground. The reaction force also rushed the front of the car, which was completely separated from the rear carriage, forward along the track. And behind them, it was filled with water in just a moment, flooding the entire Nannan Square subway station. The huge wave was copied from the pool of water generated by Jiang Ning's hand. Compared with ordinary water splashes, the water generated by mental power has a greater water pressure. The zombie dog was hit by the huge wave, and its whole body was washed back to the station with the waves. Because its limbs could not touch the ground, its most proud speed could not be exerted at this time, and it could only struggle in the water in vain. Xian Li jumped from the roof of the car into the water, dived down with the water flow, took out a military electric baton from the black hole, stuffed it into the mouth of the zombie dog, and disappeared into the black hole at the moment the electric baton was activated. In the blink of an eye, the zombie dog only felt a flash of lightning in front of its eyes, and its whole body was completely paralyzed, and its brain suddenly contracted. In the sinking and floating water, the body of the zombie dog twitched wildly, and it died without even a roar. A few minutes later, Xian Li got out of the black hole again. There was still some residual current in the water. She wore a sealed insulating suit, wrapped her whole body, took the electric baton out of the zombie dog's mouth, and at the same time, a blue light flickered slightly, and a crystal core the size of a ping-pong ball appeared in her hand. Chapter 120. After the flood, the drainage system in the subway was not fully restored, so the subway station was expected to be flooded for a while. The front part of the train where Jiang Ning and his friends were should have been washed to the next station by the water. Xian Li swam up to the platform from the Nannan subway station and walked up the stairs from the water to the ground. They moved quite quickly. It was noon and the sun was scorching. Xian Li walked in the sun for a few minutes and steam came out of her clothes. She looked like a steamed sweet potato. She picked up a shared bicycle lying on the side of the road, pried open the lock, and rode slowly to Longmen Station. When she arrived, Xiao Wu and others also filed out of the station. Jiang Ning finally saw Xian Li's familiar and cold face, and couldn't help but get a little excited. Boss. Xian Li smiled lightly. Jiang Ning, are you okay? Boss. You never contacted me after you left Linchuan City. Do you know how worried I am about you? Although I know you don't need others to worry about you, by the way. I heard from them that you are also in the Special Operations Department of the shelter. We can be colleagues again, right? Because Jiang Ning had overdrawn his mental power by expanding the water shield just now, he had lost his ability to move at this time. He sat softly next to the elevator at the entrance of the subway. Only his mouth could move, but it didn't stop him from chattering. Xian Li said helplessly, stop. You should have a good rest first, and we'll talk later. Jiang Ning blinked and shut up obediently. And Xiao Wu next to him couldn't help it, and said with a somewhat awkward expression, Xian, team leader, have you solved those 2 level 2 zombies? Well, thanks to Jiang Ning's water talent. Xiao Wu was a little choked. Those 2 zombies could trap 2 awakened people for 3 days, but Xian Li solved them all at once. Anyone could see how powerful she was. He paused, but still said, I'm sorry about what happened this morning. Also, thank you for saving us. When he was on a mission this morning, he let Guizi mock her, but she not only didn't bother with them, but also really let all the members of their team come back alive. He pulled Wu Zi over and held his head. The latter struggled out and blushed. "I'm sorry." Xianli shook her head and said honestly, "I just completed the mission." Of course, she would not say that she was just for the crystal core. The fact that the crystal core can prolong the life of the awakened has not been widely publicized in the shelter, and only a few people know about it, so she did not tell them about it without authorization. Team leader Xian, you haven't formally introduced yourself yet. Su Lingyu, who had been observing for a long time, stepped forward, smiled slightly, and stretched out her hand to Xianli. "My name is Su Lingyu, and I am also currently assigned to the Special Operations Department." From Su Lingyu's appearance, she is only in her early 20s, but her emotions are very stable, so her temperament seems much more mature. Even though they just escaped death, she looked calm and unhurried. Xianli glanced at the hand stretched out to her, shook it calmly, and it was as light as a cloud brushing across Su Lingyu's palm, and then released it in an instant. She nodded slightly. "Xianli? In the previous life, under Su's intentional actions, she actually did not really come into contact with Su Lingyu. The only time they met face to face was on the defensive wall, and Su Lingyu watched her fall coldly. But Xianli didn't believe that the female leader, who could stand out from countless teams, could be unaware of her existence. It was just because she was already in a high position at the time, so she didn't take ordinary people like Xianli seriously. Although Xianli's attitude was not cold, it was not warm at all. Su Lingyu just felt that it was because she had just proposed to let Xianli deal with the second-level zombies alone, so there was some apology in her tone. "I'm really sorry just now. But you should also know that it is the best choice." Before Xianli spoke, she heard the sound of a car coming from afar. The backup team finally sent a car to interrupt their conversation, which made Xianli feel relieved and saved her from dealing with this person. Two people in uniform got off the ambulance in front. They carried a stretcher and carried the only injured person into the car, while the others took the bus behind to go back to the shelter. Back in the shelter, Xianli received a message from the contact person. She didn't even have time to go back to the dormitory, so she went to the Special Operations Department to report. When she arrived at the management department on the first floor below, Xianli found that Bai Jing, Qi Man, and Gu Fei Qi were waiting inside. Gu Fei Qi saw her and smiled narrowly. "You are worthy of my favor. You can even defeat a level 2 zombie. Bai Jing, do you think I picked up a treasure?" Bai Jing looked at him with good temper. "Does it have anything to do with you?" "Why not?" The two of them always quarreled endlessly, and Qi Man interrupted in time. "Well, okay, let Xianli talk about the situation first." Xianli nodded, selectively omitted some of the battle process, analyzed the characteristics of the second-level zombies, and took out the 2 crystal cores. "After I took out the crystal cores, the 2 zombies turned into blood, so there were no usable samples left. The second-level zombies are a new species for them. If they can get samples of second-level zombies, they will definitely make considerable progress in their research on zombies." Knowing that the body of the second-level zombie could not be preserved, the expression of the 7 eels was a little disappointed, but they were soon attracted by the crystal cores that Xianli took out. The crystal cores of the second-level zombies are first of all much larger than those of the first-level zombies in size, from the size of a date core to the size of a ping-pong ball. The crystal cores inside become more brilliant under the reflection of the light, and the shapes are more regular, and the protruding edges are more uniform, like a flower blooming from the mud, with an indescribable holiness. Just by feeling, you can know that the energy contained in this crystal core is definitely not comparable to the crystal cores of ordinary zombies. Baiji said, "Miss Xian, can you leave the crystal core to the security department laboratory? This will be of great help to our research on the evolutionary chain of zombies." Gu Feiqi nodded. The security department laboratory refers to the arc creatures. Xianli hesitated. "I only have 38 days, 15 hours and 12 minutes left to live." She raised her wrist, and the number on the bracelet proved that she was not lying. Xianli said sincerely, "I really need this little life. Can you leave one for me?" Baiji really didn't expect her to bargain. "I can ask the Material Center to give you an extra 15 days. 15 crystal cores are not too few. After all, knowing that crystal cores are linked to lifespan, the awakened one sent out will keep the crystal cores. The crystal cores in the warehouse of the Material Center are also welfare. The first batch has just been distributed, and there is no time to replenish them." Xianli sneered in her heart. 15, just to send beggars, but before she could speak, Gu Feiqi spoke up. "White Whale, give it to her." White Whale frowned slightly. "Gu Feiqi, don't you know the importance of this crystal core? These may be the only 2 crystal cores at present, and the energy contained in them is extraordinary. Although they claim to the outside world that the zombie research this science is to better eliminate zombies, in fact, they know that zombies are actually experimental subjects who failed to awaken. But they were able to evolve new abilities on the road of failure. Isn't this worth further investigation? If the key point of this evolutionary chain can be dug out, then humans may be able to achieve complete evolution. Such an important crystal core, just give it away like that? Have you asked the opinions of the art creatures? I can still do this. Gu Feiqi looked at Xian Li and curled his lips, and she could have absorbed the crystal core directly on the way. Xian Li's mouth twitched. It's not that she didn't think about this, but there were so many people in the subway station, and there were backup troops to deal with the scene, so there was no way to hide the fact that she got the crystal core. But this doesn't mean that she is willing to provide the crystal core for free. It's a painful sacrifice to be able to share one. There was silence in the room for a few seconds, and finally Bai Jing was the first to give up. Okay, then you go to explain to him. He? Are you talking about Tan Qizhou? Xian Li thought silently in her heart. She didn't quite understand why Gu Feiqi would help her, but at least her goal was achieved. Back in the dormitory, Xian Li took out the crystal core and observed it carefully. The matrix concentration of the secondary crystal core is several times that of the primary crystal core. She can feel that the energy contained in it can increase her lifespan by at least 1 month. She thought about it, but still didn't rashly absorb the energy in it. Such a strong breath made her feel that the use of the secondary crystal core is not just as simple as increasing lifespan. Anyway, the other one has been given to the art creatures, and they will be more eager than her to know what other uses this crystal core can have. If it weren't for the moment when the remaining lifespan was at stake, Xian Li would not be willing to consume the crystal core directly. She played with it for a long time, and then reluctantly took the crystal core back into the black hole. Then, she took out another thing from the black hole. The black Rubik's Cube felt a little cold to the touch, and the patterns on it were complicated and difficult to understand. She thought it was a pattern of some kind before, but after Lin Dong's explanation, she realized that it was a circuit diagram, and the method to unlock it was only saved in the K82 system. Because she solved 2 level 2 zombies by herself today, she got a day off on the grounds that her mental power was exhausted and she needed time to recover. Calculating the time, she hasn't been back to Wangxiangquan for nearly a month. Although Xian Li is not sure whether Ball, who has become the complete body of K82, will retain the original settings and regard her as the only main user. But if his existence needs to be based on her original settings, then what is the difference between the current Ball and the former bionic man Xian Li? If Ball also is life, then I believe he is not willing to be a person who can only obey. Whether he wants to be the most powerful fighting machine or a household robot that waits silently, she thinks that Ball should have the right to choose. Chapter 121. The next day, Xian Li went to the Special Operations Department early in the morning to apply for entry and exit permits. On the way to the Special Operations Department's quarantine center, Xian Li always saw people looking at her and whispering. However, when she looked over, the other party quickly shifted their gaze, but there was still some curiosity, scrutiny, and admiration in their eyes. Xian Li looked indifferent, but in fact, she had already spread her mental power over to listen to what they were discussing about her. Hey, is this Xian Li who killed 2 level 2 zombies? Which one? Oh my god, she's such a pretty sister. I heard that none of the dozen people she led died, and all of them came back alive. Fuck, so awesome? What kind of talent does she have? She must be comparable to the consultant, right? You're new here, right? Don't you know that the mortality rate in the consultant's team is fixed? What do you mean? That is to say, the consultant will control the mortality rate to a fixed number, and it will just pass every time. This is terrifying in a way. Fuck, but it bless me not to be assigned to the consultant's team. I'm getting off topic. What kind of talent does this sister have? She must be better than the consultant, and she can actually kill 2 level 2 zombies by herself? Her talent is strong and weak, it depends on her teammates. What do you mean? Her talent is copying. Copying, you know, whatever talent her teammates have, she can copy it. I heard from the co-worker of Daozi's roommate in the Fifth Brothers team that there was a flood in the subway that day. Do you know why not? Why? Because she copied Jiang Ning's talent. You know Jiang Ning, the one who rode? I know. Although they lowered their voices deliberately, all these conversations entered Xian Li's ears without missing a word. Her face was full of black lines. It was only one night, and she was already famous? She shook her head secretly in her heart and walked straight into the Special Operations Department. Today, the familiar people in the Special Operations Department were not there. The person in charge of handling the entry and exit permits was a stranger. When Xionly took out the bracelet, he saw her name. He thought he was inconspicuous, but in fact, he secretly glanced at her several times, as if she had 3 heads and 6 arms. Xionly felt that this special gaze was not a good thing, but it was not something she could control. It was just that Xiaowu's people were too talkative. Half an hour later, she finally got the entry and exit permit. This time, she left the shelter openly through the air raid shelter passage, still driving the bulletproof SUV when she came. When passing the security checkpoint, it happened that she met the person she least wanted to see. Xionly. Su Lingyu knocked on her car window with a smile, as if he had been waiting here for a long time. Xionly rolled down the window, and a distant smile appeared on his face. What a coincidence. Unfortunately, I was waiting for you. Su Lingyu coughed lightly and explained her purpose. I heard from the consultant that you are resting today. Xionly looked puzzled. The Special Operations Department is not open all year round. That's not the case. Su Lingyu realized that Xionly had misunderstood, and hurriedly explained, Actually, I have something to ask you, and I want to ask if you have time. Is it convenient to chat? Xionly wanted to say it was inconvenient, but she was really curious about what Su Lingyu would ask her to do, so she nodded. Xionly stopped the car. Su Lingyu said hello to the duty team, and then took her to a lighted ear chamber in the air raid shelter. There were a few tables and chairs in the room, and on one of the coffee tables were 2 bottles of instant coffee. There were some fine water droplets on the cans, which should have been taken out of the freezer not long ago. The two sat down face to face. The temperature is high during the day, and it is easy to get sleepy while driving. Drink a cup of coffee to refresh yourself. Su Lingyu simply greeted. Xionly opened the pull ring, and the cold liquid exuded the aroma of inferior coffee. Coffee is a rare thing in the end times. Although it is not 5 years later, it is also a material that is consumed less and less, which shows Su Lingyu's sincerity. But Xionly is not an ordinary person. In her black hole, let alone instant coffee, she also has coffee machines and original coffee beans. Therefore, Xionly did not show any special expression, but drank it all in one gulp. Su Lingyu smiled and said, You know, you are now a celebrity in the shelter. Xionly smiled faintly and said nothing. Su Lingyu paused for a while before getting to the point. Forgive me for being a little abrupt. I actually want to ask, do you have any intention of joining a fixed team? Xionly did not answer, but simply asked back, Are you inviting me? Su Lingyu was stunned, obviously did not expect Xionly to be so direct, so he stopped beating around the bush and said, Yes, what happened yesterday made me see your strength. I sincerely invite you to join my team. Xionly was speechless for a moment. Perhaps you just arrived so you don't know much. In fact, the shelter was formed by integrating various rescue groups from the beginning. Currently, there are more and more people in the shelter, and resources are limited. If you want to get a stable life guarantee, it is particularly important to have a reliable team. There are already groups in the Special Operations Department. I know that although you were brought in by a consultant, strictly speaking, the consultant does not belong to the Special Operations Department, so you are equivalent to a free man in the group. Just like yesterday, you will be randomly assigned to other teams when needed. These teams may be filled with ordinary people who have no special skills. They will not give you any help during the operation, and may even bring you some troubles beyond your plan. But I am different. I am an awakener like you. My ability, which you may have seen yesterday, is teleportation, which belongs to the physical department. I am not bragging, but in actual combat, it is definitely not just teleportation. At present, the person I recognize most in the Special Operations Department is you. Don't you want to get more? Whether it is a crystal core or something else. Su Lingyu seemed to be pointing to something, and smiled confidently. We can go side by side. Although Su Lingyu said it obscurely, Xionly understood what she meant. In the last life, various types of teams emerged one after another, and Su Lingyu was the leader because the members of the team were few but elite. The ratio of awakened people to ordinary people in the apocalypse is about 1 to 100. Such a huge disparity means that it is normal for ordinary people without special talents to appear in the team. But Su Lingyu's team is different. Having talent is just the threshold to join the team. As the leader, Su Lingyu has what kind of charm to conquer so many strong people? She doesn't know. But she had the honor to meet a few of them. All of them are arrogant and disdain to associate with ordinary people like her. In the end, Su Lingyu gained a foothold in Nanshur and developed unstoppably towards the central area, becoming a force that cannot be ignored in the fight against zombies in the end of the world, and even has a certain say in the security department. Su Lingyu is actually a very smart and decisive person. Not long after the end of the world came, he had already started to organize a team. In addition to her, Xian Li believed that Su Lingyu also contacted other awakeners she recognized, and extended an olive branch to lay the foundation for entering the first echelon of awakeners in the future. But she obviously misunderstood something. Yesterday, Xian Li did deal with 2 level 2 zombies by himself, but the main purpose was to get the crystal core of the level 2 zombies. But Su Lingyu thought she was proving her strength to the Special Operations Division, and making a name for herself in the shelter. Unfortunately, Xian Li did not have such ambitions. If she had not been born in the end of the world, she would have been a person who would do her best to lie down. From the fact that she spent all her savings to buy a house, it can be seen that she did not have any great ideals in this life. She is now separated from the past. The Xian Li who was submissive and indulged in love had completely died when the corpse poison crawled to her programmed brain. And now Xian Li's biggest wish is to be free from restraint, enjoy rationality, and enjoy freedom. Even though she is in the Special Operations Division now, she can leave at any time if she wants, without being constrained by anyone. This is why, for Jiang Ming, Zhong Jun, and even Jin Wu, whom she met along the way, she would stand up for them and pack their bags for them, but she never thought of taking them under her wings. Other people's expectations are too heavy, and it is also a kind of bondage. Call her selfish or cold-blooded, now she can only be responsible for herself. Su Lingyu wanted her to join the team. Maybe Xian Li, who was an ordinary person before, would think it was an honor, but now she just thinks it is a burden. Xian Li was silent for a while. In just a few seconds, she had thought so much in her mind. She was sure that she would walk a path alone firmly and resolutely. Finally knowing what she was thinking, Xian Li looked up. Her eyes were clear. Sorry, I am socially anxious and don't like dealing with people. Su Lingyu was a little surprised. She guessed that Xian Li would refuse, but she didn't expect it to be for such a childish reason. She chuckled, the consultant is right, you are really interesting. Xian Li frowned. Interesting? What did Gu Feiqi say about her to others in private? You don't have to answer me in a hurry. Su Lingyu smiled, there is one thing, with your strength, you will know it sooner or later. But in order to show my attitude, I decided to tell you in advance, I believe you will reconsider. After a pause, Su Lingyu suddenly asked a completely unrelated question, do you know what your mental power is? Xian Li's heart moved, vaguely feeling what she wanted to say, the people in the operations department tested me before, it's almost 9,000, in the comprehension stage. Even if she didn't say it, Su Lingyu should have a way to find it, so she told the information that Hai Kuei forged for her truthfully. Su Lingyu nodded, 9,000, not much different from what she expected, it was indeed very close. Perhaps you know the first-class certificate assessment for awakeners? Chapter 122. Xian Li pretended to be confused, Class 1 certificate? In fact, even if I don't tell you, you will know. When the mental power reaches more than 10,000, you can receive an invitation to the Class 1 certificate assessment. There are currently 3 members in my group, and I and another person have received invitations. However, there is not much information about the specific content of the assessment. Xian Li was a little surprised. She really hasn't checked the registration system recently. I didn't expect that new candidates would appear so soon, and from Su Lingyu's tone, there are still quite a few awakened people who participated in the registration. As far as I know, there are already 5 awakened people who participated in the registration in the Nansha shelter. There are also awakened people who have reached the standard line in other provinces and cities. I guess there should be hundreds of them. She calmly called up the registration window in her mind, only to see that the original 3 in the number of applicants had become 128 at some point, which was not much different from the number Su Lingyu guessed. If the threshold is 10,000 spiritual power points, how can spiritual power points be increased? Xian Li asked the question she had always wanted to ask. You probably don't know this yet. The shelter hasn't made the data public yet, but I have a channel to get some internal information. According to the research data of the past few days, after absorbing the crystal core, not only will the remaining lifespan increase, but the spiritual power points can also be improved. Xian Li finally understood why the number of applicants suddenly soared in the past few days. It turned out that after absorbing the crystal core, the abilities of the awakened people were greatly enhanced, and they could receive an invitation to apply when their spiritual power points reached 10,000. Whether it is the Special Operations Department or the Security Department, they are fully capable of concentrating the crystal cores and feeding them uniformly to those who need to improve their mental power to cultivate the first batch of applicants. And Xian Li believes that there will be almost no native awakeners among the first batch of awakeners. Not to mention that the basic mental power of native awakeners is low, the cost of training is also higher, and the most important thing is that there are more uncontrollable factors for native awakeners than artificial awakeners. The application window for artificial awakeners is different from hers, and no specific information will be displayed. But what surprised her was that Su Lingyu's words revealed that she also could not view information such as the number of applicants. In theory, if Su Lingyu is a native awakener like her, this problem should not exist. Then think of what the second-level zombie, who can fake voice, said in the subway. It said, "Lingyu, I know where your talent comes from. Please help me. I promise not to reveal a word." It is known that Su Lingyu is not an insider of the Special Operations Department and Arc Creatures, so the only possibility is that her talent has a hidden secret. From the beginning, when Xianli knew that killing the Awakened could absorb the other party's talent, she guessed whether ordinary people would hunt the Awakened to seize the other party's talent. And at this time, Xianli felt that her guess came true. Although there is no specific information on the application window, judging from the name of the first-class certificate, I think it should be related to the examination of talent ability, and the possibility of a practical assessment is very high. Then at that time, having an excellent team, not only can we share information, but also can help each other, which is much better than fighting alone. Su Lingyu still did not give up persuading Xianli, and earnestly analyzed the importance of joining the team with her. She thought that Xianli would be shaken by this bargaining chip, but she didn't expect Xianli to reject her again without even thinking about it. Xianli looked at her directly and said slowly, "I still stick to my original idea." "I'm sorry." Su Lingyu got an answer that was completely different from what she imagined. She was shocked and blurted out, "Why? Judging from your talent, the stronger your teammates are, the better it will be for you. Why not do it?" Xianli was a little tired. "Just pretend that I have no pursuit." Su Lingyu was a little stunned. She wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Xianli. "Thank you for the coffee. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." She got up and left without hesitation, leaving Su Lingyu with a resolute back. When driving away, Xianli saw Su Lingyu looking in her direction in the rearview mirror, with an ambiguous look in his eyes. The reason why she didn't want to join Su Lingyu's team was not only because she looked on coldly in her previous life, but also because she didn't want to participate in any power disputes. Recalling the 100% awakened people in Su Lingyu's team, she felt even more creepy. After driving for nearly half an hour, Xianli confirmed that there were no other living people within a radius of 2 kilometers, and directly took out the flapping wing aircraft obtained from the underground factory from the black hole. The bone wings made of steel were tightly buckled on her shoulders. The fuselage was equipped with a solid-state gyroscope and a central microprocessor, which could detect small movements such as the user's forward and backward leaning of the body to control the start and landing of the fuselage. It also has an energy device inside, which can be infinitely sustained as long as the mental power is continuously injected. Compared with helicopters, which are large in size and noisy, flapping wing aircraft are more concealed and faster, and are suitable for long-distance travel. However, Xianli was a little envious of Su Lingyu's teleportation talent at this time. She did not brag just now, and was even a little modest. Her talent was not only elusive in actual combat, but also practical in life. In the later period, after Su Lingyu's talent level was improved, she even had the effect of long-distance teleportation. It can reach within 100 miles in an instant, and the mobility is full. This kind of growth-type talent is also outstanding even among awakened people. For example, the distance from Nanshur to Wanxiang Spring is 150 kilometers, and it only takes 3 teleportations to reach it. It is really a must-have for home travel. Half an hour later, Xianli arrived at Wanxiang Spring. When Xianli's translucent metal wings slowly landed next to the hot spring from the sky, a humanoid bird next to the woods opened its mouth in surprise, and let out a huge wow. The tone contained emotions such as shock, excitement, and disbelief. Without looking, Xianli knew that it was the stupid bird Jinwu. Wow! Jinwu flew out of the woods excitedly, his dark skin glowing slightly in the sun, and the golden wings behind him dropped some shimmering feather powder because of his movements. Jinwu is a bird, and after Xianli left, he happily moved into the woods behind the safe house. When Xianli came back, he was also the first to find her. Seeing Xianli, who had been out foraging for a while, grew wings on her body after coming back, he was excited, and he was more certain that he was her biological child. Xianli pushed Jinwu away with some disdain, who was leaning behind her to carefully observe her metal wings. "Jinwu, where are Ball and the others?" Jinwu stuttered, "Home." Xianli was a little surprised. You can talk now. Jinwoo nodded. Baba, teach. Xianli felt relieved. She didn't expect that it could complete the task given to Ball before leaving so well. Although Jinwoo is a little stuttering now, if it continues to develop like this, it will be no problem to communicate with humans normally. It's just that his name for Ball is a little strange. He can only pronounce the syllable ba. The word is either pronounced as or a. There seems to be no retroflex sound in the language of the bird world, so he can only call Ball Baba. The two talked while walking towards the safe house. When they got closer, Xianli saw Peanut's big face pressed against the glass of the French window, like a big hairy pancake, with two fleshy pads still supporting the glass window. Its eyes were full of contempt, as if you kid finally knew to come back. At the same time, the door of the safe house was opened from the inside. A brownish red ball flew out of the door, its front legs resting on Xianli's slightly bent knees, barking excitedly. Only a month had passed, and Guiyuan had grown to the size of a pillow, and its size was even more likely to develop into a ball-like shape like a peanut. Xianli smiled and stroked its head soothingly. Xianli, welcome home. Ball's tall figure also walked out of the house, still with a familiar look to Xianli. It stands to reason that humanoid machines would not have such things as emotions, but Xianli inexplicably felt a kind of mechanical, cold tenderness. When she arrived above the Wanxiang spring, the signal device she was carrying had already connected to Ball's system. Ball was holding a plate with a cup of boiled water at room temperature on it, and a soaked ice towel next to it. Good morning, Ball. She picked up the boiled water on the plate and drank it all. It was not cold enough, but sweet enough. Xianli took the towel and put it on his face to cool down his skin after being exposed to the sun. Peanut also walked slowly to Xianli. Although it could communicate with Xianli through mental power now, it was a bit laborious after all, so it just meowed lazily and stretched out its claws to touch Xianli's trouser legs, which was considered a greeting. Then when Jinwoo followed Xianli into the door, it suddenly climbed up from Jinwoo's back and climbed on Jinwoo's shoulder with peace of mind. Jinwoo did not look dissatisfied at all, and his attitude was so natural that it seemed that he was born to be Peanut's mount. During the time when Xianli was away, the bird and the cat had fought a lot. The strange thing was that Peanut, an ordinary big fat cat, could not lose in the fight with the racially gifted Jinwoo. The bird and the cat developed feelings for each other. Peanut didn't know what benefit he gave to Jinwoo. Suddenly one day, they stopped fighting. Jinwoo suddenly became Peanut's little brother, and established his bottom position in the safe house. All the furnishings in the house were the same as before Xianli left. Ball kept the house in order. Everything was spotless. There were hot breakfast and fruits on the kitchen bar. Ball knew her habit. She would always take a bath and change clothes as soon as she came home from going out, so he also prepared a clean towel and comfortable cotton home clothes for her, and put them in the bathroom. Compared with other people, the living conditions in the family compound were not bad, but the environment was completely different from that of the safe house. In addition, there were too many things to do, and the time was tight, so Xianli hadn't taken a good bath for a long time. Xianli washed her body in a relaxed manner, and applied moisturizing cream on her face after the bath. The home clothes were loose trousers and t-shirts, with a faint woody scent on them. It should be that Ball changed his clothes and fumigated them. After wiping her hair half dry, she walked out of the house. Jinwoo and Hwashin Guiyuan were playing and fighting in the entertainment area. A faint smile appeared on her face. Every time she returned home, her tense mental state would be smoothed by some appropriate details. She threw the towel aside, walked lazily to the bar, and sat on the sofa with a bowl. After eating, Xianli burped leisurely. She looked at Ball, who was holding a dirty clothes basket, which contained the towel she had just thrown aside, and the dirty clothes she had changed recently. Ball put them into the washing machine meticulously, as if he was doing something important. Although she had said before that the clothes she took off could be thrown away, she could also copy many of the same clothes. But Ball said that washing clothes was an indispensable item in the list of functions of a household robot. In order to avoid a blank in its life, Xianli let it go. She looked at it for a while and called, "Bear." Hearing her call, Ball immediately put down his work and walked in front of her. She sat up straight, motioned Ball to sit opposite her, and cleared her throat. "There is something I think I need to tell you." Chapter 123. Xianli took out the black cube from the black hole, and put it on the small table in the middle. She whispered, "Ball, do you know what this is?" Bale's eyes flickered slightly, and the scanner in his eyes was scanning the black cube comprehensively. Its radio waves stayed on the surface of the black cube for a long time, But it was not absorbed like Xian Li's mental power was injected, but a little light flowed on the surface of the black cube. It looked up and said, "This is an encryption device. There is no relevant information about it in the public database of DPR company, but I have the authority to open it in my internal settings." Xian Li nodded. Lin Dong was right. Only K82 in the world can open this black cube. But what he didn't know was that in addition to K82, there was also a ball. Ball was a one-to-one copy of K82's original body. From the body parts to the data stored in the main brain, they were exactly the same as the original body, except that there was no nuclear crystal. Xian Li said, "Open it." Ball held the black cube in his hand, as he was told, and his bony fingers closed it in his palm. His hands themselves have the basic function of replenishing electricity. At this time, Ball's body has enough electricity, and he slowly injects it into the black cube through his palm. Its main brain is calculating quickly, and a weak current connects the strange patterns on the surface of the black cube, and cracks it layer by layer according to the specific direction that seems to be stored in the system. The circuit made of special materials forms a huge maze inside the cube, with many clues. If you are not careful, you will fall into the trap. Only by making the right choice among countless forks can you reach the deepest palace. If you don't know how to unlock it, you will be like a person standing in a minefield full of mines, with no place to go and difficulty in taking a step. The trace of current extending from its palm carefully flows into the Rubik's Cube along the correct line. Perhaps because the internal structure is too complicated, the decoding takes longer than Xian Li imagined. After a full 10 minutes, Xian Li had finished drinking the hand-brewed coffee made by Ball, and it still showed no tendency to stop, always maintaining the posture of holding the Rubik's Cube in its hands. If she hadn't seen the silver machine code under Ball's eyes glowing slightly, showing that it was working, she would have thought that there was a bug in Ball. Her eyes and mental power were closely following Ball's state, fearing that something went wrong in the process, and Ball would be irreparably damaged. So Xian Li quickly noticed the abnormality in Ball, and its power was rapidly losing. In general, the charging frequency of Ball is related to the workload. When the workload increases, such as when Xian Li needs to help analyze data and crack passwords, the charging frequency is about once a day. When it only needs to deal with chores at home, it will be in standby mode most of the time after finishing the work, and it only needs to be charged once a week. So Xian Li has never seen Ball run out of power, because before that it would connect itself to the charging port. But now she clearly felt that Ball's power was flowing to the palm, and other parts of the body, such as the eyes that serve as cameras and scanners, were closed at this time because of insufficient power in the body. It was the same when Xian Jinmu injected spiritual power before. The black magic cube was like a black hole that could absorb all energy and almost drained it. She suddenly thought that the difference between Ball and K82 was that they had different charging methods. The physical charging used at home could only sustain Ball's daily needs, while the black cube was manufactured in an underground factory. The voltage required for decoding must be based on the ratio of the original K82. So now it was very likely that the decoding would fail due to insufficient voltage and power. Xian Li didn't know what the consequences of decoding failure would be, but based on her shallow experience in electronics, when a circuit failure occurred, the machine would short-circuit, and it might even burn the main brain directly. She didn't have a backup of Ball, and would the Ball copied again be the current Ball? Xian Li was not sure. She shouted, "Ball!" But its voice-receiving device had also entered sleep mode, and could not receive Xian Li's stop command at all. Xian Li was anxious. She copied several wireless chargers according to her impression of Ball, and attached them to its hands. The good news was that the indicator light of the wireless charger lit up. The bad news was that the power supply of the wireless charger was still insufficient. As the power in Ball's body was lost, the other parts of its body shut down their basic functions one by one, but they were still inputting current into the black cube. The power of the wireless charger was low to begin with, and it was not enough to support such a huge power supply. But Xian Li couldn't find a charging device with a higher voltage for a while, so she was at a loss. Soon, the mechanical code under Ball's eye, which looked like a teardrop, flickered like before the power was cut off. Xian Li put her hand on the back of its hand, and the simulated skin at the connection with the black cube was incredibly hot, and she seemed to hear the sizzling sound of the current. Xian Li's brain almost crashed, but she still tried to keep herself calm. K82's energy source is undoubtedly the nuclear crystal, but the nuclear crystal is now in the black cube. Nuclear crystal is a special substance extracted from the inside of a meteorite. Is there anything that can temporarily replace it as an energy source? Thinking of this, Xi suddenly had an idea. Isn't there a ready-made energy source in her black hole? When she was in the underground factory, she used her extraction ability to extract almost all the black obsidian crystals from the chests of all security robots. At this time, those black crystals were lying quietly in her black hole. She quickly took out the black obsidian crystal, and a small pile of black crystals appeared on the table out of thin air. There were about 100 of them at a glance. Xi looked at Ball. Its eyes were closed, and its mechanical body, which had no breath, was now completely lifeless. It was wearing a white shirt today, with the top button buttoned rigorously. Ball's figure is comparable to that of a model, and the size of his clothes fits him perfectly. The outline of his muscles can be vaguely seen under his tight shirt. The power principle of the security robot and K-82 should be similar to a certain extent, and these crystals are installed on their chests, so Ball should also be able to embed the black crystal in the same position. Xi raised her hand and unbuttoned the top button of his shirt without thinking. When the collar was loosened, a corner of her skin was exposed. Through a layer of clothes, she vaguely felt the body temperature coming from below. She was slightly stunned, and then she realized that it was because the internal machine was overloaded, causing the machine body temperature to rise. She unbuttoned the next few buttons one by one, her shirt half opened, revealing smooth and firm simulated skin underneath, which looked like a real person, but was actually filled with all kinds of chips and complex circuit boards. Xi followed her impression of the location of the energy device on the chest of the security robot and groped inch by inch on its simulated skin. When she pressed on the heart, she felt the simulated skin under her hand tremble slightly, making a slight click sound, and the skin shell fell off, followed by a hole as big as the bottom of a cup. There was a gap on the intricate circuit board, and the shape was exactly the same as the black crystal, which was the place where the backup energy was placed. Xi quickly pressed a black crystal into the gap. 3 seconds later, the silver machine code finally stopped flashing in a low battery state. It seemed that she was right. Xi breathed a sigh of relief, but before she could get her breath back, she quickly raised it again. Just 1 minute later, the silver machine code showed a low battery reminder again. The black crystal on Ball's chest lost its luster as its energy ran out, and turned into an ordinary stone. Xi took out the black crystal that had run out of energy, and put a new crystal in it. At this time, she was very glad that she had the habit of plucking feathers from the passing geese. In order to avoid waste, she almost took all the black crystals of the security robots. Otherwise, with Ball's power consumption rate, 3 or 2 would not be enough. Just when Xi put the 100th black crystal into the chest, the number of black crystals that were originally as big as a hill could be counted on one hand. When she was secretly anxious, the black magic cube in Ball's hand finally changed. The output current reached the critical value, and cracks appeared on the surface black crystals that wrapped the contents. As the crisp cracking sound came from the black cube, the cracks became deeper and deeper, and Xi felt a vigorous power from it, which made her feel a vague sense of familiarity. When she put the last piece of black crystal into her chest, the black cube in Ball's hand finally broke completely. Xi slowed down her breathing and whispered, "Ball?" Ball did not give her any response. After consuming all the black crystals, it issued a low battery warning sound, and then its head fell silently and entered shutdown mode. No matter how Xi tried to use the wireless interface to charge Ball, it was like a completely faulty robot, without any movement. Xi guessed that its wireless interface was probably due to the excessive output of current just now, which caused poor contact, so that Ball now had lost the function of physical charging. The safe house suddenly became silent, and even Jinwoo and Peanut, who were playing, found something wrong and looked over at her. Peanut's ears stood up alertly, looking at Ball steadily, and walked towards him lightly. It jumped onto the sofa, squatted beside Ball, raised its head, and then tried to pat Ball with its paw. In the past, it patted like this and then meowed, and the hairless robot would automatically feed it a cat strip. But no matter how it patted, the other party did not respond. Guiyuan kept circling around Ball's feet, making a woohoo sound. Jinwoo stood there without speaking, with a confused expression. He evolved from Jinwoo into a human form, and was born with a keen sense of animals. Ball was clearly in the room at this time, but he could not feel its existence for a moment. Xi did not even have time to ask Ball's wishes, and he fell into a deep sleep. She was stunned for a few seconds and took something out of Ball's hand. It was a round ice blue crystal. Is this a nuclear crystal? It is slightly different from her imagination. Rather than saying it is a crystal, Xi thinks it is more like a cell. Its surface is smooth and translucent, and through that transparent medium one can see an ice blue nucleus floating in the center of the cell. The nucleus seems to be breathing, trembling gently, rising and falling, making people mistake it for a living thing. Chapter 124. Xianli stared for a moment, then looked up at Ball, who was still sitting. Xianli recalled something in her memory. Because Xian Jixing had always been stingy with her, the living expenses he gave her every month were only enough to keep her fed and clothed, so she didn't get her first mobile phone until the summer vacation of her freshman year. It was a second-hand phone that she got after working for a month during the summer vacation. It was the latest model on the market. Although the screen had a cracked corner, it could still be used normally. Xianli bought it at a very favorable price. That phone had been with her for 4 years in college. When she graduated, it finally couldn't be turned on because the charging port was damaged. Xianli was a nostalgic person. Even though she was already receiving an internship salary every month and had enough money to buy a new phone, she still took the old phone to the repair shop to try to fix it. The repairman said that the phone was a parallel import, which meant that it was a pirated phone when she bought it. No wonder she got lucky. If she really wanted to repair it, the cost might not be much cheaper than buying a new phone. But Xianli still insisted on repairing it. Although she doubted the authenticity of these long-lost memories in her mind when she later knew that she was a bionic man, if Xianli had to choose now, she felt that she would not just throw away the old phone. Not only because of the data in the phone, but also because she was used to using it, and could not adapt to a new machine. She once asked Ball a question: what if you were abandoned? Bear's answer at that time was that the machine would always be updated and replaced. If it was abandoned, all it could do was wait for her next use. As if it was her own decision, she decided to install a nuclear crystal on Ball. Even if Ball might clear the data of Ball after restarting, and generate a complete K-82, it would be better than letting it fall into eternal sleep. The nuclear crystal in Xianli's hand rose, and fell slightly with her breathing. After watching for a while, she leaned down, put her hand around the back of Ball's neck, and lightly pressed the circular switch there. After pressing for 3 seconds, a circular groove appeared there. With a click, the nuclear crystal was embedded in it tightly. At the moment of buckling, Xianli seemed to hear a faint heartbeat from deep in Ball's chest, but when she listened carefully, she could only hear the sound of Peanut's tail brushing against his clothes. Ball still lowered his head, as if the heartbeat just now was her hallucination. Xianli held her breath, and pressed the power button behind her head. In the 1 minute of restarting the system, Xianli felt like a year. It wasn't until the silver machine code under Ball's eyes began to flash that Xianli felt relieved, which meant that its body had been powered on. But before she could be happy, she heard a familiar low mechanical voice: mainframe repair in progress, poor network signal detected, estimated duration 1,448 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Xianli, who was eagerly waiting for Ball to wake up, suddenly felt dizzy. Are you sure? More than 1,000 hours. The time is equivalent to more than 2 months. At this time, a month has passed since the solar storm, and the world is still out of contact, and the sunspot activity is still unstable. The signal stations at each base have not been repaired yet, so only short and medium distance information transmission can be performed. There are 2 ways to transmit information over long distances. One is to rely on the perception talent of the sea anemone and act as an information operator, but it requires a considerable amount of mental power, and requires the mental power of the awakened person. The other is to shorten the delivery distance artificially, and conduct multiple short-distance information relays. This method will be less efficient, but the requirements for personnel are not high. Although Ball has installed the nuclear crystal, the database is connected to the internal part of GPR. If it cannot be directly connected to the internal server, it can only be started normally through remote download, so it takes longer than Xianli thought. Fortunately, Ball, who has activated the nuclear crystal, already has a complete protection mechanism. Even if there is a network fluctuation or data transmission failure in the middle, it can automatically back up and avoid system crashes. Although Xianli is helpless now, all she can do is wait patiently for Ball to restart. However, Peanut, who was standing by, noticed that Ball had not responded to his teasing for a long time, and impatiently meowed at Xianli, and then a childish voice sounded in Xianli's mind. Xianli, why is this electronic human not responding? Her tone was full of doubt and confusion. Guiyuan and Jinwu, who were not far away, also looked at her in confusion. Animals' intuition is naturally more sensitive than humans. Although Ball was motionless in standby mode, there was still a slight difference from now. Xianli organized her words, and tried to make an explanation that the 3 animals could understand. Ball fell asleep, and it will take a long time to repair. Peanut's feather duster-like tail kept sweeping back and forth, Tisk. Useless electronic human. Guiyuan twirled around Xian Li's feet restlessly. Jinwoo was a little stunned. How long? 2 months. Xian Li said. What? Peanut was the first to get angry. Who will feed me? Who will clean my shit? Xian Li supported her forehead. This was indeed a big problem. 2 months was too long. There was a cat and a dog at home waiting to be fed, and she had to run around for her own life, so it was inconvenient to bring them with her. So Xian Li turned her eyes to Jinwoo. Her expression could be described as kind. Jinwoo, for the next 2 months, Peanut and Guiyuan will be handed over to you. She could already imagine how chaotic the next 2 months would be. One day of rest passed quickly, and when Xian Li set out to return to the shelter the next day, she prepared enough food in the warehouse of the safe house. Don't worry, I will definitely follow in my father's footsteps. Before leaving, Jinwoo patted his chest to make a promise. Although Xian Li didn't know where he learned this idiom, she felt relieved when she saw that he and Huashin Guiyuan got along well. Back to the shelter, Xian Li happened to meet Jiang Ning coming down the corridor. Boss! Seeing Xian Li, Jiang Ning smiled brightly. Xian Li also smiled and greeted him. Looking down, is your leg okay? She could see clearly in the subway that Jiang Ning had almost overdrawn all his mental strength. This was not bad. He would recover after 2 days of rest. The key is that the injury to the calf is serious, and it will be almost impossible to get out of bed for 3 months. But at this time, Jiang Ning moved his right leg and jumped twice on the spot like a kangaroo. It's okay, it's okay. Coincidentally, an awakened person with healing talent came to the shelter yesterday, and he is no longer in danger after treatment. Now I can run and jump. Xian Li said. Oh. She had heard of awakened people with healing talents before, but she had never seen them with her own eyes. As the name suggests, healing talents can promote the healing of wounds caused by non-zombies, and the regeneration of muscles and bones, which is very amazing. This kind of awakened person is very popular in any base and shelter. It's good that you are okay. Xian Li nodded, and seeing that Jiang Ning seemed to have something to go out, he didn't say anything more. He wanted to go upstairs, but heard Jiang Ning add another sentence. By the way, boss, that person seems to know you. Hearing Jiang Ning's words, Xian Li paused slightly, raised his eyes, as if he had felt something, and looked upstairs. A girl with a ponytail came down the stairs. The warm yellow sunlight shone on her skin, leaving 2 light shadows on her mouth. Jiang Ning said, it's her. When she treated me yesterday, she said she owed you a favor. The girl was stunned when she saw Xian Li, then she opened her eyes wide in surprise, her lips slightly opened, as if she couldn't believe it, and called out her name, Xian Li. She jumped downstairs, and stopped in front of Xian Li, with the ponytail behind her head swinging out a beautiful arc. It was Zhong Yun who had been away for a long time. Since the two of them were in the old house in Yanyang village, Zhong Yun chose to rescue Shui Zhu without hesitation, and the two had not seen each other for a month. 1 month is neither long nor short. I didn't expect that Zhong Jun had awakened her talent. She was the one who had just awakened the healing talent mentioned by Jiang Ning. Xian Li was a little surprised. It's you. Zhong Jun nodded. Her expression was excited. Yesterday I heard from Jiang Ning that there was a powerful team leader in the shelter, named Xian. At that time, I was wondering if it was you, and it turned out to be true. Zhong Jun looked at Xian Li with a complicated look, with apology and gratitude, and some obscure emotions that Xian Li couldn't distinguish. On the surface, she looked no different from before, but Xian Li could feel that her attitude was not as natural as before, but instead had some inexplicable discomfort. This was also related to the reason why she left at the beginning. After all, it was Zhong Jun who chose to leave the safe house to rescue Shui Zhu, who she had never met before. Although she didn't think she did anything wrong, she still owed Xian Li a big favor. Even if Xian Li didn't use his mental power to explore, he could feel that she had a kind of spiritual power, which should be the additional effect of the healing talent. Why are you here? It's because Brother Shui Zhu. Zhong Jun carefully glanced at Xian Li's expression, and after seeing that there was nothing unusual on her face, he continued, Brother Shui Zhu said that he had a misunderstanding with the team before, so I persuaded him to come back and take a look. When mentioning Shui Zhu, Zhong Jun's expression softened a little. Xian Li said him, with a faint expression, as if he had never heard of Shui Zhu's name. Zhong Jun wanted to say something, but he was a little hesitant when seeing this, and the atmosphere between the two became more awkward. Xian Li's attitude was much colder than before. As for Zhong Yun, Xian Li was impressed by her courage to publicly express her doomsday theory at first, so he decided to help her rescue animals. Later, Meng Yun chose Shui Zhu. Although it was reasonable for her character, it did not mean that Xian Li had no grudges in his heart. So although the two had a friendship before, Xian Li only regarded it as a chance encounter. Even if it seems that fate is not so far now, this friendship will be as plain as water. Zhong Yun also obviously noticed the change in Xian Li's attitude. His eyes dimmed a little. He opened his mouth to say something, but because Jiang Ning was still behind Xian Li, he could not say it out loud. So Zhong Jun had to make small talk. Jiang Ning, how is your leg? It's fine, it's fine. Thank you so much for yesterday, otherwise I would probably become a cripple. Zhong Jun was a little embarrassed. No, it's my first time using this ability. In fact, I just awakened a few days ago. If you are willing to believe me, I should say thank you. Jiang Ning laughed. You are too modest. By the way, I forgot to ask yesterday, Zhong Jun, what favor do you owe our boss? Xian Li was speechless. This guy really talked about something that was out of the question. The strange atmosphere enveloped the two again. This time, without waiting for Zhong Jun to speak, Xian Li took the initiative to say, nothing, just helping Zhong Jun settle a friend. After hearing this, Zhong Jun looked at Xian Li with that complicated look again, and she pretended to be ignorant and looked away. Jiang Ning didn't feel the atmosphere was unusual. He came to Xian Li carelessly and said proudly, Boss is worthy of being the boss. His reputation has spread to the next city. Seeing his proud expression, Xian Li laughed and changed the subject. Where are you going? The two went downstairs one after the other, and they were going to the same place. Jiang Ning asked curiously, Boss, don't you know? There is a meeting in the Special Operations Department today. He turned his eyes to Zhong Yun and guessed, maybe it's because of the newcomers? Xian Li then remembered that her bracelet's communication signal was invalid after leaving the range of the temporary signal tower in Nanshur, so she didn't have time to see the message Gu Feiqi sent her last night. She tapped the bracelet a few times, and saw the notice of the meeting at 9 o'clock this morning, and the location was at the Special Operations Department. Xian Li was a little embarrassed, and almost delayed her work. Fortunately, she had only been back for 1 day, and didn't have any extra stuff with her, so she said, that's perfect, let's go together. Chapter 125. When the three arrived at the Special Operations Division meeting room, the room was already full of people. They even saw Haikue and Shanghai. It seemed that all the awakened people in the South City shelter were here. When they entered the door, Haikue looked over, her eyes flickered slightly, and then turned to other places as if nothing had happened. Xian Li found an empty seat and sat down. Jiang Ning insisted on squeezing in with her, while Zhong Jun sat in a seat across the aisle. Everyone was discussing something in a low voice. After finding an empty seat and sitting for a while, the 7 eels on the stage clapped their hands to signal everyone to be quiet. Today, I called you all here because there is something important to announce. The 7 eels straightened their expressions. For the analysis of the second-level corpse drive crystal core, the Security Department laboratory has given preliminary results. Everyone was a little shocked. While they were amazed at the efficiency of the laboratory, they were also secretly looking forward to the special effect of this crystal core. The crystal core of an ordinary first-level zombie can extend the life of the Awakener by 1 day, and the second-level zombie drive is at least equal to 100 zombies in terms of strength, so the extended life should also increase. Chimon paused and looked at Xian Li below the stage. The girl sat in the corner with a calm look. She did not discuss as enthusiastically as others, but seemed like an outsider who didn't know what to think. Chimon turned on the projector, and the screen behind him lit up. A second-level crystal core appeared on the screen. Except for Chimon and Xian Li, everyone saw the second-level crystal core for the first time, and they were all amazed by the holy aura contained in the crystal core. The second-level crystal core is not much different from the first-level crystal core in terms of composition. It contains more matrix. According to the results of data analysis, the lifespan that can be extended by the second-level crystal core is about 80 to 150 natural days. The specific number of days depends on the quality of the crystal core. With the support of data, the value of the second-level zombie drive has been greatly improved. Killing a second-level zombie drive is equivalent to killing 80 to 150 first-level zombies, which is faster in terms of efficiency. Although the second-level zombies are powerful, as long as they do not appear in groups, they are not a big threat to the awakened. Wow, boss, then you have a few more months of life. Jiang Ning whispered. After returning from the subway station, he asked people about Xian Li's deeds. As he expected, the boss was shining no matter where he was, and even his lifespan was so outstanding, although it was in the opposite direction. There is still a second-level crystal core lying in Xian Li's black hole that has not been used. Knowing this information, she finally felt relieved. The timer on the bracelet is always displayed in the upper left corner of the screen, counting down her life every moment, which made her feel uneasy when she took a day off. Now she can finally take a breath and almost catch up with the average level of the large army. In addition, the secondary crystal core can also replenish mental power. I believe everyone has experienced mental power overdraft. If you overdraw your mental power during a battle, it is easy to put yourself in a dangerous situation. But the secondary crystal core can prevent you from falling into such danger. In the actual combat of the past 2 days, I believe you have also felt that the primary crystal core can increase the total amount of mental power. The secondary crystal core has a higher matrix purity, a higher absorption efficiency, and can be directly converted into mental power. That is to say, after overdrawing mental power, absorb the secondary crystal core, and the exhausted mental power will be directly restored. Xian Li was stunned. She didn't expect that the second-level crystal core could have this function. Although her mental power is huge, the mental power consumed when using some special talent effects is also very huge. If she can replenish her mental power through the crystal core, then she can be more free when using her talent. For other awakened people, it is almost like having an extra life. Suddenly, everyone in the room showed some desire in their eyes. Everyone should have heard about the strength of the second-level zombies. For ordinary people, there is no chance of winning, but it is different for awakened people. We have the strength to fight. Currently, the degree of zombiization in Nanshur is about 50%, with a population of about 4 million. And breeding corpse drivers require certain conditions. At present, there are 561 places where the most likely places are found. The security department has decided to set up an advanced team, with no more than 5 awakened people in a group, to conduct an investigation and search of these 561 locations, and carry out targeted killing of corpse drivers. At this point, the 7 eels paused. While everyone was still digesting the information in her words, someone couldn't help but ask, what if there is more than one level 2 zombie in these places? Yes, and there must be dense zombies around the zombie driver. How can we ensure our safety? The place we have cleared out now is only a small area. It has taken all our strength to clear the zombies. How can we pass through thousands of zombies to hunt down the zombie driver? Although Xian Li can easily deal with level 2 zombies, level 2 zombies are still very challenging for others. Even if the awakened act in unison, if there are more than 5 level 2 zombies on the opposite side, the survival rate will be greatly reduced. Rather than risking death to hunt high-difficulty zombies, most people would rather be conservative and hunt zombies to prolong their lifespans, which is nothing more than spending more time. For these problems, the 7 eels are obviously prepared. We have considered all your questions. The reason why we propose this plan is that we have a specific and feasible solution. We have analyzed the combat capabilities and characteristics of the zombies based on actual combat and crystal core data, and have sorted them out into text and sent them to everyone. At this time, the bracelets on everyone's wrists vibrated. Xian Li looked down and saw a detailed report on the zombies on the bracelet, which detailed the identification methods and possible weaknesses of the zombies, which was of great help in hunting the zombies. After reading the report, everyone's faces showed a glimmer of hope. Fear comes from the unknown. When everyone fully understands the characteristics of the corpse drive, they are no longer helpless like they were at the beginning. They can even combine their own abilities to summarize the most effective fighting methods based on its weaknesses. Lamprey smiled slightly and took out another palm-sized instrument. The body was cylindrical, and there was a mesh opening on the top of the body, making it look more like a humidifier or an incense machine. This is a new product from the Security Department laboratory. It is a heat-sensing bait machine that can emit heat energy to simulate human heat and body odor. It has a fatal attraction for secondary corpse drives. Just place this bait machine within 500 meters of the corpse drive, and it will be lured over. The zombies are not included in this scope. Xian Li's heart sank, and he narrowed his eyes. His mental power was released silently, and he could easily see through the outer metal that the machine was filled with light yellow translucent sediment. The smell of that thing made her very familiar. Combined with what Chimon said, Xian Li was almost certain that it was the smell of turbid blood. On the way to the shelter, Xian Li met Li Yin, a girl who had turbid blood like her, who was escorted by Gu Feiqi and Xiao He. After entering the shelter, Xian Li never saw Li Yin again. And those light yellow translucent powders were made of turbid blood. Fresh plasma was frozen into a solid state at low temperature, dried and dehydrated under vacuum conditions, and turned into precipitated substances after being heated and melted. While having a long shelf life, It can also play the role of turbid blood, emitting a smell that is hard for the corpse to resist. Now Xian Li knows why Li Yin said that to her before leaving. She reminded her not to be discovered that she also has turbid blood. Does it mean that at that time, Li Yin had already foreseen her own end? They collected her blood as the raw material for the bait machine. When the blood in her body is value, her situation is precarious. Of course, in order to be able to collect blood sustainably, her life will not be in danger for the time being, but it is certain that she has completely lost her personal freedom and become a walking blood bag. As for the allocation of the advanced team, everyone can form a team by themselves and register with me within 2 days. After the meeting, the 7 eels and the internal management personnel of the Special Operations Department left the meeting room. Their internal personnel were already divided into groups, so there was no need to further divide them. Those who stayed in the meeting room included some free people like Xian Li, some small groups with good relationships, and some who formed teams in advance like Su Lingyu. At this time, there was a man and a woman standing next to Su Lingyu. Xian Li looked familiar. They were the right-hand men who followed Su Lingyu in the previous life. The man was called Chao Xingxin, with regular eyebrows and eyes, and a gloomy expression. The woman was called Ren Mei, who looked like a delicate young lady, and was Su Lingyu's college roommate. But they looked at Xian Li with some unfriendly eyes at this time, probably because they had heard from Su Lingyu that she had rejected her invitation. Xian Li glanced at the whole audience. Except for Jiang Ning and herself, everyone else had spontaneously stood together. Several other free people like Xian Li also had members sent by their groups to come forward and talk. Xian Li's eyes stayed on Jiang Ning. Why don't you go? She clearly saw Su Lingyu's eyes glance to Jiang Ning more than once, but the latter didn't even look at her. Xian Li could see that Su Lingyu should have invited Jiang Ning to join her team, but she didn't know whether Jiang Ning agreed. Jiang Ning looked at Xian Li pitifully. Boss, can I be in a group with you? This Jiang Ning, why is he so sticky? Xian Li frowned. I prefer to act on my own. 7 eels only said that a group should be within 5 people, and didn't say that one person couldn't be in a group. Others tried to pull the number to 5. The more people there were, the more advantages they had when facing the corpse drive. But Xian Li was different. She had a special talent, and it was really inconvenient to be in a group with others. I promised not to hold the boss back. Jiang Ning was anxious. Boss, you told me to practice more before. I overdraw my mental power almost every day to practice, and now I have mastered the effects of 3 water talents. Xian Li was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Jiang Ning to take her words so seriously. It does take time to train the proficiency of talents, and overdrawing mental power every day is a huge drain on the body. And Jiang Ning's practice is obviously effective. Otherwise, he would not have been able to hold on for 3 days when facing the corpse drive in the subway station. Except for the boss, I don't want to team up with anyone else. Jiang Ning said, a little rogue, with a tendency to roll on the ground if Xian Li didn't agree. I promise I will do whatever the boss tells me to do. I won't ask about things I shouldn't know, I won't say things I shouldn't say, and I won't take things I shouldn't take. Jiang Ning's words made his attitude clear. After returning to the shelter, he had learned from others that Xian Li's talent was replication, which was very different from the spatial talent that Xian Li had told him before. Although he didn't know how Xian Li got the second talent, he didn't want to say anything. The distribution ratio of the crystal cores obtained by the 2 teams was also based on the boss, and he had no objection at all. After all, the boss saved his life, and if it really counted, it wouldn't be too much for him not to take a penny. Xian Li supported his forehead. Jiang Ning's words reminded her that although she could act alone, everyone thought her talent was replication, and she had no combat power at all if she didn't form a team. With Jiang Ning, she could hide her tracks. And she knew Jiang Ning well, which was better than being remembered by other people with ulterior motives. Thinking of this, Xian Li nodded. Okay. Chapter 126. That, Xian Li. As if he had heard their conversation, Zhong Yun, who was sitting not far away, walked forward hesitantly, hesitated for a while, and finally made up his mind. Can I join you? Xian Li raised her eyes, and before she could refuse, Zhong Yun seemed to have predicted it, and said anxiously, I am no longer the same person as before. My awakened healing talent will definitely be useful to you. After saying that, she looked at Jiang Ning standing next to Xian Li pleadingly, hoping that he would say a few words for her. Jiang Ning naturally saw her eyes, and his leg injury was cured by Zhong Yun, so it was not easy to offend her. Although he didn't know what happened between Zhong Yun and the boss before, he knew that it was not easy for the boss to take him with him, and as a younger brother, It was not reasonable for him to speak for outsiders. So he pretended not to see it, and looked around in the meeting room. Jong Jun was still waiting for her reply. Xian Li shook his head. Sorry, you should find someone else. Jong Jun's eyes dimmed suddenly. Sure enough, Xian Li still cares about her choice at that time. She admitted that Xian Li helped her a lot, so why can't such kindness be used for Shuizhu? She obviously has the ability to lend a hand. How can you bear to watch him die without saving him? Shuizhu. Brother Shuizhu is also an awakener. Jong Jun seemed to want to prove that Xian Li's actions at that time were wrong, and talked about Shuizhu by herself. Brother Shuizhu awakened on the first day after the solar storm ended. When mentioning Shuizhu, she couldn't help showing a trace of pride on her face. Brother Shuizhu's talent is trance, which can separate consciousness from the body, which is equivalent to having an avatar. Thanks to Shuizhu's awakening, we were able to come to Nanshur smoothly from Yanyang village. Shuizhu was originally in the army. Although there was a misunderstanding before, we have reached a settlement now. He will also join the Special Operations Department in a few days. I also told him about you, Xian Li, and he promised me that he could join together. Jong Jun's words were a bit confusing, but Xian Li still understood. Shuizhu still became an awakener. But his talent is different from that of his previous life. The strongest awakener in his previous life could split into 5 entities with different talents. Now this talent of stripping consciousness is simply incomparable. It seems that he was indeed affected. However, Jong Jun's statement that Shuizhu had a misunderstanding with the army is questionable. The injury Shuizhu suffered at the beginning could not be explained by a simple misunderstanding. When Shuizhu returned to the security department that took over the military, Xian Li was more willing to believe that this was the result of his weighing and compromise. Although there were some differences in the process, Shuizhu finally became a member of the security department. And the foresight of danger has always told Xian Li that Shuizhu is always a time bomb, and it is best not to get involved with him. Xian Li said lightly, no need. And this answer was obviously not expected by Zhong Yun at all. In her imagination, if Xian Li heard that Shuizhu had also become an awakener, she should regret it. Zhong Yun is not bragging. When she came to the shelter the day before, the talent she showed gave Shuizhu a lot of bargaining chips in the negotiation with the security department. In addition, Shuizhu's strength is strong enough. She has no doubt that Shuizhu will regain his original position in the shelter. She had inquired about it. Xian Li's talent was just copying. Combined with the photos Xian Li showed her before, it was not difficult for her to guess that Xian Li used this talent to put the container into the zoo. Her copying talent was more effective in Shuizhu's trance than copying other talents. Jong Jun naturally felt that Xian Li had no reason to refuse. But Xian Li did not play by the rules. Not only was he not moved by their talents, he even rejected her again without hesitation. Jong Jun's lips stammered, as if he wanted to say something. Jiang Ning on the side seemed to finally notice Xian Li's situation at the moment, and suddenly changed the subject. Hey, boss, look, there are so many people at Su Lingyu's place. Xian Li naturally didn't know what Jong Jun was thinking, but even if she knew, she wouldn't take it to heart. Even if Shuizhu was as strong as in the previous life, she would not choose them as companions. She and the two of them were not the same kind of people. Hearing Jiang Ning's words at this time, Xian Li looked at Su Lingyu. Although Xian Li performed well at the subway station, in the eyes of others, she only had a talent for copying. Her strength was linked to the strength of her teammates, and she could not be the leader of the team. Therefore, no one cared about her. On the other hand, there were 4 or 5 people around Su Lingyu, all of whom seemed to be awakened people who wanted to join their team. Su Lingyu's teleportation talent was indeed eye-catching, and she also contributed to the hunting of the second-level zombies in the subway station. In addition, the 2 people behind her were also well-known awakened people in the Special Operations Department, so it was natural for her to become a popular person. However, Su Lingyu, who was surrounded by the crowd, looked absent-minded and frequently looked in the direction of Xian Li. When her eyes met Xian Li's, she walked towards Xian Li without waiting for Xian Li to look away, and the people around her couldn't help but whispered when they saw her movements. Su Lingyu doesn't want to team up with Xian Li, does she? If it were me, I would do the same. The 3 people in their team are very strong. If Xian Li can join, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. Isn't it just copying? Is it that powerful? Of course it's not powerful for you and me, but can Su Lingyu and the others be the same? Which of the 3 of them can't fight against the second-level zombies alone? If they can all copy once, then the combat power of the whole group will be doubled. Su Lingyu passed by several awakened people who tried to come forward to talk, and stopped in front of Xian Li. Just when everyone thought she would invite Xian Li, they saw that her eyes did not look at Xian Li, but turned to Zhong Yun opposite Xian Li. Su Lingyu has a bright and generous appearance. She looked at Zhong Jun with her eyes full of confidence and strength. Zhong Jun, right? Zhong Jun obviously didn't understand the situation yet, and just nodded in confusion. Su Lingyu smiled slightly, and stretched out her hand to her. My name is Su Lingyu. Zhong Jun was startled, and subconsciously stretched out his hand. Su Lingyu briefly introduced herself, and the two people behind her. My talent is teleportation. He is Chao Jingxin, and she is Ren Mei. They are old friends, who have worked together for a long time. Our team is still short of 2 people. Do you want to come? After saying this, Su Lingyu looked at Xian Li's face intentionally or unintentionally, trying to see embarrassment, helplessness, anger and other emotions on her face. But to her disappointment, Xian Li's expression was still as calm as if they were 2 strangers. When hearing Su Lingyu's words, the people behind her showed surprised expressions, and talked in a low voice. Who is this Zhong Jun? Don't you know? She just came to our shelter yesterday, and was assigned to the support department of the Special Operations Department as soon as she arrived. It is said that she has a healing talent and is very precious. Healing talent? Can it heal zombie bites? What do you want? It's already amazing to be able to heal your broken hands and legs. Zhong Jun, who was mentioned by everyone, was still in a state. She hadn't recovered from Xian Li's rejection when she received Su Lingyu's invitation to join the team. She had naturally heard Su Lingyu's name from other people yesterday, and her deeds were also talked about in the shelter, including but not limited to hunting hundreds of zombies every day and rescuing thousands of survivors. The most famous event was that she once entered a movie theater full of corpses alone and rescued a 5-year-old boy unscathed. She had also heard of Chao Jingxin and Ren Mei. Their talents were mirror image and growth. Mirror image is the ability to generate a mirror space, allowing things to operate according to the opposite rules. Growth is also an auxiliary talent. She can make everything she touches break through the growth limit, make seedlings grow into towering trees in an instant, and make a girl's slender arms grow as thick as a water tank. Their talents are among the best in the shelter, which is enough to prove that the strength of Su Lingyu's entire team is beyond doubt in the shelter. But such a strong man reached out to her and invited her to join? Zhong Jun was a little dizzy, as if she was hit by a big gift package. Xian Li happened to be sitting between the 2 people. Seeing that the 2 people in front of her were talking as if she was nothing, Su Lingyu looked at her with a provocative look, as if declaring war. Xian Li didn't want to pay attention to this childish trick at all, nor did she want to participate. At this time, she just felt very annoyed. In her opinion, such a dispute was meaningless. It would be better to go out and fight 2 more zombies with this time. At least she can live 2 more days. So she stood up and smiled, and nodded to the 2 of them. Don't stand, both of you sit down. I have something else to do, so I won't bother you. Seeing Xian Li leave, Jiang Ning immediately followed. Su Lingyu seemed to have punched in the air, trying hard to maintain the expression on her face, but a little stiffness could be seen at the corner of her mouth. Zhong Jun pursed her lips, and looked at Xian Li's back with complicated eyes. Su Lingyu was not in a hurry, and stood there waiting patiently. The awakened ones had excellent hearing. She just heard the conversation between Zhong Yun and Xian Li. She knew without thinking that Xian Li simply rejected the girl in front of her. Xian Li was a very strange person. Even Su Lingyu, refused without any consideration, not to mention Zhong Yun, a rookie. No matter what Xian Li thought, Zhong Yun's ability was very popular no matter where, and her team also lacked such a backup role. Not to mention Shuizhu, Su Lingyu got inside information. Shuizhu was very determined. Although his talent level was only A level, he might have the same growth talent as her. Maybe it was to regain the face that was rejected by Xian Li before, or maybe it was to embarrass Xian Li, but more importantly, it was to enhance the overall strength. Su Lingyu didn't want to miss this opportunity to make the team stronger. Moreover, she had a feeling that there seemed to be some rift between Zhong Yun and Xian Li, and she might be able to find a breakthrough. Zhong Jun thought for a long time. Joining Xian Li's team was actually a whim of reuniting with old friends, and more importantly, he wanted to prove his ability to Xian Li. But now that he has calmed down, Su Lingyu's team is a better choice. They are the real strong ones. Thinking of this, Zhong Jun made up his mind, raised his head, and showed an obvious smile on his face. Okay, I'm willing to join. Chapter 127. In the evening, the cool breeze brushed Xian Li's face, and the sweat on her forehead disappeared instantly. She covered the head of the two-headed corpse with her hand, and moved her fingers slightly, and 2 crystal cores appeared in her hand. "Boss, it's almost time to go back." Jiang Ning's gloves were stained with blood, and he held a box in his hand, which contained hundreds of first-level crystal cores he had just dug out. This was the 3rd suspected corpse hatching site they came to today, the dormitory building of Nanshire Moral Education High School. There were 6 floors in total, and dozens of students turned into zombies wandering on each floor. The 2nd-level corpse turned by the dormitory, and was solved by Xian Li in half an hour. More than a month has passed since the day of the grouping. Xian Li and Jiang Ning's team has not added any new members, and they have become the only 2-person team in the shelter. But their efficiency is not slower than that of other 5-person teams. If it weren't for Xian Li's insistence on the principle of working 5 days and resting 2 days, they should be able to firmly occupy the first place in the hunting and killing rankings. Jiang Ning turned on the radio waves scanning on the bracelet and checked in. There was a small circle behind the Task Moral Education High School on the screen. After about 10 seconds, a mechanical female voice sounded. "Successful check-in. No trace of zombie activity was detected at the target location. The task completion rate was 100%, and the total time was 48 minutes and 25 seconds. The task score, A. This is the Bracelet 2.0 version developed by the 9th Security Department. It not only has all the original functions, but also adds positioning check-in, real-time ranking, mental power monitoring, task instructions, and other functions. Each advanced team can directly accept tasks on the bracelet, and after the task target is cleared, they can check in and submit the task. The real-time ranking shows the task completion status of each team, including the total number of tasks accepted, the time taken to complete, the task score, etc., and lists the ranking of all current teams. In addition to the advanced team mainly composed of awakened people, the shelter has also begun to actively encourage ordinary citizens to spontaneously organize teams, accept tasks with lower difficulty, and participate in the ranking. At that time, according to the summary list given by the 7 eels, the cleaning progress of more than 500 corpse drive hatching sites had been completed by more than half, and it was expected that most of the corpse drives in Nanshire would be killed before the end of October. After nearly 2 months of hunting, the awakened people in the shelter have reaped a lot of rewards. The lifespan has increased the most for more than 3 years, and the mental power level has also been significantly improved. 20 awakened people have reached a mental power value of more than 10,000, entered the Jingjue period, and received an invitation to the first-class certificate assessment. Jiang Ning also officially became a candidate for the first-class certificate half a month ago. It was exactly 1900 hours. Jiang Ning looked at the real-time ranking on the bracelet. The reasonable team he and Xian Li formed was currently ranked 3rd, and above them were Su Lingyu's smart team and Gu Feiqi's Koi team. Xian Li did not participate in the name of the team. She gave all the trivial matters such as reporting to Jiang Ning. When registering the team name, Jiang Ning thought hard and finally came up with a name that he thought was impeccable. "I represent Jiang He, and the boss represents understanding. This is very reasonable." Xian Li has always had difficulty in naming, so she let him go when Jiang Ning was so enthusiastic. She threw a 2nd-level crystal core to Jiang Ning, who took it in a panic, muttering, "You are the only one who can take the 2nd-level crystal core so lightly, boss." The 2nd-level crystal cores in the hands of the awakened are now more precious than drugs. After all, in times of danger, directly absorbing the crystal core matrix can replenish mental power, which can save a life at a critical moment. Under the leadership of Xian Li, Jiang Ning can harvest a 2nd-level crystal core almost every day, and has accumulated a lot of 1st-level crystal cores. He is already considered wealthy in the shelter. In the past month, Xian Li's remaining lifespan has exceeded 2 years, and he has thousands of unused crystal cores in his hands. It can be said that his life will be safe within 5 years. Xian Li has a hunch that when the base is built in the later stage, crystal cores will definitely replace paper money and work points as special circulating currencies, and may even be exchanged for the qualification to stay in the smart underground city 10 years later. So she started to accumulate crystal cores from now on. Anyway, she had the talent of replication, and the black hole was full of supplies, so her living expenses were almost zero. As the sky gradually darkened, the daytime weather was finally not so hot after the beginning of autumn, maintaining around 30 to 40 degrees, suitable for travel. But the temperature at night was lower than before, about minus 40 degrees. Although they prepared warm clothes in the car just in case, they habitually returned to the shelter before it got dark. Compared with the day, the danger at night was even greater. Xian Li and Jiang Ning returned to the car, and white air was already exhaled while they were talking. After turning on the warm air in the car for a while, a layer of white mist condensed on the car window. Xian Li frowned. Since her mental power reached 30,000, her perception has become more sensitive. At this moment, she keenly felt that the temperature tonight was 1 or 2 degrees lower than yesterday. She was a little worried. If this trend continues, after the Eastern Hemisphere enters winter, it is likely to usher in a completely extreme cold weather. Nanshire Shelter. With the efforts of everyone, a safe area without zombies has been cleared within a radius of dozens of kilometers. Now the area of the shelter has expanded to twice the original area. The number of survivors has exceeded 30,000. All the survivors in Jianbei District in the north of Nanshire have been rescued. In addition to Jianbei District, Nanshire has Jianzhou District, Jiangdong District, and Jiangnan District in urgent need of rescue. The security department said that it is expected to complete the sweep of the entire city within the next year, and then send some awakened people to the lower-level towns to continue the sweep, and some will go to the central area to assist. Su Lingyu just walked out of the material center. The top 3 teams have double work points rewards. She opened her bracelet and took a look. The real-time ranking was updated every hour. At this time, the time in the upper right corner just jumped to 20 o'clock. The number of tasks completed by her spirit team was updated to 86, ranking first. Her team alone completed 15% of the tasks, which was a record that people could be proud of no matter where they were. She slid down and saw that the number of tasks of the second-place Koi team was 79, with a small gap. Further down was Xian Li's reasonable team. The number of completed tasks was updated to 68. It would take at least a week to catch up with her record. However, the 100% average completion rate of tasks behind the team name made her feel extremely dazzling. She moved the ranking back to the top. The completion rate of the Spirit team was only 95%, and even the Koi team was only 92%. The task completion rate was calculated by the degree of cleaning up the zombies in the target area. If the remaining zombies could be cleaned up at the same time as the zombies were killed, the task completion rate would reach 100%. For ordinary awakened teams, it was enough to submit the task by luring out the zombies with bait machines and solving them, and the completion rate was 60%. But for Su Lingyu, although killing the zombies was important, the demand for the first-level crystal core was also huge. So in addition to killing the zombies, Su Lingyu also paid attention to thoroughly cleaning up the target area. But many times in those abandoned buildings, when the terrain was unfamiliar, sometimes the search was not so thorough, and there would be 1 or 2 fish that slipped through the net. Over time, it would lower the average completion rate of the entire team. So she couldn't figure out how Xian Li and Jiang Ning, who were only 2 people, could kill all the zombies without missing a single one. Lingyu, how is your hand? On the way back to the family building, Su Lingyu ran into Zhong Jun, who had just come out of the public canteen. Today they went to 2 hatching sites in total, and luckily, both hatching sites gave birth to a zombie. So it took a little longer than usual, and it was almost 8 o'clock when they returned to the shelter. Luckily, there was a 24-hour meal pickup window specially open for awakened people in the canteen, so although she came back a little late, Zhong Jun also had a full meal. Su Lingyu moved her arms. When she killed the second zombie today, she teleported to the edge of the corridor window, while avoiding the attack of the zombies wandering around. However, the old community had been in disrepair for a long time. When she leaned back, the wall cracked and she fell down. Fortunately, the floor she was responsible for was the second floor, so she just fell into the flower bed below and broke her arm. Fortunately, Zhong Jun had been on standby downstairs. When she saw Su Lingyu injured, she used her healing talent directly. During this period of time, Zhong Jun's use of healing talent has reached perfection. In a few seconds, she connected her arm. So Su Lingyu hardly felt any pain, and her arm returned to its original state. She curved her lips and put her hand on Zhong Jun's shoulder. It's completely fine. Xiao Junjun, what would I do without you? With the addition of Zhong Jun, who has the healing talent, the spirit team is simply invincible. Anyway, repairing limbs is not difficult, and you can give it a try in battle. Moreover, as the only awakener with healing talent in the shelter, Zhong Jun will provide services to other teams in addition to completing tasks, but will charge a certain number of crystal cores as consultation fees. Of course, she will unconditionally treat members of the team. Facing the increasingly jealous expressions of the people around her, Su Lingyu also convinced herself that it was the right choice for her to absorb Zhong Jun and Shui Zhu into the team. Thinking of this, Su Lingyu's depressed mood suddenly improved a lot, and she couldn't help pinching Zhong Jun's white cheeks. At this time, the person who was ignored behind Zhong Jun coughed lightly. Su Lingyu, there are still people here. Su Lingyu glanced at him, and saw that person's eyebrows were deep, and his appearance was exactly the same as Shui Zhu's. He looked like a real person, and only people in the Jingjiu period could feel that his figure was a little erratic. She waved her hand. Go away, the spirit body has no human rights. Following behind Zhong Jun was the spirit body that Shui Zhu separated using his trance talent. Because Zhong Jun herself had an auxiliary talent, her combat power was the weakest among the few people. So when going on a mission, Shui Zhu would separate his spirit body and follow behind Zhong Jun to protect her. His spirit body inherited 80% of his original body's ability, and even when facing the siege of the first-level zombies, he could protect Zhong Jun and retreat unscathed, and his spirit body would not be infected by the zombie virus. Even Su Lingyu was very optimistic about his ability. She guessed that perhaps when he grew up to the end, the ability of the spirit body could be completely consistent with the original body. The expression of the spirit body Shui Zhu was angry and funny. For some reason, Su Lingyu always felt that the spirit body Shui Zhu's personality was more active than the cold body. Su Lingyu silently complained in her heart, maybe he was a shy person, and the spirit body exposed his true personality. Zhong Jun, who was treated as a doe by Su Lingyu, was still smiling. He, who told you to always go to the security department. After Shui Zhu reconciled with the security department, she almost always stayed in the security department. Sometimes, even when she went on a mission with them, she only assigned the spirit body to protect her. Zhong Jun was originally a reporter, and had a strong curiosity about his affairs, but Shui Zhu always kept his mouth shut about the affairs of the security department. If he asked, it would involve confidential information, and he rarely mentioned it to Zhong Jun. She was not without dissatisfaction in her heart, but she reluctantly accepted it because the spirit Shui Zhu never left her side. Although Shui Zhu's attitude was always cold, his actions were always practical. During the month of wandering outside, he would give her priority when he found food, and would let her run first when he encountered zombies. Zhong Jun had no doubt that he was a person with a cold face and a warm heart. She had expressed her affection for Shui Zhu more than once, but Shui Zhu had never expressed his feelings to her. But when Su Lingyu and others teased them, he did not deny it. In the eyes of everyone, they had long been a couple. In addition, Shui Zhu really did what he said at the beginning, and would be responsible for her to the end. When Zhong Jun first rescued Shui Zhu, who fell unconscious outside the safe house, it was just out of a warm heart that could not stand by and watch him die. Perhaps it was because she had met Xian Li before, which made her feel that there were still many good people in the world, so she was willing to pass on this kindness. But she didn't expect Xian Li to be so cold-blooded. Although Xian Li did help her realize her wish, she was actually a little disappointed with Xian Li in the matter of Shui Zhu. Perhaps even she herself did not realize it. So after Shui Zhu woke up, she did not mention anything about Xian Li in front of him. Even the 2 packages of supplies that Xian Li left outside the door, she only said that she brought them herself. After Shui Zhu's health improved, the 2 of them traveled to several towns nearby. Once, she accidentally met a soldier under his command, and she learned that Shui Zhu was slandered as a deserter by the security department. Although Shui Zhu did not mention a word about this, Zhong Jun knew that there must be some misunderstanding. After learning that a shelter had been established in Nanshur, she had to work hard to persuade him to return to Nanshur and reconcile with the security department. And things went as smoothly as she thought. Shui Zhu was successfully accepted by the security department, and she also entered the special operations department and became a member of the advanced team, firmly occupying the first place on the list. The 2 of them played around for a while, and Su Lingyu seemed to say casually, "By the way, Xiao Yunyun, are you familiar with Xian Li?" Zhong Yun's eyes flickered slightly, and his expression remained unchanged. Not familiar, just met before. Su Lingyu smiled and said, "Is that so? Fortunately she has no vision, otherwise I would have missed such a strong teammate." Zhong Yun also smiled, "That's right, you are lucky. But speaking of it, Xian Li is also quite powerful." Su Lingyu took 2 steps forward. The temperature at night dropped. She wrapped the sweater tightly around her body and shook it. There are only 2 people in their group, and they can still rank 3rd. Hearing this, Zhong Yun was stunned, picked up the bracelet and took a look. After today's list was updated, the reasonable team surpassed the 4th place and ranked 3rd. She smiled unnaturally. After all, she can copy the abilities of her teammates, so her combat power may not be much different from that of a 5-man team. Su Lingyu nodded. This talent will become stronger when facing a stronger opponent, plus Jiang Ning's water-based talent for both offense and defense. One person can be used as two people. After saying that, she sighed again. Fortunately, she could only copy the effects of the talent. Otherwise, if she could copy even guns and bullets, she would be really invincible. Zhong Jun also nodded in agreement, wanting to end this topic quickly. But when she heard the following words, she was startled again and subconsciously retorted, "Isn't that right? She should be able to copy items." What? Now it was Su Lingyu's turn to be stunned. Zhong Jun remembered that after leaving Mingxi City, Xian Li showed her a photo of the zoo, where large and small containers were placed in different parks. She had never thought much about it before, but after coming to the shelter and knowing that Xian Li's talent was copying, she automatically understood that those containers were placed in the zoo by her copying talent. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain how she could move the containers only by manpower under such circumstances. When Shuizhu was there, in order to avoid attracting his attention, she rarely asked about Xian Li's affairs, so she had no idea that Xian Li's copying could only work on the effect of talent. When Su Lingyu mentioned this, she was immediately surprised. "Are you sure?" Su Lingyu was no less shocked than Zhong Jun. According to the records of the shelter, Xian Li could not copy anything other than her talent. Otherwise, the shelter would have allowed her to enter the material center and copy energy and food 24 hours a day. Her expression became serious. "Aren't you unfamiliar with her?" Zhong Jun was obviously flustered. I'm indeed unfamiliar with her. Maybe I remembered it wrong." She smiled as if to cover up. "It's definitely not possible to copy supplies, otherwise it would be too outrageous. Oh, by the way, I'm going to Shuizhu's dormitory to get some things. I'll leave first." Su Lingyu showed an expression of "I told you so," and waved her hand. "Go ahead." Zhong Jun breathed a sigh of relief, called the spirit body Shuizhu, who was wandering not far from her, and fled away. Su Lingyu stood downstairs, looking at Zhong Jun's back thoughtfully. If she had previously regarded Xian Li as a candidate teammate, then in the past 2 months, she had regarded Xian Li as a powerful opponent. Although they have no conflict of interest for the time being, after the South City is completely cleaned up, the official will select the strongest group to enter the central area to participate in the base construction. Zhong Jun's attitude just now was obviously a bit of an attempt to cover up. If Xian Li's talent was just a simple copy of talent effects, she might not care so much. But if it was able to directly copy materials, the result would be very different. Chapter 128. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening when Xian Li returned to the dormitory. Tomorrow is Saturday, and it is Xian Li's day off as usual. She never treats herself badly. Jiang Ning also knows her habits, so he rarely disturbs her. Xian Li takes 1 day a week to return to Wangxiangquan to check on Ball's condition. Fortunately, except for the slow system update, there is nothing abnormal. In another week, Ball will be able to complete the system update and wake up as a complete body. It is the other 3 that give her a headache. Without Ball, you can't expect a bird to do housework. As soon as she returns, she can see cat hair, dog hair and feather powder floating in the safe house. So every time she returns home, she hopes from the bottom of her heart to see Ball in a clean and bright house. Xian Li took out a bag of noodles from the refrigerator and used the portable gas stove distributed by the material center to cook a bowl of salty, fragrant, and spicy mincemeat noodles. Since arriving at the shelter, a certain amount of supplies has been distributed to the awakened people as welfare subsidies almost every week. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, she has not copied food from the black hole for a long time. While slurping noodles, she browsed the information sent to her by Haikue in her mind. A while ago, she knew that the raw materials of the bait machine were made of turbid blood. Xian Li remembered Li Yan, who came to the shelter with her at that time. After returning, she asked Haikue to find out about Li Yan's recent situation. As she expected, after Li Yan entered the shelter, she was sent to the safe 9th laboratory under the management of Arc Biology and never came out again. The bait machine that had just been developed was still a trial version. It would occasionally become unstable during use, such as causing the second-level corpse drive to go into a frenzy, making it even more difficult to deal with. However, because the strength of the advanced team has been significantly improved in the past 2 months, there has not been much trouble. In addition to Haikue, she has also been in contact with Xinghai during this period. In order to allow Xinghai to be promoted to the section chief level faster and obtain the data of the first-generation Awakeners, she asked Xinghai to form a team with him as the captain to participate in the hunting of the second-level corpse drive. In the Special Operations Department, Xinghai and Haikue were originally the same group. At Xian Li's suggestion, Xiao Mei and Shiro were also accepted. On the remaining day of rest every week, she would avoid others and lead the 4 people to clean up at least 5 corpse drive hatching points. After slightly modifying the newly created file, Xianli transformed into a man with a blurred face in their eyes. They only thought that the fisherman in the team whose face was hard to remember was an internal member of the Special Operations Department, but they didn't know that it was Xianli in disguise. Therefore, the number of tasks for the Shanghai team is very close to that of the Lixia team, and the 2 teams occupy the 3rd and 4th positions respectively. Xianli can adjust the number of tasks for the 2 teams as needed to raise the Shanghai team to the top 3. The captains of the top 3 teams can be directly promoted to candidates for section chiefs and participate in the competition for the top positions of the Special Operations Department. This is the best way for Shanghai to infiltrate the top positions of the Special Operations Department and assist Xianli in obtaining the experimental data of the first-generation Awakeners. Just as Xianli was preparing to recuperate, so that she would have enough physical strength the next day to lead the Shanghai team to kill the 2nd-level corpse drive, the voice of Haikue rang in her mind. "Xiao Xian, are you asleep?" "Not yet. We got the news from the Star Bream that the operations department has updated 5 suspected hatching sites, and there is a high possibility of hatching corpses." Xianli raised his eyebrows. Not every suspected hatching site will breed corpses, and it is common to run into several places in one day. But as the hunting work progresses, the Security Department's Operations Center has also mastered more data support, and several temporary signal stations have been built during this period, which has also improved the accuracy of detecting hatching sites. "Can you get the specific location?" Star Bream said no. Anemone paused, then smiled slyly, "But I can." Anemone's perception talent can not only transmit information, but also intercept messages. As long as he wants, the entire shelter's information network is under his monitoring, and getting the specific address is a piece of cake for him. These 5 hatching sites are distributed near the old train station. There are 2 train stations in Nanshur. One is a newly built high-speed railway station located in the west of the city. The other is an old train station located in the old city center, with the largest flow of people. There are some old houses near the railway station in the old city. It is common for a family to squeeze into a small house of dozens of square meters to wait for the official demolition area that has been planned for an unknown time. It is not surprising that a zombie driver is hatched in such a place. However, because the buildings are low and there are too many zombies wandering around, it is more difficult to monitor and locate the location of the zombie driver. After several calculations, the exact hatching site was finally determined. But the bad news is that Su Lingyu also got the news. Haikue said again, "This is a bit tricky. The spirit team is already ahead in the number of tasks. If they clear all 5 hatching sites, the gap between the 2 teams will be too big, which will not be good for the promotion of the Star Bream." Xianli made a decision immediately. "Let's go now." The sea anemone connected to the spiritual power channel of the Star Bream and conveyed Xianli's meaning. The Star Bream was obviously well prepared and was eager to go. "I knew you would do this. Xiaomei and I are ready and can set off at any time." During this period, under the leadership of the fishermen, for people in their team, including Xiaomei and Shiro, have received invitations for assessments. Even the Star Bream himself did not expect that he, who used to follow the red carp every day, would achieve remarkable results for the first time as a team leader. Even the 7 eels and the white whale looked at him with admiration. Although the fisherman was the one who contributed, the Star Bream himself did not fall behind. After absorbing dozens of secondary crystal cores, his hidden talent also changed. The coverage is wider, enough for the 5-man team to go deep into the zombies without being discovered. It is basically a walking shield. This is also the reason why they can clean up 5 or 6 hatching sites in one day. Xianli is quite satisfied with the talent of the Star Bream. After all, the sense of smell of the zombies is more sensitive than that of the zombies. Although they are protected by isolation suits, it is still easy to distinguish the smell of turbid blood on her body when they are close. With the stealth talent of the Star Bream, the zombies cannot detect her existence at 3 meters away. When Xianli and others left the shelter, the time was just past midnight. The difficulty of hunting zombies at night will be slightly higher than that during the day, but in order to get ahead, this small risk is nothing. The 5 incubation sites are located in Building 2 of Xinghua Community, Tongmen Vegetable Market, Huaxi Wholesale Market, Old Nanshur Hotpot City, and inside the train station. Xingtai took out the information he had prepared and distributed it to everyone. Xianli has lived in Nanshur since college and is very familiar with the city. The prices in the old city are cheap, and she would come to buy some when she is free. The information was printed with several pictures of buildings taken by drones. The farthest of these 5 locations is no more than 3 kilometers apart, and there is also a simple route map designed by Xingtai next to it. I looked at the map. Huaxi Wholesale Market is located relatively outside the business district of the old city, which is suitable as the first entry point. Then we can go to the Hotpot City from the east gate of the wholesale market. Behind the Hotpot City is Xinghua Community, next to the vegetable market, and we have to move quickly. His hand moved to the red circle in the center of the route, which is the location of the train station, separated from the outer buildings by a road, and there is a subway platform on the side of the main entrance. The train station is the difficult point of this operation. The drone has captured traces of zombie activity. The train station has a complex terrain. When the virus spread, there were many people in the waiting room. It is estimated that there are more than 20,000 zombies wandering around, and there may be survivors. 20,000 zombies is not a small number. A team of 5 cannot kill them all. They can only rely on the stealth talent of the Star Bream to sneak in and hunt down the zombies. For the other zombies, they need to wait for the Ministry of Security to send armed forces to use heavy weapons to clear the area in the future. Xianli nodded. Let's do it. Xiaomei yawned and wiped her eyes with her manicured hands. I say, Star Bream, do we have to act tonight? The Xinghai team is different from the Liha team. When Xianli is not here, their efficiency is low. So in order to catch up with the progress, the 4 of them have been working non-stop for nearly 2 months, leaving early and returning late every day. In order to avoid casualties during the mission, replenish physical strength and restore mental strength, and the increased danger of night operations, they usually do not carry out hunting missions so late. Shiro glared at him. Shut up. Do you understand that time is the crystal core? Xiaomei retorted unyieldingly. You, a locksmith, certainly don't understand how tired we are. Of course, I am gifted. This strength is not a problem, but I am afraid that some people will drag me down. Shiro couldn't refute, so she rolled her eyes. Take care of yourself. Shiro's talent is to penetrate walls. In many cases, in order to act covertly and avoid making a big noise to attract zombies, she is responsible for penetrating walls and unlocking locks in the team so that everyone can enter the building. There are many zombies scattered in the range of the zombie drive. Her talent can easily send her to the zombies. Therefore, except for unlocking, there are few other places where her talent can be used. Therefore, she is often ridiculed by Xiaomei as a locksmith. Xiaomei's petrification talent can play a big role when they are chased by zombies, but probably because the talent level is not high, it is ineffective against the zombie drive, so she can only do some finishing work when escaping from the scene. So one of them is the leader and the other is the tail, and no one can laugh at the other. Xianli pressed his temples. These 2 people still like to bicker. 5 people sat in a business car. Xinghai was driving and Xianli was sitting in the passenger seat. Okay. Haikue, who was sitting in the back with them, had to come out to mediate. Anyway, we are all leg pendants of the fisherman. Xiaomei agreed with this. He looked at the passenger seat. From his angle, he could only see the back of his head. This fisherman has always been very mysterious in their team, and his combat effectiveness is very high. It can be said that every time he joins, the operation will be extremely smooth and the work will be finished early. The only shortcoming is that he looks too ordinary. He still hasn't remembered the appearance of the fisherman. He is afraid that he will not recognize him if he passes by him in the shelter. Being interrupted by Haikue, Shiro also diverted her attention. By the way, the fisherman should have received the assessment invitation a long time ago, right? Xianli said him. Shiro and others also passed 10,000 mental power last week. What exactly is this assessment? Is there any inside information that can be revealed? To be honest, I don't know either. Xianli shook her head. Her registration page was no different except that she could see the specific number of applicants. Shiro said worriedly, there is still a week before the assessment. I don't know where to apply for it at the last minute. Xianli then remembered that the assessment would be in a week. Before she knew it, nearly 100 days had passed since the solar storm erupted. She remembered belatedly that Baal's system update was also completed a week later. Just as Xianli was trying to catch a flash of thought in her mind, the Star Snapper spoke. We're here. Chapter 129. The business car stopped at an abandoned children's park not far from the wholesale market. Before the end of the world, few people came here. Xianli opened the car door, and when her right foot just touched the ground, she felt a subtle shake on the ground. However, before she could feel it carefully, the slight shake disappeared. She looked back at the other people who had just got off the car. There was nothing unusual on their faces, as if everything was her illusion. Our car is parked here. Shanghai pointed to the rabbit statue, with one ear missing behind him. This should be the landmark building of the children's park. It is large enough to be found from a distance, so that several people can avoid accidental separation and have a place to gather. The important thing is that there are some dilapidated amusement park facilities and buildings not far away. If you are unlucky and accidentally found and chased by wandering zombies, you can get into the facilities and try to get rid of them. After passing the no longer rotating carousel behind the rabbit statue, and then walking past the trampoline hanging on the ground, walk 50 meters west to the west gate of Huaxi Wholesale Market. Huaxi Wholesale Market is full of old houses, a bit like the old tube buildings, surrounded by 7 or 8-story high-rise buildings. There used to be all kinds of wholesale stores everywhere, but now the goods inside have been looted, leaving only 4 dilapidated buildings. Standing downstairs, you can hear occasional low roars. Xianli looked up and saw a zombie who looked like a proprietress on the 3rd floor. Her arms were deformed and folded behind her in a strange posture, but the high bun on her head was only slightly messy. She walked crookedly along the corridor, her rotten face turned towards Xianli and others, then turned her head away as if she didn't see them, and continued to look for food in the building. This was the effect of the Star Porgy's concealment talent. He was able to block the breath of Xianli and others and avoid the perception of the zombies. And Xianli was able to use the Star Porgy's talent to hide his turbid blood smell, and was able to release his mental power more confidently to sense the location of the 2nd-level corpse drive, saving some unnecessary trouble. At this time, the group had passed through the west gate and walked to the flower bed in the center of the wholesale market. Of course, it can no longer be called a flower bed. The flowers and plants in the flower bed have been replaced by corpses and meat residues. Xianli did not continue to move forward, and the Star Porgy and others also stopped tacitly. She closed her eyes slightly and released her mental power to search in the 4 buildings. With her current mental strength, covering the entire wholesale market is not a problem. But the last time she went on a mission, she just used her mental power to casually scan a commercial street and overlooked a corpse driver with the talent of mimicry, which allowed Su Lingyu's team to take advantage of it. Since then, Xianli no longer spread out his mental power in a general way, but concentrated it within a fixed range and investigated more carefully. 20 minutes later, Xianli and others found the middle-aged male store manager, who had just transformed into a 2nd-level corpse driver in the elderly clothing wholesale store on the 7th floor, and spent half an hour cleaning him up. Star Snapper skillfully dug out a slightly larger crystal core from the back of the neck of the corpse, whose skin had turned dark blue, and said happily, "A good start, everyone." The already pale skin of the sea anemone became even paler, and he subconsciously turned his head away from the bloody autopsy scene. After working as a logistics staff for a long time, I am not used to the bloody scene. Shiro and Xiaomei, based on the principle that no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, dug out some scattered 1st-level crystal cores from the innocent zombies. These crystal cores are their extra income. Xianli will not care about them, and the 2 internal staff, Haikue and Shanghai, will naturally not be short of them, so they happily pocketed them. One more day is one day. This corpse driver has just mutated and is not strong. In order to train the other 4 people, Xianli did not do much. He just took action from time to time to deal with the uninvited guests, who heard the noise downstairs. Xianli looked around and confirmed that there were no other living creatures in the building, and then nodded. Shanghai raised his hand and marked the location on the map displayed on the bracelet to indicate that the place had been cleaned up. Lucky, the first one got something. He grinned. If we keep going at this pace, let alone the top 3, it's not impossible for us to be the first. Thinking that he would soon become the section chief and get promoted and get a raise, Shangtai was overjoyed and full of energy. "Captain, wake up." Shiro interrupted his fantasy without any hesitation. This time it's because of the fisherman. "Don't you think that we haven't seen the shadow of the corpse driver for a few days?" "That's right." Xiaomei rarely disagreed with Shiro, and turned to complain to Xianli. "Fisherman, you don't know, when you're not here, the captain is like a headless fly, either going too late or coming up empty-handed. It was so hard to find one, but it was intercepted by Su Lingyu and the others. If you weren't here this week, we would definitely have to shave our heads." As he spoke, his lipstick-coated mouth turned down, making a pitiful expression. "Fisherman, boss you, I finally understand that this team is nothing without you. If you can be with us every day, even if it's a wasted trip, I'd be willing." Shiro shook off her goosebumps and kicked him hard. "Put away your pretentious look." As they spoke, the 2 were about to quarrel again. Shangtai was not angry. He had a good temper, not to mention that the fisherman still controlled his lifeline, and it was the fisherman's idea to promote him to section chief, so he naturally took Xianli as the center. Okay, he explained for Xianli. Well, the fisherman is a senior staff member of our operations department, and he usually has other important tasks. It's already a favor for me to take 1 day off a week, right? After speaking, he smiled at Xianli ingratiatingly. Xianli nodded with amusement, but didn't say yes or no. She glanced at the time displayed on the bracelet. They had been out for more than an hour, and it was just past 1 in the morning. She said, "Where is the next place?" The Silent Sea Anemone said, "Hot Pot City." Yes, Star Snapper took out the information folded in his hand. From the east gate of the wholesale market, there is a small path that leads directly to the back door of Hot Pot City. Hot Pot City. Xiaomei smacked her lips. I haven't eaten hot pot for a long time. Although the awakened have preferential treatment in the shelter, and the conditions are not bad, eating hot pot is still a luxury in the end times. After all, fresh vegetables and meat are in short supply even in the public canteen of the shelter. Moreover, with his pitiful crystal core deposit, exchanging 2 months of life for a hot pot meal was even more unthinkable. Go and see if there are any leftovers left by zombies in the kitchen later, so that you can eat your fill. Shiro pretended to be kind. Xiaomei glared at him. He didn't know if there were any leftovers in the kitchen of Hot Pot City, but he might not be the one who could eat his fill. In a place like Hot Pot City, ingredients, pots, fuel, which one is not popular in the end times? It must have been looted long ago, and there is a large flow of people, and the bustling crowds are all wandering zombies. Don't think that they seem to be at ease when fighting the zombies in the wholesale market. In fact, that is because there are too few people in the wholesale market, and there are fishermen behind them to make up for it, so they can give it a try. If they really let them go into Hot Pot City by themselves, they will definitely go there without returning. Xianli was silent for a while. The last time he ate hot pot with Zhong Jun in the safe house was still vivid in his mind. It has been 3 months now. Although it is lonely to eat hot pot alone, it is not disappointing. Xianli silently decided the menu for the next day. As his thoughts raced, the group came to the back door of the Hot Pot City. In order to avoid being discovered by zombies, Xing Dai and others carefully climbed onto the roof of the second floor of a restaurant called Chuanshan Authentic Hot Pot. However, the situation in front of them was exactly the opposite of what they thought. Hot Pot City is actually a hot pot street in Nanshur. Various hot pot restaurants are lined up in 2 rows. Whether it is locals or outsiders who come to Nanshur to work, they can find a hot pot restaurant that suits their appetite. The air above that street is filled with a fresh and fragrant smell of hot pot all year round. Even if you just pass by it, your clothes and hair will be stained with the smell of fireworks. Such a place is always bustling with people and brightly lit. In the end times, it should be one of the places with the most zombies. Today, the air can still smell the faint smell of hot pot, but the Hot Pot City shrouded in the night is a little too quiet. Xianli and others lay on the roof and observed for a long time. Xing Dai finally couldn't help but speak. I say, is it a little too quiet here? He turned his head to look at Xianli. Although he didn't know why, he always saw the other person's face blurry, as if he suddenly became faceblind. But he still tried to see some certainty on Xianli's face to comfort his somewhat uneasy heart. Xianli found something wrong when he approached the Hot Pot City. The Hot Pot City, which should have been crowded with people, couldn't even sense the figure of a zombie, let alone a second-level zombie. Are we late? Xiaomei was shocked. Su Lingyu is too arrogant. She stayed up late at night to steal our heads? Haikue pursed her lips and shook her head. They should not have received the news yet. Although there are traces of zombie activities here, it seems that someone has already cleaned them up. Haikue's expression was also full of doubts. Logically, he learned about the news of the 5 hatching sites through special channels. Even if Su Lingyu had someone inside to help, the earliest he could get the news would be tomorrow. There was no reason to get ahead. Seeing that Xianli didn't speak, Xinghai poked his head out and looked out. He didn't see any zombies in his sight. Even if he was slow, he felt something was wrong. He turned his head and was about to say something. Before he could react, he saw a figure crossing the roof, and then heard the sound of a shoe sole touching the stone floor. He almost stopped breathing and looked out. He saw that the man had landed lightly and stood in the center of the street in Hot Pot City. She had no intention of covering up her voice, and the noise she made was not small. Xinghai was startled at first, scratching his head anxiously. The place where the man was beyond the range of his concealment talent, and it was easy for the zombies to find him. Xiaomei and Shiro's screams were stuck in their throats. They knew that the fisherman was very capable, and had escaped from the zombie tide more than once, But this was the first time he was so blatant. He even imagined the best escape route in his mind to prevent attracting the zombie tide hiding in the dark. However, the 4 people lying on the roof waited desperately for a long time, but did not hear any heavy footsteps that belonged to the zombies. "Come down." Exionly, who was standing at the bottom of the building, looked up and called, "No one is here." Chapter 130. Although they were a little confused, their trust in Exionly made them feel relieved to go downstairs. In the process, except for their own footsteps, no other sound was heard, and the hot pot city was dead silent. It can be seen that this place is indeed empty, as Exionly said, without any zombies, and it is so quiet that it makes people feel weird. When downstairs, Exionly had already used his mental power to explore inside and outside. Not to mention zombies, there are no living creatures here except them. Usually, where there are no traces of zombie activities, there will always be traces of other creatures. For example, cockroaches were annoying before the end of the world. After the end of the world, they became one of the few creatures that did not mutate, but they survived with tenacious vitality and reproduced more crazily. So when they are desperate, some people have to use them as food. In a place like the Hot Pot City, the most abundant thing is cockroaches. But now it seems to have been silently wiped out by some mysterious force. Following the previously planned route, the group passed through numerous hot pot restaurants and came to the Xinhua community behind, as well as a medium-sized vegetable market next to the community. However, the more they walked, the more nervous they became. At the beginning, the group chatted a little, but later they tacitly stopped talking and moved forward in silence. Exionly also used her mental power to sense it, and it was no different from before. It can be seen that more than one second-level corpse driver had been active here, but now they have disappeared. She stood in front of a shabby pork shop and looked across the road. There was the train station, the focus of their operation this time. There was only one road between Xinhua community and the vegetable market, but her mental power was like touching a sponge, bottomless and unable to sense anything. She could only vaguely see with her naked eyes that there was a large square in front of the train station. Further back, a disgusting aura lingered in the darkness. How to describe that aura? Compared with the malicious attack of the level 2 corpse drive, the front was more like an evil thought with consciousness. It would hide and circulate, as if there were dense little hands floating in the air, as if to hinder her spying, and as if to lure them to come. Just as Exionly was staring at the darkness, she saw a person next to her pretending to cross the road. Exionly was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and grabbed the other person's neck. The force was so great that Haikue, who looked a little confused, woke up and cried out in pain. Starfish had been nervous for a long time, and seeing the abnormality of Anemone, it was even more like a hair exploded. Anemone. What are you doing? Anemone was still a little confused. Aren't we going to the train station? Exionly said, no. Although Anemone's condition was obviously not right, fortunately, he was not a stubborn person. Seeing Exionly say this, he just responded obediently, ignoring the inexplicable strangeness in his heart that wanted to go regardless of everything. Just as he stepped back, his consciousness, which had been a little confused just now, seemed to finally clear up a little, making his movements stiff for a moment. When he understood, he felt a little scared. Anemone looked at Exionly in panic, his face was pale, and he stuttered a little. Before he finished speaking, Exionly nodded. Generally speaking, an awakened person with talent can naturally resist some low-level mental attacks. The higher the talent, the stronger the mental defense. However, the sea anemone, which belongs to the mental talent, was unconsciously affected by the creature, which shows that its mental strength is higher than that of the sea anemone. The sea anemone is not the weakest among them, but its attack method is the worst among them. Thinking of this, Exionly's heart sank even more. Now she can be sure that the train station has bred a creature more terrifying than the second-level corpse drive. It seems to have intelligence. The star bream on the side was uneasy and tried to say, then let's go back? It's not a waste of time today. The star bream had already retreated. Although his talent level is not very good, his experience since childhood has made him have a more cautious sense of crisis than ordinary people. Yet he was still unclear about the situation when he was in the Hot Pot City. When he approached the train station, his sixth sense told him not to get close. This kind of abnormal situation, it is easy to guess that something strange must have happened here. If Su Lingyu and the others got there first, it would not be a big deal, but if it was other creatures, they would not be able to deal with them. Exionly nodded, and did not raise any objections. As if he had been pardoned, the star bream pushed the still limp sea anemone from behind, and called Xiaomei and Shiro, who were unaware of the situation, to the side, and was about to go back. After a few steps, he found that Xian Li did not follow. He looked back and saw Xian Li calmly said, "You go first." How can this be? The Star Bream was so anxious that he almost scratched his head. This ancestor of the team always had big ideas. He knew that he could not influence her ideas, but the danger of the creature in front of him was incomparable to before. No matter how powerful he is, he can't face creatures that may be more powerful than the corpse drive alone. Xian Li understood Xing Tai's concerns. She had only shown good fighting skills in front of them, so they always thought that she was a physical talent with enhanced physical fitness. Although she had already crushed the team, it was still too difficult for her to explore unknown creatures alone. Xing Tai advised, "Let's go together. Let's report the situation here first." He had never expected such a situation to happen. He never questioned the source of information about the sea anemone. But now the development of things has gone beyond their control. The creatures in the train station are likely to be out of all the information they have previously mastered. They must report it before making a decision. Why do you think it wants us to go in? Xian Li's words startled Xing Tai. He only thought that the creature had the ability to seduce people, but never thought about the reason. If its power has exceeded the scope of the corpse drive, then it would be easy to kill them. Why bother to let them take the initiative to go? There are two possibilities. One is that it is not yet fully formed, and the other is that it cannot leave there. If it is the former, then no one knows how much it will grow when they return to report and redeploy the plan. It is very likely that the price paid by then will be much greater than it is now. Don't worry. Xian Li comforted, I will go in to confirm. If the thing is not grown up yet, it can be strangled in the cradle. If the situation is not right, I will come out immediately. Seeing the worry in the eyes of the Star Bream, Xian Li added, and without you holding me back, I can protect myself without any problem. Even if there is a problem, she can still hide in the black hole. At worst, she can adjust the speed of time in the black hole and come out after a year. The worried Xingpi suddenly choked, "Thank you, I was hit." Although he was choked by Xian Li, Xingpi felt relieved inexplicably. And even if he took a step back, if Xian Li really encountered any accident, he should be happy. After all, his life is now in Xian Li's hands. The appearance of Xian Li reminded him of his undercover identity. If Xian Li had an accident, he could just get rid of his shackles and continue to be a salted fish in the operations department. After thinking for a while, Xingpi said decisively, "Okay, then you be careful." Although Xiaomei and Shiro didn't understand what they were talking about, they also knew that Xian Li decided to act alone. Although they were a little worried, their blind trust in Xian Li also made them not raise any objections. Needless to say, Haikue. So Xian Li watched them leave the vegetable market, and only after he found out that they had successfully returned to the children's park did he withdraw his mental power and focus on the train station in front of him. The creatures in the train station did not stop the departure of the Star Bream and the others, perhaps because they sensed the strength of Xian Li's mental power and could do nothing about it. Or perhaps it had already seen through the smell of Xian Li's foul blood under the Star Bream's concealment talent, and the departure of a few small insects was naturally insignificant. Xian Li stood on the opposite side of the road. Quiet. There was not even the sound of air flowing around, and the darkness was so thick that it seemed to have weight, pressing people to breathe. Xian Li turned off the flashlight, used the talent of light and shadow adjustment to adjust the vision to night vision, and finally could see the current appearance of the train station. The old railway station in Nanshire has been in existence since she could remember it, and it has been in use for at least 70 or 80 years. The last time she came here was 2 years before she started working. She had to go on a business trip to a county without a high-speed railway. She came to the railway station and took the old green train that she thought had been discontinued. Later, she traveled mostly at the high-speed railway station at Nanshire North Station. The weathered railway station was naturally renovated again in the past few years, and it was also expanded a little to make a square for subway exits in front. So the building in front of her, in addition to looking a little strange because there were no people coming and going, looked newer than she remembered, even. But how could there be such a complete building after so long since the end of the world? Not even a piece of glass on the outside of the building was broken. Xian Li breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, she had to go in and take a look. If the crystal core of the second-level corpse drive can already provide her with more than 80 days of life, then what kind of crystal core will be produced by a being more powerful than the corpse drive? Yes, Xian Li is not that selfless. She didn't stay here because she was afraid that it would grow up after dawn. She just wanted to kill it and get its crystal core. And she had a hunch that the crystal core of that creature could provide her with more than just life, but also touch upon the truth that she had never known before. If she waited until the next day for the shelter to be restaffed, she would get nothing. Exionly took out a pistol from her bag. Originally, the operations department would issue a pistol to each awakener as an armed equipment, but Exion Lee's black hole contained many weapons that she had copied in the Freedom Country Gun Museum before the end of the world. Therefore, she openly replaced the pistol in her black hole. The gun in her hand was small and exquisite, and the composite material of the gun body made it very light as a whole, easy to carry. Although gunpowder might not be able to deal with that thing, it could also cause considerable damage and hinder its movement. Exion Lee held the weapon tightly in her hand and walked into the darkness step by step. Chapter 131. Everything was silent. Exion Lee was sure that she had entered the creature's perception range, but the other party was obviously more patient than she thought. It was when the nerves were tense, and any slight movement would sound the clarion call for battle. At this moment, there was a slight vibration under Exion Lee's feet again. At that moment, the thick darkness enveloped Exion Lee like a tide, and the strong malice rushed towards her with a whistle. Exion Lee clenched the gun in her hand. She had already wrapped her whole body with mental power, allowing her to make the most appropriate counterattack at any time. And at the moment, when the strange breath came into contact with Exion Lee's mental power, the storm-like momentum seemed to encounter water in a sponge, and was suddenly relieved of its power by something, as if everything just now was Exion Lee's illusion. She was a little dazed, but she immediately woke up in an instant, and the surroundings returned to silence at this time. Exion Lee stood there for a while, and the other party didn't seem to have any tricks. This wave of probing was suddenly withdrawn before she could react. She frowned, somewhat puzzled. Could it be that high-level zombies have learned to bully the weak and fear the strong? As we all know, after humans are infected with the virus and transformed into zombies, they are equivalent to walking corpses, and their consciousness will be erased, leaving only instinctive muscle reactions, without any human nature, so fear will not appear in zombies at all. This wave of attack seemed to be just to test her strength. The situation at this time did not allow Exion Lee to think too much, so she temporarily suppressed her doubts, and walked forward without hesitation. Even if the monster in front of her really developed humanity, she would not be soft-hearted. This kind of completely mutated species should not exist in this world. Not long after walking forward, Exion Lee was already standing on the empty square in front of the station. It is not difficult to see that there were several signboards with words in front of the square, but now they have been tilted. The slogan should have read "Connect the World, Lead the Future," but the lead and world in the middle have disappeared, leaving only the 4 words "Connect the Future." There used to be a huge fountain behind the signboard, but now it is in ruins, and the water source under the tiles has long dried up, leaving only some suspicious dark traces. Although the vision is adjusted to night vision, the further you go, the blurrier it becomes. The train station has become visibly hazy in her sight. Not only her vision, but even her ears seem to be immersed in the deep sea. The darkness seems to have become a tangible pressure, giving her a slight illusion of tinnitus. Exion Lee reached out and pressed her ears, feeling a little uncomfortable. No, it's not an illusion. Exion Lee looked up at the sky. There was no sign of life in the waiting hall with the words "Nature" written on it, but there was still a noisy sound. The sound was vague, and it rang in her ears, like the bustling train station during the spring festival travel rush. The footsteps of many people, the deliberately suppressed whispers, the light sound of metal collisions, the ticking of unknown instruments. Those sounds that were very close and very far away, like snowflakes jumping in her ear canal. Exion Lee knew in her heart that the current train station had nothing to do with the spring festival travel rush, and the noise must be caused by the strange creature entrenched in the train station. But strangely, when she was outside the train station, she felt a strong malice. Except for the initial attempt to greet, the frightening malice disappeared without a trace. The closer the distance, the more it was replaced by a strange sense of familiarity. Especially the most clear among the noises, a continuous and regular vibration. At first, Exion Lee thought it was the sound of the train rubbing against the rails when it entered the station, but when she got closer, she found that it was not the case. It was like the subtle sound of blood flowing in the pulse. It was not loud, but it was clearly heard among all the noises, and the ground under her feet trembled with the frequency of the pulse vibration. Exion Lee suddenly remembered the slight shaking she felt under her feet when she got off the train in front of the children's park just now. It turned out that it was transmitted from the train station. With every step, the trembling sound became more obvious. She even had a vague feeling that the other party had a kind of emotion called excitement because of her approach. That sound was just like a heartbeat. But every beat was accompanied by a dull echo, making her feel as if she was in a deep-sea tunnel. She finally stood in front of the glass door of the waiting room. She didn't know when the light and shadow adjustment of her vision had failed. She could only observe the situation in front of her with her naked eyes. The glass door of the waiting room finally appeared in front of her. Through the glass, she was sure that the thing was behind the door. All the scenes in the room were obviously distorted in her eyes, which was far from her impression of the train station. Excitedly swallowed her saliva and felt a long-lost sense of tension. Even the frequency of her heartbeat gradually synchronized with the regular vibration sound. She looked at the glass door in front of her, and a strange desire emerged in her heart. She had never felt this way when absorbing the crystal core. She knew in her heart how dangerous her current situation was, and she didn't even know how far the thing behind the door had evolved. It was entirely possible that the thing had evolved a talent that could confuse her senses, and the consequence of rashly entering was to step into the abyss. However, her nerves that always sounded the alarm in time when facing danger were indifferent at this moment. Her reason was floating outside her body, and in a trance, she felt as if she was looking down from a third-person perspective. Excitedly looked at herself stretching out her hand, her slender fingers pressed on the glass. Because of her touch, with her palm as the center of the circle, ripples like ripples spread out in all directions. The vibration that followed her like a shadow was also maximized at this time, and time was infinitely stretched in her senses, which really made her feel the harsh sound like tinnitus. The dull heartbeat seemed to be right next to her ears. Boom, boom, boom. Excitedly finally discovered that the origin of the heartbeat was in her chest. So cold. This was the first feeling excitedly had when she regained consciousness. Then came a series of stabbing pains, as if countless needles were piercing her brain. Excitedly's pain tolerance has always been very strong. Even when she burned herself with the flames of the red carp, she was able to stay a little sober in the pain of her skin melting and regenerating. But the pain of the needles was different from the pain of the fire. It ignored her skin, flesh and bones, and pierced directly into her soul. It had a strong presence and made her dizzy. Excitedly tried to stay conscious. She could vaguely hear the hazy mechanical sound coming from her ears. In front of her eyes, it was bright and dark, as if someone was busy walking back and forth. She tried to identify the vague voice. The 23,648th matrix extraction experiment will start in 3 minutes. A familiar voice with a strange coldness. Matrix extraction experiment? In order to divert attention from the pain, excitedly tried to extract the intelligence she wanted from this limited information. She searched the memory in her mind, and the only impression of this term came from the crystal core. Excitedly remembered that the crystal core in the zombie brain contained a substance that could prolong the life of the awakened, which was called matrix. But she had never heard of the experiment on matrix extraction. When excitedly finally got used to the pain, she didn't know how long it had passed. She used her greatest strength to open her eyes, and the first thing she could see was a face that was almost in front of her. It was a man's face, with cold lines, and because of the close distance, his facial features were slightly distorted. Although they only met once, excitedly was impressed by this face. Excitedly silently recited his name in his heart, Tan Chijo, the genius senior who founded Arc Biology. The last time they met was after they were reborn, in a variety show where they participated as Su Yoqing's best friend. After the apocalypse, excitedly also discovered the various connections between Arc Biology and the zombie plague. And Tan Chijo, who was behind Arc Biology, was obviously related to the zombie virus. But before excitedly could react, why did Tan Chijo appear here? Another voice rang out. Chijo, why do you stay in the lab all day? I really don't understand what's so good about this disgusting monster. It was a cute female voice, and excitedly felt a chill rising from the bottom of his heart. Soon the owner of the voice came closer, and at first glance her face was as delicate as a flower. But a closer look revealed that under the skin so fine that you couldn't see the pores, her expression was so stiff. She approached excitedly, and then quickly turned her head away as if she saw something dirty. Su Yuqing pouted her lips, and then the corners of her mouth twitched uncontrollably, but she didn't notice it herself. Chijo, didn't you separate her heart? Why are you still studying her brain now? She acted coquettishly, while hugging Tan Chijo's arm intimately. With a beautiful woman by his side, Tan Chijo was indifferent. He didn't look at her. His eyes still stayed on excitedly without moving away for a moment, and he slightly raised the corners of his mouth. You don't understand. She can reach the ultimate of evolution. His eyes were filled with a condescending scrutiny and undisguised enthusiasm. His face was slightly distorted under the refraction of light, and he looked at excitedly as if he had found a treasure. Excitedly then realized that she didn't actually open her eyes. She lay in a small fish tank like a fish. She had no eyes, no mouth, no hands or feet, and even no body. A naked, flesh-pink brain was quietly floating in a container the size of a fish tank, and the sticky and transparent medium around her put her in a state of unconscious sinking and floating. Countless transparent lines thinner than a hair connected every nerve of this brain. Xian Li's perception had reached its peak at this time, and he once again felt the overlooking state of the third perspective, with a panoramic view of the entire room. This laboratory was more spacious than anything Xian Li had seen before, divided into different spaces by transparent glass, and various unnamed instruments were placed in every corner of the laboratory. In front of dozens of screens, people in white coats kept walking back and forth, comparing the numbers on the screens and whispering something. A little further away was a place like an operating room, where people were carefully cutting a thin layer of skin fragments with skin and flesh from an arm. But what attracted Xian Li's attention the most was another fish tank behind the two people in front of her. Inside was a powerfully beating black heart. The heartbeat that had guided Xian Li to this place from the beginning was clearer than ever at this moment under her inhuman perception. Chapter 132. This crap has to be extracted more than a dozen times a day, but nothing has been studied. I think she is still conscious just because the mutation is incomplete. Su Yuqing complained, but still handed a test tube in her hand to Tan Qizhou. On the contrary, Tan Qizhou raised his hand and put the test tube in front of his eyes. No matter how many times he looked at it, he would be amazed by the substance in the test tube. Ordinary first-level zombies will produce crystal nuclei in their brains, from which matrix can be extracted, and the surface of the crystal nuclei looks like irregular ice crystals. Although the experimental data of second-level zombies is scarce at present, it can still be noticed that the crystal nuclei they produce are not only more regular in shape, but also more shiny than ordinary zombies. The crystal nucleus cut out of the brain of this semi-complete body of Xian Li, number 0, is like a dazzling gem, with a smooth and transparent surface without edges and corners, and the brilliance of the matrix underneath can be seen with the naked eye. Even the most expensive diamond in the world cannot compare to it. It is as exquisite as the artwork given to mankind by the Creator. Due to the non-renewable nature of the crystal core, he spent a lot of effort to study how to minimize the damage to the crystal and extract the matrix from it. Different from the translucent liquid matrix extracted from ordinary crystal cores, the matrix of the semi-complete body of number 0 is more condensed, which makes people feel the huge energy contained in it. According to the current experimental data, her purification of E-cells has reached 90%. Ordinary zombies are all rotten meat after dissection, but her brain and heart still maintain the human form. Tan Qizhou looked at Su Yuqing and smiled. The reason why he let this stupid woman stay here was because she was the only person he could find who was related to the semi-complete body number 0. On the computer screen not far away, her brain nerves were connected. The band graph monitored fluctuated smoothly, but there would always be obvious fluctuations when Su Yuqing appeared. Brain waves don't lie. This is enough to prove that the semi-complete body number 0 retained complete consciousness, and she would still have emotional fluctuations towards the people she knew before the mutation. And he was sure that it must not be a positive emotion. The scene changed, and the furnishings in the room changed in an instant, and there were many unfamiliar equipment. But the two people were still in front of him. The atmosphere between them seemed a little tense. Tan Qizhou lowered his eyes slightly and looked down at Su Yuqing, with an indifference on his face that did not allow any questioning. Her expression changed several times. Between anger and grievance and compromise, she finally chose the latter. Okay. Su Yuqing said softly, since you used it to heal my facial injury, I won't mind that you don't have time to accompany me. She turned her eyes to the brain in the glass container. Her eyes were gentle but also full of ruthlessness. Just like the last time they met, she snatched the last protective suit away, leaving Xian Li alone to be devoured by the insects. Later, I heard about Xian Li again from the man named Suja. He said that Ollie fell off the defensive wall to protect him, and was eaten by zombies. But at that time, he was very attentive to Su Lingyu, and he could figure out the cause and effect with a little thought. Xian Li was probably killed by these two people. But only he himself didn't know that he, Suja, was just a reserve food raised by Su Lingyu, and the only useful thing in his body was his space talent. Only Xian Li treated him as a treasure, and now he has become a half-human, half-ghost. Although Xian Li has been a foil by her side for many years, Su Yuqing naturally doesn't feel any guilt for Xian Li's death. Times have changed, and the fittest survive. Those who maintain their bottom line in the end of the world are fools. It's what they deserve to die. Oh no, it's worse than death, they became zombies. Su Yuqing relied on her close relationship with Tan Qizhou and also came into contact with a lot of information about experimental subjects. After Xian Li was eaten by zombies, she mutated. She was cowardly when she was a human, and she was also a waste when she became a zombie. She wandered around the edge of the end of the world in a daze, not getting along with zombies, not getting close to humans, and had a low desire to attack. She was also lucky enough not to be killed. She didn't eat or rest. In 5 years, the E cells in her body were constantly updated, and her consciousness gradually awakened. She could even disguise herself as a human and hide in the base without being discovered. Until others called her the Zombie King, she couldn't believe that the Zombie King who severely injured the strongest awakener of mankind was actually the timid Xian Li in the past. If, as Tan Qizhou said, this body has regained its previous consciousness, it should not be completely opposite to its original personality. So Su Yuqing never thought that the Zombie King who everyone feared after the mutation was the same person as before. But no matter who she is, her greatest value now is her body. Over the past year, Tan Qizhou has developed a number of new drugs based on the extracted matrix. Her cheek, which was ruthlessly cut off in half after being corroded by zombie blood, was also prevented from festering and spreading toxins because of the timely use of the reducing solution. But the muscles around Su Yuqing's mouth twitched involuntarily again. The reducing solution is a restorative drug extracted from the matrix. Its healing power is so strong that it can even regenerate broken limbs. Although the experiment of extracting the matrix has been done continuously for a year, it is a new drug after all. It lacks a lot of experimental data support and is still a little imperfect. After using it, although her skin has returned to its original state, her facial nerves are occasionally out of control. Just like her colleagues, who had excessive plastic surgery in the past. Ollie, you have worked so hard. Su Yuqing approached the glass container, and the brain inside seemed to be trembling slightly. The picture changed again. At this time, only Tan Qizhou was in the laboratory. Tan Qizhou was concentrating on studying the things in his hands. Under the microscope, one can see countless active E cells in the matrix. This is the purest cell sample he can get. The various special features of the semi-perfect body of number 0 that are different from ordinary zombies have verified his conclusion. Careful thinking, strong body, amazing self-healing ability, and the consumption of the least resources to achieve the most extreme power, thereby broadening the length and width of life. This is the correct direction of evolution that E cells point to for humans. And Xian Li is currently the best human to digest E cells. It was worth his decision to capture her alive despite all the opposition, and at the cost of almost annihilating the most important combat force of mankind. Compared with the research value she brought, the nearly 100 executors who were beheaded were not so pitiful. Although the new war army produced with the K-82 series robots as the prototype has the upper hand in the current battle with zombies, if the semi-complete body of number 0 is allowed to evolve autonomously, it is likely to be out of control and disrupt the implementation of the Sundial Plan. The so-called Sundial Plan is the human iteration plan he has prepared for many years, even at the expense of the interests of the majority of the bottom. There are always some superficial humans who regard the E-cells he released as viruses. In fact, the full name of E-cells is Elpis, which means hope in Greek. Legend has it that Pandora opened the magic box, disasters and plagues came to the world, and the last thing left in the box was hope. Now the Sundial Plan has entered the final stage, and 11 years have passed since the release of E-cells. There is still 1 year left. Through those human bodies that failed to evolve, the pollution of E-cells will be metabolized to obtain the purest matrix. This is the meaning of this experiment. These sacrifices are like the shadow cast by the sun on the sundial. Sacrifice behind the light is inevitable, but human beings can enter a new era through such enlightenment. Therefore, even if there are corpses everywhere and rivers of blood on this road, he has already abandoned useless compassion and walked forward without hesitation. He, Tan Qizhou, is the true creator of the future world. Xian Li felt that she was awake, but also that she was in a dream. If she was in a dream, why was the conversation between the two so clear and audible? She could even see the subtle expressions on their faces through the glass. But if she was awake, the scene in front of her was like watching a movie. Sometimes the picture would fast forward by itself, and only shadowy figures walking back and forth could be seen. The last picture stayed in the empty laboratory. She looked at the black heart opposite her. It seemed to be night now. The lights in the laboratory were turned off, and occasionally there were flashing signal lights from the instruments. In addition to the occasional dripping sound of the instruments, the sound of friction between metal and tile floors could be sensed. There was a cylindrical machine 5 or 6 meters away from her. It seemed to be a cleaning robot, and the bottom looked like the floor scrubber Xian Li had used before. The rag at the bottom of the machine rotated forward, dragging non-existent dust on the shiny new floor. The scene in front of her made her already lonely brain even more confused. "You're here." Exionly, who was in the form of a brain, suddenly heard a voice. The voice was strange, but the tone was familiar to her. There was no emotion, nor was there a sense of mechanicalness. Exionly seemed to have found a thread in her chaotic thoughts, and she was suddenly excited. She was about to open her mouth, but found that she seemed to have no mouth in her current state. She didn't know how to respond, so she could only shout wildly in her heart. "Is it you, Ball? Where is this? Why am I here? Why are you here too? Am I dead? Is this an illusion or reality?" As a brain, Exionly never knew that she would be so talkative. It was also true that speaking with the mouth was necessary, and expressing one's thoughts required many words, which was too tiring to communicate. But the brain didn't need to use it, and she could say many words in 1 second. But after hearing her response, the other side fell silent. Just when Exionly was about to think that she was hallucinating again, the voice finally sounded. "Bar, is this the name you gave me?" Exionly was confused, wondering if she had recognized the wrong person. But the tone was exactly the same as Bar. She was silent for a moment, and thought carefully, "Well, you gave it to me yourself." The cleaning robot, which was cleaning halfway, paused, and then continued its cleaning work. It was quiet, and did not make any sound, as if it was also communicating with Exionly in the form of radio waves. It was just that the little robot seemed to sense the human emotion called joy for the first time. The electronic screen on the half-human high fuselage lit up slightly in the dark, and the program that should not appear on a cleaning robot, pixel-shaped fireworks exploded on the electronic screen. After a long while, Exionly heard it say, "What you just saw is the memory data of another timeline in your brain, which is both reality and illusion." Chapter 133. The once prosperous town is now full of broken walls and ruins, and the ground is covered with layers of red, leaving disgusting mottled marks as time goes by. Of course, as a zombie, you can't vomit, Exionly thought optimistically. She often felt like she was dreaming, and memories and reality kept interweaving, which once gave her a splitting headache. In the first few years after becoming a zombie, she was too weak to find food. After being pushed down from the city wall by Suja, perhaps because this imitation body was not delicious enough, she was lucky not to get the favor of the zombies, allowing her to survive the zombie tide at the small cost of losing 1/3 of her abdominal cavity, half of her shoulder, and her entire left calf. The E-cells seemed to have found the best culture dish, and they multiplied and evolved in her body with great momentum. The first year was the worst. The missing calf made her inconvenient to move, and even a 3-year-old child could cry and leave her far behind. Fortunately, her hands and right leg were still intact, so she was able to protect her head and crawl to a place with less zombie traffic to avoid being accidentally trampled by zombies and hit the back of her head. The second year was a little better. Long-term hunger made her body malnourished. From this year on, her consciousness would wake up for a moment every few days. This also made her realize that hunger would not let her die again. The desire for human flesh and blood began to slowly subside. She tried to accept photosynthesis and become a quality vegetarian zombie. And Exionly later learned that staying hungry was the only way to metabolize E-cell impurities. The third year was a breakthrough year for Exionly. Perhaps the E-cells in the body have evolved to a certain extent. In the interval of crazy reproduction, they finally noticed the defects of this body, and began to slowly organize limb repair. The broken leg zombie finally grew a calf tenaciously this year. It was also from the third year that Exionly's awake time increased from 10 minutes a week to 1 hour of free thinking time every day. And Exionly did not waste this hour of rest in the corpse room. She mixed in with the wandering corpses from time to time, pretending to be the same kind with a grin, wandering in some remote survivors' camps, relying on the zombies' keen hearing to get information. Of course, there were often unavoidable dangers. She was hit in the cheek by a female soldier with very accurate shooting skills. That was the closest time her crystal core was broken. Fortunately, since she found that her calf was growing, she would whisper to the E-cell demon in her body every time she woke up, "Protect my crystal core. If I explode, you will explode too. My back of the head cannot be invaded by anyone, even zombies. The strongest fortress in the world is not the Maginot Line, but my head." I don't know whether her brainwashing speech has an impact on the E-cells, or whether the E-cells themselves have intelligence. In short, she found that her head has indeed become much harder. It is well known that the most vulnerable part of an ordinary zombie is its head, like a candied hawse on the head, and a punch from an adult man can knock off half of it. And Xian Li, whose skull was hardened by cells, is as hard as Huanggang rock, and can break a bone with a fist from an adult man. Xian Li does not have accurate data on the defense coefficient against bullets. As a zombie, it is not so easy to get a gun. Therefore, when facing the agile female soldier, she accurately controlled the distance and fell down the building after being hit by a bullet from 100 meters away. The bullet grazed her cheek. If it was an ordinary zombie, half of her head would have exploded. But the bullet only left a black and red blood mark on her cheek, which was quickly repaired by the cells. So much so that a long time later, the legend of the iron-headed zombie began to spread in the survivor base. This made Xian Li confident in his head, and he went to the garrison point more persistently to inquire about the news. As the saying goes, you are not afraid of thieves stealing, but you are afraid of thieves thinking about it. With Xian Li's day-to-day efforts, he finally got reliable information about the survivor's smart underground city. Xian Li became a zombie in the 5th year of the Doomsday, and the news of the smart underground city had already leaked out at that time. The official has secretly selected the site for the underground city, and will complete the construction of infrastructure within 5 years and accept survivors in batches. Now, 3 years have passed, and the underground city of the first area has been completed. The first batch of admissions will be issued in a month. Perhaps it is because her heart has not completely transformed into a zombie mindset, and she still naively holds the hope of turning back to human. A zombie with consciousness, how awesome is that? Existence is reasonable. Since she can rely on her own strength to retain human consciousness after becoming a zombie, then maybe with the help of official forces, she can remove the part of the tissue in her body that belongs to zombies and survive as a human? Of course, Xian Li also made the worst plan. It doesn't matter if she can't turn back to human. After being a zombie for so long, she is almost used to it. Except that she can't enjoy food like humans. Her physical performance has been greatly improved compared to ordinary humans. It's just that she's lonely when she's awake. Whether it's human or zombie, she doesn't have any creatures to communicate with. So at least she should have some real peers. It's too dangerous to expect humans to become zombies, and obviously no one will agree. But if the existing zombies can regain some consciousness, it will not only resolve the crisis of confrontation between humans and zombies, but humans will even need the help of zombies. After all, the two were once the same kind. To achieve this goal, official power is indispensable, and the Wisdom Underground City naturally brings together the most advanced biotechnology level in the country. Of course, Xian Li also has a little selfishness. When she was a human, she was defeated. But the past hatred will not be forgotten because she becomes a zombie. She wants Suja to feel the same pain. In the 5th year, Xian Li completely woke up from that muddled state. From being awake for 1 hour a day, under her conscious training, she has improved to only 1 hour of confusion a day, that is to say, except for that hour when she will be briefly controlled by the zombie mind. The rest of the time she is no different from humans. In the past 2 years, the number of places in the smart underground city has been opened to the 10th batch, with hundreds of thousands of survivors living in the underground city, and the proportion of awakened people is as high as 60%. The remaining 30% are the leaders in various fields that have been officially identified, and they are used to continue human civilization and technology. Only 10% is left for ordinary people, which is enough to show that the competition is fierce. When the first batch of places were issued, there were many fights and even family breakdowns. The most serious ones even caused unrest between bases and countless casualties. After the first lesson, the authorities learned from their mistakes and conducted a relatively fair lottery for the subsequent issuance of qualifications. The ID card was made into a chip and directly implanted into the body. When the body loses its activity, the ID card will automatically become invalid. This reduced the occurrence of conflicts. But the lottery cannot completely solve the problem, not to mention that there are still repeated black box operations. The most important thing is to continuously expand the population accommodated by the underground city. Until the 10th year of the end of the world, the 3rd district of the Wisdom Underground City was built, which is also the largest underground area so far. It covers an area of 5,000 square kilometers, and the receiving population has officially entered the million mark. The qualification for admission is no longer in the form of lottery, but for the first time, it is publicly accepted for qualification exchange. The exchange condition is 100,000 crystal cores per person, or providing materials that can deduct the corresponding crystal cores in exchange for the qualification to enter the underground city. This is an opportunity for Xian Li. In the past 2 years, Xian Li has tried to sneak into the underground city more than once. But under the official jurisdiction, the security measures are even more heavyweight. How can a zombie who is not very sober take advantage of the situation? He will be beaten to pieces as soon as he shows up and doesn't even speak. In addition to the real official power holders, Xian Li can't let anyone notice that she is different from ordinary zombies, so as not to be caught by someone with ulterior motives for research and die before the mission is accomplished. In addition to paying attention to the news about the qualifications to enter the city, Xian Li is also paying attention to the situation in the zombie group. It stands to reason that since she is the only zombie who has retained consciousness, there is no reason why there will be no second one. At that time, the appearance of level 2 zombies was not uncommon, and level 3 zombies also began to emerge. Compared with the second level zombies, the third level zombies seem to have begun to develop wisdom, each dividing their own territory and becoming the master of one side. Xian Li also tried to deal with them. If ordinary second level zombies are like superheroes among zombies, then the third level zombies are the NPD among superheroes. Although they look much more respectable than ordinary zombies, and can learn to use their abilities to repair their limbs, most of them are too much, growing many limbs that do not belong to humans. 3 heads and 6 arms are small scenes. Eyes in the mouth, 2-faced people, multiracial spherical creatures, etc. are also common, and they look like they have a strong Cthulhu temperament. More importantly, each of them has the style of a king who is self-centered and dominates the world. As the superior who can give orders in a zombie group, the psychological changes of the third-level zombies when they first come into contact with Xian Li can be roughly divided into several stages: failure to treat, anger, shock, curiosity, and contempt. For Xian Li's uncontrollability, the third-level zombies will not force Xian Li to submit to them in anger. After all, they are all leaders, and they will not lack this tolerance. But they also have an instinctive curiosity about Xian Li, thus opening the door to communication. But it's like talking to a chicken and a duck, and the language is not the same. Although Xian Li is also a zombie, the dominant human part of the mind is still unable to understand the zombie language dialect. But after research, the reason why those sentences are so difficult to understand is probably because the zombie brother also tried to use human language to communicate with Xian Li in the communication, so the accent is very heavy. Xian Li carefully distinguished the difference between those hoarse voices, and finally woke up in an hour of chaos one day, and understood the message that the zombie brother sent her 2 days ago. The words that popped out one by one, spliced together to form a vulgar word like you. Ugly. Strong. Xian Li, The aesthetics of zombies will indeed change with the advancement of strength. Xian Li is more determined to become human again. Chapter 134. The turning point came after Xian Li and Su Yuqing reunited. Xian Li never expected that Su Yuqing could survive in the apocalypse for 10 years. After all, before she became a zombie, Su Yuqing was just an ordinary person who had not awakened any talents. That was when Xian Li had just met a newly evolved third-level zombie. Her daily routine was to patrol the major zombie hatching points, and she was more attentive than the task force sent by the base. In the past 10 years, the hatching speed of zombies has become faster and faster. Second-level zombies are common, and third-level zombies are endless. Ordinary awakeners can no longer deal with them alone, and they are all led by a team of at least 3 awakeners to strangle them. Those who are more difficult to deal with need to be handed over to AI's specialized troops. Xian Li relies on his own enhanced movement speed and 5 senses after his zombie transformation, and can search a prefecture-level city in almost a week. After inspecting several prefecture-level cities adjacent to Nansha, Xian Li learned that Beishui City, a municipality adjacent to Muxi Province where Nansha is located, had just opened an underground city entrance channel last month. Beishui City is located in the southern coastal area and is a transportation hub integrating aviation, navigation and land transportation. It covers an area of about 4 Nansha, and is the largest city in the southern region. It is known as the Nanyang Pearl of Yin Country. At that time, the surrounding area of Nansha had been carpet searched by Xian Li. It was probably because Nansha was the location of the military base in the south, and the zombies with the potential to evolve were basically wiped out. It was really difficult to get the qualification to enter the city, so Xian Li decided to go to the big city to look for opportunities. That day, Xian Li made a routine inspection to a newly built sports center on the edge of the 3rd Ring Road. It was a water drop-shaped indoor stadium, which was completed not long before the end of the world, and was the largest stadium in the south. When the virus broke out, there happened to be a performance by a well-known idol group from a neighboring country in the stadium. When she passed by several times before, the stadium was still occupied by densely packed first-level zombies. Even though their bodies had turned into zombies, they still did not put down the fluorescent sticks and banners in their hands. Xian Li noticed that the zombies in the stadium were a little different from ordinary zombies. They had a sense of cohesion, and would intentionally or unintentionally surround a few of them. A few years later, the first-level zombies that were not wiped out also evolved into second-level zombies in a scattered manner. The few zombies that were clustered at the beginning only had the last one left, with her as the leader. It felt like a circle of kings. Xian Li had seen the beautiful zombie idol go out to look for food from a distance, and felt a little familiar. Even she, who was not a fan of stars, had an impression of her face. She was probably a female idol, who was quite famous before the end of the world. I don't know if it's because of the idol cultivation engraved in her bones, but she still retains some human aesthetics. There are some residual bloodstains on her face, as if she had worn battle makeup. Her lifeless gray eyes seem to be wearing contact lenses. The blonde hair behind her adds a bit of messy beauty. Perhaps because she was protected too well by other zombies, there is no obvious damage on the whole, and the performance clothes are all worn intact. The close-fitting halter straps outline her curvy figure, and the gauze skirt with burn marks shows a different sense of design. If you ignore her skin that has become a little gray due to corpse transformation, then her appearance looks no different from the stage makeup with the theme of the end of the world. When Xian Li appeared near the stadium again, the blonde female zombies in the stadium raised their heads at the same time. She sensed her own kind. Compared to other areas surrounded by zombies, the stadium was a little rundown, but it was still clean. At least there were no human limbs left after eating. Even though the smell of blood and flesh was not bad after becoming a zombie, it was still unacceptable in terms of appearance. Xian Li could smell the bloody smell concentrated somewhere inside the stadium, probably the storage room of the blonde zombie in front of him. You mean, you retained your memory before evolution? Combining his own situation, Xian Li knew that after becoming a zombie, the brain stem controlled by the virus could not fully mobilize the vocal system. So at least the third-level zombies can only make fragmented words and sentences, and cannot accurately distinguish the meaning of the other party. But the difference is that the third-level zombies have special abilities different from ordinary first-level zombies, and Celine is this type. She can communicate with the mind, so as to issue orders to ordinary zombies and dispatch them. And this is exactly the zombie Xian Li is looking for. Celine's hoarse voice rang in her mind, as if she had not used human language for a long time. The other party's pronunciation is very special, with a unique sense of rhythm. He should have been at least a vocal before the end of the world. Evolution. Xian Li muttered in her heart, savoring the word carefully. This should be the first level 3 zombie she has met in the past 5 years that she can communicate smoothly. Without knowing the other party's background, she concealed the fact that she still had self-awareness, and only told Celine that she retained some memories of her human life. Xian Li's eyes flickered imperceptibly, and he said calmly, "Yes." Celine's face was expressionless, but her cloudy eyes moved a little, and Xian Li could feel that she seemed to be interested. "So, you didn't receive the inheritance either?" Inheritance? Xian Li was stunned for a moment. Zombies, non-living things controlled by viruses, actually have such a thing as inheritance? As a Yang countryman who grew up in a country with a history of about 5,000 years, Xian Li understood the meaning of inheritance better than any zombie. Inheritance means the continuation of experience and values. In order to prevent cultural discontinuity, each generation will preserve the crystallization of Yan people's wisdom for thousands of years in the form of various spiritual or material carriers, forming a core bond to maintain blood. Inheritance is a necessary condition for the continuation of the race. Inheritance means wisdom, culture, thinking, and self-identity. And this zombie virus that suddenly swept the world and brought a catastrophe to mankind actually has inheritance? Xian Li didn't know whether to find it absurd or horrifying. As for this so-called inheritance, she didn't feel it at all, whether she was a human or a corpse. Her heart was already in turmoil, but fortunately her expression management was affected by her zombie body, and did not change much. Xian Li shook his head slightly, and his raised eyes revealed clear stupidity. No wonder. Although Celine had no expression on her face, the voice that sounded in Xian Li's mind was full of sudden enlightenment. There are different levels between corpse species, and high-level corpse species can naturally control low-level corpse species. Sensing the approach of a breath of similar level, Celine was alert at first, but later when she saw that Xian Li did not make any move to compete for territory, she became a little confused. She wondered why a powerful corpse species would act alone and not fight for territory to increase its strength. What was the reason? After she knew that Xian Li had retained human memories, she understood. It was not that he didn't want to, but that he lacked basic common sense about zombies. No wonder she didn't feel any aggression from the other party. It's not that Celine had never seen corpse species that retained human memories. In the process of evolution from humans to corpse species, there would always be a few zombies that were not fully evolved and thus retained some human memories. It can be said that she survived by relying on those primary corpse species, and they were all her fans before. The corpse species that retained human memories had a considerable advantage in the early stage. They were more intelligent than ordinary corpse species, so their combat effectiveness was also stronger. Later, the instinct of eating gradually prevailed, and the retained memories would quickly melt away. In this way, the incapable corpse species could easily become the most loyal subordinates of the advanced corpse species and receive in-death inheritance. Celine naturally did not explain the latter part. As a level 3 zombie, Celine is naturally not as simple-minded as ordinary level 1 zombies. Although the opponent's level is unknown, she instinctively feels dangerous. Exionly, how to obtain the inheritance? It's very simple. Exionly felt that the blonde female corpse on the stage seemed to smile. She walked down from the stage slowly, and there was a big hole in the dome of the gymnasium, and the sunlight shone down like natural stage lights. The joints of level 3 zombies are much more flexible than ordinary zombies. The gait of walking off the stage makes people can't help but think that if it was before the end of the world, it would cause many cheers and screams from the fans below the stage. The young woman who was born as an idol is still radiant even if she becomes a zombie. Just as she was raising her hand, something strange happened. Exionly suddenly retreated more than 10 meters and moved to the audience area under the stage almost instantly. There was a collapsed ceiling near the stage in the audience area, which formed a corner with the baffle separating it from the stage, which was a perfect defensive area to avoid attacks. Celine's outstretched hand stopped in midair. She tilted her head, thinking that the other party had seen through her thoughts and was unwilling to surrender, but she didn't expect that half of her head was exposed in the corner again. Run. After saying this, Exionly quickly retracted his head like a mole. Celine was stunned, obviously not understanding Exionly's good intentions, but she soon understood the meaning of this sentence. She looked up a little stiffly, just in time to see a perfect parabola in the air. Something as big as a bucket fell from the broken dome of the gymnasium and hit the stage not far from her side, making a loud noise. Then it rolled down from the stage towards her. Celine's ears moved, and the dome was occupied by a human team at some point. Someone was talking. Success. Ideal position, IU. Get ready to shoot. Yes. As the man answered, the sound of a bullet breaking through the air came, hitting the round object accurately. With a bang, a hole appeared on the steel tank, followed by an explosion that was enough to break the eardrum. The heat wave generated by the explosion mixed with the pungent smell of gas instantly swept the entire stadium, and Exionly, who was hiding behind the rocks, instantly turned off his olfactory system. If she was not mistaken, the round thing should be a gas tank that had been artificially improved. This is definitely a weapon of great lethality in the apocalypse, with a shortage of munitions, and is suitable for various closed places. For example, the stadium. Her 5 senses are far superior to those of ordinary zombies. Normally, she can almost detect any movement within 1 kilometer. But just now, when someone came over his head, he realized something was wrong. He didn't have time to leave the gymnasium, so he could only find a temporary shelter. Exionly prayed silently for Celine in his heart, who was at the center of the explosion. Even if the third-level zombies were already strong, facing the gas tanks that were second only to C4 in power, even if they were not directly killed by the explosion, their combat effectiveness was weakened by most of it. Even Exionly, who was hiding behind the shelter, was inevitably hit by the fragments of stones, because he was close to the center of the explosion, and broke 2 ribs. Fortunately, zombies don't feel pain. Exionly ignored the broken bones on his chest, and silently retreated dozens of meters, while the smoke on the field had not yet dissipated. The shock wave generated by the explosion was centered on the stage, overturning all the seats in the venue, and then affecting the first-level zombies wandering around the edge of the venue. Celine's brothers were almost wiped out. Chapter 135. When the smoke cleared, a rope was thrown down. The 5 people who had been ambushing for a long time wore masks, and slid down from the dome one by one. The short man holding a rifle glanced around and laughed. Hee hee, don't we blow those disgusting things into meat paste now? Fortunately, there is the beautiful Sue, otherwise the operation would not be so smooth. The speaker was another sturdy man, with a tattoo on his arm. He raised his chin to the last person who came down. That's right, if it weren't for Sue's hidden talent, we would have been discovered as soon as we approached the gymnasium. The young man's voice was gentle. He had been paying attention to the movements behind him, and helped the woman who jumped down and didn't stand steadily in time. The last woman to come down had her feet tilted, and almost fell to the ground. She let go of the young man's arm without leaving a trace, and a strand of soft hair fell out from behind the mask. She put her hair behind her ears a little embarrassedly, and said softly, "This is not my credit, it was all Sister Lingyu's idea." The tall woman standing in the center of the team carefully examined the situation on the field. She raised her eyebrows when she heard it. "Don't be careless, find the third-level zombie first." It has been nearly 2 years since the base began to organize a large-scale encirclement and suppression of third-level zombies. As one of the first people to awaken her talent, Su Lingyu has already formed her own team and became the most prominent female leader after the end of the world. Although her team only has 30% awakened people, they have a large number of people and sufficient ammunition. Therefore, the comprehensive combat power is almost equivalent to a small army, second only to Xuezhu, the strongest awakened person in the human race. Of course, Xuezhu is an official. The team he manages is small but elite, and with a military background, it is not something that ordinary people can compare to. This operation is also to cultivate the combat power within the team that can stand on its own. There are 2 novices among the 4 people led by him, but fortunately, they have high talent value and are expected to become the backbone of the team. If it weren't for the last operation, because of carelessness, the team was bitten by the third-level zombies hiding in the back when retreating, and she had to kill her former teammates, and the team was seriously injured. She wouldn't have gone on this trip in person today. Thinking of this, Su Lingyu's chest was a little stuffy. She shook her head and said, "Come on, there may be more than one third-level zombie here." It was Su Lingyu's idea to climb up to the dome and attack. She had been eyeing this third-level zombie for a long time. That zombie has a high IQ and a strong sense of vigilance. He often shoots one shot and changes another. He is very organized, and caused heavy losses to the base. This time she finally found the lair of the third-level zombie, and streamlined the team for action. But for some reason, she always felt uneasy. "The captain is right," the young man reminded Su. "Follow closely, don't be alone." Hearing this address, Su Lingyu curled her lips in a mocking manner, and saw the young man approaching Su Yuqing from the corner of her eye. The young man was naturally Suja. He had joined her team for 5 years, but his position in the team was awkward. When she let him join the team, she thought he was a tough guy, but she didn't expect him to change after joining the team. Although his spatial talent potential is very good, he rarely participates in actual combat exercises and often shirks his responsibilities. The resources that were obtained with great difficulty had to be shared with such a person, and the subordinates were not without complaints. If his talent was not really useful for storage, Su Lingyu would not have been indifferent to his explicit and implicit ambiguity, and would have often brought him with her as a mobile warehouse. Perhaps he saw that she was not as easy to deal with as he imagined, so he turned his attention to another person in the team. Footsteps were heard. Su Yuqing trotted to Su Lingyu and whispered, "Sister Lingyu, I'll go with you." Seeing Su Yuqing keeping a distance from him, Suja just smiled good-temperedly and said nothing. Su Lingyu said and didn't even look at her, focusing all her attention on the venue. Although she always knew that she had a distant cousin who became a big star, the two had never met in the past 20 years. They unexpectedly met again in the base after the end of the world. Her cousin seemed to be very familiar with Tan Qizhou. It was probably because of this relationship that Suja set his sights on her. In order to avoid missions, Suja had always wanted to apply for a transfer to the base's Internal Research Institute. But he might be disappointed. Su Yuqing not only had no idea about him, but also avoided him as much as possible. Although it was obvious that they were old acquaintances, Su Yuqing had no interest in it at all. As long as it did not hinder the development of the team, she would always turn a blind eye to the private intrigues. Su Yuqing was also entrusted by the man surnamed Tan this time. After learning that they were related, he insisted that she had nothing to do in the research institute, so he arranged her in her team and asked her to help look after her, in the name of letting Su Yuqing follow her to collect data. In fact, it was probably just a formality. However, her distant cousin is not a complete waste. Her stealth talent can well block the breath of friendly forces, and even the third-level zombies are difficult to detect. This is how she took the lead in the previous action. Huh? The short man walking in the front is a Yu. He has been with her for 10 years, and has a very accurate shooting skill. He is the one who shot at the gas tank just now. Heisey is physically strong, and is usually the one responsible for the team's rear guard. He glanced behind him vigilantly. Hearing Ayu's voice, his heart skipped a beat, and said unhappily, "Don't say what's wrong?" Ayu came to the edge of the stage first. He has good eyesight, and saw that the third-level zombie was in the center of the explosion when the gas tank exploded. At this time, he used the tip of the gun to scratch the charred body on the ground, muttering, "It shouldn't be, is it really blown into mud?" Su Lingyu frowned and leaned down to check the charred pile. Without the crystal core, the level 3 zombie is still alive. How is that possible? I'm not mistaken, it was blown up by me. There's no way it could escape. Could it be that even the crystal core was blown to pieces? No. Su Lingyu simply denied this answer. The crystal core is strong, not to mention that it's a level 3 zombie crystal core. It's not that easy to break. She carefully distinguished the pile of charred corpses, identified the thighs and forearms, and had a guess in her mind. It may be seriously injured and hiding in this venue. Before she finished speaking, there was a subtle movement behind her. Su Lingyu turned her head quickly, and saw a shadow that was so fast that it was blurred, and its direction was exactly the second to last person in the team, Suja. The inside of the third-level zombies was indeed extraordinary, and they found the weakness of the entire team at once. It was too late to ask Suja to dodge at this time, and Su Lingyu hurriedly said, "Heizi." Dang, a tooth-grinding crisp sound, like the sound of metal objects hitting each other. A translucent barrier had been erected in front of Suja, blocking him like a shield. It was the effect of Heizi's talent. Heizi's talent was a relatively rare team defense talent, which could protect friendly targets, and the specific form would change according to different situations. The one just now was Heizi's most commonly used shield form, which was most effective in isolating zombies from scratching and biting. The metallic sound was the sound of the zombie biting the transparent shield. From the previous confrontation, Su Yuqi knew that the speed of this third-level zombie was extraordinary, even stronger than some awakened people with speed talents. So this time, she brought Heizi here specifically to prevent the last incident from happening again. It turned out to be as she expected. Heizi's talent effect was activated, and a translucent barrier like an eggshell was erected around everyone's body. Su Yuqi breathed a sigh of relief and looked in another direction. The vague shadow had a solid body. After failing to hit it, Celine quickly jumped back away from the crowd and watched everyone from a distance of more than 10 meters. At this time, Su Lingyu finally saw the current appearance of the third-level zombie. Half of her golden hair was burned, and her limbs that should have disappeared were intact in their original positions. Su Lingyu's heart sank. It seemed that the explosion just now did not cause devastating damage to it. Speed is not its real ability. That's right. The most difficult thing about level 3 zombies is that they not only have enhanced bodies, but also develop their own abilities, like humans awaken their talents. She looked at Celine's intact limbs. Although there was nothing abnormal in her movements, a closer look showed that her arms and thighs were obviously thicker than the other side. Before she could think clearly, she heard Suja angrily say behind the team, "Everyone be careful, it has healing abilities." If it weren't for Heizi's shield, he would have been bitten off the neck by the zombies. When she was still in shock, she saw Celine standing there fine, without any sign of having been through an explosion, and she subconsciously thought that the other party's ability was related to healing. Su Yuqi frowned and didn't say anything. She felt something was wrong, but she didn't find out what was wrong. Celine's gray eyes kept trembling, and she twisted her neck, making a strange click sound. "It's you." The cold voice sounded in everyone's mind, and it felt like a spider crawling into the eardrum, making people shudder. Everyone was shocked. It could actually transmit sound. Su Lingyu was even more surprised. There were zombies that could talk, but they usually imitated human vocal cords to confuse humans. They didn't know the specific meaning of those sentences. And she also knew that high-level zombies could communicate with low-level zombies through brain waves, but it was the first one that could communicate with humans through brain waves, but now was obviously not the time to be shocked. Just as her thoughts were racing, Celine's figure turned into a ghostly shadow and rushed towards Su Lingyu. Her body was faster than her brain. Almost at the same time, Su Lingyu disappeared from the spot, and then appeared a few meters away. Teleportation, this is her talent. A second later, several gunshots were heard. Ayu and Heizi fired at Celine without hesitation, and the bullets made a row of bullet holes on the ground. But before Su Lingyu could congratulate herself for her quick reaction, she found that Celine was just faking a move, and the real target was not her. She turned around quickly and attacked Ayu, who was in the front. Ayu obviously saw Celine's attack, but he did not dodge. The translucent eggshell shield lit up at the right time, and Celine's sharp nails only left a faint black mark on it. "Well done, Heizi." Ayu was as excited as a monkey. He raised his guns with both hands and pressed the trigger frantically at Celine, who was close at hand. But Celine's attack was obviously just a test. Seeing that it did not cause any damage, she pulled away again. Ayu's bullets naturally missed. Waste. Heisey couldn't help but curse, "Give me the gun if you can't hit. Don't waste bullets here." Ayu reloaded the empty magazine and said unconvincingly, "Bullshit. It's obviously your slow reaction. Although Heisey's talent is easy to use, it has a fatal flaw. When used for team protection, the egg-shaped shield is two-way. Not only can it defend against zombies, but also teammates. That is to say, teammates can't break the protection of the shield either. If you want to attack zombies effectively, you need to remove the shield in time. Therefore, when activating the talent, Heisey must concentrate and stay in place without moving, so that he can cooperate with his teammates. Fortunately, Heisey, Ayu and Su Lingyu have been teammates since the end of the world, so there is no need to say more about their tacit understanding. Chapter 136. While the two were talking, there were two more bangs. Su Lingyu teleported to Su's side and took a shotgun, and then teleported to Celine's face again. Seeing this, Heisey immediately removed Su Lingyu's egg-shaped shield, and the latter fired 2 shots at Celine. Su Yuqing also contributed to this. She was able to conceal the existence of friendly targets within a 10-meter range, so that Celine could not catch Su Lingyu's breath for a while. Ayu was responsible for sweeping the position around Celine to block its movement in advance. With the cooperation of several people, Su Lingyu finally heard the solid sound of the bullet hitting. One move was effective, and she didn't want to fight. When the shield lit up again, she teleported cautiously to a distance. Teleportation made her move more unpredictable than Celine's swift body movement. This move was unexpected, and it was also a surprise attack plan that Su Lingyu had been thinking about for several days, and it was effective. She aimed her gun at Celine's head, but the reaction of the third-level zombie was too inhuman. In that split second, it forcibly moved its head 3 points away. The 2 bullets hit half of her face, and the other hit her right shoulder. Her right hand, which had just been repaired, drooped again. Ayu said excitedly, "That's it." Seeing that the attack was effective, the others were relieved. As long as they continued to cooperate like this, even if they couldn't kill it, they could drag the zombie to death. Whether it was a superpower or a talent, it needed a power source, and the power source of zombies was flesh and blood. Fresh flesh and blood could replenish the zombie's mental power, but they would not give it a chance. If it kept healing its limbs, there would always be a moment when its mental power was exhausted. 30 seconds later, Su Lingyu fired several more shots, and with the fire suppression from Ayu, Celine's body soon became tattered. Her arms and thighs, which had just been repaired, were broken, and her chest and abdomen were also shot. On the other hand, Su Lingyu's side had no casualties, and Celine's several attempts to counterattack were blocked by Heisey's shield. The battlefield was in a crushing situation. But Su Lingyu never relaxed her vigilance. She always felt that this zombie was not that simple. Celine's right leg was broken, so she simply lay on the ground and used her hands and feet, and her speed was not much slower than before. It found a gap between the gunfire and the rain of bullets, dodging and retreating, and soon approached the edge of the gymnasium. There were many low-level zombies here with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Seeing that Celine was about to be forced into a corner by them, with no way to retreat, Su Lingyu teleported directly behind Celine, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the back of its head. However, Celine's head stretched outwards, while her broken right leg shrank and disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. The rest of its body twisted to the other side at an unexpected angle, and it bit the remains of the ordinary zombie lying on the ground fiercely. "Is this a broken jar?" Su Lingyu was stunned, but his hands did not stop moving, and there were 2 more bangs. Celine's shoulder and head broke with a sound. Success. Everyone was happy when they saw this. "Captain is awesome. This beast can really run. I think this third-level zombie is not that good. It was purely their carelessness last time." Seeing Ayu approaching, Su Lingyu shouted, "Don't move." Although he didn't understand why, he still retracted his raised leg instantly. He survived the apocalypse until now, and obeying orders is an action program engraved in his bones. Is it really so easy to kill it? Celine, who was hit by 2 shotguns just now, has indeed been separated from her head and body, but the bloody head rolled on the ground. Feeling bad, Su Lingyu teleported back 20 meters. Theoretically, the time required for her teleportation varies with the distance. The closer the distance, the shorter the time required for teleportation. Every 10 meters takes 1 second, and in this second her body will disappear from the original place, and her 5 senses will also be lost. In addition, Su Yuqing's talent range is also 10 meters. So unless necessary, she will control the teleportation distance within 10 meters, and at the same time, Su Yuqing also needs to move with her in a small range. But this makes Su Yuqing and Suja a little farther apart, and the latter follows behind, not knowing whether to replenish ammunition and weapons or to follow Su Yuqing to protect her. In short, before Su Lingyu teleported again, Su Yuqing was eager to follow her footsteps, and just stuck Suja outside the hiding range. At the same time, Suja also took 2 steps in her direction. Unfortunately, there was a broken pillar on Suja's route, which just blocked Heizi's sight, making his shield effect lose its target. Suja's position appeared in a vacuum. He lowered his head and saw the head that was about to roll to his feet, and smiled. "Captain, you are too cautious." No matter how he looked at it, this level 3 zombie was dead and could not die anymore. No matter how strong the healing ability of this zombie was, it was impossible for it to grow a whole body, right? Suja squatted down and took out a dagger from his arms, ready to dig out the crystal core from the head. He just needed to insert the blade from the cut of its neck and turn it. Where's its neck? When he pushed aside the blood-soaked hair, he found that it was not a broken neck hidden underneath, but a complete shoulder. Suja suddenly felt a strange touch on his feet. He subconsciously reached down, but held a cold hand. When he raised his head again, he saw countless buds growing on the back of the head, wriggling like silkworms peeling off cocoons, growing arms, chests, waists, and abdomens. And the head rose from the pool of blood and looked at him steadily. At that moment, the last thought in Su's mind was that he had seen this face before. Idiot! Heizi, who rushed over suddenly, erected a barrier the moment he saw Suja's body after bypassing the pillar. The fierce gunfire came late, beating the body outside the shield into a pulp. But it was useless. The head and arms of the 3rd-level zombie were covered in the shield. Suja wanted to say something, but found that his mouth could not be opened. It was physically unable to open. Su Yuqing was the person closest to him. Seeing his appearance, she couldn't help but let out a short scream, and then quickly covered her mouth. Suja watched her movements and subconsciously touched her mouth. It was smooth. The place where the 2 thin lips were originally felt empty, as if there were no lips there. He thought it was ridiculous and funny at first, but without lips, his nose couldn't help but blow her out. But he soon found that his nose couldn't breathe either, as if it was blocked by cement. Heizi took a breath and immediately canceled the shield on his body. Su Lingyu, who was dozens of meters away, teleported twice to Suja's side and shot at the hand holding Suja's ankle. The palm broke with a sound, but a new hand quickly grew out. The 2 hands alternately supported the entire upper body and quickly retreated from the encirclement of 5 people like some kind of weird insect. Suja! How are you? Su Lingyu had seen many bizarre scenes, but he couldn't help but be frightened when he saw Suja's face. The originally gentle and handsome face now only had a pair of eyes. The nostrils and mouth used for breathing seemed to have suddenly encountered skin hyperplasia, blocking all the visible gaps tightly. Suddenly unable to breathe, Suja collapsed to the ground, his chest rose and fell helplessly, but there was no oxygen exchange at all. His eyes widened with fear, the corners of his eyes were frighteningly red, he trembled nervously, and a dull sound came out of his throat. A Yu, who was the farthest away, hurried over. He broke out in a cold sweat when he saw the sealed mouth, and shouted randomly, "Respirator! Respirator!" When on a mission, Su Lingyu often placed weapons, ammunition, medical supplies, daily necessities, and other supplies in Suja's space, and a respirator was always available. Suja hurriedly took out the respirator from the space, and put the respirator mask on his face, only to realize that his nostrils and mouth were sealed at the same time. He was filled with grief and anger, and felt even more short of oxygen, and immediately rolled his eyes in anger. Heizi cursed, "Stupid! Are you asking Suja to breathe through his ears?" Su Lingyu frowned and stood up with forced calmness. In the previous exchange of fire, Celine had already tested the distance of her teleportation, and now she was standing in a position that she could not reach after 2 teleportations. It stood there perfectly, and the missing limbs and body had grown back. Celine tilted her head, smiling. The 5 people gathered together again, the shield lit up, and she lost the opportunity to attack again. Can't fight for long. It thought about the warning of its fellow just now, but still sighed with some regret. You are smarter than other ants in that you can hide in the turtle shell. Next time, I will crush you one by one. Then, with a flash of her figure, Celine disappeared in the venue. The situation was over, and Su Lingyu didn't think of chasing, but stared at the afterimage and fell into deep thought, as if the discomfort in his heart had an answer. But after a few seconds, he was awakened by a painful groan. Suja fell to the ground, curled up into a ball, his head, like a swollen red balloon, no longer elegant in the past. 30 seconds had passed since his mouth and nose were sealed. If he didn't breathe, he would die of suffocation. Others had already become headless flies. What should we do? Captain! He is suffocating to death. Suja, you are not allowed to die. My gun is still in the space. Sister Lingyu, think of a way. Let's go to the nearest shelter to find an awakener with healing talent. Don't be silly. Suja died before we got to the base. Suja stared at Su Lingyu, his eyes bulged, and a few drops of physiological tears flowed out. Veins on his forehead bulged, and he said something that no one could understand, half coercing and half begging, eager for her rescue. But others didn't understand. But Su Lingyu knew that what he said was, if you don't save me, don't even think about taking back the supplies in the space. Everyone was talking at once, which made her annoyed. Su Lingyu shouted, stop arguing. She lowered her eyes to hide the coldness in her eyes, leaned over and said softly to Suja, just bear with it. Then she pulled out the dagger that she had just used to dig out the crystal core from his hand, and swung it down. Suja closed his eyes subconsciously, as his nose felt cold. The pain on his face made him groan. The blood splashed all over his face, and his blocked nose suddenly had an air inlet. This is just a temporary measure. Let's go back to the base to treat the wound. Su Lingyu calmly threw down the dagger in her hand, took some simple measures to stop the bleeding, and then put the ventilator back on the face of Suja, who fainted from the pain. Everyone on the side could see clearly that Su Lingyu had directly cut off Suja's entire nose, and there were only 2 bloody holes on his face. Chapter 137. Heizi swallowed his saliva and gave a thumbs up. Captain, you are this. Ayu was also shocked and said mechanically. Not as good as before. At least the upper half of his face was still visible just now. Su Yuqing tried not to look at Suja's face. Sister Lingyu, what about the zombies? At this time, it was clear that Suja's popularity was not very good. Seeing that he was temporarily out of danger, the others did not say anything more. Su Lingyu wiped the blood on her hands indifferently and said, it's a bad start. I can only look for another opportunity next time. Ayu said with lingering fear, didn't they say that the zombie's ability is healing? How can there be such a method? It's not healing. Su Lingyu said lightly, if I guess correctly, it should be repair. After 2 observations, the zombie's new limbs did not seem to grow by itself, but seemed to be forcibly grafted together by some external force. The explosion just now did blow off its limbs, but its supernatural power can repair its limbs. If the human mouth and nose are regarded as wounds, then it will use its supernatural power to repair them, promote the growth of flesh and blood, and block the air intake. Su Lingyu said coldly, so Suja should be thankful that it didn't have time to block his eyes and ears. Everyone was silent, feeling inexplicably cold. When everyone finished the battle, carried Suja out of the stadium, and prepared to return to the base, Su Lingyu fell behind. She walked to the thing that the zombie stretched its neck to bite just now, and scratched it a few times with the tip of the gun. Sure enough, the fire suppression just now was indeed the weakest time for it, but the turning point was that it suddenly bit another zombie's limbs in the middle. Zombies cannot obtain energy by eating their own kind. So she thought it was self-destructive, but she didn't expect it was fresh flesh and blood. The chaos during the battle made her unable to distinguish it in time. They had investigated in advance. This group of zombies had clear discipline. The eating place was concentrated on the 2nd floor. There should be no human corpses in the performance venue on the 1st floor. Then there was only one explanation, it had an accomplice. There was another highly intelligent zombie in the gymnasium. That zombie moved the flesh and blood to the edge of the venue without anyone noticing, and the 3rd-level zombies also followed their rhythm, and consciously led them to this corner. Su Lingyu pressed his forehead. If it was a highly intelligent zombie that could hide and assist, then if they continued to chase it just now, they would probably fall into their trap and be wiped out. In an abandoned old building 10 kilometers away. Celine, who came here in pursuit of the smell of her own kind, stared at a certain place in the room. Thank you. Xianli walked out of the dark and curled her eyes. You're welcome, just helping each other. After the explosion, Xianli, who was hiding at the edge of the venue, received Celine's voice transmission. Don't watch the show, if I die, you can't escape. Even if it didn't say it, Xianli would not stand idly by. As zombies, they should naturally help each other, not to mention that there are 2 old friends on the opposite side. Even if she saw them from a distance, she could instantly recognize the 2 unforgettable figures, and she naturally saw their interaction. Perhaps the evil will be dealt with by the evil, and Xi and Li is happy to watch them fight each other. Now her strength is limited, and she can't take their lives for the time being, but it doesn't stop her from causing trouble for them. Just to avoid them recognizing her, she couldn't show her face. So when Celine sent out a distress signal, she sneaked into the second-floor table tennis court from the emergency exit, which was also the storage room of the zombies. The human corpses used as reserve food were neatly displayed on the table, and the bloody smell was as thick as a physical entity. She pinched her nose. It wasn't because she felt it was smelly, but now she was like a hungry mouse falling into a rice jar. Xi and Li put her hand on a corpse, and a faint blue light flashed. Then she went around to the other end of the diagonal of the venue, and with a slight movement of her hand, an identical corpse lay in the corner. This is her ability. She can print inanimate objects into her mind, so in the future, as long as she remembers all the details of the object and simulates the form of the object in her mind, she can print it out at any time and any place. Of course, except for special items such as crystal cores, because the energy inside the crystal core is something she cannot load. It was like her brain was a storage device, and the size of the capacity depended on the quality of her memory. She called it copying. Of course, there was a way to cheat, that is, to carry the items you wanted to print with you, but after all, the space was limited, and it would be too strange for a zombie to carry a bag. When Celine smelled the scent of flesh and blood, she consciously walked in that direction. Xi and Li hid in the safe passage, watching Celine's movements, and told her the plan she had already thought of. Before leaving, she made an inaudible voice. Fight the weakest one, don't fight too much. Do you have a grudge against the human? It must be said that Xi and Li's plan is indeed feasible. After finding the breakthrough of those people, Celine also escaped successfully. She was not in good condition. Even with Xi and Li, it was still a bit stressful to deal with 5 awakeners. She could only settle the account slowly later. But it seemed that Xi and Li understood the style of those people very well, which made it a little curious. Xi and Li hemmed for a moment, without much explanation. Celine was sensible, and stopped asking more questions. She retained human memory, and naturally retained human love and hate. I owe you one. Xi and Li pulled the corner of his mouth. Then we should talk about inheritance. If I'm not mistaken, you seem to be planning to. She paused, walked slowly to Celine, her eyes darkened, and reached out to gently touch the side of the other's face. For some reason, she didn't use any force, but Celine felt full of oppression, and she was like frozen in place and couldn't move. Xi and Li's fingers gradually moved back along the cold and smooth skin of its jaw, and gently pressed on its occipital bone. The zombie's crystal core is hidden here. If she wanted, she could easily break its neck and take out its crystal core. She increased her strength, and as her fingers tightened, Celine made an unbearable ho-ho sound in her throat. Xi and Li smiled, but her eyes were cold. She tilted her head and changed to a relatively soft word, control me. With her insight, she naturally noticed that Celine's action just now was wrong. Celine sensed the other party's murderous intention, and the zombie, who had never had emotional fluctuations, actually had a faint fear. It subconsciously reached out to break free from her restraints, but the slender hands were like iron pliers, and could not be pried open. The voice in Xi and Li's mind was trembling. I was wrong, I just acted according to instinct. In the world of corpse species, the strong are respected, and high-level corpse species naturally need to constantly conquer and dominate low-level corpse species to strengthen their own strength. But now she knows that the strength of her kind is not as ordinary as she thought. Even, it is stronger than she can compare. At this time, although Xi and Li's sternum, which was crushed by the explosion, has healed, there are still black and red bloodstains on her chest. Xi and Li looked at it deeply. Celine's feet almost left the ground, and it could even hear the sound of its cervical vertebrae breaking. Just when it thought it was really going to die at the hands of its kind, the other party suddenly let go. Celine, who lost her support, immediately knelt on the ground and instinctively gasped. It did not use its superpowers to repair the damage to its neck, but straightened its body and crawled on the ground with its knees bent. From Xi and Li's perspective, it can clearly see its defenseless back neck, which is the most vulnerable part of the zombie. This is the posture of the zombies to show their submission. Celine closed her eyes, trying to ignore the strong smell of blood lingering around her body, and her attitude became unusually submissive. I am willing to follow you. Xi and Li raised his eyebrows. Oh, then you should at least show some sincerity. Celine knew what Xi and Li meant. She stretched out her left hand and scratched her wrist with her other hand. The not-so-sharp nails easily left a wound on the wrist, from which stale dark brown blood oozed out. Xi and Li's sense of smell was sensitive after the transformation, and he immediately smelled the slight fishy smell emanating from the blood. Even though they were of the same kind, Exionly had to admit that the smell was indeed unpleasant. Celine raised her gray wrist with blood stains high. Enjoy it. Exionly, Is this sincerity or revenge? If her facial muscles were not so insensitive, Exionly would have a chapped expression on her face. This is too strong. Although she is now a zombie and her diet has changed, it is too much to ask her to suck the blood of zombies. Seeing that Exionly was hesitant to move, Celine thought about it, and thought that she probably didn't trust her. This is no wonder, after all, it has a criminal record. So Celine explained fearfully, "You haven't tasted the blood of your own kind, but you should have eaten humans. Then when you eat, you should be able to find that human blood contains a lot of pheromones. If you want, you can even obtain all the memories of the human before his death, but it will cost more energy. When humans come into contact with our blood, their own blood will be polluted and covered. But we will not pollute each other. The lower corpse species have no language. When they need to communicate and control, they need to use blood as a medium to exchange information." Exionly was stunned. This is useful information, but it's a pity that it is a field she has never set foot in. For 5 years, she has been starving and has not even touched a human hair, let alone eating. And she is not interested in the blood of zombies, so naturally there is no channel to obtain information. No wonder she knows nothing about inheritance. Celine paused, looked up at Exionly, and took a deep breath. The closer she is, the more she can feel the suppression of the corpse in front of her. It looked into Exionly's eyes, trying to show its sincerity as much as possible, and added cautiously, "And you are the supreme turbid blood, which is not contaminated by any blood." Another new term. Exionly's eyes looked a little strange. Turbid blood? Her? She was a little anxious. Although she had become a zombie, she had never eaten. If it was true as Celine said that zombies could obtain information through blood, then she had no choice. Now her understanding of zombies was probably not as detailed as that of the underground city laboratory. So how could she win the trust of the authorities? Only when there was enough information in hand could she take the initiative. Exionly made a decision. Anyway, she was already a zombie now. How bad could she be? It was just zombie blood. She had never heard of that zombie being infected a second time. Since it was a legacy, it meant that all zombies could access it. It was not a top secret. Celine had learned from the past, and should not do anything about it. Exionly looked at the slender wrist in front of her, and silently said in her heart, "I am guilty." She reached out to fix Celine's wrist, leaned down slightly, and her slightly dry lips touched the blood oozing from the tiny wound. The bloodless lips were immediately stained with a hint of dark red. She held her breath, and licked her lips subconsciously. How to describe this taste? Maybe it's because her taste has changed after becoming a zombie. The smell of bloody and rotten blood is not difficult to accept. On the contrary, it is not the rusty smell of human blood in the previous impression, nor is it the sweet smell of fresh blood smelled by zombies. If you have to describe it, it is probably similar to expired chocolate sauce that is sour and slightly bitter. Before she could think clearly, a vast amount of information like the sea of stars came from the tip of her tongue, transformed into countless symbols that made people seem to understand but not understand, and instilled into her brain, occupying all her thoughts in an instant. Chapter 138. It was 2 hours later when Exionly came back to her senses. After she sorted out her thoughts, she let out a long breath. Exionly knew that her daily 1-hour corpse transformation limit was completely eliminated at this moment. She opened her eyes with some complexity, and saw Celine sitting upright in front of the window, keeping out the wind while paying attention to the situation in the room. Seeing that she was awake, it immediately turned its head and looked at her with its gray eyes without blinking. Exionly pondered for a moment and said, "Come here." Celine approached obediently. Exionly stretched out her hand, and with a slight force on her fingertips, she squeezed out a drop of blood. She stamped the drop of blood on Celine's forehead like a seal. She took her hand away, and the blood naturally melted into her skin without leaving any trace. Celine raised her face, and endured the drop of turbid blood that implied a tyrannical force. She half closed her eyes, excited and scared, her whole body trembling slightly. Even the crystal core deep in her brain was trembling. After a moment, Celine opened her eyes. Her eyeballs were still gray, but they were full of spirit. This is the greatest use of turbid blood. Previously, Exionly had been looking for zombies that could communicate with her, but she never thought that she was a special case. She now knew that the infection of E-cells was conditional. Otherwise, why would zombies sometimes bite humans to the point of leaving only skeletons, and sometimes just bite and pass on E-cells? The stronger the soul energy, the more likely the E cells want to infect people, so that the strength of the E cells can be strengthened. The judgment of soul energy requires a comprehensive judgment of intelligence, physical strength, willpower, etc. Xian Li can be said to be very lucky. As a bionic person, her data calculations must be doubled, so she can survive the zombie tide. It takes years for humans to metabolize the impurities of E cells by maintaining hunger. This year is the 5th year, and the impurities of E cells have been completely metabolized in her body. The purified E cells are what Celine calls turbid blood. Zombies with turbid blood can not only strengthen their mental strength, physical strength, and body self-repair ability, but also directly skip the blood transmission method and directly contact the body to spread active cells to assist other zombies in metabolism. This means that Celine will soon be able to suppress the instincts of zombies and restore human rationality like her. Moreover, turbid blood can absolutely rule all zombies. If she asked Celine to strangle her own neck, she would not resist at all. Now, as long as she has enough blood, it is only a matter of time to purify all zombies. Xian Li thought that she already had favorable conditions for resource exchange with the base. But things did not develop as she wished. Is my makeup still natural? Today is the 29th registration day for the 3rd district of the underground smart city. In the crowded queue, Xian Li lowered the brim of his hat and rubbed the object in his hand. Please rest assured. I am 9 beauties. Celine hid in an abandoned subway in trance a few hundred meters away, sensing the progress of Xian Li. Now she has almost recovered her memory before her death, and her speech has become more popular. As an idol, she is always busy, and makeup is also one of the necessary skills for idols. It is not easy to sneak into the underground city. The biggest flaw is Xian Li's zombie appearance. Although her behavior is no different from that of a human, her dull skin and cloudy eyes can easily expose her identity. If she goes there, she will be easily captured by the city defense army. Therefore, Xian Li pondered over the details of the cosmetics she bought many years ago and successfully copied them. Celine used those slightly shabby plain creams and blushes to color Xian Li's whole body, then put on natural beauty contact lenses, washed and dyed the clumped dry hair black, and restored her appearance to some extent before death. Celine looked at Xian Li after her makeup, and after thinking for a moment, she blurted out a sentence. If you go to participate in the talent show, you should be in the top 3 for debut. Thank you for the compliment. Xian Li grinned and took out a thumb-sized chip from her arms. Are you sure this is Suge's entry chip? Celine nodded, not daring to lie to her. When I met him, I cut off his thumb in the chaos as you requested. It was very chaotic at that time. He just squatted down to dig out her crystal core. When she grabbed his ankle, he wanted to pull her hand away. The female captain noticed something was wrong and teleported over to spray her hand. His hand was very close, and he probably thought that his missing thumb was accidentally injured. The chip issued after the application for entry into the city is passed will be implanted in the thumb, replacing the fingerprint to enter and exit the various passages of the underground city and exchange materials in the city. Although it is also possible to purchase entry into the city by paying enough materials, this application method requires manual physical examination, which was decisively ruled out by her. Therefore, when Xian Li met Suge and his group in the gymnasium, she came up with this method. The team slowly moved forward, and finally it was Xian Li's turn. The huge gate machine stretched across the middle of the city gate. She needed to pass through the light blue light curtain, extend her thumb and press the identification machine at the registration desk to enter her information. Because the flow of people entering and leaving the underground city every day is huge, basic screening is required through the machine. The light blue light curtain can detect the passing humans, record basic values such as body temperature and heart rate, and eliminate the risk of virus infection. If the value is abnormal, the light curtain will turn red and sound an alarm, and the gate will automatically release current to directly deal with the infected body. Compared with manual physical examinations, machines are much easier to deceive. She only needs to control the various values of her body at the normal level of humans to pass through smoothly. But when she stood in the gate machine and accepted the light curtain scan, the scanning time seemed a bit long. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 10 seconds passed, the light curtain did not turn red, but the green light for passing never lit up. There was a commotion among the people queuing behind her. Why aren't the people in front of me moving? Don't push me. Can't you see I'm holding a child? Hurry up. I still have to send the crystal core to exchange for supplies. Xian Li raised his hand and looked at his watch impatiently, with a somewhat unhappy expression. What's wrong with this machine? I'm in a hurry. The young man with thick eyebrows was in charge of the gate security check. He noticed something unusual and looked at Exionly, but didn't find anything wrong. He then focused on the machine. This situation had never happened before. The man knocked on the machine body, but there was no response. He turned around and shouted, "Who is that over there?" There was a security booth not far from the entrance to the city, where a guard stood. Hearing the call from the staff, he turned around and walked over slowly. His broad shoulders stretched out the outline of the uniform's silver military uniform. His thin and powerful shoulders, narrow waist and abdomen, and straight thighs made him look as standard as if he had just returned to factory settings. The face under the police hat, in Celine's words, should be the type that would be the first in the draft. Exionly even heard the little boy who was held by his mother behind him screaming softly. The handsome guard stood in front of the staff. "I am AK-82 Type 7 guard. May I ask if there is anything unusual?" It was annoying to go to work, and the thick-browed man was even more annoyed when he saw the guard with such a face. Damn capitalists, they made the robots so perfect. What way do ordinary people like them have to live? He waved his hand impatiently and said, "There is something wrong with this machine. Please check it." The guard turned around, and his sapphire-like pupils flickered. Exionly felt a wave sweeping him from his hair to the soles of his feet. She calmly accepted the inspection. As long as she was not asked to remove her makeup on the spot, she had nothing to fear. A few seconds later, the guard calmly withdrew his gaze, pressed his temple, and the green light on the gate finally came on. "No abnormality in the test, please pass." He placed his palm on his heart, bowed slightly, and saluted Exionly. "I'm sorry to waste your time." Exionly nodded, but didn't say anything. When the guard stood up again, Exionly noticed the tip of his nose. The silver mole on it was delicate and conspicuous. The team started moving again. Like everyone else, Exionly pressed the thumbprint at the registration desk and quickly entered his information on the chip that fit perfectly with his skin. Of course, she would not be stupid enough to use Suge's original chip to enter the city. Each chip would record the information of the occupants. If she had used Suge's identity just now, she would not have passed the robot's inspection. She disassembled Suge's chip components bit by bit, printed them one by one, copied them, and reassembled them into a blank chip, and successfully entered the city. To enter the city, you need to take a giant elevator that makes people suspect that it can pierce the blue star through. It took 20 minutes to take a one-way ride to the bottom floor. The size of the underground city exceeded her imagination, almost equivalent to a small city. Entering the underground city from the devastated abandoned city is like entering another world. The desolation, despair, and bloodshed of the end of the world are gone, and the dark sky has an artificial sun. The streets are lined with buildings of uniform specifications on both sides, and the wide avenue into the city ends with a skyscraper that rises from the ground, which is no less impressive than the world's first building before the end of the world. It was a top-notch metal building built by all the cutting-edge technologies and unspoken ambitions of mankind. The iconic boat became a huge projection outside the glass curtain wall, and the waves that rose and fell with the light and shadow were super real. The thriving prosperity ignited hope in the hearts of everyone who entered the dungeon for the first time. The vision of the future was swallowed up and buried deep underground where order was rebuilt. You sold a total of 18 items, including 2.67 kilograms of rare leather, 364 rare seeds, and a total of 10,265 ethers. It has been deposited into your account. Please confirm. Behind the exchange counter sat a basic service robot with K82 Type 1 engraved on its body. Probably because it was the first model to come out, it did not have an appearance that was indistinguishable from humans like the guard just now. The simulated human skin is omitted, and underneath is a matte metal skeleton. A mask with simple facial features forms the face of the robot. Ethereum coins are the unified electronic currency of the smart underground city. They will be officially issued in 24 time zones starting from the 1st of this month. The original contribution points will also be exchanged in accordance with the digital currency management regulations. Today's exchange ratio is 1 minute and 1.2 seconds. Do you need to exchange? Exionly shook his head. No, thank you. Okay, the brain computer setting has been completed. The equipment usage fee, service fee, and handling fee totaling 6,235 Ethereum coins have been deducted from your balance. I wish you a happy life. The mechanical arm waved and handed the completed brain computer to Exionly. It was a small disc the size of a button. After Exionly unlocked it with a fingertip chip, he pressed the disc on his temple. The sophisticated electronic components on it can connect the brain and visual nerves, replacing the previous mobile phone to become a new type of communicator with higher portability and safety factor. After activating the brain computer, an electronic screen appeared in front of her that only she could see. There were several icons on it. She clicked on the wallet icon in the lower left corner, and the remaining 4-digit balance hurt her eyes. I should have copied more materials and brought them down. She sighed silently and prepared to leave, but the conversation at the counter next door drilled into her ears. Please, can I kneel down and beg you? You are an artificial intelligence. You should know that my real estate certificate is the original one. It's just stained with blood. It's not that the handwriting is unclear, right? Why can't you exchange it for me? The middle-aged woman holding her child in the queue almost cried. She poked the name on the property certificate with her finger and kept begging. Look, the name on it is my name, and it is consistent with my ID card. Take a look. The humanoid machine repeated emotionlessly. I'm sorry, according to the regulations on the exchange of currency for old fixed assets, if the original asset is dirty, damaged, or altered, it will not be exchanged for currency. Please be aware of this. Then tell me, what will I eat and drink if I can't exchange money? I have a child with me. Do you want me to sleep on the street? After comprehensive evaluation, your current credit is good. You can apply for a home purchase loan for you. The loan amount is 100,000 yen, which can cover the current minimum down payment. The repayment method you can choose is equal principal and interest, and the loan term is 150 years. 150 years? Hearing this, the middle-aged woman almost fainted. She had worked hard to earn money in the first half of her life to buy a house, but it was destroyed by a natural disaster before she had lived in it for long. Now, if she wants to buy a new house, she and her son, grandson and even great-grandson will have to take out a 150-year loan. Don't worry, according to the Resident Management Act, the Public Security Department will arrange the most suitable job for you. Arrange a bullshit. The middle-aged woman was so angry that she burst into tears. After applying for the qualification to live in the underground city, her husband risked his life to return to the original house to take out the house certificate, just to be able to settle down in the underground city. But now not only did she not get a new house, but her husband also lost his life in vain. Damn robot, inhumane broken copper and iron. Give me a human. I want a human. Your opinion has been registered and submitted. The manual service is currently busy. Your queue is 26,587. The quarrels were drowned out by new conflicts. The handover of power and assets constantly created new contradictions. Xian sorted his backpack carelessly and walked out of the service hall step by step. A large number of people gathered outside the hall, forming several circles. The people in the middle, including men, women, young and old, all wore a small boat-like badge on their chests, and a fanatical smile appeared on their faces. The Ark creatures pulled us out of the mire of the old world and recreated this paradise. We should be grateful. If it weren't for the Ark creatures, we would still be fighting for a mouthful of expired canned food on the surface. But now we can eat the freshest concentrated nutrient solution. My legs were broken in the tsunami, and it was the Ark creatures that installed a mechanical exoskeleton for me and let me get back on my feet. But you have to take on a consumer loan for 50 years for this. What nonsense are you talking about? The coinsurance department has arranged a job for you for free, so what are you not satisfied with? If it was before the end of the world, how many questions would you have to memorize, and how many exams would you have to take to find a stable job? That's right. I can see that you are the kind of loser who lies at home and does nothing but eats off his parents. I'm afraid you have nothing to eat now. Shut up. Let go. I'm sorry, you violated the freedom of speech protection regulations in the Public Order Management Law. In accordance with Article 23, you will be fined between 5,000 and 100,000 yen and perform 15 days of compulsory labor. The K-82 Type 2 security drone was suspended in the air. After announcing the man's crime, the Type 7 guard, who had controlled the criminal, promptly escorted him away. The crowd was quiet for a while, but soon became excited again. The good deeds of the Ark God are too numerous to mention. I am willing to sacrifice my soul for the Ark. I am willing to sacrifice my soul for the Ark. I am willing to sacrifice my soul for the Ark. Xian walked through the crowd without looking away, and heard the sound of the propeller rotating from far to near. A helicopter swooped down from the top floor and landed on a 5-story commercial building in a high-profile manner. The noise made by the rapidly rotating propeller could not cover the conversation in the cabin in Xian ears. Damn, these lowly people are as annoying as fleas. Don't worry, Mr. Chui. I will buy whatever you need. Why do you need to go there in person? The man sneered, Hee hee, I dare to give you this ton of gold bricks, do you dare to take it? I dare not. That's it. The man snorted and quickly remembered something and became annoyed. Alas, antiques are more valuable in prosperous times, and gold is more valuable in troubled times. I advised my father to store more gold at the beginning, but he insisted that eggs cannot be packed in one basket. Now the Zhou family has taken it first, and most of the gold in the southern province has been hoarded by his family. The yen he exchanged can probably buy half a street. He changed his tone and was full of pride. Fortunately, I had foresight, and sent people to the vaults of major banks to buy them for 0 yuan when the virus broke out. Otherwise, I really couldn't get all these. Mr. Cui has a long-term vision. Don't brag. Quickly call that broken robot to move these things away and exchange the yen for me. Today, the top 2 floors of the Arc building are being bid. I can't lose again. The deep and vibrant underground city is full of filth and dirt, sinking with the remnants of the old century. It breathes evil and prosperity, and waters colorful poisonous mushrooms with blood and flesh, which makes people feel a strong sense of separation. Some unknown emotion surged like a tide, and Xian Li took a deep look at the helicopter with obvious military characteristics. After a long time, he turned around and continued to move forward. It took a long time to walk on Arc Avenue to find the entrance to the residential area. Compared with the high-end office buildings on both sides of the avenue, the buildings in the residential area are much lower, and the thin building panels reveal an indescribable. The cheap feeling and pungent formaldehyde smell had not yet dissipated, but the building was already full of residents. She found a half-folded A4 paper on a window facing the alley, with Fuwang noodles handwritten on it. The characters were only the size of walnuts, and it was impossible to see without getting close. Xian Li paused and knocked on the window. The window was opened, and a familiar yet unfamiliar face appeared inside. The junior high school girl, who used to help with the cashier at the front desk, is now in her 20s, and the shadow of the old owner can be vaguely seen on her face. She carefully stretched her head out and saw that Xian Li was just an ordinary diner, so she smiled at ease. Sister, do you want to eat noodles? Yes. Okay, please wait a moment. She turned around, took out a metal bench from under her feet, and tried to pass it to Xian Li through the window. The girl smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, the main entrance is on another street. It's a bit roundabout, and I have to trouble you to crawl in by yourself. The business in the city is strictly controlled, and I have no choice but to do business secretly. It's okay, Xian Li said indifferently, waving his hand to indicate that it was not necessary, and jumped in neatly with one hand on the windowsill. The girl's eyes lit up. You are good at fighting, sister. Xian Li smiled and said nothing. The room was about a dozen square meters, and was divided into 2 rooms. There were 2 iron stools, and a shabby table by the window, and simple kitchen utensils against the wall on the other side. Xian Li sat down casually, and looked at the menu handed over by the girl. There were still familiar noodles on it, but most of them were crossed out, and the price behind the noodles had an extra 0 than before. The girl rubbed her hands embarrassedly. You just came to the city, the current prices are not comparable to before, and the purchase of meat and noodles requires channel fees. But I promise that this is already the cheapest restaurant nearby. Xian Li was not picky. I want a bowl of pork chop noodles. Cook the noodles softer, and don't add onions. Okay. The girl laughed heartily. The pork chop noodles were the most expensive dish on the menu. If her parents knew the current price of pork ribs, they would be so scared that they would curse. While waiting for the noodles, Xian Li looked around. The door of the separated room was not closed. Through the crack of the door, she could see a photo of a middle-aged couple on the wall. In front of them was a bowl filled with soil, with 3 chopsticks standing upright in the bowl. After a while, the girl carefully held the bowl and placed it in front of Xian Li, saying habitually, Your pork chop noodles, no green onions. After saying that, she was stunned for a moment, raised her head and saw Xian Li's profile, and the memories of 10 years ago came to her mind. Sister, you are? Xian Li raised the corner of her mouth, put her index finger on her lips, and shook her head. The girl stared blankly at the familiar customer in front of her, who had not seen her for 10 years. Her eyes unconsciously became moist. She turned around and randomly took a rag to wipe the stove, which was not oily. The pork chop noodles still had the familiar taste, even the pork ribs retained their soft and tender texture, and even the crispy bones were exactly the same. It must have cost a lot to buy such fresh ingredients in the expensive dungeon. In this way, the menu with only 1 more 0 is really a conscience price. Unfortunately, the zombies have a taste disorder, and human food tastes like chewing wax. But she still ate it all seriously, one bite at a time, without even leaving any soup. After eating and drinking, Xian Li raised his hand to activate the brain machine, and the signal automatically recognized the girl's account. She transferred all the small balance. When the girl found the extra money in her account and wanted to chase him out again, Xian Li had disappeared in the alley. Chapter 139. The city construction and planning of the underground city are quite mature, which has brought human engineering to its extreme. The entire underground city consists of 5 main areas, namely the livable area, ecological area, industrial area, energy area, and central research area. The human residential and commercial areas are located between B1 and 25 floors. The closer to the surface, the better the living environment. About 80% of the residents are concentrated between B20 and 25 floors, which is also called the lower city. There are cheap bungalows, apartments with complete water and electricity, and resettlement communities for temporary residents who have just entered the underground city. Whether it is registration or identity authentication, the brain computer issued when entering the city is required. The brain computer is a necessity for residents of the underground city. It is fully functional but expensive. The one-time buyout fee is about 100,000 Bitcoin coins, so people usually choose to rent equipment and pay a monthly equipment usage fee of 2,000 Bitcoin coins. An ordinary zombie crystal core can be exchanged for 100 BB coins. A second-level zombie crystal core is 1,000, and a third-level zombie crystal core is relatively scarce, with an official purchase price of 10,000 BB coins. The daily salary provided by the Security Bureau is about 800 BB coins, which cannot cover normal living expenses, so they all need to go out to kill zombies to earn some extra money. After eating noodles, Xian Li walked around again and got a general understanding of the basic situation in the city. After having a general idea in mind, she decided to register for the resettlement community first. Her community is in the opposite direction of the central building, but fortunately, she can walk and digest food quickly and arrive soon. According to the navigation of the brain computer, Xian Li stopped downstairs of a building called Oasis. It's called a resettlement community, but it's actually more like a honeycomb capsule hotel. A bed, a table, and a chair are crammed into a space of about 5 or 6 square meters. Fortunately, there is also a separate bathroom. The only advantage is probably that the room is well soundproofed. Behind the front desk stands a service robot similar to the one in the service hall, which diligently registers check-in information. Welcome to Oasis. The first stay is free of charge for 7 days, and water and electricity are all free. If you stay for more than 7 days, you need to renew the fee at 1,000 Bison coins per day and move out within 30 days. If you have no source of income and cannot find a fixed house after 30 days, don't worry. The Security Bureau will record your needs and arrange the most suitable job for you. If you have sufficient funds, I can contact the agency to recommend a house for you and help you find the most livable house. The Oasis program has been loaded into your brain, and you can choose more services. This is your move-in gift. Please keep it, and I wish you a happy stay. Xian Li took the heavy small cardboard box it handed over, which contained several bags of nutrient solution in Tetra Pak packaging. Xian Li counted, and it was about a week's supply. She said thank you and walked towards her room. A housework robot with K82 Type 3 printed on it came towards her. It looked like a big spider with 3 heads and 6 arms, and each metal arm pushed a huge trash can. As they walked, a reminder sounded, "Clean up in progress, please be careful to avoid it. Clean up in progress, please be careful to avoid it." The originally not so narrow aisle was completely occupied by it, and Xian Li had to lean against the wall as much as possible. Despite this, when it passed by her, the wheel of the trash can still rolled over her feet steadily, and a black mark immediately appeared on her shoes. Xian Li, I wanted to get angry, but I was afraid that it didn't understand human language. The instigator didn't notice what happened at all, but the trash can that used Xian Li's toes as a speed bump tilted a little, and the lid loosened, revealing a gap. Xian Li glanced casually, and saw a lot of damaged metal parts piled up in a mess inside, including a slightly broken metal mask that seemed to be the same as the one on the face of the front desk robot. Probably a robot that was scrapped was installed inside. The housework robot was transporting garbage forward on its own. Just as it reached the gate, a giant garbage truck slowly drove in at the door. Xian Li's heart moved, but he didn't show it on his face, and turned back to his room. Everything was silent. After 12 o'clock, most areas stopped power supply. When it was late at night, Xian Li quietly went out. The ceiling of each floor of the underground city is equipped with a holographic skylight, which adjusts the light according to the time. At night, the light will naturally dim, and the entire sky will turn into a foggy dark blue. The only light source comes from the virtual electronic moon and a few twinkling stars. The hazy light provides the best cover for Lee. She followed the route that the garbage truck passed during the day, bypassing the residential and commercial areas, and came to the edge of the city. A garbage treatment plant appeared in front of Lee. The garbage treatment plant was not guarded by anyone, but the door was closed, with the words "No entry for idle people" written on it. Lee did not give up. After waiting for a while in the distance, she saw an unmanned garbage truck, the same as the one during the day, coming in this direction. She took a few steps, supported herself on the rear of the truck, and jumped lightly, landing flexibly on the top of the garbage truck. The gate at the entrance scanned the vehicle body, and the green light came on. The gate rose, revealing an entrance that only allowed one car to pass through. Lee jumped down in time before the garbage truck dumped her into the garbage pool and hid in a large barrel. She spread her mental power, and did not feel the breath of humans. There were only a few machine workers wearing work hats carrying garbage around. There was no stench as imagined. The garbage had been reasonably classified when it was loaded onto the truck. Domestic garbage only occupied a small corner of the garbage treatment plant. After entering the garbage plant, it would be quickly incinerated. The car that Lee had just taken was probably loaded with hazardous waste, expired medicines, paint cans, discarded light bulbs, etc., which were piled into a small hill waiting to be processed. Bypassing the workers who were carrying the machines, Lee found the electronic waste without much difficulty. Electronic waste occupied nearly half of the processing plant. Damaged electrical appliances, rusty electronic components, burnt chips, etc. were piled together in a mess. The most eye-catching thing was the garbage mountain in the center, which was piled up with countless metal joints, limbs, heads, etc. The most of them were the remains of guards and combat robots. At first glance, they looked like human broken arms and torsos, with only messy wires and gaps of various shapes exposed at the fractures, which looked a bit creepy. In the 5 years since the emergence of AI specialized forces, Lee had seen them killing zombies many times. In places where zombies are densely populated, robot troops are often dispatched to encircle and suppress them. When facing high-level zombies, combat robots are usually used as advanced troops to test the reality. In this process, countless robots are damaged. In recent years, the underground city has gradually been on the right track. Due to the shortage of manpower, the original role of robots has been demonstrated again. In order to make up for the lack of productivity and build an underground world that everyone yearns for, worker type, service type, life type, and other robots are also constantly put into use. In contrast, electronic waste is growing at a rocket-like rate. The closest to Lee is a machine head with half of its face missing. She picked it up, and the exposed mechanical eyeballs clicked and turned around. The voice system that was not completely scrapped was still talking. "Hello. What can I do to help you, yours?" This is the only place in the entire processing plant without workers carrying machines. Probably because the scene of the robot scrapping itself is too hellish. 2 hours later, the supermarket shopping cart behind Lee that she had copied was piled with a full cart of metal garbage. She cleared a piece of space, sorted the metal parts she had carefully selected, disassembled them one by one, and copied the intact parts. In addition to the joints and metal bones, there are also infrared receivers, touch sensors, collision devices, pressure sensors, drive connection systems. On the open space, the prototype of a robot gradually appeared. 3 hours later, Lee looked at the work in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. The tall and thin figure made the not-so-cramped space seem narrower. The upright back was like an undulating mountain range, and the narrow waistline contained explosive tension. The entire humanoid body was like a fully drawn bowstring, without a trace of excess. Because she couldn't find a suitable right arm, Lee simply installed a metal skeleton on him to make him stronger. The face outlined by the stingy light looked even more exquisite in this pile of garbage made of scrap copper and iron. Its machine code is located under the eyes, looking like a teardrop mole, which is the unique mark of the robot. A perfect combat robot that belongs to her. Every inch of the skeleton and wiring is cast by her will. Lee looked at the robot again and again, touched it again, and was very satisfied. After admiring it for a long time, she recalled the uniform of the guard during the day. Fortunately, because of that little accident, she observed the guard up close and remembered the details in her mind. A moment later, Xian Li put the printed replica on the robot. She exhaled, put her right hand around the robot's neck, and pressed the start switch. Host pairing. The flashing machine code successfully received the command. A voice without a trace of mechanical feeling sounded in her ears. Please enter user information. Xian Li. I am Xian Li. As if it was the first time, and as if it was countless times, the robot opened its eyes, and its sapphire blue eyes looked at the human in front of it. In the blank data world, a human face was written in a somewhat awkward way, and it will be portrayed countless times in the infinite future. Entry successful. A pure smile appeared on her face. Just like when she copied Suja's chip, the parts and systems copied by her ability were also blank, so they could exist independently without official control. At the same time, it can also access the official system alone, like a pair of eyes in the dark, firmly grasping the other party's every move. No one would know how terrifying it would be if an independent robot mixed into the official army. The idea that came up after seeing the scrap machine parts during the day was confirmed, and this trip finally paid off. If she couldn't get along with the research institute, she also had a trump card to get out of it. And as long as she wanted, she could have more. Chapter 140. So you stayed in there for a week, and did only one thing? Ah, what else? Celine looked at Xian Li, who was lying on the bed doing nothing, in disbelief. The latter looked straight at a certain place in the sky, and laughed strangely from time to time. Don't stand there, I also brought you some local specialties. Xian Li, who was reading posts on the Survivors Exchange forum on the brain computer to kill time, did not forget to ask Celine to see the souvenirs she prepared. Celine was speechless for a while, turned around, and left the capsule cabin. After Xian Li came back from the underground city, he cleared a piece of vacant land in a scenic spot some distance away from the underground city. It was probably a camping site before, but because there were not many zombies, and there were not many supplies, few people came. Then she copied many capsule cabins on the open space. Her original words were, "Look, I spent 30,000 BD to rent an upgraded version of the same capsule apartment. It took me 3 days just to remember all the parts. It only takes 20 minutes to disassemble and assemble, and you can lie down and be free." Celine, are you sick? They are zombies. Zombies don't need to sleep. She wanted to shake her shoulders to wake her up. Isn't it the most important thing for them to convert those wild zombies as soon as possible? She sighed and walked out of the cabin. The enlarged version of the oval capsule looks no different from the medicine she took before, but the outer shell is some special glass that can change the refraction of light to camouflage the appearance. The space inside is not too big or too small, just enough for an adult to live in. Basic living utensils are complete, and more importantly, there is an independent water and electricity system. There is a distribution box at the lower right corner of the door, which provides electricity for the whole house, but the box is empty at this time, and the power supply needs to be provided by the government. The water tank is placed in the cabin, and water can be used as long as it is filled in time. There is a bag of palm-sized things on her table. Xian Li next door heard her movement, and said loudly, "It's edible, try it." Celine was silent for a moment. After being transformed by Xian Li, she could no longer accept human flesh and blood. But she also couldn't accept human food. No matter how delicious it was, it tasted like rubber in her mouth. Fortunately, she didn't move much this week, and the energy reserve of the third-level zombies was much better than that of ordinary zombies, so she didn't feel hungry. She picked up the Tetra Pak with a straw in it, and just after taking a sip, a head popped out of the door. Xian Li expectedly, "How is it?" Celine tasted it carefully, and it was a little sweet, similar to the coconut water she drank before. This was her first time eating after the transformation. This human food, which was obviously produced in the dungeon, was still edible. She hesitated and said, "It's okay." Hee. Xian Li laughed. "This is called nutrient solution. It can replace staple food in the dungeon. 1 pack can last a day." At first, she often heard people complain that the nutrient solution tasted bad. Later, she tried it out of curiosity, and found that the zombies' taste buds could taste different flavors and even suppress appetite. She immediately became very interested. "I don't know why, but the one I copied doesn't taste the same." Xian Li was a little frustrated, and then became excited again, but this also proves that zombies don't necessarily need to eat humans to survive. This nutrient solution should be used as a meal replacement. Celine showed some interest. If the zombies' food problem can be solved, then there will be a greater possibility of peaceful coexistence with humans. Right. Xian Li nodded. Getting humans to accept zombies is their most difficult task at present. Before receiving the inheritance, she was thinking about how to make humans accept herself. But after knowing that she could transform zombies, her goal became to make humans accept the existence of zombies. It does not require turning enemies into friends, but only equality, mutual benefit, and resource exchange. It's just that transforming zombies has to be put on the agenda. Only by gathering all the power that can be controlled together can we have the corresponding right to speak. Recently, almost everyone who clicks into the Survivors Exchange forum can see a highly discussed post on the homepage, with almost 10,000 people following it. Main post: I met a zombie that can speak human language today. 1st floor: what's so strange about speaking human language? Last time, a zombie imitated my girlfriend's speech and almost tricked me into killing her. 2nd floor: the host just got out of the mountains? 3rd floor: no, listen to me. That zombie is not imitating human voices, but can really speak. Just like a real person. And it hasn't killed me yet, it just took away my nutrient solution. 4th floor: put your butt on, zombies have evolved again? 5th floor replied to 3rd floor: ha ha ha, OP, let me teach you. You said that the zombies took away your brain and used your brain to post, so the traffic will be higher. 6th floor replied to 5th floor: I think you got the truth. 7th floor: even if they understand human nature, I still want to kill them. 8th floor: OP, please elaborate. What do you mean by just like a real person? 9th floor: this is what happened. I can't afford the brain computer usage fee this month, so I thought about going to the surface to try my luck and see if there are any lone zombies for me to earn some crystal cores. As soon as I arrived near the Six Rings Mountain, I encountered a level 3 zombie. Who knows? I almost peed 2 drops. I thought I was going to die. I was hesitating whether to cut the neck or hit the heart, but I didn't expect that the level 3 zombie stopped when it was still dozens of meters away from me, and told me that I would not be killed if I handed over the supplies. Of course, I couldn't believe it. Even if I am weak, I have dignity. Either just eat me, or fight me fairly and impartially. It is absolutely impossible for me to buy my life with supplies. All my BB coins have been exchanged for nutrient solution and weapons. How can I go back alive if I give them all to it? But there is no way. My few bullets are no different from tickling to the level 3 zombie. I had no choice but to hand over all the supplies I had. Then the level 3 zombie kicked my gun aside with disdain, took my nutrient solution and disappeared. 10th floor: are you writing a novel? I admit that you write well, and you should be able to enter the V level in a certain river. 11th floor: the author has completely missed the point. The point is not that zombies can speak human language, but that you actually survive from the hands of level 3 zombies. 12th floor replied to 11th floor: since zombies can talk and rob, then who can prove that the person who posted is not a zombie? 13th floor: are you talking in your sleep? Have you forgotten that last time a level 3 zombie ate a buffet directly in the shelter of District 6? 14th floor replied to 13th floor: I swear what I said is true, that zombie did not catch me or bite me, but just robbed my nutrient solution and ran away. 15th floor: zombies have evolved to the point where they can talk to humans, but the OP has not yet evolved a brain that can think. 16th floor: should the OP try to see if zombies can speak English or French? 17th floor: I feel like everyone is thinking in the wrong direction. Whether zombies can speak is not the point at all. Even if zombies can cry and laugh, can it change the fact that zombies are the natural enemy of humans? No matter how much they look like humans, zombies are still monsters, not to mention that this is just a disguise of zombies. It just wants to use human curiosity to attract more people, so that it will never lack food again. 18th floor: it's terrifying to think about it. In the OP's description, zombies seem to be able to talk more than just talk. What's more important is that they can think, exchange, and use materials to exchange for their kindness. This is the most terrifying. If zombies really have wisdom, then we ordinary people have no chance of winning against zombies. 19th floor: am I the only one who is curious about why the zombies took the nutrient solution away? Did they change their diet? Originally, this was just an ordinary post. At the beginning, it only triggered a discussion on more than a dozen floors and soon sank. But I didn't expect that it would be on the front page again after a few weeks. 25th floor: I can prove that what the poster said is true. I seem to have encountered the same zombie today. 26th floor: I encountered it in the orchard in our village. Because I don't have the energy to kill zombies, my family's orchard is my source of income. After the virus outbreak, although most of my orchard was destroyed, the remaining few trees grew well, and the fruits were big and sweet. Because it is relatively remote, no one usually goes there. Yesterday was the fruit ripening period. I took a sack and encountered it. I thought I was going to die, but before I committed suicide, I suddenly remembered this post. I happened to have nutrient solution with me, so I threw it out and ran away. As a result, it really didn't chase me. So I secretly took this photo. The 27th floor is a photo taken with a brain computer. The photo is a bit blurry. It seems that the person taking the photo is shaking all the time. But because of the high pixel, it is still clear that there is a blonde female zombie on it. The biggest difference from ordinary zombies is that her dress is very clean, and even looks a bit delicate. If you don't look carefully, you may mistake her for a human. But her gray skin and cloudy eyes reveal that she is an out-and-out zombie. The picture captured her face, so it is clear that she is biting a bag of nutrient solution in her mouth. Although there is a living person not far away, her attention is completely focused on the nutrient solution scattered on the ground, and it seems that she really has no interest in the flesh and blood of the photographer. 28th floor replied to 27th floor, yes. That's what I encountered that day. I said I didn't lie. It really doesn't eat people. 29th floor, I didn't expect that there were two lucky people. 30th floor, is this zombie tired of meat and started to eat vegetarian food? 31st floor, damn. Then we can use nutrient solution as bait to catch and kill all these vegetarian zombies. What a huge amount of crystal cores. 32nd floor replied to 31st floor, are you smart? Let me test you. What happened to the people who used meat as bait before? 33th floor replied to 32nd floor, let the zombies eat their fill. 34th floor replied to 27th floor, help, although, it's so beautiful. 35th floor replied to 34th floor, 3 views follow 5 senses? People like you are the first to die in the world. 36th floor replied to 35th floor, did a compliment on my appearance hurt you? Not only am I not dead, I am still alive, and well in B10. Let me guess which floor you live on. You are not still struggling to survive in B25, are you? 36th floor replied to 35th floor, a loser who can only buy for 0 yuan. Believe it or not, I will climb to B10 tonight and stab you to death at home? Don't worry, the death will definitely be better than being bitten to death by zombies. 37th floor, don't bother with him above. Even if the rat people live in B1, they are still rat people. The end of the world is still too kind to the losers. Following dozens of floors are the quarrels between the residents of the lower city and the Tianlong people of the upper city, but the trend of the post reversed after a reply. 89th floor replied to 27th floor, wait, isn't this my worry? 90th floor posted a Polaroid photo taken by a computer. Although Celine in the photo has pink hair, her facial features are the same. Her fingers are bit into a half-heart shape beside her face, and she shows a lively smile to the camera. 91st floor, I spent 30,000 yuan to take this Polaroid photo. There is only one in the world. I didn't forget to bring it when I was escaping. This is my daughter Celine. Even if she turned into ashes, I can recognize her TOT. Chapter 141. Is this really okay? Celine was a little depressed. She had been forced to be a nutrient solution robber for more than a month. Don't worry. Xionly patted her shoulder, you did a good job. The discussion about mutant zombies on the forum is in full swing, and another explosive post appeared today. Xion Li's eyes lit up. Public opinion is on our side. You are worthy of being the 9th beauty. You are also the absolute top streamer in the end of the world. Celine, When Xion Li proposed this fan abuse plan, Celine was strongly opposed at first. Her personality is full of vitality and vitality. Letting fans know that she is doing this behind her back is equivalent to collapsing her personality. She doesn't want to collapse again after the end of the world. But you are a hamster. It's reasonable for hamsters to stock up more nutrient solution. Xion Li argued with reason and put forward many assumptions, using the future of zombies as a guarantee, and supplemented by the natural suppression of turbid blood. Celine reluctantly gave it up. Their first target was selected by the fake guard robot that Xion Li left in the city. This target couldn't be too strong, otherwise it would be useless if it beat Celine right away, so it couldn't be an awakener. Those with military backgrounds and connections to the Ark were also not allowed. Such people usually appeared in groups and had plenty of ammunition. Celine would be shot to pieces as soon as she got close, leaving no chance for negotiation. It would be best if it was a lone wolf, timid, cheerful, and often active non-awakener in the forum. This narrowed the scope at once, and the fake guard compared the residents' information and made a list of people to rob. Therefore, Jiang Ning, who was ranked first on the list, unfortunately became the first target of Xion Li and the others. Xion Li held a bag of nutrient solution in her mouth, while browsing the hot post with relish, and read out the content with emotion. Even if I am weak, I still have dignity. Either eat me, or fight me fairly and impartially. She laughed so hard that she pounded the bed. Tell me again what you did at that time. Celine pulled the corner of her mouth, rolled her eyes, and repeated the events that she had said no less than 10 times without emotion. As soon as I appeared, he was scared to death, and knelt on the ground crying and calling for his mother. I was afraid that his snot would wipe me, so I communicated with him from a distance. He was so scared that his hands trembled when he heard the sound, and his gun fell to the ground. It took him several minutes to understand what I said, and then he put the things on the ground one by one, like offerings, and let me choose. Finally, I took the nutrient solution and left. Lee burst into laughter. Celine's eyes were fixed on the object above her head, and the corners of her eyes twitched. Don't say these useless things. What's the matter with this ugly bird? When Lee finally stopped laughing, he panted and said, What ugly bird? This is my old friend. Wow. Wow. A black-haired, golden-eyed mutant crow that had been dozing off on Lee's head was awakened by a terrifying laugh. It flew around the ceiling, and when Lee calmed down, it returned to her head and stood firm, making a hoarse protest in dissatisfaction. The sound was too noisy, and Celine, who already had extraordinary 5 senses, couldn't stand it and covered her ears, and began to doubt whether her decision to follow Lee was correct. Lee patted the crow soothingly. Children's words are not to be taken lightly. Children's words are not to be taken lightly. When she first met this crow, it had just become a zombie not long ago. The crow was still a fledgling, only the size of a fist. It was probably left alone by accident, and there were no other mother birds around, so it had to survive on its own. The crow was really ugly at that time, with sparse feathers that revealed the light gray skin underneath, and it was so hungry that it couldn't even fly. Perhaps because of its congenital deficiency and lack of education on hunting, the little crow that fed on zombies found that it couldn't beat anyone, but just before it starved to death, it discovered Lee, a strange zombie. She didn't seem to have much attack power, and she looked like she was about to die. So, the little crow decided to wait and see. From that day on, it followed Lee all the time. Wherever she went, it followed behind like a walking chicken, waiting for her to stop moving so that it could have a good meal. But before Lee fell, it was almost caught and eaten by other hungry zombies. Fortunately, Lee saved it when he was half asleep and half awake. Seeing that it was really pitiful, he gritted his teeth and cut off the rotten flesh on its body, and threw it on the ground. That's all I have. Eat it and fly away. Don't get caught again. The weak little crow was a little confused. He didn't understand why this zombie could talk like a human, and even cut off his own flesh to feed it. It looked at the small piece of rotten flesh with blood on the ground, and its sharp beak grabbed it, and slid it into its esophagus. The next time they met was in the outbreak of zombies. Lee took advantage of the chaos to mix in, and wanted to find out the information of the base. But she didn't expect that the base was manned by Shuizhu, the strongest awakener of mankind. Almost one move could kill a large number of zombies. She cursed her bad luck and thought she was going to die under Shuizhu's AoE, but she felt her feet lighten and her whole body was lifted up by something. She looked up and saw the crow, which had grown into a big bird, hooked her shoulder blade with its sharp claws, flapped its wings and flew out, taking her away from the center of the battlefield in the melee. From then on, the crow became Lee's inseparable old friend. This is called cutting meat to feed the crow. Lee said proudly, Don't look at the golden crow as a bird, it is actually very smart. It can also be used as a drone. Wow, the golden crow echoed, its golden pupil shining, as if it really had some spirituality. Okay, as long as you're happy. Celine held her forehead helplessly. What should we do next? Lee pinched the feather tube on the crow and thought, Next, we have to win by quantity. She and Celine walked out of the cabin. The scene outside the campsite was completely different from a month ago. There were traces of zombies in the neatly arranged cabins. Dozens of transformed third-level zombies were waiting for Lee's instructions. Divide into 2 teams of 10 people. One group is responsible for purchasing nutrient solution and mainly peaceful negotiations. Do not use force to suppress unless it is absolutely necessary. The other group will go back to their original territory and gather all the primary zombies here to expand our number. The rest will serve as a backup team to directly execute the zombies that still cannot control their instincts after transformation. After the transformation is completed, you no longer have the ability to infect humans. However, we are still strong in front of humans. If you want to live uprightly under the sun in the future, from now on, You must not hurt others at will. Remember. Yes. The central tower of the Ark creatures. The walls cut from obsidian and composite metal are inlaid with special lighting crystals, making the tower brightly lit day and night. Tan Chijo's fingertips slid on the knob of the microscope. The original E-cells on the slide changed into countless postures in just 1 minute, which fascinated him, but his inspiration was soon interrupted. The electronic door opened silently, and a K-82 Type 4 secretary robot walked in. It bowed and said, Academician Tan, GPR Technology requests a call. In order to focus on research, Tan Chijo always blocked brain-computer signals when working in the laboratory. If you want to contact him, you can only apply through the robot. Tan Chijo took his eyes off after a quarter of an hour, and activated the brain computer with some displeasure. When the signal was connected, GPR Technology Alan's name began to jump at the first time. He answered lazily, Hello? As soon as the call was connected, Alan could not wait to say, I said Academician Tan Shin. How can you still stay in your lab? The outside world has changed, don't you know? Tan Chijo, what's the matter? Alan was furious. You are such a workaholic. Haven't you read the forum in the past few months? Forum? Tan Chijo said perfunctorily without much interest. Who has launched anti-Zhou speech again? Since the launch of the underground city, more than 100,000 survivors have moved in. In addition to some speeches praising his merits, there are inevitably some rats in the gutter who can never learn to be satisfied and dare not oppose openly. They often post anti-Zhou posts on the forum to accuse him of exploiting the lower-class residents. However, with the Internet Supervision Bureau, the posts will be deleted and the accounts will be blocked in time to control the people. It's not that. What kind of waves can some small reptiles cause? It's zombies. Zombies? Tan Chijo finally got interested, and made a glass of wine, and sat on the sofa. Could it be that a level 4 zombie appeared? Alan rubbed his temples. I don't know if it's level 4 or not, but many people say that they encountered zombies that don't eat people. Zombies that don't eat people? Tan Chijo frowned, but soon relaxed. How could it be? That's the trick of highly intelligent zombies. Pretending to be harmless, eating people when humans believe it, and playing with people before dying, some highly intelligent zombies do have this kind of evil taste. That's good. Alan smiled bitterly. Haven't you noticed that the population of the lower class has increased recently? Because more and more survivors have successfully reached the base, and have enough supplies to exchange for entry into the city. And those people in the city, who went out to kill zombies finally came back alive and well. Many people say that the zombies now seem to have regained consciousness, and no longer eat people. They have even learned to exchange supplies with them for nutrient solution, so now the safety factor on the surface is much higher. Men, women, old and young can go out to find supplies, and even take out nutrient solution to exchange with zombies. No one fights zombies. Now the exchange price of crystal cores has been raised to 1,000 bitcoins, and the total exchange volume is still more than 60% lower than before. Judging from our current crystal core reserves, we will soon be unable to catch up with the consumption. Tan Chijo finally paid attention to what Alan said. After hanging up the call, he clicked on the forum icon that he hadn't opened for a long time, and saw the hot post floating on the homepage at a glance. Main floor. Successfully traded with zombies. 100% real process record. Safe and secure. Brains are still alive. Second floor. I work at B30 Extreme Ecological Farm, with a monthly salary of 20,000 Bitcoin coded. Our farm has cooperation with food processing factories, and can purchase nutrient solution at internal prices. I heard someone say that nutrient solution can be used to exchange materials with zombies. I accidentally broke my arm some time ago, and owed a lot of loans to connect to artificial exoskeleton. The rent for this month is coming soon, but my salary is almost gone. So I wanted to seek wealth and fortune in danger, and I used a month's salary in advance to buy 200 bags of nutrient solution. Third floor. Continue from the previous floor. Then I followed the navigation given by a friend before, and went to the fixed trading site near Liuhuan Mountain. It used to be a large supermarket, which had been looted long ago, but I didn't expect that when I got there, the shelves at the back were full. There are also level 3 zombies wearing work clothes as stalkers. And to prevent us from being scared, they all took the initiative to wear metal masks. Oh, I also met that blonde sister. She is 10,000 times more beautiful in person than in the photo. She is really not photogenic. I feel that the pixel of this brain machine is still not high enough. Fourth floor. Squat. Fifth floor. Take Celine's wife away, the host continued. Sixth floor. Well, I digressed. After I handed over the nutrient solution, They put me in the supermarket. I wasn't scared at all, really. Coming to the supermarket was like going home. Anyway, I exchanged 200 bags of nutrient solution for 200 kilograms of supplies, pots and pans, daily necessities, everything, even cars. But the price was beyond my reach. 7th floor. Damn! Why didn't I see Celine last time I went there? I'm not convinced. I'll go again when I get my salary this month. 8th floor. Finally, I'm back alive. The 200 kilograms of supplies were exchanged for BB coins, and my loan is settled. I have compiled more specific transaction processes and related precautions into documents, and those who need them can download them by themselves. 9th floor. Attachment. Route to the zombie trading site in Liuhuan Mountain and precautions for the transaction process. With 2p of Celine's high-definition original pictures. Price. 1 BB coin. Chapter 142. Tan Qizhou drank the last sip of red wine in the glass, and then clicked on the attachment in the post. Insufficient account balance, please recharge. Tan Qizhou had never used the forum before, so he naturally had never recharged his account. He clicked on the backstage, found his account and recharged, and another dialog box popped up. Please select the recharge amount. 10 Bitcoin. 50 Bitcoin. 100 Bitcoin, 9.5% off. 200 Bitcoin, 9% off. He began to admire the talents of the operation department. He recharged 10 coins casually, and finally downloaded the attachment. It must be said that the transaction process of the guide author is very detailed. From the route to the landmark building, everything is clearly marked. In the transaction process diagram, he saw the large supermarket that the poster actually photographed. A large chain supermarket that was quite famous before the end of the world. It was a whole building that could provide one-stop shopping. The building materials were good, so after experiencing floods, extreme cold and heat, earthquakes and other natural disasters, the whole was still well preserved. There were many floor-to-ceiling shelves in the room, which could be seen to have been carefully cleaned. The originally empty shelves were now filled with supplies. In front of each shelf was a roll-up banner that read 1 bag of nutrient solution for 1 gene of supplies. The third-level zombies in the supermarket were wearing work clothes, either placing items or registering items at the cashier. Every zombie looked very polite. What the host said was indeed true. But the more he looked down, the weirder Tan Qizhou's face became. Where did these zombies get the supplies? It is true that it is not difficult for zombies to collect supplies. But this is Beishui City. Where do so many specialties from Nanshire come from? Beishui City is a famous port city and a shipping hub in the south. Logically, the types of supplies should be very rich. However, on the list of supplies listed in the picture, most of the food categories are specialties from Nanshire. Not to mention that when building the underground city, most of the warehouses in Beishui City were counted in advance, and the inventory was moved underground. And the storage of supplies in this fixed trading station has far exceeded the storage level that a supermarket should have. It is impossible for the statisticians to make such an omission. Finally, when he turned to the high-definition beautiful picture of Celine taken by the guide author, Tan Qizhou found some clues. The person who took the photo has a good photography skill. Celine in the photo is standing behind a shelf and talking to the person next to her. But because of the good skill, the focus is on Celine, and while her beauty is clearly visible, the people next to her are much blurry. Only a side face can be barely seen. But strangely, it looked familiar to him. Tan Qizhou downloaded the original image into his brain computer, and was about to study it carefully, when he suddenly saw a figure in front of him. It was a secretary robot. When the laboratory was built, GPR Technology arranged a secretary robot for him, saying that it was the most functional auxiliary robot at present, which could handle problems in multiple threads and might be helpful for his experiment. Who knows whether it is actually monitoring or assisting? Anyway, he doesn't care. But he never likes robots to set foot in his laboratory. No matter how sophisticated the instruments are, they can't be as flexible as his hands, so the robots will stay in the hall outside when they are free. So Tan Qizhou was a little unhappy. Why are you still here? Mr. Allen asked me to help you with everything. The secretary robot stood there with his eyes downcast from beginning to end, unlike the staff members, who were driven out of the laboratory before, looking around everywhere, as if he wanted to seize every opportunity to steal his skills. It doesn't have those damn curiosity. Tan Qizhou thought that this was probably the only advantage of the robot. He waved his hand a little tiredly, leaned back, and slid his fingers on the light screen. There's nothing for you to do, go out. Okay, Mr. Tan. The robot is best at receiving instructions and executing them, so it walked out without stopping. Just when it was about to walk out of the laboratory, The human behind it spoke again. Wait a minute. Tan Chijo suddenly thought of something, and there was something it could do right now. Take a look at the picture I sent you. Can you increase the clarity? The silver mole under the robot's eye flashed slightly, and the picture was received. Of course, Mr. Tan. How much do you need to adjust? The clearer the better. Okay, we have already performed lossless repair for you and automatically completed the picture. The scene will be loaded for you below. Wait, what do you mean? Tan Chijo was a little dazed. The scene in front of him seemed to have changed unexpectedly. The original laboratory gradually faded away. The place where the coffee table was originally placed became a shelf. The formalin ecological tank became a shopping cart. He seemed to be in that large supermarket. The emotionless voice of the secretary robot sounded in his ears, please relax. The photos taken by the brain computer are all panoramic real-time pictures. After system analysis, all things within the photographer's perception range can be restored 1:1. You can move your perspective freely in the scene and collect any information you need. After a long pause, Tan Chijo finally got used to it. He tried to put his hand on the shelf in front of him, and he could actually take down a bag of flour on it, but he didn't feel the touch. The secretary robot explained in time, at present, virtual reality technology has not yet connected to the touch module. The brain computer is connected to the corresponding nerves of the brain, and can accurately track the position of the line of sight. You can control your consciousness to move. Hearing this, Tan Chijo quickly mastered the skills, and moved freely in the supermarket. He sighed a little. Biotechnology and mechanical technology can't exist alone. Thank you for your affirmation. Tan Chijo couldn't wait to turn his perspective, and quickly found Celine's position in the photo. His consciousness moved over, and he could vaguely hear their conversation. Are these enough? Enough? There is no room for more. The shipment volume in the past 2 days is quite large. Yes, the number of traders has exceeded 200. But the population in the camp is increasing, and we need more nutrient solution. Tan Chijo finally stood opposite the man, only one shelf away from him. She said something, but her voice was too soft for K82 to recognize. Tan Chijo held his breath and reached out to take down a bucket of mineral water from the shelf. The face on the other side of the shelf appeared in his sight. The little character who was forgotten in the corner of his memory seemed to be a completely different person. She turned her head and smiled at the person next to her, and soon set her sights on the shelf. And her eyes fell on Tan Chijo impartially. She looked at him steadily, with a strange light in her eyes, as if she had crossed time and space and unexpectedly met his sight. If he hadn't known that this was virtual reality, Tan Chijo would even feel that he had nowhere to hide from that penetrating look. She stared at him and spoke softly, as if talking to him. Don't worry, there will be a way soon. The picture stopped here, and Tan Chijo took a deep breath when his consciousness was withdrawn. The first time you enter virtual reality, you will feel dizzy, nauseous and other discomforts. You will feel better after closing your eyes and taking deep breaths for 1 to 2 minutes. Tan Chijo did as he was told, and fell backwards without any effort. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were subtle and unpredictable, as if he had glimpsed the secret that made him crazy from the scene just now. Call Su Yuqing. The 10 Arc Biological Hospital Inpatient Department. Suja was lying on the bed with an 4 drip. The wound of the cut nose has scabbed over, leaving 2 big holes on the face. The mouth is like a rift cut by external force, and the face looks like a zombie, which is very scary. Although there are treatment potions provided by the Arc creatures, because the trauma caused by the zombie's superpowers has memory, after each treatment and repair, the skin cells will proliferate on their own, sealing the nostrils and lips again. Therefore, in a month, Suja's face has undergone no less than 10 operations of varying sizes, cutting the grown skin again, and in the end, the facial skin has left an indelible trauma. In the future, his appearance will never be restored to its original appearance. He may have to wear a mask for the rest of his life. The surgery lasted for more than a month, and made him look emaciated. It was not only the pain, but also the mental torture. He began to regret for the 10,000th time. Why did he participate in this operation? Why did Su Yuqing not hide his breath in time? Why did Heizi not adjust his position? Why did Su Lingyu make him leave the protection circle? Why did the damn zombies target him? But what he regretted most was why he joined Su Lingyu's team in the first place. Obviously, before that, he could live a comfortable life. Before that, Suja was a little dazed. He suddenly couldn't remember why he tried every means to squeeze into Su Lingyu's team, but ended up with nothing and ended up looking like a ghost. Suja was immersed in chaotic thoughts, while the voice outside the ward drilled into his ears uncontrollably. Have you read the forum? I read it, and I went there. The nurses on duty seemed to be chatting outside the ward, and the one who spoke was the nurse Zhang, who looked disgusted every time he saw him. What? Is this true? Why would I lie to you? My mother was seriously ill last week, and the medicine she had been refilling was out of stock at the Ark. As a result, I saw the medicine my mother often took on the list of supplies on the strategy post, so I thought I'd give it a try and took 2 packets of nutrient solution and went there. What happened next? Do I need to tell you? I'm standing here fine. Nurse Zhang laughed. I used 2 packets of nutrient solution to exchange for 2 boxes of medicine and refilled my mother's medicine. Oh my god, I thought it was made up. How could it be? I'm telling you. And I'm telling you. Nurse Zhang lowered her voice. That level 3 zombie is really good looking. That Celine? Yes. As expected of an idol, she can't hide her beauty even if she becomes a zombie. To be honest, I now understand those fans who said that if it were her, they would be willing to become zombies together. The conversation continued, but Suja couldn't listen to it anymore. Celine. The month he spent lying in bed allowed him to sort out all the memories of his half-life. Especially the culprit who caused him to be like this. He searched for her over and over in his mind. When he saw her face, he felt familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her. Until now, when he heard the conversation between the two, he finally remembered. Before the end of the world, he was an online celebrity live streaming and selling goods, and it was inevitable that he would come into contact with some stars who came from talent shows, and one of them was a member of a boy band who had just debuted. In order to make the live broadcast go smoothly, he learned about the other party's information in advance and watched the video of his competition. In the video, one of the judges was named Celine. The face in the video gradually overlapped with the memory of that day, and the surging hatred raged in his heart, and his eyes suddenly turned red. Chapter 143. Suja. Su Yuqing pushed open the door of the ward and saw a face twisted by hatred. Even the sutured wounds and ugly scabs on the mouth and nose trembled, which made it even more terrifying. Su Lingyu, who was following behind, felt that the person in front of him stopped at the door and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" The voices of the two finally made Suja sober up. He suppressed his inner emotions, closed his eyes, and calmed down. When he opened them again, he had regained his calm. Suja rolled his eyes, and his voice was hoarse like a dry spider web. "Why are you here?" His voice was very light. In order to relieve the pain, he tried to keep his lips still when speaking. Since his accident, he has been lying in the hospital for more than a month, and no one from the team came to see him that day. Su Yuqing blinked, shook off the horrific scene just now, and smiled nonchalantly. "We came to see you." Su Lingyu's face was normal, and she pulled out a chair and sat down. "Are you feeling better?" "Suja, just stay alive." His attitude was a bit lukewarm, and Su Lingyu could understand it. After all, only Suja was injured in this accident, and he cut off his nose himself. Although Suja saved his life, his face was completely disfigured. In the past, his appearance was also quite outstanding, and he received a lot of preferential treatment for this, so it took him some time to accept it. But after all, Su Lingyu was a strong captain, and she hadn't been treated so coldly for a long time, so she simply skipped the stage of greetings and went straight to the point. "Do you know about the recent zombie trading site?" Suja's heart moved, but he said calmly, "I've heard of it. That Celine is the level 3 zombie we encountered last time." Suja lowered his eyes, clenched and unclenched his hands in the quilt. "I know. Then you should also know that many zombies claim to have regained consciousness. In fact, many people who have traded with them have also proved this. Now, they want to trade with us in bulk." Suja gritted his teeth and raised his voice with some sarcasm. "Then who made me look like this? I don't believe a word of those posts." After hearing the nurse's conversation, Suja turned on the brain computer with difficulty and browsed through several posts on the forum. The zombie's words only made him feel more angry. Just a month ago, they had a fierce battle with that zombie. Everyone could see that zombie had no humanity at all. Not to mention regaining consciousness. Su Lingyu sighed, "I know it's hard for you to accept it now. However, the Ark's top management asked us to negotiate with them in person. If the situation is true, then trade will be open sooner or later. Several bases around have heard about this, and have sent people to investigate the situation. Our underground city is the largest survivor base in the south. They do have a lot of supplies that we lack." Suja's eyes were red, and he was panting heavily. Obviously, he didn't listen at all. Su Lingyu was silent for a while. "I came here today just to tell you in advance. After all, if the trade is opened, your spatial talent can play a big role. She looked at his face, but turned away uncomfortably when she touched his shocking wound. Anyway, this is what happened. But I'm just going to explore the way this time. It's too early to open the transaction. You still have time to adjust. Su Lingyu stood up. Then we'll leave first. You take good care of your wounds. Su Yuqing, who had been silent, said, Sister Lingyu, you go first. I'll stay to accompany Suja. Su Lingyu said, okay. Considering that they are old acquaintances, perhaps Su Yuqing can persuade him to accept reality as soon as possible. Suja watched her back go away, feeling a sense of powerlessness and rage. He retracted his gaze and looked at the person in front of him. Why are you still staying here? Are you laughing at me? Thinking of how he tried to please Su Yuqing before, Suja felt like a clown now. Su Yuqing smiled slightly. Don't say that, aren't we old friends? Suja sneered, but he was a little confused in his heart. Su Yuqing had never treated him well before, and now he didn't know what she was thinking. He didn't think Su Yuqing would suddenly sympathize with his situation. Su Yuqing naturally didn't take his reaction to heart. She organized her words. Suja, do you still remember Xinli? Xinli? Suja felt as if he was in another world when he heard this name again. That day, he pushed Xinli off the city wall, and saw her drowned in the tide of corpses with his own eyes. After that, he never thought of this person again. Suja frowned and said coldly, why mention a dead person? Su Yuqing leaned against the wall, activated the brain machine, and clicked on the light screen a few times. Look at this. A message prompt appeared in the lower right corner of Suja's brain computer, and a photo was quickly loaded. The photo was the third-level zombie Celine. His eyes seemed to be soaked in poison, and his expression turned cold. What do you mean? Don't look at me like that. Su Yuqing chuckled. Look carefully. Who is the person next to her? Suja then looked at the photo again, and this time he moved his eyes to the side face next to him. No one is more familiar with the outline of that person than him, and his pupils shrank. This is... Yes, it's her. How is this possible? Suja's mind spun rapidly, and he began to think about the possibility of her survival after falling from the city wall. Su Yuqing took up his unspoken words slowly. She was obviously killed by you. Suja's eyes suddenly cooled. You really know. After the reunion, Su Yuqing's attitude towards him has always been strange, with an indescribable sense of alienation, as if she disdained to be with him. But he soon felt relieved. Even if she knew, so what? She, Su Yuqing, hadn't done anything good to Xinli. It was just a case of the pot calling the kettle black. We are the same, aren't we? Su Yuqing just smiled and said nothing. She admitted that she was as despicable as him, but that was because she had no choice at the moment. At least she had never thought of taking her life. If she was selfish by nature, then Suja was shamelessly greedy. What do you want to say? After tearing off the mask of gentleness in the past, Suja sank his face and revealed his original face. Well, your expression now is good. Su Yuqing walked to the bedside and admired the scars on his face from a close distance. The fluid in his skin was still oozing out, and the newly grown skin and flesh looked like a pink tumor, like an evil ghost. Before Suja could no longer bear it, she finally let him go, stood up, and had a determined smile on her face. Don't you want to return to your original appearance? How could he not want to? He had suffered almost all kinds of indifference during the month he lay dead. He had never been looked down upon like this before, or after the apocalypse. He thought that after joining Su Lingyu's team, he would be free and at ease. Unexpectedly, all his value was this spatial talent. Even though he looked like this now, Su Lingyu still only cared about this last bit of his value, and his injury was insignificant. For the last time, if he could return to his original appearance, he would only ask to be an ordinary person in the lower city. Suja took a deep breath. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Did the underground city agree to contact us? Yes, I received Tan Chijo's message. Xinli looked at the message sent by Tan Chijo on the screen. She was not surprised that the other party could find her brain computer code. She had never thought of hiding this matter when she entered the city with her real name. In the past 3 months, the discussion on the forum about zombies regaining consciousness has only increased. But since she started to transform zombies in large quantities, humans walking in and out of Beishui City have rarely been attacked by zombies. The fear and hatred of zombies have also tended to ease. Among the survivors in the underground city, many relatives and friends have become zombies and were transformed by her. Although they cannot reunite as a family, at least they are all safe. Regarding the fact that zombies regain consciousness, some people believe it firmly, some people curse it madly, and some people are waiting for the official to give a final conclusion. But what is certain is that most people are eager for peace, and are eager to stop the spread of this damn virus and get life back on track. In this way, the possibility of the government accepting zombies has greatly increased. He will send an awakener to negotiate with us the day after tomorrow. Excitedly looked up at Celine. It's the team that attacked you in the gym that day. After the end of the world, the state units have long been disintegrated, and the ones who really control the right to speak are the ARC biology and GPR technology behind them. Tan Chizhou is undoubtedly the core figure among them. Even Shuaizhu, who has a military background, works under him. Among the Awakener organizations in the dungeon, except Shuaizhu, the rest are the most eye-catching team of Su Lingyu. It is indeed reasonable for Su Lingyu to come to negotiate. I don't care. Celine shrugged. I only hurt that man anyway. Excitedly agreed. He's probably still in the hospital now. Do they know about the conflict between you? Excitedly nodded. Su Yuqing and Tan Chizhou have a close relationship. If they send Su Lingyu and Su Zhe here, we will have to fight if we disagree. Excitedly laughed. Su Zhe must die, but not now. I can still tell which is more important. What Tan Chizhou wants may be that we fight. This will prove that the zombies regaining consciousness is a false proposition. They have enough reasons to kill us all. After Excitedly finished speaking, she was stunned. No wonder she felt something was wrong. Tan Chizhou accepted it much faster than she thought. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she connected an encrypted signal to the brain computer. A minute later, Excitedly hung up the call. Celine, what's wrong? Excitedly pondered for a moment and made a decision. I'm going back to Nanshire. Celine opened her mouth slightly. What happened? Ball said that Tan Chizhou showed signs of mobilizing arms. What? According to the information given by Ball, Fangzhou Biology is negotiating with the base in Nanshire. The Muxi province where Nanshire is located is close to the border, and is an important military base in the south. And he sent Shuaizhu, who has a military background, to Nanshire, which means that he is likely to fill the arsenal and prepare for the battle. However, ordinary ammunition cannot meet his needs. Xi and Li's camp has now transformed more than 100 level 3 zombies, and ordinary weapons can't cause any harm to them at all. So it is obvious that he needs to obtain more lethal weapons to avoid being passive in the negotiations the day after tomorrow. Xi and Li smiled. It depends on who holds the truth. Chapter 144. It takes 8 hours to drive from Beishui City to Nanshire City. In order to save time on the road, Xi and Li copied an off-road vehicle and went alone. There were fewer traces of wild zombies along the way than before. At present, Xi and Li prioritizes the second and third level zombies with higher levels for the transformation of zombies. On the one hand, it can increase more combat power for his side, and on the other hand, high-level zombies can command low-level zombies to gather together and not hurt people. At present, the zombies in Beishui City have been basically controlled by her, and the transformation rate has reached 50%. The speed is still a little slow, but there is no way. It takes time for her to transform alone. The number of zombies increased significantly after entering the Muxi province. Time is tight. She can't do it alone to sneak into the military base. She needs help. Therefore, when passing by Linchuan City, Xi and Li remembered that there seemed to be a Yaolin resettlement site nearby. Before her death, when Nanshire was building the underground city, a resettlement site in Linchuan City originally had an army stationed there, but suddenly lost contact one night. But the continuous natural disasters at that time made other resettlement sites unable to take care of themselves, and later this resettlement site hidden in the mountains disappeared. This kind of thing is common after the end of the world, and Xi and Li didn't take it to heart at the time. But now thinking about it, it feels like a useful information. There should be information and equipment left by the military there. She loaded the navigation map on her brain computer, compared it with the information sent by Ball, circled the range on the map, and successfully arrived at the hilltop where the Yaolin resettlement site was located after nightfall. The forest blocked her sight, and it was pitch black everywhere. When she drove up the mountain with bumps and bumps, the trees and bushes on the mountain road were lush, and military tents could be seen hanging on the thriving branches from time to time, probably blown from the resettlement site by the typhoon. This made Xi and Li confirm her thoughts. However, when the Yaolin resettlement site really appeared in front of her, she found that she had completely underestimated the seriousness of the matter. She originally thought that the loss of contact at the Yaolin resettlement site was either a zombie invasion or a resource dispute. Otherwise, how could it be possible that after the loss of contact, no one had ever heard of anyone coming out alive from this resettlement site? And the facts proved that she was only half right. Various food packaging, clothing fragments, bed sheets and pots were scattered on the ground, as if they had suffered a catastrophe, but there was no trace of human fighting, which ruled out resource competition. Xianli picked up a rifle that had fallen on the ground, which had a military mark on it. The gun was not loaded. She opened the magazine and found that the bullets were still full and had not been used. Therefore, the possibility of zombie invasion could be ruled out. The Yalan resettlement site was very large. Judging from the number of tents, it could accommodate at least 8,000 people. This place was clearly full of traces of human survival, and the property and weapons were all there. It was as if these 8,000 people had disappeared at the same time. She frowned and heard a noise from the other direction of the resettlement site before she had time to think about it. Xianli spread his mental power and felt something was wrong. He immediately walked in the direction of the noise. Now, Xianli finally knew where those disappeared people had gone. They didn't disappear, but mutated. The other side of the resettlement site was close to the woods. At this time, countless figures were swaying in the woods like ghosts. When he got closer, Xianli could see clearly that those figures were huge beyond imagination. Almost every one was 3 meters high. Their huge bodies increased their clumsiness, and they couldn't keep their balance well. They staggered forward like babies learning to walk. Their heads were 3 times larger than normal people, and their faces were swollen and deformed. Their swollen faces made their facial features not stay in their original positions properly, and they looked stupid and funny, with a hint of weirdness. Their fat and swollen bodies burst all their clothes, and they were like human balloons, walking aimlessly in the woods. Even Xianli felt a chill. These were chaos zombies, a level lower than the first level zombies, equivalent to the mentally retarded among zombies. This was why they kept wandering in the woods, but couldn't get out. They didn't even have the instincts of living things. Even if Xianli was turbid blood, he couldn't make them regain consciousness, because their consciousness had been completely wiped out before they turned into zombies. There were no less than 100 chaos zombies that Xianli could see, and there were even more that could not be seen in the jungle. I am afraid that all the survivors in the entire resettlement site had mutated. Xianli frowned slightly, and when she was about to return to the camp to look for clues, she saw a different figure among those swollen bodies. She looked closely, and saw a slightly fat female zombie. Her hands and feet were worn out, and the chef's uniform on her body could no longer be seen in its original color. However, she was the only real first-level zombie. This made things much easier for Xianli. After all, the local zombies definitely knew more about the resettlement site than Xianli. She decisively dragged it out of the woods, squeezed out the blood from her fingertips, and smeared it on her forehead. An invisible thin line was generated in the air, connecting the brain of this female zombie. Xianli could freely control this thin line. Whenever she sent out a specific frequency, the thin line would also vibrate and transmit information to the other party. Xianli once asked Celine what it felt like when absorbing turbid blood. Celine thought for a long time before accurately describing the feeling, like taking a mouthful of mustard. Seeing Xianli's indescribable expression, she added, "Of course, it doesn't taste like mustard, but the feeling of refreshing is exactly the same." The lower the level of the zombie, the more refreshing the effect felt when absorbing turbid blood. For a first-level zombie like Zhu Dandan, it was probably like being thrown into a swimming pool full of mustard. The chaotic brain suddenly became clear, and then was swallowed by cruel memories. So when Zhu Dandan regained consciousness, she was stunned for a second, and when she digested those memories, she screamed uncontrollably. Xianli skillfully stuffed a ball of broken steps into her mouth to stop her noise. This is a common problem in converting low-level zombies. The lower the level of the zombie, the worse the psychological endurance. Therefore, when regaining consciousness, it is more vulnerable to shock. Many cannot accept their experience as zombies, and need time to relieve themselves. Some even have psychological breakdowns, and choose to commit suicide. This is why Xianli still does not have enough manpower, after converting half of the zombies. But now she has no time to adapt. Xianli released the blood pressure of the turbid blood, and only took the thing from her mouth after her movements gradually became smaller. Zhu Dandan finally stopped screaming, but she still couldn't help crying. She was in a trance, and murmured, "It's not my fault. No. It's me, it's my fault. Wake up." Xianli couldn't bear it anymore, raised his hand, and slapped her with full force. Zhu Dandan's head was tilted to one side. "Xianli, are you calmed down?" Zhu Dandan slowly turned her head, tears still hanging on her face, but at least her eyes regained some clarity. "Tell me what happened." Half an hour later, Xianli learned from Zhu Dandan the ins and outs of the loss of contact at the Yalan resettlement site. You said that all these 8,000 disaster victims ate human flesh? Ju Dandan nodded with tears. It turned out that after the rainstorm and floods began, the Yaolin resettlement site was established with the assistance of the military. More and more disaster victims came to seek refuge, but the food stock was getting less and less. For food, disaster victims frequently made trouble. Just when the conflict was about to escalate, the person in charge of the resettlement site got some meat from somewhere and ordered the kitchen to make meat porridge and distribute it, alleviating the urgent need. However, the problem was the meat. Ju Dandan said in a trembling voice. Later I learned that the meat was human flesh, but at that time the disaster victims had become addicted to it, and the consumption was increasing. It seemed that the supply was about to run out. As a result, those who ate meat became fatter and fatter, and their appetites became larger and larger. I don't know when it started, and it became what it is now. Xianli stared at her sharply. What about you, didn't you eat it? I really can't eat it. She smiled bitterly. In fact, I have always known that the meat is not right, but I thought, anyway, I have eaten it. It's good enough to survive. I will keep this secret in my stomach, no one will know. But after the victims mutated one after another, Ju Dandan could not escape the fate of being infected. Just because she didn't eat the meat, she turned into a normal zombie after being infected. If she asked more, she would not know. Although she didn't know why the person in charge would provide human flesh, Xianli knew that those were definitely not the flesh and blood of humans who died normally, and it was very likely that they died after being infected with the virus. The meat-containing toxins will become addictive when eaten by humans, which is a manifestation of chronic poisoning. The brain function of people infected in this way has been destroyed, because when the virus completely controls the human body, it has become an empty shell, which is the reason for the formation of chaotic zombies. Xianli sighed, and didn't expect that the disappeared resettlement site would end like this. But now, all she could do was sigh for 2 seconds, and there were more important things to do later. There were military personnel stationed here before, right? Seeing Ju Dandan nod, Xianli said, take me to their camp. The military camp is next to the resettlement site management office, but now the resettlement site is in a mess, and only the approximate area can be barely distinguished. But Xianli still found the military pickup truck used by the military to transport supplies. But because it has been vacant for many years, the vehicle has been scrapped and cannot be started. While Xianli was searching for useful information in the truck bed, he casually asked, do you know where these pickup trucks came from? Ju Dandan didn't know what Xianli was looking for, so he answered obediently, I don't know. Naturally, Xianli didn't have much hope. Just as he was thinking about whether to copy new parts and disassemble them to start the vehicle so as to find the previous driving route, Ju Dandan trembled and spoke again. But I seem to have heard from the sergeants, who stayed behind, that their squad leader was a major general transferred back from the Beijing area. He was supposed to be in the defense company of the ammunition depot in the Nanshur base, but he encountered a flood and was transferred to participate in disaster relief. Nanshur should not have another major general in the Beijing area. Xianli asked, where is the ammunition depot? Ju Dandan frowned and tried to recall. Let me think. That person said that the ammunition depot is not far from here. It seems to be in a mountain. In the mountains? Nanshur has many mountains, but there is only one most famous mountain. Ningluan Mountain? Ju Dandan's eyes lit up. Yes. It's Ningluan Mountain. Chapter 145. The Li River flows through Nanshur and flows into the sea at Beishui City. Ningluan Mountain is the highest mountain range in the Li River Basin. In Xianli's memory, her grandmother's home is at the foot of Ningluan Mountain. She never knew that there was such a well-hidden arsenal on Ningluan Mountain. With Ju Dandan's news, they skipped the step of going to the Nanshur military base and drove directly to Ningluan Mountain. After the end of the world, Xianli never returned to Yaolin village. One reason was that the journey was long and the place was remote. The other reason was that after her grandmother passed away, there was only an old house left in the village that had been in disrepair for a long time, and there was no need to go back. But she did hear from her father Xian Jixing that the terrain within the Ningluan Mountain where Yaolin village is located is higher, and it was spared when the flood came. It was originally a remote village. Even if it survived the natural disaster, it should not be able to escape the invasion of zombies. How could it be safe and sound? If there is an arsenal in the mountain, and the military must have a lot of people stationed there, and the nearby villages are also within its protection range, then it makes sense. 3 hours later, the two arrived in Yaolin village. The off-road vehicle slowly drove into the country's Go Trail, and a small village appeared in front of them. The layout of the village is not much different from the Yaolin village in memory, but it is obvious that no one has lived in it for a long time. Obviously, the survivors have moved to other underground cities. When passing the small courtyard of my grandmother's house, Xianli deliberately got off the car to take a look. The tile house built with mud and stones had collapsed long ago, and the unattended courtyard was overgrown with weeds. After walking 2 steps, I stepped on something. Xianli looked down and saw a photo frame half buried in the mud. She picked it up and wiped the dust off it, revealing a black and white photo of her grandmother. The glass of the photo frame had shattered when it fell to the ground. She took out the photo, and a piece of paper fell out of the interior layer of the photo frame. She picked it up and saw that it was a death certificate. And in the name column, her name was written. Where should we go? Zhu Dandan didn't really know what Xianli was doing here, but she just followed Xianli instinctively, as if she couldn't live without this backbone. Xianli silently took out everything in the photo frame and put it in her arms. Suddenly, her heart moved and her eyes looked somewhere. Seeing her strange expression, Zhu Dandan followed her line of sight. What are you looking at? Nothing. She naturally retracted her gaze and walked to the back of the house. Follow me. There is a back door behind the old house, and there is a path leading directly to the back mountain. The mountain road was rugged and off-road vehicles could not drive up, so they could only measure it with their feet. Fortunately, Xianli often came to the back mountain when she was a child, so she was familiar with this area. She remembered that she had seen a fence in the mountains 3 kilometers away from Nyolan village, and there were people stationed next to it. At that time, she was lost and was taken back to Nyolan village by the guarding sergeant. But she was young at that time, and she only remembered that the person who took her back was carrying a gun that was only seen in war dramas. Now that her memory is gradually clear, Xianli knows that behind the fence, there is a high probability that the arsenal is located. As the largest arsenal in Yin country, Qingqi Arsenal stores nuclear weapons that can destroy the entire country. Thousands of nuclear warheads lie quietly in the warehouse. If they are not careful, they will completely destroy the entire human race on the blue planet. Therefore, the Qingqi military depot, which was called Satan's warehouse before the end of the world, strictly maintained order even after the end of the world and did not dare to relax. Therefore, when Tan Qizhou made the request to call the military depot for several times, Shuezhu refused on behalf of the military. But this time was different. Standing in the command office, Shuezhu pushed the information in his hand to the person behind the desk. Now, hundreds of level 2 and level 3 zombies, and tens of thousands of ordinary zombies have been gathered in the camp of Liuhuan Mountain outside Beishui City. In addition, the reconnaissance departments of the 4 large bases in the south have received news that there are more than 1 level 3 zombies roaming within their jurisdiction. They seem to be organizing to gather zombies and rush to Beishui City. Oh! It's rare to see you so cruel. Sitting behind the table is Commander Tong, who is also the commander of the Qingqi military depot. He took the information and flipped through a few pages. The content written on it is almost the same as what Shuezhu said. But even though he has been staying in the military warehouse since the end of the world, it does not mean that he has no channels to communicate with the outside world. Commander Tong put down the documents in his hand and looked at Shuezhu deeply. But I heard that there has been no record of casualties caused by zombies for a long time. Shuezhu paused. That's true. However, no one can guarantee that the state of zombies can always be stable. He remembered the conversation with Tan Qizhou before leaving. I know you don't like me, and I don't like you either. But this time we must cooperate. I can prove that the so-called recovery of consciousness is only a part of the zombie plan. Now more and more high-level zombies are gathering in Beishui City. With their abilities, if they want to cause trouble, they are enough to slaughter the entire underground city. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. Even if they really regain consciousness, ruling the world is their ultimate goal. At that time, even if you have 600 clones, you can't stop them. We can't take risks with the tens of thousands of people in the underground city. The lights in the central tower were bright, and the danger in Tan Qizhou's eyes was clearly illuminated. If humans really want to make peace with zombies, can you be worthy of those comrades who die for you? He crawled out of a sea of blood and corpses. No one knows better than him how cruel zombies are. At the beginning, the entire class he led participated in the disaster relief operation. In Nan City, Linchuan City, Chong City, Mingxi City and other places that were completely invaded by zombies, his comrades died one by one. In the end, only he, who had awakened his clone talent, broke through the siege. Therefore, when seeing the posts about zombies regaining consciousness, Shuezhu sneered. If the blood and pain can be easily covered up with the reason of regaining consciousness, then wouldn't the people who fought and lost their lives have sacrificed their lives in vain? Shueju's eyes were slightly cold. Besides, I am now the person in charge of the military. I have the right to provide military assistance to the underground city survivor base in the 3rd district of Beishui City. Commander Tong was silent. Indeed, after the end of the world, there were also internal traitors in the military, which led to chaos in the team and was taken advantage of by others. After Gu Feiqi took the position of the top leader, he was full of evil and rotten. It was not until Shueju returned to the military district, assassinated Gu Feiqi, reorganized the team vigorously, cleaned up the army from top to bottom, and renamed it the Joint Guard Army that things started to get better. Shueju has the final say in the military district now. Since you have made up your mind, I will not object. Commander Tong handed the document back to him and stood up. You should know all the inventory in the warehouse now. I will go with you. Before he finished speaking, an explosion came from the north gate, and the alarm sounded throughout the military warehouse. Commander Tong's face changed. What's going on? He subconsciously looked at Shueju, who also looked shocked. It was obviously not his work. In order to ensure the safety of weapons, smoking and fire are always prohibited in the military warehouse. Once sparks are generated and a series of explosions are triggered, the consequences will be disastrous. At the same time, the fixed landline on the table rang. Report to the commander, there is a zombie invasion at the north gate. Commander Tong was furious. What's the use of telling me? Why don't you drive them out quickly? We have encountered zombie invasions before, and they are basically villagers from nearby villages. They are not very aggressive and can be easily dealt with, and even hot weapons do not need to be used. The sergeant who was calling for help on the other end of the phone looked at the zombies that were rolling in front of him, like a small mountain, and swallowed his saliva. There are too many. The guard team can't hold on, requesting fire support. At least 1,000 large zombies are coming to the military warehouse from the northwest. What? Commander Tong was shocked. The scout went to eat shit. Why did so many zombies report only when they arrived at the door? The sergeant's mouth was bitter. When he found the enemy, he wanted to report it, but for some reason, the signal was blocked and the telephone line was cut. He still ran to the guard room inside the 3rd cordon to make this call. As he was talking, another explosion was heard, this time louder and longer than the previous explosion, and it sounded like the neighboring warehouse was in trouble. Commander Tong had no time to investigate the responsibility and arrange the emergency plan. This is not a coincidence. Shueju, who listened to the whole process, made a conclusion. Commander Tong also looked serious. The terrain of Qingqi Military Depot is hidden, and there has never been such a large-scale zombie invasion since the end of the world. There is only one person who can do this. Shueju did not speak, but they both knew who the other was talking about. Zombie King Xionly. There were continuous explosions and gunshots, and Commander Tong was restless and paced back and forth. The frontline video came, and seeing the large zombies that almost filled the entire screen, even he was shocked to death. Those large zombies were species they had never seen before, huge in size, and even more terrifyingly, they were very durable. Their skin was extremely flexible, like rubber, and bullets could not penetrate it. Even artillery only blew them upside down, and they struggled on the ground for a while before they could continue to get up. They had no desire to attack people, but just kept moving forward, as if something in front of them was attracting them. In just 10 minutes, the large zombies outside the north gate had been pushed outside the 2nd section of the protective net. His face was full of fear. What on earth is she going to do? Shueju raised a sarcastic arc at his lips. What else can she do? In the central tower, facing the confident Tan Qizhou, how did he answer? By the way, he said, how do you prove it? Tan Qizhou only said one sentence. If she follows you to the arsenal, it will be proved. His decision was indeed correct. Zombies are zombies, and zombies can never become humans. Shueju looked at Commander Tong and said coldly, her ability is replication. She can copy all the weapons in the arsenal. What do you think she wants to do? Hearing this, Commander Tong's feet softened. Infinite replication, is this the ability of the Zombie King? I thought the arsenal was the trump card of humans, but I didn't expect the other party to directly overturn the table. What should we do now? If we don't come up with a plan, even if we are not trampled by these thousands of zombies, the ammunition in the military warehouse will explode. Listen to me. Shueju said in a deep voice, there is only one way now. He thought, she can be copied, so he might as well take advantage of her and prepare a big gift for her in the warehouse. It depends on whether she lives to take it. Chapter 146. Shueju guessed correctly that the noise at the north gate of Qingqi Army Depot was caused by Xianli. She didn't want to hurt others, so the chaos zombies, who were thick-skinned and durable but had low desire to attack, became her best helpers. But because they were too smart, they couldn't be controlled, and they couldn't understand Xianli's instructions. The only thing that could react was the turbid blood on her body, which had an attraction engraved in their blood. At the Yaolin resettlement point, she cut her wrist to keep the wound from coagulating and let fresh turbid blood flow out, so that the smell of the turbid blood could attract the chaos zombies. She and Zhu Dandan were sitting in the car, and hundreds of chaos zombies were staggering behind them. Fortunately, they were large in size, and had a long stride, so they didn't slow down much. In addition, Ning Lanshan was at the border of Nanshur, where there were few people. Under the cover of night, they attacked the army depot silently. They went around to the back of the military depot. Even at such a distance, they could still hear the gunshots and the flames of explosions coming from the other direction. Zhu Dandan's heart skipped a beat, and she hesitated. Let's just sneak in, okay? When you are at the mercy of others, you will know whether it is right or not. Xianli knocked out another patrolling sergeant coldly. 10 years have passed since the end of the world, and half of the remaining sergeants in the Qingqi military depot have been lost. Now most of them have gone to the north gate to resist the invasion of large zombies, and the defense in the rear is even weaker. She and Zhu Dandan easily came to the giant warehouse where ammunition was stored. Countless shells and torpedoes were piled up in the warehouse, as if they were free. This warehouse alone was the size of 3 football fields, which was even more astonishing when converted to the entire military depot. The munitions stored here are enough to destroy the world tens of thousands of times. If they are really used to eliminate zombies, it would only take a few to raise the entire Liuhuan mountain to the ground. No, not only Liuhuan mountain, I'm afraid Beishui's city will suffer. Thinking of this, Xianli felt a chill on his back, and was more certain that he had made the right trip. But Zhu Dandan was worried about the munitions. Then the question is, how do we transport them? Xianli searched the warehouse, and saw a military heavy armored vehicle, and she had an idea in her mind. She ordered, take one of each type of light and heavy weapons, and one of each type of bullets and shells, and move them to the armored vehicle. With her copying ability, she only needs one copy of both guns and ammunition, and she can copy them infinitely. So she can stockpile the most weapons with the least space. Zhu Dandan followed orders and acted, while she turned her attention to the central warehouse. While invading the Qingqi military warehouse, Xianli also connected to Ball's control system, and simultaneously invaded the system database of the Qingqi military warehouse. It has been verified that warehouse number 6 stores 290 missiles. 290 missiles, each of which is enough to destroy half of the city. If such a weapon with great lethality is used on zombies, even a strong third-level zombie will have no chance of survival. Xianli immediately went to warehouse number 6. The road was smooth, and the defense was much weaker than she thought. It seemed that all the patrol soldiers were concentrated at the north gate to prevent the invasion of the chaos zombies. Xianli suppressed the doubts in her heart, and was extremely careful. When she arrived at the entrance of the military warehouse, the encrypted door was opened by Ball, revealing a gap that only one person could pass through. She slipped through the gap like a slippery fish, but the moment she entered the warehouse, the back of her head was pressed against the cold muzzle of a gun. The lights on the ceiling lit up in rows, and the lights were bright. There were at least 20 black muzzles pointed at her in front of her, and the soldiers holding guns were all awakened. Xianli suddenly realized that the strangeness in his heart had an answer. No wonder he didn't see the awakened figures when he entered the military warehouse. It turned out that they were hiding here, waiting to catch the turtle in the jar. Your target is indeed here. Shueju's cold voice sounded from behind her. Being pointed at by so many guns, Xianli was not panicked at all. She just smiled without surprise, and said lightly, I was wondering how you could get in so smoothly. So you were hiding here. Shueju frowned, and looked at Xianli with hatred and disgust. You should know what the consequences of stealing arms will be. Xianli, why, is there any law in the zombie world that prohibits burglary? Shueju sneered, his expression gloomy. Zombie, do you know you are a zombie? What about consciousness recovery? I think it's all bullshit. It's just an excuse for humans to relax their vigilance. He walked in front of Xianli, looking down at him. If you really have the sincerity to shake hands and make peace, then why are you here? It's really that the officials are allowed to set fires, but the people are not allowed to light lamps. Xianli raised his eyes, and smiled indifferently. If humans are sincere in peace talks, why did you rush to the military depot on the eve of the peace talks? Do humans have to eliminate zombies, but not allow them to protect themselves? No one is infected with the virus voluntarily. If we don't regain consciousness, then death may be our fate. But now it's different. The impact of the virus is minimal. We have the same right to survive as humans, and no one can deprive us of it. Shuizhu, eliminating zombies is the responsibility of humans. Before the virus infection, you may be humans. But after the mutation, you can no longer be called human. Xianli sneered. Can't be called human? Haha, the body transformed by the virus is evolution compared to the fragile humans. The ability accumulated with human lives is called evolution? Shuizhu's eyes were bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth. Tell these ridiculous evolutionary theories to the thousands of innocent souls who died in the mouths of zombies. He raised his hand and pointed the muzzle of the gun at Xianli's forehead, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A gunshot sounded, like a harsh sound hitting metal. The scene of the sinful zombie king falling in a pool of blood did not happen. Xianli stood there unscathed. She didn't even bother to turn her head to avoid being shot. Instead, she stood there and let him shoot her hard. The hot bullet hit her head and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. She raised her eyebrows provocatively. You want to kill me with just a gun? That's too lazy, isn't it? Shuizhu was furious and pulled the trigger again. Several gunshots hit her head, eyes, heart, and thighs. However, the bones of the zombie king were made of steel plates. The bullets only left a few holes in his clothes, and there was not even a white mark on his skin. It was both expected and unexpected. Although he knew that the zombie king would not be defeated so easily, he was still shocked to see the opponent's defensibility. But he just didn't believe it. Shuizhu's hand glowed red, and he attached his talent skill erosion to the bullet. When he wanted to shoot Xianli again, he was stopped by the people around him. Commander, don't shoot anymore. This is an arsenal. It's easy to cause an explosion. If it was an ordinary bullet, it would be fine, but the bullet with a talent effect would corrode the wall and the ground behind it even if it was off-center. Once the ammunition stored in the warehouse was corroded and ignited, the ammunition in the entire arsenal would be destroyed. Not only that, the shock wave generated by the explosion could blow a deep pit in the entire Nanshur. Shuizhu put down the gun in his hand with a gloomy face. Control her and take her to the car. 3 fully equipped sergeants came out from behind and walked forward together. Xianli felt her body tighten, and the air around her seemed to be sucked away in an instant. The sound from the outside world disappeared instantly, and she could only hear the sound of blood flowing in her body. She could see the mouths of the people opposite her moving, but she couldn't hear what they were saying. Xianli focused her eyes on the young man with a short haircut on the left, and judged in her heart that this was probably the effect of the vacuum talent. Her vision gradually rose, and the whole person was like a light balloon, floating in the air. Then the talent effect of the sergeant, with a scar on his face, in the middle was floating. And the one on the far right was probably a fixed talent effect, which made her unable to use her supernatural power. She is really well prepared. Every talent is to control her so that she can be taken away intact. This strongest awakener in the human race, isn't he underestimating her too much? Shuizhu looked at Xianli, who was controlled like a zongzi with cold eyes. Through the vacuum effect, he could only see the other party's mouth opening and closing, but he couldn't hear the other party's voice clearly. He looked at her mouth shape carefully and recognized her words. You don't think that I will be unprepared? When he recognized this sentence completely, his heart suddenly choked and the whole person froze in place. Not only him, but all the awakeners in the military warehouse suddenly found that the world in front of them seemed to have turned into a jumping snow screen, and the unstable sizzling sound of the electric current penetrated the brain. In an instant, the brain stopped working, and it was completely unable to think about anything and lost in the spiritual world. The vacuum talent effect that imprisoned Xianli was also released at the same time. She landed lightly on the ground and rubbed her sore neck. Silly Qiao, if you don't take action, I will take out the rocket launcher. At the end of the team, a sergeant wearing the same military uniform took off his helmet. He felt a little wronged. Ollie, it takes time for talents to be activated. After saying that, he was a little scared. Fortunately, this Shuizhu is a clone, otherwise my mental control may not be effective. Xin Xiao, the idiot who lives next door to her grandmother's house. 2 hours ago, Xianli arrived in Yolan village and was about to go up the mountain. A timid but somewhat happy voice sounded in her mind. Ollie, is that you? Xianli smelled the breath of mental power almost instantly, and the source of the breath was an old house next to her grandmother's house, where Aunt Hua and his son Silly Qiao lived, one of her few childhood friends when she was a human. After getting Xian Li's affirmation, Sha Qiao almost cried with joy. It's really you. I knew that everything said on the forum was true. It turned out that after the end of the world, Sha Qiao and An Hua had been living in the basement of the old house. Because the family had enough food after the busy farming season, they were safe and sound for the next 6 months. During this 6 months, Sha Qiao gradually awakened his talent, and his previously burned brain returned to normal. But good times don't last forever, and zombies still invaded this small village. An Hua was accidentally bitten by a zombie, and was about to mutate, but Sha Qiao was unwilling to end the life of An Hua, who raised him to adulthood. So he kept An Hua tied up at home after she turned into a zombie, and didn't let her go out to harm others. When An Hua struggled hard, he went out hunting and fed An Hua the flesh and blood of the mutant animals he had hunted. But because of this, other people in the village wanted to stay away from them when they saw them. When the official organization moved into the base, Sha Qiao voluntarily gave up his qualification to enter the city, and stayed in Yolan village with An Hua. In order to make a living, he would go out hunting or search in the city on weekdays, and exchange the materials he wanted with the residents who left the city. In order to facilitate the transaction, he bought a brain machine, and naturally saw the discussion about zombies on the forum, and even recognized Xian Li's photo. In the photo, Xian Li behaved intimately with another zombie, and it was obvious that she had also become a zombie. Then, he was immediately attracted by the words zombie regained consciousness. In the 10 years of accompanying An Hua, it is impossible to say that he has never thought about letting An Hua recover. However, he exchanged countless treatment potions to no avail, but the posts on the forum gave him hope, letting him know that more than one zombie regained consciousness. Tonight, when he sensed the approach of 2 zombies, he inexplicably felt that one of them was familiar. So before he could react, his mental tentacles had already connected to the other parties, and sent out that voice transmission. Xian Li, are you an awakener? Silly Joe, yes, my talent is mental control, so I can also send you voice transmission through mental power. I was always worried that you would die, Ollie. Now it's great to see that you are okay. I was shocked when I saw your photo on the forum, but I still recognized it at a glance. Xian Li smiled. Don't worry, I'm living a good life. Silly Joe paused for a moment, but still asked, so what the forum said, is it true? Which ones? Is it true that zombies can regain consciousness? Now that I am standing here alive, do you still ask me if it is true? Silly Joe was stunned, and then a sense of expectation rose in his heart. Then can my mother also? Yes. What should I do? Sha Qiao looked at An Hua, who was dying of hunger. She was skinny and her old skin was even more unrecognizable after she turned into a zombie. For the past 10 years, she had been trapped in this cramped basement like a beast, not a human at all. He had made a decision in his heart. No matter what the price, he was willing to do anything as long as An Hua could regain consciousness. Xian Li stood at the foot of the mountain, looking at the direction of the old house with a burning gaze. Do you believe me? Sha Qiao said without hesitation. I do. Chapter 147. It is called telepathy, but in fact the efficiency of mental communication is much faster than face-to-face communication. They talked for a while, but in reality, it was only a few seconds. Soon Xian Li persuaded Sha Qiao to join her action, and promised to convert An Hua afterwards. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the sky suddenly became bright. A bomber carrying a hydrogen bomb took off from the Qingqi military depot. Ball took over the control of the plane, and it would take an hour and a half to return to the Liuhuan mountain camp. Zhu Dandan kicked Shuizhu, who was tied up like a dumpling, and asked uncertainly, is it okay to tie him up like this? She squatted down and carefully checked the firmness of the rope. Will he corrode the rope? Xinqiao, probably. No. Ali's anesthetic can knock out a pig. Xian Li counted the ammunition in the cabin without looking back, turned out all the heavy weapons with high lethality, and said casually, it doesn't matter. If he dares to mess around, I will throw hydrogen bombs down. Besides, I also want to try, is he corroded faster, or am I faster to copy? Xian Li had a creepy smile on her face, and quickly took out a half-man-high handheld rocket launcher, put her hand on it, and a blue light came on, and soon another identical rocket launcher appeared in her hand. Xian Li touched it again and again. Just now I wanted to use the rocket launcher to blow Shuizhu through, and if I didn't get angry, he would think I was easy to bully. The words seemed to be extremely regretful. Zhu Dandan shuddered and silently said to Xinqiao, don't mess with her. Xian Li quickly copied all the weapons that were easy to use, and the cabin was filled with all kinds of weapons and ammunition. He was immersed in the art of copying and couldn't extricate himself. However, The cockpit display screen suddenly lit up, and after the sound of electricity, Ball's voice came out. An emergency occurred in the dungeon. Xionly had a bad feeling in his heart. What's the matter? Tanchijo saved the video of last night, and prepared to publish the video to the forum. The cockpit display screen lit up at the same time as his voice, and began to play the video that Tanchijo was going to post on the forum. The scene shown in the video was the process of the Chaos Zombies invading the Qingqi military depot yesterday. The picture quality was extremely clear, and every move of the Chaos Zombies was clearly captured. The photographer seemed to be a garrison sergeant, wearing a military uniform, and spoke in a very provocative manner. Help! I was sleeping just now, but I was suddenly woken up and told that there was an enemy. As soon as I came out, I saw these zombies attacking the military depot. I don't know how they got in at 2 or 3 in the middle of the night. They don't look like ordinary zombies. They feel more than twice as big, and they are extremely defensive. Bullets can't penetrate them at all. Ordinary people have no power to fight back against them. The camera zoomed out and turned to the warehouse, not far away, clearly seeing billowing smoke rising from the warehouse. That ammunition depot alone stores nearly 100,000 tons of ammunition. Currently, the weapons supply of the underground city base in the 6 time zones in the south is supported by our Qingqi military depot. Destroying this place is equivalent to destroying the hope of human victory over zombies. Could it be that the zombies regained consciousness just to cut off our retreat? Oh, it's coming. I can't escape. Ah, help, help, ah. At the end of the video, the Chaos Zombie raised his foot and trampled the unresisting photographer to death. You can even hear the sound of bones being crushed. The video ended with the photographer's terrifying scream before his death, which was heart-wrenching. Tanchijo also enabled holographic real scene technology in the forum. Holographic real scene technology? Yes, this is a patented technology of GPR technology. The experiencer can put his consciousness into the video, and restore the scene of the video from the perspective of the video shooter. When playing the video, you will be forced to use this panoramic technology to experience the scene of being trampled to death by the Chaos Zombie, and feel the fear of being shrouded by death. It can be imagined that if this video is really made public, the impact it will generate will directly overturn the momentum that Xionly created for the zombies to regain consciousness, and once again push people's fear and hatred of zombies to a peak. The announcement cached by Tanchijo was also displayed on the screen. Title: Giant zombies attack Qingqi military warehouse late at night. Thousands of soldiers died, and the loss of arms exceeded 10 billion tons. Main building, at 3:08 a.m., an invader appeared in Qingqi military warehouse. The enemy was a 3-meter-tall, destructive zombie, conservatively estimated to be more than 10,000. When most of the soldiers in Qingqi military warehouse were still asleep, they quietly attacked the military warehouse, and their accomplices sneaked into the warehouse and set it on fire. The current death toll is 1,023, and the loss of arms exceeds 10 billion tons. Zhu Dandan and Xinqiao behind him also heard the sound and gathered together to watch the content on the display. Zhu Dandan's first reaction when he saw the video angle was stunned. How could it be? Then, when she saw the photographer being trampled to death, she couldn't help but curse. Who hired the actor? The acting is so bad. Zhu Dandan was so angry that her whole body trembled. She had been with those chaotic zombies for 10 years, and no one knew them better than her. To put it bluntly, they were just a group of chaotic meat pieces without self-awareness, just following the smell of turbid blood by instinct. They were huge, but the skin of the bubble was full of air, and their weight was only 1/3 of that of a normal person. The gravity they were subjected to was lighter, and therefore when they followed Xionly, they were half walking and half floating. But when they usually move, their movements are extremely clumsy and slow. As long as they don't seek death, they won't be hurt at all. Not to mention being trampled to death by it. Even a dog would run when seeing such a big foot stepping on it, so why is it lying on the ground like a paralyzed person? Xinqiao also said angrily. He is lying. What arson? It's nonsense. They followed the principle of moving things without destroying them. The biggest damage to the warehouse was caused by the grenades thrown by the soldiers to repel the zombies. Even the shots fired by Shui Zhu were more aggressive than theirs. He pulled the video progress bar to the middle, and it was obvious that there was only thick smoke but no fire in the warehouse. But with such inflammatory language, who would confirm whether there was a fire in the warehouse? The video is still being uploaded. It has been temporarily blocked, and the network speed is limited. It is expected that the video will be successfully released in 1 hour. Countdown 00:59:59, 00:59:58. The bloody countdown words appeared on the display screen, and Ball's voice sounded again. The mechanical voice, that originally did not contain any emotion, seemed to loosen at this moment. Exionly, you need to come up with a countermeasure during this period of time. Exionly said, "Thank you, Ball." Her face was terribly gloomy. Exionly had never thought that Tan Chijo would dare to confuse right and wrong like this. It seems that he had already set up this game for her, when he knew about her existence. No wonder he had never controlled the transaction and outflow of nutrient solution, and arranged people to negotiate with her so quickly. It turned out that he just made a plate of dumplings for this dish of vinegar. She thought they had no conflict of interest, and if humans could accept the existence of zombies, they would definitely be able to do more than now. It was a completely mutually beneficial win-win result. Why did Tan Chijo target her so much? When he said Shuizhu, she had no choice. Whether she chose to stay in the camp or attack the military depot at night, Tan Chijo would have a reason to deliberately distort her behavior. She wanted to pursue the right to equal life for the zombies, but she didn't expect that Tan Chijo was the one who was most unwilling to see this result. What he had to do now was to make the humans who had already leaned towards her return to his camp, and because of her deception, they would be extremely rebellious. In the future, the war between humans and zombies could only end when one side wiped out the other. Exionly had never felt such anger before. The air around him seemed to be burning. Every breath seemed to carry the smell of gunpowder, and even a hint of blood tasted in his mouth. Spiderweb-like blood threads spread wildly in his pupils, devouring the last string called reason. Anyone who saw it would be instantly soaked in extreme fear. Fortunately, she still had Ball. If she had not copied Ball and left him in the city as her eyes, she would be doubly passive now. There is still 1 hour left. She still has 1 hour left. After the extreme anger, there is the extreme calmness. Exionly lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes covering her clear pupils. She cut a deep wound on her wrist easily without much effort. Bloody red blood gushed out. "Ollie!" Xinxia was shocked. "Don't be impulsive." Zhu Dandan was also panicked, but still tried to keep Exionly calm. "Calm down, there is still an hour, we can still make a long-term plan." Exionly pulled up the corner of her mouth, with a biting coldness in her eyes. "I have never been so calm." She turned her palm over, and a transparent short explosive tube appeared in her palm. Exionly forced the blood from her wrist out, and filled the short explosive tube. Then her other hand moved again, and a bullet as thick as a bowl appeared on the ground. Xinxia was stunned. "This is poison gas bomb," Exionly said calmly, but his words were like thunder from the ground. Zhu Dandan said stupidly, "Should we poison?" "Poison?" Exionly smiled. "If my blood is poisonous, then you are right. Among all chemical weapons, poison gas bombs are the most powerful weapons. When used in war, the mortality rate is as high as 80%. The substance filled in the short burst tube in the poison gas bomb is the source of the poison gas. After being fired, the poison can be released within a radius of 10 kilometers and enter the body through the eyes, skin, and respiratory tract. The effect produced is related to the content of the poison. Some will cause ulcers all over the body, while others will cause blindness, and then cause inflammation and death." Exionly replaced the poison with turbid blood. Her blood is harmless to ordinary people, but it can instantly transform zombies that come into contact with it and restore their consciousness. This is the most efficient way she can think of to transform zombies. Xinxia was silent for a moment, and seemed to have made up his mind. "I'll help you." From the moment he said the word believe to Ollie, his eyes could never leave her. Whether it was Ollie or his only relative, they had died once, and he didn't want them to come back to life and die tragically again. Zhu Dandan had already taken action silently, and tightly buckled the blood agent filled with turbid blood into the loading position of the poison gas bomb. "Bear, equip the poison gas bomb, and prepare to poison." The hatch opened silently, and a large number of drones flew out, dropping the turbid blood bombs they carried to the precisely calculated positions. The trajectory of the shells was like dense raindrops, enough to cover the entire continent under Tan Chijo's rule. Xinxia never knew that a person could bleed so much. Although the blood regenerates very quickly under the strengthening of zombie power, Exionly still showed a state of excessive blood loss. His skin seemed to become translucent, and his lips were frighteningly white. Sensing Xinxia's worried eyes, Exionly tiredly comforted him. "Don't worry, zombies don't rely on blood circulation to survive. All the energy sources of zombies come from the crystal core in the back of the head. No matter how much blood is lost, the body can move freely." Exionly pursed her lips. Of course, she couldn't fall down. There was still a tough battle to fight next. At the moment, When the countdown reached 0, the turbid blood bomb thrown to the ground released gas at the same time. The turbid blood that was vaporized into mist became colorless and tasteless, and it seemed that a thick fog had risen in the 6 time zones in the south. The mist was pervasive, and almost all the zombies were refreshed the moment they came into contact with the blood mist. In the dark basement, the voluntarily imprisoned mother opened her eyes and shed tears. The man dragged half of his body and wiped a blood mark on the ground and looked up at the sky as if he had realized something. The girl chasing the human, his turbid eyes suddenly became clear, with only one breath left. Before the bullet fell, he suddenly felt a strong desire to survive, and the middle-aged man used up his last strength to roll to the side. However, in addition to the official announcement in bold capital letters that suddenly appeared on the forum, a global live broadcast was started simultaneously. All brain computers, televisions, radios, wireless broadcasts, drone air communications, and other electronic devices that can normally receive images or sounds on this continent were started at the same time. Good morning, I am Tan Chijo, CEO of ArcBio. A face with a cold outline appeared behind countless high-definition or blurred screens. The reason why I started the live broadcast of the whole area is because I want to tell you a good news. We have finally found a new energy source that can provide permanent and continuous energy supply for the global underground city base. As early as 50 years ago, Blue Star was facing the problem of energy shortage. And 10 years ago, the end of the world came: earthquakes, floods, acid rain, extreme cold and heat, sunspots, electromagnetic storms. Natural disasters turned the entire Blue Star into a wasteland. Coal, oil, natural gas and other non-renewable energy sources were completely exhausted, and the comprehensive destruction of infrastructure made the extraction of non-renewable energy even more impossible. The dilemma of energy shortage is a problem faced by each of us. All survivors have experienced the horror of the lost contact period. Without enough energy, we cannot resume normal production, return to life before the end of the world, and start a new era. The outbreak of the zombie virus has made the situation even worse. Everyone has experienced the pain of their loved ones turning into zombies. But now I want to tell you that this pain is not meaningless. After 10 years of research, we finally found that zombies are the only way to solve this dilemma. We all know that the energy source of zombies comes from the crystal core in the back of the brain. And the crystal core is the best energy source in the world. The energy generated by a crystal core is equivalent to 1,000 tons of coal. In other words, only 10 crystal cores a day are enough to maintain the normal operation of a large underground city base. Current data shows that zombies account for 60% of the world's 10 billion population. If these zombie crystal cores can be effectively utilized, it is conservatively estimated that there will be no resource problems within 600 years. And these 600 years are enough to break through the original level of technology, surpass the existing human civilization, and even become the first planet to dominate the stars. At the end, his eyes changed from calm at the beginning to extremely fanatical. But he believed that all human beings who heard these words would be shocked by the amount of information contained in them. Those who understand will be more fanatical than him. The emergence of new energy, especially ownerless new energy, means the redistribution of resources. The poor get rich, capital accumulates, and crosses classes. Huge wealth can make everyone give up their relatives, forget friends, and backstab their lovers. Tan Chijo laughed wantonly. He just wanted to put a cake bigger than the sky in front of everyone, so that everyone would unite the front. If there are really fools who regard money as dirt. Tan Chijo paused, as if giving everyone time to think. After a moment, he said calmly, "At the same time, I have something to say about the rumors about zombies some time ago. Please allow me to insert a video shot last night. After the temptation of huge benefits, there is a complete denial of the subjectivity of resources. The screams at the end of the video are enough to shock everyone, and there is no suspense at the end." On the forum, more and more people began to call, "Please let the victims die more valuable." In just 3 minutes, the number of views exceeded 1 million, and it is still rising continuously. Public opinion is completely controlled. Tan Chijo looked at the soaring numbers with satisfaction, and added the last fuel to the fire. "I can tell you for sure that the zombies regaining self-awareness is pure nonsense." According to reliable information, this rumor first came from a man named Xian Li. At his eye signal, an interview was inserted in the lower right corner of the live broadcast. Suzu's face appeared on the screen. His face was damaged, and his voice was trembling. "I am Xian Li's boyfriend. I have evidence to prove that she has been dead for a long time." He took out a brand new paper certificate, which recorded Xian Li's life information, including the hospital where she was born, her education experience, and the cause of death. A year before the end of the world, my girlfriend died in a car accident. But my uncle and aunt couldn't accept this fact, so they participated in a secret experiment to digitize her memory and load it into the body of the bionic man. Normally, there is no difference between the bionic person and a normal person. She even thought that she was the memory subject. But after the end of the world, the bionic person's memory chip was affected by the electromagnetic storm and had problems, which resulted in a self-awareness independent of the memory. At that time, I just felt that she was becoming less and less like herself. I was very scared and found an excuse to leave her. But later I learned that the independent consciousness generated by the bionic person's body functions after a series of mutations was actually the virus E-cell matrix. This doomsday catastrophe was caused by her. Her blood can infect normal humans with the virus and drive them, and can also command all zombies to show their humanity. Her purpose is to rule the world and make everyone her slaves. Suja had a numb face and performed the pre-recited lines in front of the camera with tears in his eyes. He did not realize that a shadow had already covered his back. She said word by word, "Who allowed you to fabricate the facts?" So, all the people who were watching the live broadcast opened their eyes in horror, and witnessed with their own eyes how Xianli, the virus mother, who had just appeared in his mouth, put her hands on his head and crushed his head inch by inch. His eyeballs flew out like marbles, and the sticky brain splashed out. The head was easily crushed by her like plasticine. This was a crushing killing. The live broadcast room became a complete murder scene, and all the viewers became witnesses. The fallen body touched the wires, the camera fell to the ground, and the blood slowly flowed over, dyeing the entire screen bloody red. Residents in the houses, workers in the central tower, scavengers out searching for supplies. All stood still. The whole world seemed to have some kind of bizarre unity. No one dared to breathe loudly, for fear that the evil ghost in the video would appear behind them. Slow footsteps sounded, and a pair of blood-stained shoes appeared on the screen. The camera was straightened, and the face of the virus mother Xianli appeared in front of everyone. Xianli finally knew what it meant to find excuses to accuse someone. All the zombies became martyrs, and she became the only villain. No matter how she argued now, in the eyes of others, she was struggling to survive in the face of interests. Since she couldn't refute it, she didn't need to refute it. She looked straight at the camera, with a smile on her face, but her voice made people's backs cold. "There is one thing that my dear boyfriend said is right. If this catastrophe is destined to be caused by me, then I declare, the real end of the world begins now." The screen went black, and the signal was interrupted. The long air defense alarm resounded over the sky of Beishui City. Everyone who looked up saw an unforgettable scene in their lifetime. Countless meteors streaked across the sky, with brilliant tail flames, illuminating the sky that was always covered with dark clouds, like daylight, vaguely reminding people of 10 years ago. Before the end of the world, it seemed to be a sunny day. But then he quickly shook his head and laughed dumbly. What day was it before the end of the world? I don't remember. The most important thing now is to kill the zombies as much as possible, so that the dead can rest in peace as soon as possible, and they can live a normal life as soon as possible. While thinking wildly, he suddenly found that countless screams of fear and cries of pain were heard around him. Some people knelt down to pray, and some shot themselves. He frowned. Good days are clearly just around the corner. Why would someone die at this time? Even if they want to die, they have to be infected with the virus first, so at least it is a worthy death. It was not until he heard someone shouting heartbreakingly, "Run!" that he raised his head carelessly. Have these ignorant people never seen a meteor shower? Why are they so panicked? When he saw the first meteor land on a distant mountain, the shock wave that was enough to shatter his eardrums came from far away and knocked him to the ground, and a huge mushroom cloud rose up. The confusion in his eyes instantly turned into fear. That was not a meteor. It was countless hydrogen bombs. All the thoughts in his mind turned into only one thought: run away. He dropped the things in his hand, got up and wanted to run away, but after a few steps, his feet became weak, and he tripped and fell into the mud. Escape? Where can he escape to? 2 years later, the central tower of the Ark creatures in the B100 dungeon. A tall figure walked in the biological laboratory like the wind. Most of the lighting devices on the composite metal wall were removed, leaving a few crystal cores and little energy. The door was pushed open with great force, rebounding against the wall with a loud sound, but the initiator was unaware. He strode to someone who was concentrating on the experiment. "Tan Shizhou, how is the experiment going?" Tan Shizhou, who had been in the laboratory for more than 600 days, had a scruffy beard and a haggard face, but his eyes exuded a morbid enthusiasm. The 23,648th expansion experiment is about to start. This time, we will definitely be able to catch her the moment she purifies the E-cells. The visitor was not happy to hear this, and said coldly, "You have said this sentence 23,647 times." Tan Shizhou said excitedly, "This time is different." He couldn't tell exactly what was different. 2 years ago, the crazy semi-complete body of Number Zero dropped hundreds of hydrogen bombs over Beishui City, and the entire continent became a ruin. The underground city above B65 also collapsed, and all the hard work of Tan Shizhou in the first half of his life was burned. Shuezu looked at the dead brain in the glass tank with a complicated expression. In that suicide attack, less than 1,000 people survived in this base. Fortunately, when the explosion occurred, his body and Tan Shizhou, the core of the arc creature, were just 100 floors underground, far away from the explosion point, and saved their lives. But because of this, they were trapped in the underground world forever. Only the K-82 robot could overcome the nuclear radiation on the ground that far exceeded the human body's tolerance limit and move on the surface. Even the zombie king Xianli himself was blown to pieces by the hydrogen bomb, with blood and flesh flying everywhere, and it was impossible to tell which piece was hers. Tan Shizhou activated all the artificial intelligence robots K-82, and it took a year to find the shining crystal core. In the explosion that almost destroyed all mankind, the crystal core was still intact. The energy contained in it is terrifying. What is surprising is that those human body fragments belonging to the same person will merge by themselves after touching this crystal core. Countless fragments slowly piece together into a finger, an arm, an ear, until they become a brain and a heart. And Tan Shizhou's experiment began. Copying is her special ability, but her ability is far more than just copying objects. Tan Shizhou stared at the crystal core in his hand, as if looking at the most precious thing in the world. She can even copy an invisible timeline and create thousands of parallel time and space. And their chance of survival lies in the countless parallel time and space lines. There are not many crystal cores to maintain the operation of the server. I hope what you said this time is true. Shuezu's voice was cold, and he turned and left. When he left, he could still vaguely hear a madman muttering to himself. Suju's gene fragments have been released. Damn it, Number Zero crushed his head, and his memory is incomplete. But it doesn't matter. This time it will definitely succeed. In the empty laboratory, a heart slowly awakens. Each timeline that was split out, it cost the greatest price that could be paid at the moment to seek a way out. And she will follow their trajectory of survival, step by step, and there will be no end. Bear, how many times have I woken up? The 23,648 times. Bear, when did I wake up for the first time? When I found you. Bear, when did you awaken your self-awareness? The sweeping robot sighed silently, moving its wheels, and the rag in its hand wiped the already clean glass jar containing the heart spotlessly, so that he could see the other person completely. He answered her question, just like every time before, every time you need me. Getting a satisfactory answer, the black heart fell asleep for the 23,640th time. In countless artificially created time and space, the same pair of eyes slowly opened. When Xianli woke up completely, the bracelet on her wrist was already filled with messages. Boss? How did you disappear after entering the high-speed railway station, boss? Fisherman, where are you? Sister Xian, are you there? Are you safe? Tomorrow is the certificate assessment, boss, are you coming? The last message was sent half an hour ago. Xianli did not reply. She cut out the interface, and the time on the bracelet just jumped to 0. The air around her body was distorted at the same time. Almost in the blink of an eye, Xianli appeared in a pure black space. In front of her was a wall that was so long and wide that she could not see the end. A voice sounded in the air, a voice that should have no emotion. Xianli. In this space, sound waves also as shapes, curling out like waves. She smiled slightly. Is it you, Ball? The wall fluctuated as if it had life, and then gradually faded away, and a familiar figure approached Xianli's body. Xianli closed her eyes, clasped her fingers with the person in front of her, and put her forehead against his. At the same time, all the people who were connected to the black hole space felt an indescribable terror. She heard herself saying, "The end of the world has begun, and the first formal assessment is about to begin."